Vhumad God Chapter 155 to Chapter 234. Lin Xian used this method to purify the remaining spirit herbs. Several lumps of crystal-clear liquid floated in the air, emitting a medicinal fragrance. Next is the fusion, Lord Alcohol said. Then, he handed Lin Xian an inscription. This was a rather complicated inscription. It was 2 to 3 times more difficult than the purification inscription. Lin Xian focused his mind and calmed his breathing. He operated his soul force with all his strength, and finally, after failing once, he succeeded in drawing the fusion inscription. Several lumps of crystal-clear liquid were guided by him as they slowly gathered and fused. This process was very slow and consumed a lot of soul power. Lin Xian's forehead was covered in sweat. His face was slightly pale, but his eyes were shining. Finally, the liquid successfully gathered together. Finally, it's the refinement, Lord Alcohol said slowly. Lin Xian drew an inscription as the fist-sized liquid kept churning. Impurities were squeezed out once again. A strange fragrance gradually appeared in the air, becoming stronger and stronger. Lin Xian took out a wine flask and filled it with the spiritual liquid in the air. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. This was his first time refining, so he wasn't very familiar with the technique. Furthermore, he had consumed more than half of his soul power and spirit power. He was very tired. Lord Alcohol gave a rare smile. You succeeded on your first try. Your talent is not bad. Lin Xian picked up the wine flask and took a sip before smiling bitterly. Compared to what Lord Alcohol had refined, it was far inferior. It seems like I still need to practice more. Lin Xian placed the wine flask to the side and began meditating to recover. He practiced in his room for the entire day. During this period, Tong Lan came once and left when she realized that she couldn't enter the room. The next day, Lin Xian went out to bid farewell to the Tong family. He wanted to head to the Snow Province. With his speed and his cultivation along the way, it would take him about a month to arrive. Counting the days, it was the right time to leave. He found Tong Lan and prepared to bid farewell. Brother Lin, Tong Lan will remember your kindness. If there's anything I can help you with, just let me know. Tong Lan said sincerely. Lin Xian waved his hand and left the Tong clan. He strolled around the city again, bought some things, and then left the city. With the map of Xia country in hand, Lin Xian checked the direction and began the arduous journey. According to his plan, most of the time, he would take the mountain roads. This way, he would be able to hunt some demonic beasts and search for spiritual herbs. He spent most of his time on cultivation, even when he was traveling. During this period, he had killed many demonic beasts, but he had also been chased by demonic beasts. A rank 5 demon wolf chased him for 4 to 5 days and almost ate him. In the end, Lin Xian still managed to escape. At night, by the river, Lin Xian raised a fire and roasted 2 wild beasts, preparing to feast. Suddenly, the palpitating feeling appeared again, as if a pair of eyes were staring at him from the darkness. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He had been targeted after all. Kid, use lightning. The eviline aura in his body is too strong. He's afraid of young objects. Lord Alcohol reminded him via voice transmission. Lin Xian stabbed his sword into the ground beside him. Then, golden electric arcs appeared all over his body, crackling. Indeed, the mysterious green-haired man didn't step forward. He only stared at Lin Xian from afar. However, the danger wasn't eliminated. Lin Xian had to maintain his lightning to intimidate the green-haired man. As the sky gradually brightened, the strange green-haired man disappeared into the mountains. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief, his face somewhat pale. After releasing lightning for an entire night, even with his abundant spiritual energy, he had nearly collapsed. Thankfully, he had obtained plenty of spirit wine in the blood-colored heavenly palace. He drank a cup and quickly recovered his spiritual energy. Lin Xian's heart was heavy as he couldn't act alone anymore. After entering the Snow Province, the environment had changed drastically. The colding aura was strong, and the green-haired man was likely to attack. He had to find someone to rely on to intimidate the green-haired man. Up ahead was the border city of Qingzhou. Let's go there first. Lin Xian put away the map and ran into the distance, the ancient town, the border city of Qingzhou, was close to the snow province. The climate here was very different from the central part of Qingzhou. It had become very cold. There was snow on the ground, and snowflakes were floating in the air. The pedestrians were all wearing thick animal fur coats. Lin Xian walked around the city in a thin robe, attracting the attention of some people. Very few people were like him. Even some warriors were wearing a beast skin coat. Lin Xian didn't want to attract attention, so he walked into a shop next to him. "Sir, please come in." The waiter welcomed Lin Xian in with a smile on his face. When he saw Lin Xian wearing so little, he knew business was coming. "Sir, the clothes in our shop are famous in the city. Some warriors in the snow province have come to buy them," the waiter said solemnly. "Judging from your appearance, you must be going to the snow province. Let me tell you, the snow province is too cold. It's not a place for people to live. I'll find you a thick coat. It's definitely warm." The waiter kept talking non-stop. "How do you know I'm going to the snow province?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. Everyone in the world knows that the snow-seeking sect in the snow province has become a third-grade sect. All the martial artists are running in that direction. You are obviously a martial artist, so you must be going there as well. Lin Xian smiled and pointed to a snow-white bear fur coat. "I'll take this." "Sir, you have good taste." The waiter's eyes lit up. "This coat is made of the fur of the rank 4 demonic beast, the white magic bear. It's definitely warm. And it has a certain defensive function." Rank 4 demonic beast. Lin Xian was surprised. No wonder he could feel a strong aura from it. 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones, the waiter said with a smile. Lin Xian was not surprised. The fur of a rank 4 demonic beast was indeed expensive. There was a faint demonic aura on this white bear coat. Obviously, it was not handled well. The shop owner should know, so he only sold it for 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones. If it was normal, it should be worth 50,000 spiritual stones. After paying the spiritual stones, Lin Xian put on the white bear coat and left. As expected, it was much warmer after wearing it. Moreover, the skin of a rank 4 demonic beast could not be damaged by an ordinary martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier. However, there was a faint demonic aura on this coat. If a martial artist wore it for a long time, it might damage his body. However, Lin Xian had a way to get rid of the demonic aura on it. Golden electric arcs surged on his body and covered the entire coat, as if it was covered with a layer of golden gauze. Traces of faint black qi gushed out and disappeared in the air. The demonic aura inside was removed by Lin Xian with the power of thunder and lightning. The entire coat became warmer and its defensive power increased by a lot. Lin Xian's thunder and lightning grade was very high. At least the thunder and lightning produced by 2 spirit tier martial arts couldn't compare to his. This thunder and lightning came from Black Heaven Sect's sect guarding treasure, Cloud Thunder Mountain. It could be said to be exceptionally precious. Walking on the street, Lin Xian heard something that made him excited. 3 days later, an auction was going to be held here. It was said that there were many good things this time. Lin Xian had long wanted to auction off the dark tier saber on him. It seemed that this was a good opportunity. It was still the auction hosted by the Myriad Treasure Tower, scheduled to be held 3 days later. At this time, many martial artists already gathered in the city. Originally, they were all going to rush to the snow-seeking sect, but after hearing about the auction, they all stopped. Just 3 days, everyone did not lack this time. But if they missed the good stuff because of this, it would be too late for regrets. Lin Xian put on a loose black robe, covering his entire body. Then, he headed to the Myriad Treasure Tower, preparing to sell the mystic rank treasure saber on him. A beautiful maidservant led him in and brought him to the treasure appraisal room. An old man sat there, and beside him was a beautiful woman. Lin Xian walked in, his entire body shrouded in the black robe, making people unable to see his true appearance. "I wonder what your distinguished self wants to sell," the old man asked. He was not surprised by Lin Xian's attire. Many people did not want to show their true appearance to people. Lin Xian flicked his storage ring, and a fiery red long saber appeared in his hand. Immediately, the temperature in the entire room rose by a lot. Slightly revolving spiritual energy, the long saber trembled, emitting a dazzling saber light, and a heat wave gushed out. This is. The white-robed old man was surprised, and the young woman beside him also had a look of surprise. Her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Xian, seemingly wanting to see through him. But it was as if there was an invisible force blocking her gaze. This is a mystic rank treasure. The white-robed old man stroked the saber body and said, Wei Wei, go and invite old man Xiao over. The young woman nodded and glanced at Lin Xian again, then quickly walked out of the room. Before long, a red-robed old man walked in. The old man's hair was disheveled, and his body even reeked of alcohol. He did not look like an appraiser at all. But, towards this drunkard-like old man, Lin Xian was vigilant in his heart. He felt a powerful soul undulation from the drunkard old man. This undulation was even more than Master Hong's. After the red-robed old man saw the fiery red long saber, his eyes lit up, and the smell of alcohol on his body also disappeared. This is a good thing. The drunkard old man took the long saber and wiped it with his finger. An inscription appeared on it, flickering non-stop. Low profound rank artifact. The red-robed old man nodded and said, moreover, it should be an ancient object. The inscription technique on it is somewhat different from the current one. After feeling it for a bit, the red-robed old man said, it should be able to increase the attack by about 40%, and it also has the rare fire damage. I estimate that it can be sold for more than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The red-robed old man said. The starting price is set at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Do you have any objections? Lin Xian shook his head and had no objections. He had asked Lord Alcohol, and with his own calculations, he felt that it was possible. It's like this. If the auction is successful, we will charge a 10% commission, the red-robed old man continued. Lin Xian agreed. Although it pained him a little, this was a rule that no one could avoid. Seeing that Lin Xian was so straightforward, the two old men were also happy. After the white-robed old man finished registering, he handed Lin Xian an information card. After the auction is over, you can use this token to collect the spirit stones. After saying that, he handed over a white token. This is a silver token. After the auction is successful, you will be a silver customer of our 10,000 treasure tower. With this token, the next time you auction something, the commission will only be 8%. Lin Xian reached out to take it and put it in his storage ring. His hands were slender, strong, and very young. The three people in the room were a little surprised. They did not expect the owner of the long saber to be so young. The white-robed old man subconsciously probed, but Lin Xian's body blocked him with a layer of energy. I was reckless. The white-robed old man said apologetically. He was indeed a little curious just now. However, the result of his probing made him even more curious. The black-robed man in front of him actually had a strong soul power. It's fine, Lin Xian said indifferently. If someone consigns a long sword treasure, can you inform me? No problem, the white-robed old man said. He knew that some people liked to trade below, which could save some trouble. Getting a response, Lin Xian turned around and left. Looking at Lin Xian's disappearing back view, the red-robed old man sighed in admiration. Soul power is pretty good. So young and has such soul power. Could he be the disciple of those few old fellows? Doesn't seem like it. Those few people all have arrogance on them. But this person is very steady, the red-robed old man said solemnly. Either way, he will still come. If possible, there's no harm in roping him in, the white-robed old man said. Leaving the 10,000 treasure tower, Lin Xian stayed in an inn and continued cultivating. When he was tired from practicing inscriptions, he would cultivate the longevity art. After his mind power recovered, he would practice inscriptions again. In a blink, 3 days already passed. He put on a black robe and walked towards the 10,000 treasure tower. Today, the people going to the 10,000 treasure tower were clearly much more. The streets appeared crowded. The 10,000 treasure tower's entrance was even more packed. Although it was crowded, in front of the 10,000 treasure tower, no one dared to fight. Lin Xian fished out the silver token and was received respectfully by the attendant inside. Under the envious gazes of countless people, he slowly walked in. Who is that person? He can actually walk through the special passageway. Quite a few people discussed animatedly. After Lin Xian walked in, there were still some people who entered through the special passageway. These people were all members of some major factions, their identities and statuses incomparably noble. After Lin Xian went in, he inquired about the consignment sale situation. In the end, he learned that there were indeed longswords and treasured artifacts to be auctioned. But private purchases were not accepted. Lin Xian heaved a sigh, then walked into the auction hall and found a place to sit down. Silver rank customers did not have the right to go to private rooms, unless they advanced to gold rank. Sitting in his seat, Lin Xian quietly released his soul power and explored the entire venue. He was very cautious. Some crucial and important places, he directly skipped over, so as to avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings. Through soul power, he sensed some familiar people. Among them, he discovered that the Tsang family's disciples had arrived. Tsang Lei followed behind a young man with a cold expression, sitting in the middle position, while the other person was Master Hong. He entered the private room under the attendant's reception. It seemed that these people should be heading to Snow Province and stopped here on their way. Lin Xian secretly guessed. He closed his eyes to rest, adjusting his state to the best. Not long after, the sound of a drum sounded and spread throughout the hall. Suddenly, the auction hall quieted down, and everyone's eyes looked forward. There was a crystal auction table, and at this moment, it was lit up. Everyone, thank you for giving us the honor to participate in our 1,000 Treasure Towers auction. There are indeed a lot of good things today. I hope everyone can return with satisfaction. The one who spoke was the white-robed old man that Lin Xian had seen before. He said with a smile, I believe everyone has some information about the items being auctioned this time, so I won't say much here. Next, we will auction our first item. After the white-robed old man finished speaking, a female attendant with a sexy figure in light clothes walked over with a jade plate. The first item is the Jade Miracle Pill. This is a type of pill created by an inscription master. I believe everyone should be familiar with it. This pill can increase the spirit power of a Sea of Spirit Realm martial artist. It is very pure, and martial artists only need to absorb it. The white-robed old man explained. Lin Xian understood that this pill could shorten the cultivation time and allow martial artists to quickly increase their cultivation in a short period of time. However, one couldn't eat too much of this pill. After all, it wasn't cultivated by oneself. No matter how pure it was, it still contained impurities. There are a total of 3 pills, and they will be auctioned separately. The white-robed old man obviously knew about this. He slowly said, the starting price is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each bid must increase by at least 1,000. After the white-robed old man finished speaking, the people below boiled with excitement. Most of the people present were martial artists in the Sea of Spirit Realm. They needed this pill more than anything else. Immediately, many people began to bid 12,000, 15,000, 18,000, shouts came one after another. Lin Xian was speechless. It seemed that he had underestimated the temptation of this pill. For ordinary martial artists, the increase in their cultivation would greatly increase their strength. Perhaps they would be valued in the sect or have a higher chance of escaping during an adventure. In the end, the first Jade Miracle Pill was bought at the price of 22,000. As for the remaining 2 pills, they were sold for 20,000 and 24,000 respectively. 3 pills were sold for nearly 70,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was something that Lin Xian didn't dare to imagine before. The white-robed old man was also very satisfied with the price of the first item. The following matters went smoothly. Every item that appeared in the auction house was not ordinary. If there were no objections, it would be sold. Lin Xian didn't make a move. He didn't lack cultivation methods or pills, but he needed a sharp weapon. The auction proceeded slowly, and in 2 hours, 7 items were sold. At this time, the white-robed old man on the auction stage said loudly, the next item can be said to be a rare item. I hope everyone can grasp it. His words aroused the interest of the crowd. Many people were guessing what the item was. Master Bai, don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and say it. Below the stage, an impatient martial artist shouted. Everyone looked curiously at the auction stage, waiting for the white-robed old man to reveal the answer. A beautiful maid walked forward with a fiery red saber in her hand. The white-robed old man held the saber in his hand and gently swung it in the air. A 10-meter-long blade light suddenly appeared and streaked across the sky. It was accompanied by a heat wave that soared into the sky. Whoosh, like a sea of fire spreading, the sky was dyed red. Mystic rank artifact. The crowd below cried out in surprise when they felt this power. Whoosh! 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 For a moment, everyone's fiery eyes were focused on the auction stage. The white-robed old man was very satisfied with this result. He laughed and said, "That's right, it is indeed a profound rank treasure, and it is also an ancient artifact. The origin of this saber is mysterious. It's not a product of this era. Everyone, don't miss this opportunity." The white-robed old man put the saber back and said with a smile, "The starting price is 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Each bid must be at least 10,000 spiritual stones." His words echoed in the auction house for a long time. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and the fire in their hearts was extinguished. 100,000 spiritual stones was not a small number. Ordinary soul realm martial artists could not afford it at all. Only some disciples of large sects or young masters of aristocratic families could afford such a huge sum. Once these people participated in the auction, the price would definitely be more than 100,000 spiritual stones. The scene was silent for a moment. Ordinary disciples could not afford it, and the rich people were watching. Lin Xian frowned slightly. This was not what he wanted to see. 110,000, he said indifferently. A profound rank treasure saber was not common. He did not believe that these people would let it go. Sure enough, after he opened his mouth, people increased the price one after another. The price of the fiery red saber kept rising until it reached 150,000. Ordinary martial artists had already begun to swallow their saliva. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that the price would not stop here because he noticed that one of the people participating in the auction was a disciple of the Tsang family. He was Tsang Lei's brother, Song Bao. As a swordsman and a genius disciple on the Hidden Dragon roll, Lin Xian believed that he would not let go of this opportunity. Sure enough, Song Bao's face was gloomy, and he seemed to be a little impatient. He snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, 200,000. Silence, absolute silence. Only Song Bao's voice echoed. Everyone was shocked by his increase in price. Lin Xian smiled in satisfaction. This price had already exceeded his budget. Even the white-robed old man on the auction stage was smiling. Just when everyone thought that it was over, a lazy voice sounded, 210,000. What? Someone is increasing the price. Someone is not giving face to Song Bao. In Qingzhou, there was basically no one who did not know Song Bao. Now, someone was trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. However, when everyone found out the source of the voice, they all fell silent. That was because the voice came from one of the private rooms. Those who could enter the private rooms were either of prominent status or outstanding strength. They were far from what they could compare to. Song Bao's face was gloomy. He looked at the private room on the second floor and clenched his fists, 220,000. Song Bao called out the price. 230,000. That voice was still lazy and there was no change in it. 250,000. Song Bao gritted his teeth and said. This was already his limit. Any more and he would have to give up. His knuckles turned pale because of the force he exerted. With this saber, he could definitely enter the top 50 of the Hidden Dragon roll. 260,000, that voice seemed to be saying something insignificant. Song Bao's body stiffened. He did not continue to bid and sat there with a gloomy face. On the auction stage, the white-robed old man said with a smile, "Congratulations to the owner of Private Room 3 for obtaining this mist-class saber." Everyone was amazed. The price of 260,000 was already beyond the value of a low-class mist-class treasure. However, that person did not care at all. The happiest person was Lin Xian. He did not expect that a low-class mist-class treasure could be sold for 260,000 spiritual stones. This was already close to the value of a mid-class mist-class treasure. With this money, he had more confidence in the longsword treasure that would be auctioned later. The auction that followed was a bit dull. The mood of the crowd was clearly not very high. However, the next item pushed the atmosphere of the auction to a climax. The white-robed old man took out a long sword and raised it high in the air. The sword was 3 feet long and there were ancient inscriptions carved on it. The blade of the sword was like autumn water, dripping with a cold light. The long sword gently danced and the sword light flashed, cutting through the void. Lin Xian could acutely feel that the power of this longsword was far above the fiery red longsword. This sword is called Autumn Scar, a mid-class mist-class treasure. The starting price is 200,000. Each bid must be at least 10,000 higher. As the white-robed old man's voice fell, the crowd boiled over. At this time, the doors of the auction slowly opened and a group of people walked in. Everyone was puzzled and turned to look. They knew that during the auction, martial artists were not allowed to casually enter. But now, someone had disregarded this rule and walked in. Lin Xian also turned to look. When he saw that person, his body froze. Behind him, a group of people stood at the entrance, their bodies releasing a powerful aura. The person in the middle had sharp eyebrows and sharp eyes. His aura was sharp, like a divine sword that had been unsheathed. Lin Xian's pupils shrank and he could not help but clench his fists. Lin Feng. Many people were surprised when they saw the silhouette behind them. Lin Feng was ranked 5th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. It was said that he had fought against the 3rd-ranked cultivator and that his ranking had risen again. Besides, he was from the Sword Lake Palace and had a noble status. Something happened on the way so I came late. Sorry for disturbing you. Lin Feng said to the old men from the 10,000 Treasures Tower. The few of them nodded slightly in tacit agreement. The Sword Lake Palace was one of the top powers in the Xia country and Lin Feng was the leader of the younger generation. Even though the 10,000 Treasures Tower was powerful, they didn't want to offend the Sword Lake Palace. Lin Feng and the others were invited into a private room and the crowd looked back at the auction stage. The old man in the white robe cleared his throat and said in a clear voice, "The Autumn Scar sword starts at 200,000. The auction starts now." Lin Xian took a deep breath. At that moment, he had the urge to rush up to Lin Feng. Luckily, he controlled himself. He wanted to go back to the Sword Lake Palace and defeat Lin Feng in front of everyone. He wanted to restore his reputation. After calming himself down, Lin Xian returned to the auction. At that moment, the price had already risen to 250,000 and it was still rising. After all, it was a medium Xian-level treasure which could increase one's attack power by 60%. Everyone wanted it. 300,000. Lin Feng's private room called out the price. But Lin Xian knew that it wasn't Lin Feng's voice. It was probably the voice of someone next to him. In the 5th private room, Lin Feng was sitting comfortably on a chair. Next to him was a young man with a sword mark on his forehead. What? Are you interested in that sword? Lin Feng asked indifferently. I just want to collect it. The young man with the sword mark smiled. 310,000. At this moment, a lazy voice rang out, clearly echoing in the hall. The crowd was stunned. They hadn't thought that someone would dare to compete with Lin Feng. Also, the crowd realized that the owner of the voice was the one who had won the bid. When Song Bao heard that voice, his body started to tremble. That voice had made him lose his opportunity. In the 5th private room, the young man with the sword mark groaned coldly, so there are people who aren't afraid of death. He was about to fight back, but at that moment, another bid sounded in the hall. 320,000. His voice was very steady, and his tone was firm. Everyone was in an uproar. They all turned their heads to look for the person who had spoken. Lin Xian was in the hall and didn't try to hide himself. Soon, someone noticed him. Countless gazes gathered on him. Many people were puzzled. Who is this black-robed man? I don't know. He surprisingly dared steal from Lin Feng's people. He's definitely going to die, whispered those people. In their opinion, the person in the 3rd private room had dared to speak because he had a high social status. He didn't fear Lin Feng at all. On the other hand, Zhang Xian was unable to see through the cultivation of the black-robed man, and given that he was seated in the main hall, it was likely that the other party had an ordinary background. However, he actually dared to participate in the bidding. This made everyone unable to see through him. I've seen him before. He has a silver medallion in his hand. Someone who had seen Lin Xian at the entrance spoke up. Many people shook their heads and sneered. Although the silver token was precious, it was much less valuable than the person in the private room. Lin Xian saw everyone's reaction, but he did not say anything. He had to get his hands on this sword. In the fifth private room, the young man's face became very ugly. It was fine if the people in the other private rooms competed with him. After all, they were all people of the same status. However, a cultivator sitting in the hall dared to participate in this matter. This made him feel humiliated. You're courting death. The young man's voice was cold. His eyes were like lightning. Through the layers of barriers, he locked onto Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian felt the gaze of the people on the second floor. He turned his head slightly. There was a trace of sword intent in his eyes. He cut off the gaze that was looking at him. There was a small fluctuation in the air. Some of the stronger people noticed that something was wrong. Quite a few people revealed looks of surprise. The young man was stunned. Then, his face became gloomy. He didn't expect that he would be at a disadvantage. Just now, there was a trace of sword intent in his eyes. He originally wanted to teach the black-robed man a lesson. However, he didn't expect that the other party's chi was even fiercer than his. He directly attacked him. Hey, I seem to feel a trace of sword intent. Lin Feng frowned and looked at the black-robed man below. At the same time, there was a soft sound of surprise in the third private room. Lin Xian felt that a soul power flowed out of the third private room and probed him. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He also mobilized his soul power and covered his body to prevent anyone from probing. In the third private room, a handsome young man was lying lazily. His whole body sank into a soft reclining chair. Suddenly, his face changed slightly. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Just now, his soul perception was blocked. Obviously, the other party was also a master of soul power. His soul is outstanding. There was a trace of sword intent just now. Who is this person? The handsome young man touched his chin and was lost in thought. The black-robed man's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. For a moment, his identity became very mysterious. 350,000. The young man said coldly. 360,000, the handsome young man in the third private room said lazily. 380,000, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The price rose rapidly. Soon, it reached 400,000. Lin Xian frowned. He had earned 260,000 spirit stones from auctioning off the long saber, and over 200,000 spirit herbs. Including the spirit stones he had obtained from the others, he had about 500,000 spirit stones. The current price made him feel a little depressed. However, fortunately, the owner of the third private room withdrew from the competition. Now, only Lin Xian and the young man were left. 420,000, the young man said coldly. 450,000. Lin Xian's voice did not change at all. Humph. In the fifth private room, the young man snorted coldly. This price has exceeded the value of the long sword. Don't compete anymore. Lin Feng said indifferently. Don't worry. I won't bid anymore. But there are many ways to get that sword. The young man looked at Lin Xian with an extremely cold gaze. 450,000, is there anyone else? On the auction stage, the old man in the white robe asked loudly. He was overjoyed. No one answered. This price was already high enough. Even the people in the private rooms withdrew from the competition. In the end, the autumn scar sword was won by Lin Xian. The next item is very special. It is a piece of information about a spiritual weapon. The old man in the white robe said in a deep voice. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to leave. He wanted to go backstage and trade. However, the information in front of him made him stop. Not only him, but the entire hall was boiling. A spiritual weapon was a top weapon in the eyes of the world. Usually, only the top sects and clans had one. But now, a new spiritual weapon had appeared. How could these people not be excited? However, how could a piece of information be auctioned? Everyone looked at the auction stage. It's here. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes in the fifth private room. Don't worry, young Master Feng. It's definitely ours. The young man clenched his fists and said. Outside, everyone was discussing animatedly. Their words were filled with excitement. On the auction stage, the old man in the white robe waved his hand to silence the whole place. Everyone, this information comes from a map. Whoever buys this map will be able to obtain this information. There's one more thing I have to tell you. This map is incomplete. The old man in the white robe said in a deep voice. In fact, he doesn't have much confidence. After all, one incomplete map may not be able to infer anything. Sure enough, after hearing about the incomplete map, many people booed, and half of the enthusiasm in their hearts was extinguished. The ordinary warriors in the hall were talking with each other, and it was noisy. An ancient map, the starting price is 300,000 spiritual stones. The auction starts now. These warriors booed. In their opinion, no one would buy such a thing. Lin Xian shook his head, stood up and prepared to leave. 350,000. A voice rang out like a clap of thunder in everyone's ears. What? Someone really bid? Those warriors were stunned. Could it be that the map really recorded it? Lin Xian also suddenly turned around and looked at the fifth private room on the second floor. He recognized that it was Lin Feng's voice. Did he come specifically for this map? Lin Xian was puzzled. 360,000. The lazy voice sounded again. The crowd was excited. Although they couldn't afford it, they could watch the fun. Sure enough, after these two people bid, some more people bid. These people were all VIPs in the private rooms on the second floor. They would rather buy the wrong thing than let it go. Lin Xian shook his head and turned to leave. These prices were already beyond his ability. Even if he could get the treasure map, he might not be able to keep it. After all, the temptation of a spiritual treasure was too great. It was enough to make anyone go crazy. Lin Xian's departure attracted the attention of many people. A mid-grade profound rank treasure was enough to make one's heart palpitate with excitement. In the fifth private room, the young man stared at Lin Xian's figure with an evil smile. You can't run away. No one can take away what I want. Lin Xian sensed all of those subtle gazes. He sneered in his heart and quickly walked backstage. With his current strength, he could fight against a warrior at the late stage of the third level of the spiritual sea realm. If he had the Autumn Scar Sword, then even against a warrior at the fourth level of the spiritual sea realm, he would have the power to battle. In addition, he also had the Bronze Gauntlet and the Yellowed Talisman treasure. These two items were enough to kill a martial artist at the fifth layer of the spiritual ocean realm. However, he would not use it unless he had no other choice. This kind of thing would be damaged every time it was used. Cracks had already appeared on the Bronze Gauntlet, which made his heart ache. After arriving at the backstage, Lin Xian handed over the soul stones and received the Autumn Scar Sword. Get that black scabbard. Lord Alcohol sent a voice transmission. Lin Xian glanced at the black scabbard on the jade plate. It was very ordinary and nothing special. However, he naturally wouldn't let go of something that could tempt Lord Alcohol. Can you give me this scabbard? Lin Xian asked casually. Sure. The Thousand Treasures Tower in charge didn't care about a scabbard and gave it to Lin Xian on the spot. Putting away the scabbard, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. Nodding his head, Lin Xian prepared to leave. Little friend, please wait. An old voice rang out, sounding abnormally strong. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks, and a trace of caution appeared in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, What, Thousand Treasures Tower can't even bear to give out a scabbard? Little friend, don't misunderstand. I want to talk to you. The red-robed old man appeared with a smile. Don't worry, I'm not here for some scabbard. I just want to talk to you. Alright, what do you want to talk about? Lin Xian's heart moved. He needed a powerful force to intimidate the mysterious green-haired man. If he could get closer to the Thousand Treasures Tower, it would undoubtedly be the best. Little friend, this way please. the red-robed man smiled. Lin Xian followed behind him and walked into an antique room. I wonder if little friend can take off the black robe, the red-robed old man said. I represent the Thousand Treasures Tower to discuss something with little friend. I absolutely have no malice. Okay. Lin Xian said solemnly. He waved his hand and put the black robe into his storage ring. The red-robed old man looked at Lin Xian, a hint of shock appearing in his eyes. He knew that Lin Xian was young, but he didn't expect that he would be so young. This was clearly a youth. I wonder what senior is looking for this brat for. Lin Xian asked politely. Hoo, heroes come from the youth, the red-robed old man said while stroking his beard. I want to ask if little friend is an inscription master. Done talking, he looked at Lin Xian with a look of anticipation. Lin Xian nodded. The old man's gaze made him feel somewhat nervous. Then do you know about the inscription tower? Lin Xian shook his head. I've been cultivating with my master in the mountains. I've only recently come out to explore the world. For his own safety, he once again brought up his incorporeal master. Oh? I wonder who your master is, the red-robed old man asked subconsciously. My master is very low-key, Lin Xian lied. I wonder what senior is looking for me for. He quickly changed the topic. The red-robed old man didn't think much about it. After all, many experts like to live in seclusion. At that moment, he said slowly, if possible, I would like to invite you to participate in a competition in the name of the Thousand Treasures Tower. It is said that the inscription tower was left behind by an inscription master. It is located at the border between the Xia country and the Shadow country. There are some unique inscriptions and the inscription master's insights inside. It is a sacred place for inscription masters. However, due to its geographical location, it is determined that it can't be occupied by any country alone. So every 3 years, the Xia country and the Shadow country will decide which side will enter by means of a martial arts competition. The Xia country has lost twice in a row. This time, we can't lose again. There was a trace of anger and helplessness on the red-robed old man's face. If it's a competition, you shouldn't be looking for me, right? Lin Xian was puzzled. Isn't it better to be an expert on the hidden dragon role? Little friend, although it is a competition, the participants must be inscription masters. Although there are many geniuses on the hidden dragon role, there are only a few inscription masters. Little friend, your soul power is the strongest I have ever seen. It far surpasses that of your peers. Lin Xian understood. Indeed, his soul force was much stronger than that of an average first-grade inscription master, let alone people of the same age. Don't worry. As long as you take action, you will be rewarded, the red-robed old man hurriedly said when he saw that Lin Xian was silent. Inside his body, Lord Alcohol said, Xianxia, if that inscription tower is real, you can go in and take a look. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He pondered for a moment and said slowly, I wonder when this competition will begin. I don't want to miss the snow-seeking sex grand event. Little friend, don't worry. This competition will be held after the snow-seeking sex grand event. If I win the competition, will I be able to get a spot to enter the inscription tower? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. The red-robed old man was taken aback, and his face sank. A strong aura slowly seeped out, and the entire room became very oppressive. Lin Xian's spirit sea shook, producing a rumbling sound. At the same time, he spread out his soul power to resist the pressure. His expression didn't change as he slowly stretched out his hand and drew in the air. An ancient inscription appeared in the air, emitting a strange light. This is? The red-robed old man's pupils constricted, and his face was filled with shock. The inscriptions in midair completely stunned the red-robed elder. What exquisite inscriptions, exclaimed the red-robed elder after a long while. I need to discuss your request with others, said the red-robed elder. No matter what, I will give you an answer in 3 days. Thank you, senior. Lin Xian bowed and walked out of the room. Looking at Lin Xian's back, the red-robed elder took a deep breath. This youth's attainment in inscriptions far exceeded his expectations. He looked at the inscriptions that were gradually disappearing in midair and fell into deep thought. Lin Xian walked out of the room and headed straight outside. He had drawn the inscriptions under Lord Alcohol's guidance, but he hadn't expected it to really stun the red-robed elder. It seems like Lord Alcohol's inscriptions far surpass these people. Lin Xian was delighted. When he walked out of the 10,000 Treasures building, the auction had just ended and the crowd was rushing out. Through the conversations of others, he learned that Lin Feng had bought the last remnant map for 600,000 low-grade spirit stones. What a spendthrift! Lin Xian pursed his lips and walked towards the inn. Behind him, a few obscure gazes fell on him. One of them was the sword mark youth beside Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Xian check into the Four Seas Inn, the sword mark youth sneered and left. Lin Xian naturally knew that these people were following him. However, he didn't take it to heart. If these people didn't open their eyes, he didn't mind sending them on their way. Back in his room, Lin Xian used the red flame sword to set up a defensive array before heaving a sigh of relief. After calming himself down, he flicked his storage ring and a long sword appeared in his hand. With a gentle sway, a sword shadow appeared in the air. It was like an autumn rainbow, chilling to the heart. Lin Xian activated the lightning in his body. In an instant, a golden arc climbed up the sword. When he circulated his spiritual power again, the golden arc disappeared and a cyan gale wrapped around the sword, increasing its spirituality out of thin air. Lin Xian was very satisfied with this. He felt that the 450,000 low-grade spirit stones had not been spent in vain. You don't know what's important. In my opinion, the black scabbard is the good stuff. Lord Alcohol snorted. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. With a flip of his hand, he took out the black scabbard and looked at it curiously. Nothing special. Lin Xian muttered. Then, he activated his purple spirit eyes and carefully observed the surroundings. Finally, he even used his soul force to check inside and out. If it were that easy to see through, you wouldn't have gotten the item. Lord Alcohol said. Lord Alcohol, what does this do? Lin Xian asked. Sheath your sword, Lord Alcohol said. Lin Xian did as he was told and sheathed the autumn scar sword. Use the power of wind and thunder at the same time. Control your power and don't destroy the house. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Could it be, he activated the power of wind and thunder at the same time? Then, he controlled his strength and abruptly drew his sword. Qi, qi. Under his control, the sword qi was attached to the sword and was not released. However, he could clearly see that the power of wind and thunder had perfectly fused together. The air 3 feet in front of him had been sliced apart. This is the power of wind and thunder. Lin Xian exclaimed. He had long wanted to fuse the two powers together. However, without the corresponding martial arts, it was very difficult for him to succeed. But now, a black scabbard had actually solved this problem. It is indeed good stuff. He caressed the black scabbard and his face bloomed with joy. Now you know how to be happy. Lord Alcohol snorted. Hee hee. Lin Xian hugged the scabbard and laughed foolishly. For the next 2 hours, Lin Xian studied the black scabbard. He realized that the more power of wind and thunder he injected, the longer it could be maintained. However, it could only be maintained for 10 breaths of time. In other words, after 10 breaths of time, the power of wind and thunder on the sword would be separated again. However, this was enough for Lin Xian. In the evening, Lin Xian went out for a meal before returning to the house. He lived in a small independent courtyard, which was very quiet. In the following time, he put away the autumn scar sword and the black scabbard and began to practice inscriptions. These days, he had not slacked off on his practice, including martial arts. Inscriptions were the same as martial arts. It was like rowing a boat against the current. If you did not advance, you would fall behind. Lin Xian did not slack off for even a moment. His inscriptions were also rapidly improving. Late at night, Lin Xian exited from his cultivation state and took out some spirit wine to quickly recover. He had a premonition that someone would make a move for the autumn scar sword. Raising his body's condition to the extreme, Lin Xian closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Indeed, in the latter half of the night, he sensed the aura of martial artists. Spreading out his soul power, Lin Xian grasped the situation within a 10-meter radius. On the roof, 3 figures quietly approached. Lin Xian's lips curled up. his body flashed and disappeared. The three men in black had their faces covered, and their auras were concealed. "You three, what are you doing on my roof in the middle of the night?" A mocking voice was heard from behind them, and the three men in black were shocked. "Let's go!" the middle man in black roared. The three moved quickly, and the aura on their bodies exploded like a flood. The spirit power surged, shaking the air. These three were all martial artists at the third sky of the Sea of Souls realm. With the three of them working together, they formed a triangle. "Hand over the Autumn Scar Sword, and we will spare your life," the middle man in black roared. "Are you talking about this?" Lin Xian took out the Autumn Scar Sword and waved it in front of the three. The three's gazes were attracted by the long sword, and their breathing became hurried. "Hand it over to us," the man in black roared. "You guys are not worthy of this sword." Lin Xian hung the long sword on his waist. "Kid, you are looking for death." The three men in black were furious, and attacked together. F***ck off. Lin Xian took a step forward and roared out a sound wave. "Who?" The translucent sound wave vibrated, and together with the soul power attack, it directly pierced through the defensive armor of the three. Pooh! 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 The three were covered by the sound wave, and their bodies seemed to have been severely wounded. Horrifying cracks appeared on their bodies. All of a sudden, the three were covered in blood. "Back off." The three men in black robes had fear in their eyes. Is he even human? Just a shout was enough to severely wound them. "You want to leave?" Lin Xian's body flashed, and he blocked the way of the three. Don't do anything stupid." The three were bleeding all over, and their voices were shaking. "Leave your storage rings, and don't appear in front of me again." "Yes, yes." The three took off the storage rings on their fingers and threw them to Lin Xian, then quickly ran away. Putting away the three storage rings, Lin Xian's expression did not relax. Instead, it became extremely serious. He felt a powerful aura appear nearby. Most of the warriors nearby had seen Lin Xian's attack. And the ones who still dared to make a move now were undoubtedly powerful warriors. Pap! 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 A crisp clapping sound was heard, and a teenager with a sword mark in between his eyebrows appeared. With the cultivation of the second sky of the spiritual sea realm, he could actually beat back three warriors at the third level of the spiritual sea realm with one attack. Not simple indeed. However, if you want to get the Autumn Scar Sword with just this, I am afraid that it is not enough. The aura of the teenager with the sword mark suddenly became sharp, as if thousands of sword lights had pierced through the air. Sword chi hummed and buzzed. The young man took a step forward as his aura increased again. It was like a huge mountain pressing down. Nearby, some warriors poked their heads out and looked at the battle in the distance nervously. Who is that? What a horrifying aura. There are no weaklings around Lin Feng. It seems like that young man is going to be in trouble. The young man stared at Lin Xian as he slowly pulled out his longsword. It was a golden longsword with a curved body, like a crawling poisonous snake. The longsword left its scabbard, turning into a curved beam of light in the air. Golden Snake Sword. He is Golden Snake Sword Yan Hui. The warriors nearby exclaimed. Golden Snake Sword Yan Hui, ranked 32nd on the Hidden Dragon rank. No one had expected him to appear here. With the longsword in his hand, the young man's body twisted in a weird way, like a snake. Behind him, a sword-shaped snake shadow gradually appeared. It was ferocious and terrifying. Lin Xian held his Autumn Scar Sword as all the chi in his body condensed into one point. He knew very well that he had no advantage when it came to spiritual power. However, his attacks were extremely powerful. Especially after the fusion of wind and thunder, his battle power had increased again. Golden Snake Strike. The young man swung out his sword. Sword chi flashed as it covered the sky. Wind and thunder explosion. Lin Xian stomped on the ground. Chi waves spread out like water splashes as his entire body shot out like an arrow. Boom! Approaching the Golden Snake Sword chi, Lin Xian suddenly pulled out his sword. Boom! The air seemed to explode as a 10-meter-long sword light flew out like a lightning bolt. With one sword, wind and thunder explosion, boom! Boom, boom! The autumn scar sword slashed out diagonally, hitting the weak point of the golden snake sword chi. All of a sudden, the golden snake sword chi weakened rapidly and disappeared completely. Yan Hui's face looked gloomy. His body flashed as he quickly arrived beside Lin Xian. His golden snake sword stabbed out like lightning. Ding! Ding, ding! 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 A series of metal clashing sounds rang out in the air. Balls of bright sparks burst out like shooting stars. Every attack of the two was the tip of the sword against the tip of the sword. It was extremely accurate. The difference was that the sword mark youth was advancing while Lin Xian was retreating. There was nothing he could do about it. His opponent's spiritual energy was too strong. Every time they collided, his arm would go numb. Bang, the two swords clashed again, and Lin Xian retreated a few steps with a gloomy face. If that's all you've got, then go to hell. The young man waved his sword, and the sword light split into 2, then 4, and finally 8 golden pythons, which pounced on Lin Xian. Lin Xian's gaze flickered. His opponent's cultivation of the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier was too much of a suppression on him. It seemed that he could only use sword intent. Lin Xian sheathed his sword back into its black scabbard and his eyes gradually turned cold. Are you giving up? In the distance, someone sighed. Using the cultivation of the 2nd layer of the spiritual ocean tier to resist the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, this is already a miracle. In the darkness behind these martial practitioners, there were 2 old figures standing far away. One of them was wearing a red robe, and the other was wearing a white robe. They were the 2 elders of the 1,000 Treasure Tower. Should we save him? The white-robed elder asked. No, his strength should be more than this, the red-robed elder said in a low voice. Look again. Just as the 2 were talking, a martial practitioner in front exclaimed. He fought back. Indeed, Lin Xian fought back. The sword intent in his body surged, and the sharp sword intent burst out in an instant. Hurricane style. The sword shadow swept out, and 4 green hurricanes dozens of meters high flew out, sweeping the sky and the earth, crashing into the golden pythons in all directions. With a swing of his sword, Lin Xian attacked continuously. He stepped on the phantom thunder step, and his body kept flashing as he quickly approached the young man. Wind thunder pierce. The green sword chi surged as if it had turned into a green dragon. Outside it, golden electric arcs surrounded it, crackling. The great dragon sword mark in Lin Xian's mind trembled, and the sword chi outside his body let out a dragon roar. The golden electric arcs merged into the sword chi and turned into golden dragon scales, which were extremely dazzling. Oh my god, what kind of chi is this? Someone exclaimed in the distance. Sword intent. The young man was moved for the first time, and there was deep jealousy in his eyes. This was the realm that all swordsmen dreamed of, but only a few people could comprehend it. Among the people he knew, only Lin Feng had comprehended sword intent. That abnormal combat strength made him tremble. This person can't be left alive. In an instant, the young man made up his mind. Neither he nor Lin Feng hoped that there would be someone who comprehended sword intent. Bang, the wind thunder sword chi was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it attacked the young man. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the strong wind danced. The violent power destroyed the young man's body protection. When everything calmed down, Lin Xian frowned. On the opposite side, the young man slid back dozens of meters on the ground, and there was a deep dent in the ground. Most of the body protection armor on his body was broken, but it still didn't hurt him. Is this the strength of the 5th sky of the spiritual sea realm? It's really abnormal. Lin Xian sighed. The gap between their cultivation was too big, and he couldn't break the young man's defense. How dare you hurt me? You can die now. The young man's face was ferocious. No matter what, he had to kill Lin Xian. In the distance, a group of warriors was shocked. This combat strength was too terrifying. In the dark, the 2 elders in red and white were even more surprised. I didn't expect this boy to comprehend sword intent. It seems that there is hope for the battle of the inscription tower. The old man in red robe's eyes were shining. We can't let anything happen to him. The old man in white robe was ready to attack. Let's see what else this boy can do. The old man in red robe was not in a hurry. Since he saw the strange rune drawn by Lin Xian, he felt that Lin Xian was not simple. Now it seemed that it was true. Boy, let me see where your limit is. On the battlefield, Lin Xian suddenly attacked. The fusion wind movement was silent. Puff, behind the young man, the air split open, and a sharp sword chi slashed his body. A horrifying crack appeared on his armor. It was a shocking sight. However, the young man's defense was too thick. Lin Xian's sword chi could only cut through half of it. Fusion wind movement. Lin Xian threw out sword chi one after another, and all of them flew towards the same spot. The young man was furious. At the same time, he was shocked. If he was hit by 3 sword chi at the same spot, he would definitely be injured. Fortunately, he was not someone with an undeserved reputation. He jumped and dodged 2 sword chi. The young man's body glided in the air, and the shadow of the golden snake appeared behind him. It combined with the golden snake sword in his hand and slashed downwards. It did not seem to be sword chi, but a real giant python descending from the sky. Violent and unrestrained spiritual energy came crashing down like a mountain, turning everything below into dust. At this moment, the martial artists in the vicinity all fled for their lives, running far away. Lin Xian retreated quickly and dodged the attack. At the same time, he waved the autumn scar sword in his hand and used the splitting wind movement. The air seemed to have been cut open, and there was a strange shift. The golden giant python in the air was pulled by an invisible force, as if it was about to be torn apart. Horrifying cracks appeared on some of the weaker parts. Whoosh, the young man ignored Lin Xian's attack and quickly came to his side. The curved golden snake sword glowed with a dim light and stabbed towards Lin Xian's left rib. The angle of this attack was extremely tricky, specifically aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. If it hit, even if he survived, he would be half dead. Fortunately, Lin Xian's soul power was strong and he sensed the danger immediately. Lin Xian moved almost at the same time as the young man made his move. He dodged quickly and left an afterimage on the spot. Puff, the golden snake sword pierced the afterimage and pierced through the air. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Lin Xian kept moving around the young man, leaving a golden shadow behind each time. You can't trap me. The young man was as steady as a rock. He pierced through the shadows like a poisonous snake. However, Lin Xian's goal was not to trap him. Even if the young man pierced through all the shadows, it was useless. Explode! Lin Xian shouted from afar. Rumble! The golden shadows were all condensed by golden thunderbolts and they carried terrifying power. Now, with this explosion, everything within a radius of 100 feet was enveloped, forming a sea of lightning. Dozens of figures exploded. Golden waves rolled and swept in all directions. The young man was blown away and his body was charred. Bang, he knelt on the ground in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled and his face and body were charred. Brat, you've completely infuriated me. The young man looked cold and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. The sword mark on his forehead was about to be undone and a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he sensed a fatal danger. His soul power had touched the bronze gauntlet. If something went wrong, he would take action immediately. At this moment, a voice came from afar and a figure rushed over. Stop. No fighting in the ancient city. This voice was like rolling thunder, shaking the void. When the nearby martial artists heard it, their faces turned pale, and they couldn't even stand steadily. Lin Xian operated his soul power and sword essence to clear the voice. At the same time, he was secretly on guard. Humph. The young man did not seem to have heard the warning and continued to attack. The golden sword light converged into a thumb-thick golden line, which quickly pierced towards Lin Xian's heart. Lin Xian activated the ancient armor on his body with all his might. At the same time, he quickly put on the bronze gauntlet on his left hand. However, before he could make a move, the situation changed drastically. The terrifying golden thread shattered into several pieces in the air. The young man's face was pale as he kept retreating. Lin Xian was astonished. Suddenly, he frowned as he felt an immense pressure. Whoosh, at some point in time, a figure had appeared between the two of them. Purple chi covered his entire body. It was as mysterious as the 9 heavens purple chi. How dare you ignore my warning? The figure only said one sentence, and the sword mark youth opposite him began to vomit blood. Harmonious spirit realm. Lin Xian gasped. To have such power, it was most likely only a person in the 3 spirit realms. He put away the bronze gauntlets and stood there cautiously. The next moment, the purple figure looked at him. In an instant, his entire body trembled as if his soul had been struck. In his mind, the great dragon sword seal vibrated and turned into a roaring dragon. A warm current instantly flowed through his entire body, allowing him to recover from that uncomfortable state. Eh? The purple figure was surprised. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to resist. Just as he was about to make a move, 2 light figures rushed out from afar. Master, please calm down. 2 light figures, one red and one white, rushed forward and bowed to the purple figure. The 2 old men went forward and whispered to the purple figure. In the end, the purple figure snorted. Since it was your first offense, I'll let you go this time. If there's a next time, you'll be killed without mercy. Yes. Lin Xian said respectfully. On the other side, the sword mark youth also nodded unwillingly. Both of you have to compensate for the loss this time. In the cities of the Xia, no fighting is allowed except for specific battle stages. In the end, Lin Xian and the sword mark youth each paid a sum of spiritual stones and watched the master leave. The sword mark youth glared at Lin Xian with a gloomy expression. Kid, consider yourself lucky. But you won't be so lucky next time. Next time, I'll kill you with my sword. Lin Xian's voice was as cold as the autumn scar sword. He didn't pay any more attention to the young man. Instead, he thanked the 2 elders. Young friend Lin, we agree to your conditions. Why don't you take us back to the 1,000 Treasure Tower to rest? Thank you, seniors. Lin Xian did not refuse and left with the 2 old men. The sword mark youth also left with a gloomy face. The rest of the warriors also left one after another. However, they kept talking about the battle just now. The battle was too exciting. A warrior in the 2nd tier of the spiritual sea realm fought against a warrior in the 5th tier. Treasured weapons, sword intent, and all kinds of attacks were endless. It was an eye-opener for them. After these people left, a green-haired man walked over slowly. He felt the aura around him and laughed sinisterly. Then, he blended into the darkness again. Lin Xian followed the 2 old men back to the 1,000 Treasure Tower and thanked them again. Seniors, I have a request, Lin Xian said. Oh, let's hear it. I wonder if the 1,000 Treasure Tower is heading to the snow-seeking sect. I want to go with you. That's easy. We'll leave in a few days. You can come with us, the red-robed old man said. Lin Xian was overjoyed. After bidding farewell to the 2 old men, he returned to his room. After closing the door, Lin Xian let out a heavy sigh. Today's battle gave him a sense of crisis. Recently, he had been living more comfortably. After calming down, Lin Xian began to comprehend the Wind Emperor's sword and the Great Dragon Sword seal. For the next few days, Lin Xian spent his time cultivating. During the day, he practiced and tried various sword skills. He learned many moves from the 2 inheritances and perfected them under the guidance of Lord Alcohol. When he was tired, he drank spiritual wine and cultivated the longevity art. At night, he learned inscriptions from Lord Alcohol. His days were very fulfilling. Today was the 5th day since he came to the 1,000 Treasure Tower. Today was the day that the 1,000 Treasure Tower set off. Lin Xian went out early to wait. He exchanged insights with Lord Alcohol about comprehending the inheritances while waiting. These days, he comprehended the Wind Emperor's sword and the Great Dragon Sword seal whenever he had time. Finally, he evolved a few fierce sword skills. The most powerful one was the Wind Thunder Dragon Thrust. For this move, he combined the Wind Emperor's sword, the Great Dragon Sword seal, and the Heavenly Meteor. Although it consumed a lot of spiritual power, it was much more economical compared to the Heavenly Meteor. Moreover, according to his calculations, this move could break through the defense of a martial artist at the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. Just a few days ago, he couldn't break through the defense of the sword mark youth. Now, he had absolute confidence. As he was thinking, a group of people walked over. Among them were two old men in red and white, a middle-aged man, and a young man and woman. Among them, Lin Xian had seen the girl before. She was the beauty called Wei Wei. As for the young man, he stared at Lin Xian with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. With a sneer, he walked towards Lin Xian. "You're the inscription master that old Xiao and old Bai found?" The young man stared at Lin Xian. "You don't seem to be much?" Lin Xian sighed and ignored him. Instead, he greeted the two elders behind the young man. "Greetings, seniors," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Little friend Lin, you're here so early," the white-robed elder said with a smile. "Kid, you." The young man beside him was livid. He originally wanted to intimidate Lin Xian, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to ignore him. "I'll let you know that not everyone can enter the 1,000 Treasure Tower." The young man roared in his heart. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He didn't want to fight with these people. What he wanted most now was to reach the snow-seeking sect. "There's no time to lose. Let's go," the red-robed elder said. The few of them walked out of the 1,000 Treasure Tower. Lin Xian looked at the two chariots in front and was a little surprised. The simple patterns were made of black gold and were the size of a house. The demonic beast pulling the chariot was even more extraordinary. It was actually a four-headed blood dragon horse. This was a powerful fourth-tier demonic beast with the body of a horse and the tail of a dragon. Its entire body was blood red as if it could drip blood. Its blood was vigorous and comparable to a martial artist in the fourth layer of the spiritual ocean tier. "This 1,000 Treasure Tower is really generous," Lin Xian praised in his heart. This kind of thing wasn't something that an ordinary force could take out. And this was just the 1,000 Treasure Tower in the ancient city. Lin Xian didn't dare to imagine how powerful the headquarters of the 1,000 Treasure Tower was. 6 people, 2 chariots. The 2 elders and the middle-aged man sat in the front chariot, while Lin Xian and the 2 disciples of the 1,000 Treasure Tower entered the other chariot. Pong, after a moment, there was a sound. The bloody horned dragon horse let out a long neigh and dashed out. Its speed was frightening. Lin Xian estimated that at this speed, they could arrive in about 10 days. It was more than twice as fast as him traveling alone. "I'm Wei Wei. This is senior brother Lu Yang," the beautiful woman in the chariot said. There was a lot of space inside. Lin Xian and the other 2 each took a side. Seeing the beauty take the initiative to speak, Lin Xian also cupped his fists and smiled. "I am Lin Xian. It is my honor to meet the 2 of you." "Humph." The young man snorted. Lin Xian's face darkened slightly. He had never met this Lu Yang fellow, but the latter had always wanted to make things difficult for him. Lin Xian ignored him. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to practice the Great Dragon Sword seal. These days, as Lin Xian continued to comprehend, he finally understood why the Great Dragon Sword was called an offensive saint art. Fusing everything, evolving everything. With a sword in hand, all techniques could be broken. Lin Xian could now use the mountain-suppressing hand and lion's roar with his long sword, and its power was even stronger than the original version. Coupled with the effect of sword intent, his attack power had increased by leaps and bounds. Seeing Lin Xian closing his eyes, Lu Yang glared at him. He was a disciple of the Myriad Treasure Tower and a first-grade inscription master. He was a strong candidate to participate in the inscription tower. Just a few days ago, he heard that a kid suddenly joined the Myriad Treasure Tower and wanted to participate in the inscription tower competition. This was a threat to his position. The number of people participating in the inscription tower was limited. There would be a preliminary selection at the end, and only the winner could enter. But this kid in front of him could participate directly. How could he not be angry? "I want to see what ability you have." Lu Yang clenched his fists. However, Lin Xian never gave him a chance. After getting on the carriage, Lin Xian began to meditate with his eyes closed, comprehending the cultivation method. He did not have the intention to pay attention to the 2 at all. Lu Yang gnashed his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do. He could not directly interrupt Lin Xian. If he did, the elders would not forgive him. The carriage moved forward quickly as if it was flying. The next day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had encountered a bottleneck, and it could not be solved by comprehending. Putting down the comprehension of the great dragon sword seal, he took out a cup of spirit wine and drank it, then began to cultivate the longevity art. A wisp of wine fragrance spread out and floated in the carriage. Vivian and Lu Yang were both inscription masters. After sensing this wine fragrance, their faces changed. Such rich spirit qi. The grade of this spirit wine must be very high. Vivian blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Xian curiously. At the side, Lu Yang's eyes became even more gloomy. How can this kid have this kind of spirit wine? He could not figure it out and was a little mad. After 2 hours, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The spirit qi in his body was abundant, and he would soon break through to the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm. At that time, even if he met the sword mark youth, he had absolute confidence to defeat him. Junior brother Lin, the grade of your spirit wine must be very high. You didn't refine it yourself, right? Vivian asked with a smile. How could it be? This was refined by my master. Lin Xian shook his head. Since everyone is free, why don't we test what we have learned together? Lu Yang saw the opportunity and hurriedly said. Sure, I happen to have some doubts recently, Vivian said seriously. Junior brother Lin, what about you? Lu Yang asked. Because Lin Xian was the youngest, both of them called him junior brother. Lin Xian smiled lightly. Sure. Lu Yang was overjoyed. As long as Lin Xian dared to agree, he was confident that he could humiliate Lin Xian. In his opinion, Lin Xian was just a young boy. What could he know? Lin Xian sneered in his heart. Of course, he knew Lu Yang's intention, but he was fearless. After practicing for so long, he could take this opportunity to test it out. Then the 3 of them began to discuss, from the initial medicinal materials, pharmacology to the effects and methods. Everything was involved. Lin Xian learned inscription knowledge from Lord Alcohol, so this content was not difficult for him. On the contrary, he could often come up with some unique ideas, which broadened the horizons of the other 2. Vivian's face was flushed red with excitement. She had solved all the problems that had plagued her for days. Lu Yang's face was gloomy. Not only did he not make things difficult for Lin Xian, but he also had some questions that he could not answer. The corner of Lu Yang's mouth twitched slightly as he went crazy. Humph. You talk so nicely, but who doesn't know these theories? The key to becoming an inscription master is refining. Do you dare to compete? Lu Yang was furious. He swore that he would humiliate Lin Xian. He guessed that Lin Xian must have a good master to be able to learn such knowledge. However, Lu Yang was not willing to admit defeat. He had the advantage of age. In terms of refining techniques and proficiency, Lin Xian was definitely inferior to him. Sure. Lin Xian was still calm and unhurried. Keep pretending, keep pretending. I'll make you cry in a while. Lu Yang sneered in his heart. He moved his finger and drew an arc in the air. A shining inscription appeared in the air. The whole process was smooth and without a pause. Good technique. Lin Xian smiled. It seemed that Lu Yang had some skills and was not a talkative person. Lin Xian immediately made his move. His finger danced in the air. 3 vortex runes appeared in the air, forming the shape of a triangle, like 3 blooming lotuses. 3 flowers gathering spirit. Lu Yang exclaimed. Lu Yang's eyes were filled with shock. His lips trembled and he was speechless. The 3 lotus-shaped inscriptions rotated in the air, forming a vortex of spirit power. In the carriage in front, the red-robed elder felt the change in spirit power behind him and suddenly opened his eyes. The old man in the red robe opened his eyes in shock. He slowly spread out his soul power to check the situation behind him. When he saw the 3 flowers gathering spirit drawn by Lin Xian, his eyelids twitched fiercely. This kid is really surprising. The old man in the red robe was full of expectations for the upcoming battle of the inscription tower. In the carriage, Lu Yang kept pinching his thigh to wake himself up from his dream. This can't be real. This can't be real. However, reality was like a basin of cold water that woke him up. Finally, Lu Yang let out a heavy sigh. You win. He finally knew why Lin Xian could directly participate in the inscription tower competition. His method was way beyond theirs. Junior brother Lin, can I ask you a question? Vivian blinked her big eyes and asked. Of course, senior brother Lu Yang can also participate, Lin Xian said lightly. He was not a narrow-minded person. Lu Yang was taken aback. He gave Lin Xian a deep look. Then, the two began to ask all their questions. Lin Xian answered them one by one in great detail. Lu Yang was shocked. He thought that Lin Xian was just joking. He did not expect that Lin Xian would help them so wholeheartedly. This made him feel a little embarrassed. At this time, the carriage slowed down. Lin Xian opened the window and looked out. Outside, the wind and snow fluttered. The snow was wrapped in silver, and the goose feather heavy snow fell from the sky. As far as the eye could see, the whole world seemed to have turned into a monotonous white. We have entered the snow province. Lu Yang looked out of the window and said. On the snowy ground, the carriage might be slower. This was relative. Lin Xian estimated that even this speed was faster than him traveling alone. Putting down the curtain, Lin Xian entered the state of cultivation again. Half a day later, the carriage stopped completely. Let's rest for the night and continue tomorrow, the old man in the red robe said in a deep voice as he looked ahead. Lin Xian and the other two got out of the carriage and suddenly felt a gust of cold wind, as if it was going to freeze them into ice. Fortunately, I'm wearing a bearskin coat. Otherwise, I would have to use my spiritual energy to protect my body. Lin Xian exclaimed in his heart as he felt the cold air between heaven and earth. Everyone found a place to shelter from the wind and snow, and then pulled the carriage over. Wang, the red-robed old man's hand trembled as he formed a formation that enveloped everyone. Suddenly, the cold wind and snow were all blocked outside. The formation was not supported by manpower. The red-robed old man only needed to place some mid-grade spirit stones, and the formation would automatically defend itself. Everyone tidied up the food and prepared to eat. Most of these people were inscriptionists, so they naturally would not mistreat themselves. The middle-aged man flicked his finger, and a furnace appeared. 2 fire birds were engraved on the furnace, and they were surrounded by raging flames as if they were alive. Bang! The half-meter-tall furnace fell to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. A wave of heat spread out and everyone felt much warmer. Lu Yang and Vivian began to take out the cut demon beast meat and roast it on the stove. The sky gradually darkened, and the snowstorm outside grew heavier. Moreover, the snow at night was not white, but blue, like crystals. Lin Xian and the others began to rest and busy themselves with their own things. Suddenly, everyone opened their eyes. Among them, the white-robed old man and the middle-aged man were not inscriptionists, but their cultivation was the highest, reaching the 7th sky of the spiritual sea realm. The rest of the people were all spiritual tattooists with powerful soul power. At this moment, all of them frowned. This was because they could sense a powerful force approaching them at a rapid speed. Could it be him? Lin Xian frowned, and the figure of the green-haired man appeared in his mind. No, there is no evil aura. He quickly denied it. Circulating his soul power, Lin Xian used purple spiritual eyes and looked into the distance. Soon, his pupils shrank, and he stood up. Wolves! Lin Xian took a deep breath. The others also sensed it, and they were all shocked. Among them, the white-robed old man said in a deep voice, "This is the Ice Wolves bandits of Snow Province. They are extremely cruel. You must be careful. Can't we escape with the blood dragon carriage?" Lu Yang's voice was trembling. On the snow, nothing can outrun the snow wolves. The white-robed old man shook his head. Figures appeared beside them. It was a pack of snow wolves, and each of them was more than 2 meters long. Their green eyes were like 2 ghost fires that kept jumping. Behind them, there were more snow wolves approaching, but there were people sitting on those wolves. Huge burly men in animal skin coats stared coldly at Lin Xian and the others with a fierce face. "We are from the 1,000 Treasure Tower. May I know why you are here?" The middle-aged man stood out and said in a deep voice. "Haha, so it's a friend from the 1,000 Treasure Tower. You must know the rules of the Ice Wolves bandits. Leave the horses, money, treasures, and women. The rest can get lost." This group of burly men was very arrogant and did not give face to the 1,000 Treasure Tower. This was a group of lunatics who did not give face to anyone. Even the disciples of the snow-seeking sect were robbed. So there is no room for discussion? The middle-aged man's voice gradually turned cold. They were from the Thousand Treasure Tower, and no one dared to provoke them outside. How could they endure this kind of humiliation? There is nothing to discuss. Brothers, charge! With a command, countless snow wolves pounced. The defensive array buzzed and trembled nonstop. Ripples appeared in the surroundings, and it looked like it was about to shatter. Gather together, don't scatter. Everyone, break through together. The white-robed old man said in a deep voice. Rumble, the defensive array shattered, and the wolf bandits rushed in. Humph. The middle-aged man attacked mercilessly. An earthy yellow palm that was dozens of meters tall pushed out horizontally. Everywhere it passed, countless blood wolves and bandits turned into a bloody mist. The power of a martial artist at the 7th layer of the spiritual sea realm was extremely terrifying. Let me fight you. An angry voice sounded from behind the wolf bandits. A huge burly man suddenly jumped up, and his long saber slashed down like a rainbow. The saber light that was dozens of meters long cut through the sky and slashed down at the crowd. Air waves rolled on both sides, and the cold wind blew in reverse, whistling nonstop. The middle-aged man threw out a punch to welcome the resplendent saber light and engaged in a fierce battle with the wolf bandit leader. Hee, who wants to play with me? A sinister voice sounded, and another wolf bandit at the 7th layer of the spiritual sea realm walked out, holding a blue long whip in his hand and laughing cruelly. The white-robed old man gave some instructions to the crowd, and then went forward. The battle between 4 martial artists at the 7th layer of the spiritual sea realm was shocking. Just the aftermath of the battle made everyone's heart tremble. Lin Xian and the rest kept retreating, they were already surrounded. Go! With the wolf bandits' command, countless snow wolves pounced forward. Break through them! The crowd didn't want to be separated, but there were too many snow wolves, and they broke through in an instant. Lin Xian pulled out the autumn scar sword and attacked. He used the phantom thunder steps and shuttled through the wolf pack, thrusting out his long sword continuously. Every sword took the life of a snow wolf. Every sword was fatal and accurate. Soon, dozens of snow wolves fell beside him, and blood dyed the ground red. Kid, you are looking for death. A loud shout came from the crowd, and a bald man with a huge saber slashed at Lin Xian. The newcomer was very ferocious. His body was covered in flames, and his spirit energy condensed into a dragon, charging towards Lin Xian. The wild blade slashed down, and the blade light was like starlight, shining in the air. A martial artist in the 4th sky of the spiritual ocean realm. Young friend Lin, be careful. In the distance, the red-robed elder saw this scene and wanted to rush over to help. However, his opponent was very powerful, holding the red-robed elder back. Vivian and Lu Yang were also very anxious, but they were also surrounded by the wolf bandits and couldn't get away for a while. Lin Xian's body moved erratically, and he quickly dodged the star-like blade light. Don't worry, I can handle it. He transmitted his voice to everyone. Hee, kid, you seem to be very important. The bald man sneered, if I kill you, I wonder how sad they will be. This group of wolf bandits was very ferocious, and they took pleasure in killing people. Lin Xian had no sympathy for this kind of people. His eyes became sharp, and his body flashed, creating dozens of illusions. This was the power of the phantom thunder steps when he mastered it. Each of the illusions could be passed off as real, and people couldn't tell the real from the fake. The 2nd sky of the spiritual ocean realm, too weak. Die. The bald man swung his blade, and the blade light that was dozens of meters long slashed out, covering all the illusions around him. Pung 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 pung, with one slash, more than half of the illusions were destroyed. Petty tricks, watch how I kill you with one slash. The bald man laughed loudly. Is that so? A faint voice came from behind the bald man. What? The bald man was shocked. He didn't see when Lin Xian ran behind him. Blade Ring Mountain. The bald man gritted his teeth and roared. Countless streams of saber chi shot out from his body, instantly forming a hazy mountain that stood behind him. At the same time, he quickly turned his body, wanting to cut Lin Xian under his blade. Puff, the bald man was just about to move, but his body suddenly stiffened. The sword tip that was as cold as autumn water pierced through his heart, causing blood to splatter everywhere. "No, impossible, how could you break through my defense?" The bald man's voice became softer and softer. Finally, his head tilted and he fell to the ground. Until his death, he still didn't believe that a martial artist at the second sky of the spiritual ocean realm could break through his defense. The power of the wind lightning spike is greater than I imagined. Lin Xian took off the bald man's storage ring and charged into the pack of wolves once again. A woo, wolf howls rang out, sounding desolate. Everyone turned around and saw the bald man lying in a pool of blood. What? Guang is dead. Who killed him? The group of wolf bandits fell into a frenzy as they all looked at Lin Xian. It's you. A martial artist in the second sky of the spiritual ocean realm, how is it possible? Countless wolf bandits shouted crazily. In the distance, Lu Yang and Vivian also exclaimed in surprise. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a monster. Brat, how dare you kill a member of our ice wolf regiment? Die. A strong man with 2 hammers in his hands was riding a snow wolf as he quickly rushed over. The green wind under Lin Xian's feet spun, and his body turned into a gust of wind, drifting around. His footwork was unconstrained, and there was no pattern to it. Ding, ding. Ding, a series of sparks flew out, followed by the dense sound of metal clashing. Countless sword shadows appeared in front of the strong man, forming a sword curtain. Shocked, he used his hammers to protect himself. At the same time, the snow wolf he was riding on launched an attack. Whoosh! Whoosh, its sharp claws were waving, tearing the air apart as it clawed at Lin Xian. Puff, a shadow was clawed and exploded, turning into spiritual power and disappearing. Lin Xian's real body had already retreated to the back. With a shake of his wrist, several 10-meter-long sword chi shot out. Golden Snake Travel. This was the sword technique used by the sword mark youth, and now it was used by Lin Xian. After comprehending the great dragon sword print, Lin Xian's attack was ever-changing. The sword chi in the air turned into giant pythons, pouncing forward. A woo, the snow wolf that the strong man was riding on roared, spitting out a cloud of icy mist, which was extremely cold. The golden snake formed by the sword chi clashed with the mist, causing an explosion. The horrifying energy spread out in all directions. Ah, in the distance, Vivian screamed. Her sleeve had been cut open. The wolf bandit she was fighting against was a perverted man. His beady eyes were staring at Vivian's body. Little beauty, I will let you have your fill in a bit. Ha ha ha. The surrounding wolf bandits also laughed maniacally. Shoo, he waved the red spiritual whip in his hand again, drawing a weird arc in the air and tearing Vivian's dress apart. Vivian was terrified as she screamed and kept retreating. Kid, all of you have to die. The strong man stared at Lin Xian and grinned. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His sword intent surged, and the aura on his body became extremely cold. Shoo, his body turned into a beam of lightning as he flew out quickly, approaching the strong man instantly. The autumn scar sword was pulled out quickly, and a dragon roar was heard. Hoo, a golden sword light flashed, lighting up half of the sky. Hoo, Lin Xian flashed his body, passing through the strong man and running toward Vivian. Behind him, the strong man raised both of his hammers in the air, and his pupils gradually enlarged. All of a sudden, a trace of blood appeared in between his eyebrows, and then blood poured out. Boom, his entire body, along with the snow wolf he was riding on, died instantly. His body was split in half, and he fell onto the ground. Wind style. The air moved, and a sword light suddenly flew out from behind the perverted man. The perverted man who was flirting with Vivian suddenly changed his expression. He released his spirit power, forming a spirit power armor. Boom, the sword light landed on the armor, tearing open a horrifying crack. Hee hee, you can't break it. Before he could finish, the sword light flashed again, and a golden sword light surged, attacking like lightning. Pooh! The perverted man's head flew into the air, and was thrown far away. The surrounding wolf bandits all backed off crazily, their eyes filled with fear. Thank you. Vivian said while trembling. Here. Lin Xian took off his white bear coat and threw it to Vivian. Then, he turned around and roared at the wolf pack that was running toward him. Mad lion roar. The sound wave vibrated, and with Lin Xian as the center, it quickly spread out. Within the formless sound wave, there was a sharp sword intent, forming a horrifying killing move. Pooh! 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 All the snow wolves and wolf bandits that came in contact with the sound wave had their bodies split open, as if they had been pierced by thousands of swords. However, it was not over yet. Lin Xian flashed again, and arrived near Lu Yang. Junior brother Lin. Lu Yang's face was filled with joy. He had seen Lin Xian's attack just now. As long as Lin Xian made a move, his life would be saved. Shoo! Lin Xian's body flashed, and he arrived beside Lu Yang, pulling out his autumn scar sword. Wind Thunder Sword Wave. This move was a sword skill that he had created by imitating the mad lion roar. Originally, with his strength, he would not be able to create a sword skill. But with the great dragon sword print, everything became possible. With Lin Xian as the center, a ring-shaped sword pattern rippled in all directions. Ripples appeared in the air, spreading out like water ripples. From afar, it looked like a golden ripple. Everything that came in contact with it was cut in half. As the sword was waved out, silence reigned. Dozens of snow wolves and wolf bandits were killed at the same time. Their bodies were cut in half, twitching non-stop. Lin Xian brought Lu Yang back to Wei Wei's side, and then he looked at the battlefield in the distance. Two of the battles were between martial artists at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and he could not get close to them. The other one was where the elder in red was fighting. He was fighting against 3 martial artists at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and the battle was extremely intense. Some of the snow wolves were fighting against the 2 bloody dragon horses, while the rest of the bandits were rushing towards Lin Xian and the others. Save the bloody dragon horses first, then help the elder in red. Lin Xian made up his mind. Holding the autumn scar sword, he turned into a flash of lightning and rushed up. At the same time, at the border of the snow province, a blue-haired man appeared out of nowhere. He slightly closed his eyes, as if he was sensing something. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. His body shook, and the blue-haired man disappeared from where he was standing. On the snowy land, the cold wind was blowing. Lin Xian's body was like a ghost as he shuttled between the snow wolves and the bandits. The longsword in his hand was stabbing out at an even faster speed. Pooh! Pooh! Blood splashed everywhere, and bodies fell down one after another. The bandits backed off in fear. That seemingly random sword would take away a life every time. This was no longer a battle, but a harvest. Yes, a harvest. Lin Xian was like a harvester, harvesting their lives mercilessly. These people all had the urge to curse in their minds. They were the bandits, okay? And now, their identities seemed to have been switched. The prey had become the killer, and they could only run. Wind-splitting movement. The sword light shone, and the air seemed to have been torn apart. The dozens of people in the front were torn apart by this power, turning into minced meat. Lin Xian came to the front of the bloody dragon horse, and killed the snow wolves around it. The 2 bloody dragon horses were covered in blood, with horrifying wounds on their bodies. One of them could not hold on any longer, and was about to die. Lin Xian sighed, and threw all the demon crystals in the snow wolves' bodies to them. Then, his body shook, and he ran towards the elder in red. Eh? You are looking for death. The 3 men besieging the red-robed elder had long noticed Lin Xian's presence. However, in their opinion, killing the red-robed elder was more important. And now, Lin Xian was running towards them. How could these people not be angry? Die. A one-eyed man wielding a long spear turned around and thrust his spear at Lin Xian. The space shook, the spear light of the spear was Lin Xian was piercing towards Lin. This one-eyed man's strength had reached the peak of the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, which was similar to the young man of sword mark. If it was a few days, or not, Xian days, it was Lin Xian's. But now, he was. The spiritual energy in his body surged, and Lin Xian's speed suddenly exploded as he flew to the side. Boom, the thick Lin Xian of the dragon in the martial. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he continued to observe with his purple spirit eyes. At the same time, his sword will gushed out, raising his combat strength to the maximum. Sword intent. The one-eyed man was shocked. No wonder you can kill so many people. You are a genius who has comprehended sword intent. Then I can't let you live. The one-eyed man gave up on the elder in red and rushed towards Lin Xian. After knowing Lin Xian's strength, the elder in red didn't worry too much. He attacked the two people in front of him with all his strength. But when Wei Wei and Lu Yang saw this, their hearts skipped a beat. That was a martial artist close to the fifth sky of the spiritual ocean realm. Could Lin Xian really deal with him? They couldn't help, so they could only watch from afar. Sweep the world. The one-eyed man held the spear in one hand and swept it out. The blue Lin Xian of formed a violent storm. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everywhere it passed, a thick layer of frost was formed, emitting a horrifying chill. Ice attribute. Lin Xian's pupils shrank, and he kept retreating. In this world of ice and snow, ice attribute martial artists could definitely explode with super powerful battle power. No wonder this person is only at the fourth sky of the spiritual ocean realm and can participate in the attack on the elder in red. Lin Xian's face was serious. The elder in red had the cultivation of the sixth sky of the spiritual ocean realm. Kid, in here, my attack power is equivalent to a martial artist in the fifth sky of the spiritual ocean realm. You can die in peace. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. This one-eyed man's strength was beyond his expectations. Ice attribute martial artists had the ability to slow down and cause frostbite. If he was hit, it would only get worse. Thinking of this, his whole body released golden lightning, as if he was the god of thunder. It's useless. The one-eyed man sneered, and the long spear in his hand kept stabbing out. Wang! 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 Every spear was filled with the power of ice, resonating with the surrounding heaven and earth. The cold air in the surroundings quickly condensed and gathered on top of the spear, forming a huge ice pillar. Boom! Lin Xian held his sword and flicked it upwards. The autumn scar sword was like a golden lightning, cutting the huge ice pillar in half. As expected of the sword intent. It is indeed sharp. The one-eyed man sneered, and his left hand grasped in the air. Piercing ice spear. The cold air on the ground surged, forming a blue ice spear under Lin Xian's feet, and suddenly pierced out. Lin Xian's body flashed, leaving behind a shadow while his real body escaped into the distance. Shoo! 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 After the ice spear pierced through Lin Xian's shadow, it didn't stop there, but shot out like an arrow. At the same time, the one-eyed man stomped his feet, and the whole ice surface started to shake. Welcome to the ice prison. Pung! Pung! The ice surface shattered, and two huge ice hands grabbed onto Lin Xian's feet. The horrifying cold air rushed into his body. Cut! Hundreds of sword chi shot out from Lin Xian's body, tearing the ice apart. He stabbed out with his sword, which clashed right onto the tip of the ice spear. With a twist of his wrist, the autumn scar sword formed a whirlpool, shattering the ice spear. Kid, you're pretty good. Why don't you join our ice snow group? The one-eyed man yelled. Sorry, I'm not interested. Lin Xian's pupils turned purple. This was the sign of his purple spirit eyes being pushed to the extreme. What last words do you have? Say them. What? The one-eyed man froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. Kid, is your brain frozen? In this ice world, you can't even get close to me. Not to mention killing me. The one-eyed man's face was full of disdain. Really? Lin Xian's lips curled up, piercing ice spear. You think you can just shout and it will appear? This is an ice elemental martial art. The one-eyed man was even more disdainful. He even thought that Lin Xian was an idiot. However, in the next moment, his face changed drastically. A dangerous aura came from under his feet, as if it was going to tear the ground apart. Impossible! The one-eyed man almost roared out. Although he didn't believe it, he still retreated quickly. In the distance, Vivian and Lu Yang were shocked. Could it be that Lin Xian really knew ice elemental martial arts? But he was obviously a thunder elemental martial artist. The two of them were very confused, but they could only watch carefully. Seeing the one-eyed man retreat, Lin Xian smiled. Welcome to the ice snow prison. These words were exactly the same as what the one-eyed man said. Even the tone was the same. Kid, you're looking for death. Do you believe that I won't tear you apart? The one-eyed man was very angry. He thought that Lin Xian was playing with him. But soon, he realized that he was wrong. The ground suddenly split open, and two large golden hands firmly grasped his feet. Two large golden hands reached out from the ice and firmly grabbed the one-eyed man's feet. This scene was very familiar. Not long ago, the one-eyed man had used the same martial art on Lin Xian. And now, Lin Xian was returning it to him. Impossible. This is impossible. How can you know an ice element martial art? The one-eyed man yelled crazily with a trace of madness in his eyes. Ice element martial art? In the distance, Lu Yang and Wei Wei both had strange expressions. Junior brother Lin is using thunder. Why did the man say it was an ice element martial art? Could it be that the man was scared stiff? The two were confused. Lu Yang looked at the one-eyed man carefully, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Look at his eyes. Lu Yang whispered to Wei Wei. Vivian also let loose a cry of surprise upon seeing this. The one-eyed man's undamaged eye was now purple, as if it was a dream or an illusion. Is this a mental illusion? Lu Yang took a deep breath. How powerful is junior brother Lin's soul power? In the distance, on the battlefield. Lin Xian's lips curled up. He had indeed used thunder to simulate the previous scene. However, he had secretly used his purple spirit eyes to hypnotize the one-eyed man. In the one-eyed man's eyes, the ice spear was blue in color, and the spiritual hands that had trapped him were also ice element martial arts. He had completely lost himself in the illusion. Boom! Lin Xian stomped his foot on the ground and dashed forward. In a flash, he had arrived in front of the one-eyed man and pulled out the autumn scar sword in his hand. One-eyed! A loud yell came from behind. It was like thunder, exploding in the air. Eh? The one-eyed man's body shook, and he recovered from the illusion. At this moment, a sword light flashed and enveloped him. As an ice element martial artist, the one-eyed man exploded with a powerful force at the last moment. A huge ice wall rose from the ground and blocked in front of him. At the same time, rows of ice spikes shot towards Lin Xian. Chi, the sword light flashed and cut everything in half. The one-eyed man retreated as fast as he could, but he was still one step too late. His left arm was cut off by the sword Chi, and blood flowed out. Ah! Golden electric arcs exploded at the wound, producing a terrifying destructive power. Freeze! The one-eyed man crazily circulated his spirit energy and sealed half of his body. A layer of blue ice continued to spread and froze the wound. It continued to extend and form an ice soul left hand. Brat, I'm going to tear you to shreds. No one can save you. The one-eyed man's voice was cold, and his eyes were like a demon's. The ice around him shattered, turning into pieces of icicles that floated around him. He was infuriated to the extreme. The one-eyed man had never suffered such a loss before, and his opponent was actually only a brat at the second layer of the spiritual ocean realm. You think you still have a chance to live? Lin Xian sneered, the purple light in his eyes flashing again. An invisible soul power rushed out and directly attacked the one-eyed man's soul. Ah! For a moment, the one-eyed man held his head and screamed. Whoosh! The autumn scar sword slashed out once again. The air was sliced open as the sword chi of wind and thunder turned into a long dragon, piercing towards the one-eyed man's heart. Puff! The sharp edge of the sword sliced through the spirit energy armor, sliced open the inner armor, and pierced into his heart. Plop! The cold body fell down. Lin Xian waved his hand and took away the one-eyed man's storage ring. In the distance, Lu Yang and Wei Wei were shocked. The two bandits that were attacking the red-robed elder roared in anger. Even the martial artists at the seventh layer of the spiritual ocean realm in the distance noticed the situation here. Boom! One of the bandits at the seventh layer of the spiritual ocean realm threw out a blade light at Lin Xian. The blade chi swept across the sky. The 10-meter-long blade chi was like a long rainbow as it slashed down. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he quickly ran away. Rumble! As the blade chi fell, a horrifying crack appeared on the ground, spreading into the distance. Lin Xian's face was a bit pale. Although he didn't touch the blade chi, the wind brought about by it still made his chest feel stuffy. This was the power of the seventh layer of the spiritual ocean realm. It was far from what a fourth or fifth layer martial artist could compare to. Fortunately, the bandit leader only slashed out once before he was entangled by the middle-aged man from the Thousand Treasures Tower and couldn't attack again. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. He still couldn't resist a martial artist at the seventh layer of the spiritual ocean realm. However, before he could relax, a strong sense of danger surged into his heart again. It was as if a cold and greedy gaze appeared behind him. Lin Xian's scalp went numb, and all the muscles in his body tightened. He spread out his soul power and looked around cautiously. Needless to say, the one who could give him this feeling was definitely the mysterious green-haired man. As expected, in the distant horizon, a figure quickly flew over. The snow on the ground quickly scattered to the sides, and a deep trench appeared on the ice, spreading towards Lin Xian. In a moment, the green-haired man arrived nearby. A cold and dark aura quickly spread out in all directions, making people tremble uncontrollably. Pung! 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 The two sides that were fighting stopped and looked at the green-haired man in the field with vigilance. Lin Xian's body stiffened. He secretly circulated his spirit power to the extreme, and at the same time prepared the bronze gauntlet and the yellowed talisman treasure. As long as the situation wasn't right, he would immediately attack with all his strength. The feeling the green-haired man gave him was even more terrifying than a martial artist at the seventh layer of the spiritual ocean realm. This wasn't the suppression of spirit power, but the throbbing of the soul. The green-haired man took a deep look at Lin Xian, and his green eyes emitted light. He didn't attack immediately, but picked up the one-eyed man's corpse on the ground. Gotcha! He bit the one-eyed man's corpse and kept sucking. In the blink of an eye, the blood essence in the one-eyed man's body was quickly drained, and he finally became a dry corpse. Plop! The green-haired man threw the one-eyed man aside, and then looked for the corpse on the ground again. Whoosh! Whoosh! The three experts from the Thousand Treasures Tower came to Lin Xian's side and protected him. Lu Yang and Wei Wei also ran over, looking at the green-haired man with fear. Who? The green-haired man's hair shook, and his 3,000 strands of black hair quickly became thick and long, spreading out in all directions. The ends of the hair transformed into green snakes, which were ferocious and terrifying, and pounced on the corpses on the ground. Puff! Puff! The sky full of green hair flew, and all of them pierced into the corpses around, and began to crazily absorb the blood essence. How dare you touch the corpses of my ice wolf pack, you're courting death. The two wolf bandit leaders at the seventh layer of the spiritual ocean realm were furious and attacked one after another. A saber light that was dozens of meters long quickly slashed out, cutting the air into two halves. The other person waved his spirit whip, which turned into a dragon in the air, and pounced over with bared fangs and brandished claws. The green-haired man smiled cruelly and reached out with both hands. Two green lights flickered, condensing into a bronze coffin in the air, suppressing the surroundings. Boom! 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 The three energies collided, and a shocking destructive aura erupted. A green-black mushroom cloud rose, followed by a terrifying energy ripple that spread out in all directions. Retreat! The middle-aged man and the white-robed elder led Lin Xian and the others, turning into a bolt of lightning and retreating quickly. Whoosh! Dozens of strands of green hair shot out from the explosion, attacking Lin Xian. Black strands of hair rushed towards Lin Xian in a frenzy, piercing through the void. The middle-aged man and the white-robed elder attacked together, releasing a vast amount of energy to block the strands of hair. Pooh! 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 Like a piece of cloth being torn apart, the protective light screen was penetrated. The 3,000 strands of hair turned into sharp swords and pierced straight towards them. Seniors, I need to borrow your strength. At the critical moment, Lin Xian shouted. The ancient armor on his body shone brightly, and an illusory shadow appeared with complicated inscriptions on it. The middle-aged man and the white-robed elder looked at Lin Xian in surprise, then injected their spirit power into the armor shadow. Wang, after receiving the power of two martial artists at the seventh sky of the spiritual ocean realm, the ancient armor shone brightly. The materialized shadow continued to spread, finally forming a bell-shaped defense that enveloped everyone. Clang! Clang! Clang, the strands of hair collided with the bell-shaped defense shadow, producing a clang. Although they didn't penetrate the bell-shaped defense, the huge impact still sent everyone flying far away. We're saved. The few of them landed on the ground, feeling like they had just survived a disaster. Lin Xian frowned deeply. The strength of the green-haired man was beyond his imagination. If he had acted alone, it would have been dangerous. However, before Lin Xian and the others could relax, the strands of hair turned into spiritual snakes and attacked again. From the sky to the ground, from all directions, they pounced on Lin Xian and the others. They had no choice but to work together and form the bell-shaped defense again. Suddenly, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He sensed that the mysterious green egg in his storage ring was shaking more and more violently. Is it going to crack? Lin Xian was puzzled. Xiao Xuanzi, I have a way to suppress that person, but it's too dangerous, Lord Alcohol transmitted. No matter what, we have to try. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said. He didn't want to live in danger all the time. After making his decision, Lin Xian prepared to take action. Seniors, you all go first. Lin Xian instructed before rushing forward. His speed reached an extreme, leaving behind a trail of light in the air. Lin Xian quickly took out the green egg and held it in his arms. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 3,000 strands of black hair sensed the aura of the green egg and turned into a square midway, abandoning the 1,000 treasure tower and the others, all charging towards Lin Xian. The expressions of the white-robed elder and company changed. They saw that Lin Xian was about to be pierced, but they were powerless to do anything. Phantom Thunder Step! Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. His body turned into hundreds of light shadows and scattered in all directions. For a moment, the sky and the ground were filled with Lin Xian's illusions. Puff! Puff! The 3,000 strands of black hair were like long spears, piercing through these afterimages at lightning speed. Lin Xian's true body quickly approached the azure-haired man. He wanted to use Lord Alcohol's powers to seal the azure-haired man. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters, Lin Xian's figure flashed continuously, and finally, he was only 10 meters away from the azure-haired man. A black vortex appeared out of thin air in front of him. It spun rapidly and emitted a devouring force. At that moment, the green egg in Lin Xian's arms emitted a cracking sound. The eggshell cracked open, and a furry little thing crawled out. It was only the size of a palm, and its body was covered in snow-white fur as it curled up. A gust of cold wind blew past as the little thing opened its eyes in a daze. Its big black eyes were like black gemstones as they shimmered with light. Wuji! Wuji! The little thing called out to the two in a daze before grabbing Lin Xian's clothes and crawling. Lin Xian was stunned. The azure-haired man opposite him was also stunned. Inside the mysterious sword, Lord Alcohol exclaimed softly and stopped moving. The black vortex in front of him became smaller and smaller before disappearing into the air. Lin Xian stared blankly at the palm-sized monkey in his arms as his brain short-circuited. A monkey can appear from the green egg? Lin Xian realized that his outlook on life had collapsed. The snow-white monkey clung tightly to Lin Xian as it emitted wuji sounds. It was extremely adorable. Looking at the snow-white monkey, Lin Xian recalled the few monkeys that had given him the green egg. These monkeys looked similar, but Lin Xian's was smaller. Rubbing his head, Lin Xian cautiously looked at the azure-haired man in front of him. The azure-haired man looked at the snow-white monkey with a puzzled expression, but more than that, he felt fear. He's actually afraid of this monkey? Lin Xian was greatly surprised. The snow-white monkey seemed to sense the azure-haired man's gaze as it slowly turned its head. One of its paws grabbed Lin Xian's clothes, while the other grabbed onto its eyelids. It made a face at the azure-haired man. So, a green light flashed by, bringing with it a gust of wind. The azure-haired man in front of him seemed to have seen something terrifying as he immediately fled. That kind of speed made one stunned. Lin Xian took a deep breath as he stared blankly at the little thing in his arms. All along, he thought that the azure-haired man treated the green egg as life essence and wanted to seize it. But today's situation made him change his mind. The azure-haired man was scared away. This kind of thing was too inconceivable, so, figures quickly rushed over from afar. Lin Xian put away the broken eggshell and let out a sigh of relief. Are you all right? The red-robed old man and the others asked in concern. Lin Xian shook his head. Thank you seniors for your concern. I'm fine. Where's that person? Lu Yang asked with lingering fear. Gone. Lin Xian let out a breath and said fiercely. Hearing this, they all let out a sigh of relief. Among them, the middle-aged man and the white-robed old man looked to the side. There, 2 wolf bandit leaders in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier stood awkwardly with wounds of various sizes on their bodies. Around them, there were countless corpses, some of which had already dried up. The 2 wolf bandits glared fiercely at Lin Xian and the others, then quickly left. The cold wind whistled and snow fell. The surroundings became silent again. There was a faint smell of blood in the air, reminding everyone of what had just happened. Wuji! Wuji! The snow-white little monkey hung on Lin Xian's body and cried pitifully. What a cute little monkey! Vivian saw it and forgot the fear in her heart. Can I hug it? Vivian's eyes were twinkling. Lin Xian was stunned and nodded blankly. Vivian picked up the little monkey with a smile on her face. Old Bai, what should we do now? Lu Yang asked. They couldn't do it here. The smell of blood would attract some demonic beasts in the ice field. Everyone came to the chariot and found that the injured bloody dragon horse was already dead. The other one knelt on the ground and kept whining. Without the bloody dragon horse, our speed will be much slower, the red-robed old man said with a frown. If you want to find someone to pull the chariot, I might have a way. Lin Xian touched his chin and said. Everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. Now, no one could ignore Lin Xian's opinion. His previous performance was too stunning, and everyone was stunned. I might be able to tame a few snow wolves and let them replace the bloody dragon horse. The red-robed old man and the middle-aged man looked at Lin Xian in surprise, not believing him. Although inscription masters had strong soul power, they were not beast tamers. Without special techniques, they couldn't tame demonic beasts. Could Lin Xian be a beast tamer? They all had strange expressions. The red-robed elder and the other 2 were suspicious, but Lu Yang and Vivian exclaimed. Yes, junior brother Lin knows illusions. He can definitely tame the snow wolves. Lu Yang shouted. Lu Yang then told them about the battle between Lin Xian and the one-eyed man. If that's the case, we can give it a try. The white-robed elder said. After that, Lin Xian and the others caught a few snow wolves and let Lin Xian try taming them. Purple light flickered in his eyes, and an invisible soul spirit seeped into the snow wolves' minds. When the purple spirit eyes reached the 3rd level, it was possible to use a secret technique that could control souls. With the help of the great dragon sword seal, Lin Xian quickly placed a slave seal in the snow wolves' minds. The snow wolves were tamed by Lin Xian, and they surrounded Lin Xian, wagging their tails. They were amazed, and their understanding of Lin Xian increased again. With the snow wolves, the carriage's speed increased, and it only took them 5 days to reach Ice Snow City. Lin Xian sat in the carriage with his eyes closed, and the little white monkey was lying on his shoulder. Lu Yang and Vivian were injured, and they were also quietly recovering. Lin Xian was the first to wake up. He spread his soul power into the storage ring and began to tidy up the spoils of war. Most of the storage rings were filled with spirit stones, elixirs, weapons, and martial arts, but Lin Xian didn't care about them. After a quick calculation, there were about 200,000 low-grade spirit stones and some recovery elixirs. After putting away the storage rings, Lin Xian took out a blue ring, which was the one-eyed man's storage ring. I wonder if there are any ice martial arts. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Using his soul power, Lin Xian sensed an independent space the size of a room. There were 5 big boxes, and all of them were filled with low-grade spirit stones. Lin Xian sensed that there were about 100,000 spirit stones in each box, and there were a total of 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Xian sighed. The one-eyed man's identity must be extraordinary. In addition to the low-grade spirit stones, there was also a box of mid-grade spirit stones, about 10,000 pieces. Lin Xian secretly swallowed his saliva, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart. Mid-grade spirit stones were much more precious than low-grade spirit stones. One mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones. However, under normal circumstances, no martial artist would exchange mid-grade spirit stones for low-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones contained in mid-grade spirit stones were relatively pure spirit stones. Not only Spirit Sea Realm martial artists could absorb it, but also martial artists of the 3 spirit realms. Although they still had to be refined, it was still much better than low-grade spirit stones, therefore, the value of the 5 boxes was much higher than the 5 boxes of low-grade spirit stones. These bandits must have killed a lot of people after robbing so much wealth. I'm doing the people a favor. Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. Plundering was indeed the fastest way to gather wealth. There were also other things, other martial arts, martial arts. And Lin Zerziz and He Shui's. He Xian Zhen. Found it. Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he stared at a cultivation technique manual. Ice Snow Mystic Art. It's actually a low-grade spirit tier art. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the one-eyed man's art to be so high level. Luckily, I have purple spirit pupil and can use illusions. Otherwise, it would definitely be a fierce battle. Lin Xian was right. Although the one-eyed man's cultivation was at the peak of the 4th layer of the Spirit Sea Realm, he wasn't weak at all compared to martial artists at the 5th layer of the Spirit Sea Realm. Especially in this world of ice and snow, normal martial artists at the 5th layer of the Spirit Sea Realm wouldn't dare to provoke him. This was a martial art for cultivating spirit power. Although Lin Xian couldn't cultivate it, he could get inspiration from it. He had the Great Dragon Sword seal and could completely evolve it. Moreover, the art of longevity he cultivated was even more extraordinary and could transform into any attribute. Memorizing the Ice Snow Mystic Art, Lin Xian followed the instructions and circulated his spirit power. A wisp of cold air overflowed from his palm. He placed his hand on the chair he was sitting on, and instantly, a layer of frost spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. The snow-white little monkey shook its body and curled into a ball, lying on Lin Xian's shoulder. Lu Yang and Wei Wei were also awakened by the cold air and looked around in bewilderment. Finally, Lu Yang pulled the curtains tight to prevent the wind and snow from coming in, and then closed his eyes to adjust his breathing again. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but continued to comprehend the Great Dragon Sword seal, and at the same time, quickened his familiarity with the Ice Attribute martial art. With the Ice Attribute martial art, his battle strength could be improved again. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. During this time, Lin Xian's cultivation broke through again, reaching the 3rd layer of the Spirit Sea Realm. Compared to Lin Xian's terrifying attacks, his cultivation didn't attract the attention of others. However, if they knew that Lin Xian only used a little more than a month to go from the 2nd layer of the Spirit Sea Realm to the 3rd layer of the Spirit Sea Realm, their hearts would probably jump out, as everyone knew, the higher one's cultivation was, the harder it was to improve. A normal martial artist would need about a year to go from the 2nd layer of the Spirit Sea Realm to the 3rd layer of the Spirit Sea Realm. Of course, if one's cultivation method was high level or had the help of medicinal pills, this time could be cut in half. However, no one could be like Lin Xian, who only used a little more than a month. Seeing that they were about to arrive at Ice Snow City, Lin Xian didn't comprehend other martial arts, but worked hard to consolidate his own realm, allowing his body to quickly adapt to the cultivation. After a day, he opened his eyes. Outside the carriage, the snow wolves slowed down. Lin Xian opened the window and looked ahead. A huge black shadow appeared in front of him, like a huge mountain, occupying the land of ice and snow. That's Ice Snow City, the largest city in the Snow Province, and also the city closest to the snow-seeking sect, Wei Wei said, looking into the distance. The 2 carriages moved slowly and gradually arrived at the city gate. 2 black iron gates, more than 10 meters tall, were emitting a cold light. 2 rows of guards stood on both sides of the gate. Their auras were powerful, and there was a faint murderous aura. Lin Xian was surprised. The cultivation of these guards were all above the Spirit Sea Realm, which was far from what the cities in the Cloud Province could compare with. After paying the spirit stones, Lin Xian and the others entered the city. The streets in the city were very wide, more than 10 meters wide, and there were countless shops on both sides. Although the weather was cold, the city was full of life. Hawkers could be heard everywhere, and most of them were selling delicious food. As pedestrians walked by, the tempting aroma hit their noses. Lin Xian and the others' carriages moved slowly on the street. 6 snow wolves led the way in front, looking mighty and extraordinary. Which force is this, to be able to tame snow wolves? A martial artist was surprised. All the martial artists in the snow province knew that snow wolves were demonic beasts that were very difficult to tame. Other than the ice wolves bandits, very few people could tame them. And now, someone was using snow wolves to pull a carriage. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, the 2 carriages drove into the distance. Someone went to the battle stage. Just as the crowd was envious of the snow wolves pulling the carriage, a martial artist shouted from afar. Immediately, the surrounding martial artists all moved and rushed inside. Lin Xian and the others were curious, so they got off the carriage and asked. "Brother, what happened?" Wei Wei asked. When the martial artist saw that it was a beauty, he laughed and said, "You guys just entered the city, right?" A large number of martial artists have entered the city these days, and there are often competitions. This time, it's said that the geniuses on the hidden dragon list are going to fight. The martial artist said and left in a hurry. "Let's go and take a look," Wei Wei said excitedly. Lin Xian and the rest of the young people were quite excited about the hidden dragon rolls competition. They came to the 1,000 Treasure Tower's stronghold in Ice Snow City. Lin Xian and the other 2 went to the battle stage in the city. There was no need to ask anyone. They just had to follow the crowd. Ice Snow City was huge. They walked for a long time before arriving. There was an arena that was dozens of meters long in front of them. It was crowded with people and there were cheers from time to time. Lin Xian and the other 2 were in the crowd and looked at the arena. There were 2 martial artists fighting fiercely on the arena. The vast spiritual power vibrated and the momentum was shocking. Both of them were experts on the hidden dragon roll. They had all kinds of unique skills. It could be said that it was a fierce battle. Until the end of the battle, the crowd was still not satisfied. Lin Xian also had some gains. He had a new understanding of some martial arts. After the 2 of them left the arena, another person quickly went up. It was a skinny young man. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. "Song Bao, it's Song Bao!" Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked at the skinny young man. He knew this person. He was a disciple of the Song family in Guangning City. He was Song Lei's brother and the top expert in Guangning City. Whoosh, another figure went up the arena. It was a young man with a pale face. "Let me see how strong you are," the young man said. "Tong Chen, you're no match for me." Song Bao's voice was cold with a trace of contempt. "We'll know after we fight." Tong Chen's eyes shone. "Tong Chen, it's him? His injuries have healed." Some of the surrounding martial artists cried out in surprise. Many martial artists knew the geniuses on the hidden dragon roll very well. Those who did not know quickly found out about the feud between the 2 after asking around. Suddenly, many people were very excited. This was a fated battle. "Humph, a sick person dares to fight with my brother? He's courting death." In the crowd, Song Lei sneered. The disciples of the Song family behind him also booed and hooted. On the other side, the disciples of the Tong family did not dare to show weakness and retaliated. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" The surrounding cultivators shouted one after another. Their voices were like a tide, causing the void to tremble. In a pavilion far away, some of the older generation members of some forces were also paying attention. The elders of the Song family looked at the battle stage with proud smiles on their faces. Baoer's cultivation has improved again, and he has reached the 5th level of the 7-layered Thunder Blade. He already has the power to be ranked in the top 40 of the Hidden Dragon rank. Tongchen can't compete with him. Humph. It would be best if we could heavily injure that brat from the Tong clan and break the Tong clan's hopes. A bearded elder snorted. In another direction, the elders of the Tong clan were also watching. Chener's body has just recovered. I'm afraid it will be a little difficult for him to make a move now. Many elders were worried. The head of the Tong family sighed. Chen'er has been bedridden for half a year and has long been dissatisfied. How could he let go of this opportunity? I hope Chen'er can win. The elder of the Tong family prayed in his heart. On the battle stage, Song Bao sneered. We're no longer on the same level. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, he stomped his foot and a powerful force burst out from his body. Blue lightning flashed, and spiritual power swept out in all directions like lightning. Song Bao's presence was much stronger than Song Lei's, and he was at the late stage of the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Another thunder element martial artist. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he used his purple spirit eyes and looked at the stage. Take one of my attacks. Song Bao shouted as the long blade in his hand slashed out like lightning. Like thousands of lightning bolts, the 10-meter-long blade light turned into blue lightning and struck down. Star Scar Sword Art. Tong Chen's pale hand moved quickly, and the long sword formed a starry curtain in the air, which was extremely bright. Rumble, the blade chi slashed on the starry curtain and made a rumbling sound. Ripples appeared on the colorful starry curtain, as if it would break at any time. Luckily, the starry curtain successfully blocked the blade light. Since the first attack failed, Song Bao attacked again, and Tong Chen also counterattacked fiercely. The blade light was like lightning, and the sword chi was like stars. The spiritual power in the air shook, and the rumbling sound was endless. The two's speed was extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages on the stage. Some of the weaker martial artists couldn't even see their movements clearly, and only a few could keep up with them. Lin Xian's eyes flashed purple as he saw the two's movements clearly. He sighed slightly. Tong Chen is going to lose. Lu Yang and Wei Wei's soul power was extraordinary, so they could see the situation clearly. Wei Wei was confused, but I think they are evenly matched. Yeah, at least Tong Chen is not losing at all. Lu Yang was also confused. Some of the nearby martial artists heard Lin Xian's words and turned around. When they saw Lin Xian's cultivation at the 3rd sky of the spiritual ocean realm, they all shook their heads and sneered. How could a martial artist at the 3rd sky of the spiritual ocean realm understand the situation on the stage? He probably couldn't even see the two's movements clearly. Kid, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Can you see the situation on the stage clearly? Yeah, even we can't see it. What can you see? The martial artists all laughed. Humph. Lu Yang snorted and looked at the crowd with an unfriendly expression. He slowly spread out his soul power. A faint pressure appeared in the air. The crowd trembled and felt an indescribable pressure. Forget it. Lin Xian waved his hand. Lu Yang glanced at the crowd again and withdrew his soul power. So scary. What just happened? Why do I feel like my body is trembling? Some of the martial artists looked at Lu Yang in fear. They had never cultivated soul power, so they were naturally no match for Lu Yang. However, what made them even more terrified was that this person who made their hearts palpitate actually listened to a martial artist at the 3rd sky of the spiritual ocean realm. And this martial artist, they were just laughing at him. Who the hell is this kid? The crowd looked at Lin Xian and felt a chill down their spine. Lin Xian ignored the crowd and said indifferently, one is attacking and the other is retreating. Tong Chen's aura is weaker than his. Plus, he has been suppressed for a long time. I'm afraid he will feel defeated. Secondly, their strength was on par half a year ago, but Tong Chen was sick for half a year while Song Bao was improving every day. The gap between the two is bigger than expected. Thirdly, Tong Chen's star defense consumed too much spiritual power. I'm afraid it can't be maintained for a long time. But Song Bao's saber technique is like thunder in the clouds. The further it goes, the more powerful it is. Lu Yang and Wei Wei suddenly realized that they only saw the surface and didn't see too much. On the other hand, not only had Lin Xian grasped the two's martial techniques and cultivation, he had even taken into account their mentality and emotions. What kind of terrifying eyesight was this? The surrounding martial artists couldn't help but nod. They were even more curious about Lin Xian's identity. Sure enough, a moment later, there was a shocking change on the stage. The 5-colored star finally couldn't hold on and was cut in half by the saber. Tong Chen flew out with blood at the corner of his mouth. Haha. Brother Bao is mighty. The disciples of the Tsang family shouted and cheered. As for the Tong family, it was silent. Their faces were filled with unwillingness. Song Bao's attack succeeded, but he didn't stop. Blue lightning flashed and turned into a dazzling saber light, slashing at Tong Chen, who was on the ground. No, the disciples of the Tong family shouted crazily. The change in the arena caused an uproar among the martial artists. The disciples of the Tong family shouted angrily, but there was nothing they could do. Song Bao was too powerful. He was so powerful that they could not resist. In the pavilion far away, the elders of the Tong family were shocked. The master of the Tong family leaped up, and his aura exploded like a flood. However, Song Bao's blade was too fast. They were too far away and did not have time to attack. They could only watch. The blade radiance was like lightning as it slashed down mercilessly. Lin Xian remained calm. He flicked his finger, and a wisp of cold air with a trace of sword essence shot out. At the same time, a white feather flew out from another direction toward the arena. Boom! Boom, boom! Frost sword finger collided with the blade radiance and quickly froze. The sword essence destroyed the blade radiance. Swoosh, the white feather was like a sharp arrow. It collided with the lightning blade radiance and created a shockwave. A ball of energy exploded, and a strong wind swept out. Everyone retreated, afraid that they would be affected. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with purple light. He saw someone running up the arena, and he knew that person. He immediately calmed down. The light dissipated, and everyone looked over eagerly. On the stage, a young man dressed in white had appeared out of nowhere, looking very elegant. Tong Chen's face was pale, and he was in low spirits. The opponent that he had originally suppressed had now completely surpassed him. This change was something that he could not accept for a moment. In the pavilion far away, the elders of the Tsang family snorted when they saw this. The disciples of the White Feather sect are really meddlesome. The Tong family's kid is lucky to have avoided this. A few elders sneered. Song Bao's strength has improved greatly. I wonder if he can defeat this opponent? The eyes of the Tsang family's grand elder flickered, and he was looking forward to it. However, I seem to have sensed another person's attack. On the other side, the elders of the Tong family heaved a sigh of relief. Their hearts that had been hanging in the air also settled down. It's fine as long as Tong Chen is fine. Xiao will be able to catch up. The master of the Tong family looked at the battle arena with a trace of doubt in his heart. Just now, I clearly felt an icy intent. Could it be that someone is secretly making a move? As a harmonious spirit realm warrior, his perception was far superior to a sea of soul realm warrior. Just now, he clearly felt two different forces colliding with the thunder blade, but he couldn't find the source of that force. Suddenly, he saw Lin Xian in the crowd. Could it be him? The head of the Tong family was shocked. Other than the White Feather sect of the Qing province, only Lin Xian could stand up for the Tong family. The head of the Tong family took a deep look at Lin Xian before slowly sitting down. On the battle stage, the white-clothed young man stood in front of Tong Chen and said in a deep voice, "Aren't you a little too ruthless? When sparring, it's inevitable to make mistakes. Isn't it normal to get injured?" Song Bao sneered. Anyway, he has been lying in bed for half a year. Even if he lies in bed for a few more days, there's nothing wrong with that. Tong Chen was so angry that his body was trembling. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug into his flesh. Blood flowed down his palms. The disciples of the Tong family were furious. They cursed and scolded, but no one could defeat Song Bao. This made them feel very frustrated. This guy is really arrogant. In the crowd, Vivian said angrily. Lu Yang was puzzled. He felt Lin Xian's attack just now, and that qi made his heart tremble. Could it be that the Tong family is related to him? Do you want me to help? Lu Yang asked tentatively. No need. Just watch. Lin Xian shook his head. The White Feather sect should be able to handle it. Just as Lin Xian and the others were talking, the battle stage changed again. Tong Chen walked down the stage with a lonely face, while the white-clothed young man was going to compete with Song Bao. Haha, Wensu, your ranking is mine. Song Bao laughed wildly. Wensu, he is the white feather flying Wensu. He's an expert ranked 47th on the hidden dragon list. The surrounding warriors were in an uproar. Song Bao had threatened to kill Wen Su. What an arrogant attitude! Although Song Bao's strength had increased greatly, his ranking was still in the 60s. Now, he was going to challenge Wen Su, who was more than 10 ranks above him. This was definitely going to be an earth-shattering battle. As you wish. Wen Su was dressed in white and looked extraordinarily handsome. He had an additional white feather in his hand, and his aura had become ethereal. Haha, 7-layered lightning blade. Song Bao roared as lightning surrounded his body. Countless bolts of lightning spread through the air and struck down continuously. Lightning flashed across the sky, producing rumbling sounds. The air was filled with a dangerous aura. Lin Xian exclaimed softly. He carefully sensed the lightning in the air, and there was a hint of surprise on his face. What a pure power of lightning! Lin Xian exclaimed in his heart. This is nothing. I'll teach you a lightning Dao martial technique. I guarantee that you'll leave him in the dust. Lord Alcohol said disdainfully. Really? Lin Xian was delighted. He had asked Lord Alcohol for a martial technique more than once, but he had been rejected because his cultivation level was too low. Now, Lord Alcohol had taken the initiative to teach him. Humph, you have the Wind Emperor's sword. If you don't have the corresponding lightning Dao martial technique, your wind and lightning power will be incomplete. Lord Alcohol revealed the truth. I see. Lin Xian was enlightened as he calmly received Lord Alcohol's guidance. While Lin Xian was learning the martial technique, the two in the arena had already exchanged dozens of blows. Song Bao's saber technique was as fast as lightning. Every strike was like a lightning dragon, causing the air to explode. As for Wen Su, he was like a small boat in a sea of lightning. He was constantly swaying as though he would capsize at any moment. However, he managed to dodge every single one of them without any mishaps. Whoosh, the white feather in his hand flew out and pierced through the void, heading straight for Song Bao's glabella. The air was torn apart like a piece of cloth. Song Bao slashed out several times, forming a resplendent saber beam that struck the white feather. Ka! 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 The white feather looked weak, but at that moment, it was like a divine arrow, shattering the lightning saber beam. Lightning Sky Strike. Song Bao slashed out again, causing blue light to illuminate the surroundings. A large blue bird formed from lightning flew out from the saber. With a flap of its wings, it released countless lightning bolts. With a long cry, the lightning bird flew towards Wen Su while Song Bao shot out like a bolt of lightning. Pong! The white feather pierced through Song Bao's afterimage and crashed into the ground. A thumb-sized black hole appeared. It was completely intact and bottomless. In another direction, the lightning bird pounced towards Wen Su like a lightning mountain. Pooh! Pooh! Wen Su's spiritual energy trembled as white wings condensed behind him. With a flap of his wings, he flew out. Hua! Could this be the white feather sect's secret technique, white feather spreading wings? Everyone exclaimed. Lu Yang and Wei Wei sighed. With such a secret technique, one could fly for a short period of time. This was something that all Sea of Soul Realm warriors dreamed of. Flying was a skill that only warriors above the 3 spirit realms could possess. And no matter who it was in the Sea of Soul Realm, having the ability to fly was no different from having an additional layer of protection. Lu Yang looked towards Lin Xian, only to find that the latter's eyes were slightly closed as if he was asleep. He didn't pay attention to the situation on the arena at all. At that moment, Wen Su's voice rang out on the arena. Let's settle this in one move. The white feather behind Wen Su vibrated and floated in the air. He took out a feather fan, and an invisible aura rose from his body. White feather kill. Wen Su fanned the feather fan in his hand, and a blinding light lit up. The surrounding clouds tumbled and shot into the sky. The shadow of a giant bird emerged from the sea of clouds. It flapped its wings and swooped down. 7-layered thunder blade, 5 blades in one. Song Bao also used his strongest attack. The thunder and lightning blade cut through the void, splitting everything. It carried an endless murderous aura as it slashed forward. The 5 dazzling blade lights merged, and the entire void trembled. It was as if the sky had split open, and it made people's hearts tremble. Rumble, a loud sound reverberated through half of Ice Snow City. The weaker martial artists nearby were all pushed back by the force, and some even suffered internal injuries. Lu Yang and Vivian conjured up a light barrier that enveloped Lin Xian as well. In the distance, the elders of the Tsang family all stood up and looked at the arena nervously. The group of martial artists also steadied themselves and craned their necks to look. Song Bao's face was a little pale, and his chest was heaving up and down. Obviously, this move had consumed a lot of his energy. On the other side, Wen Su landed on the ground with a complicated expression. Who won? Everyone was curious. Vivian looked at Lin Xian and sighed. If Lin Xian was watching the battle, he would definitely be able to tell. However, he closed his eyes and remained silent. A piece of sleeve fell from the sky like a large snowflake, pure white and flawless. That seems to be Wen Su's sleeve. Finally, someone said with a trembling voice. What? Everyone was shocked and looked carefully. Sure enough, they found that Wen Su's sleeve was missing a piece. You won. Wen Su sighed and turned to walk down the battle arena. Brother Bao is mighty, Brother Bao is mighty. The disciples of the Tsang family all shouted loudly, and their faces were full of pride. Everyone was shocked, and they were even more afraid of Tsang Bao. If there were no accidents, Tsang Bao's ranking would definitely be in the top 50, or even top 40. The elders of the Tsang family heaved a sigh of relief, and their eyes flickered. If everything goes smoothly, our Tsang family will soon become the #1 family in the Qing province. The few elders were excited. Tsang Bao walked off the stage and did not continue the competition. He needed a good rest. However, the Tsang family didn't stop there. Tsang Lei's face was full of arrogance. He jumped directly into the ring and shouted, "Last time I beat up a few people from Yunzhou, but they were not convinced. Now, I'll give you a chance. I'll stand here and wait for you Cloud State warriors." Tsang Lei's words were insolent and arrogant. Everyone was silent. Tsang Bao's performance just now made them not dare to offend the Tsang family's disciples. The surrounding martial artists had strange expressions on their faces. Many of the newcomers did not know what was going on. I don't know why the Tsang family is targeting the warriors of the Cloud Prefecture. In the past few days, many warriors of the Cloud Prefecture have been injured by the Tsang family. So that's how it is. After understanding the situation, many people had sympathetic looks on their faces. The disciples of the Tang family all had gloomy expressions. They knew that the reason the Tsang family did this was because of Lin Xian. If Big Brother Lin was here, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Tong Yu's face was full of anger. The disciples of the Cloud State in the crowd had bitter expressions. They did not understand why the Tsang family would target them. In the pavilion far away, the elders of the Tang family also sighed and shook their heads. The Tsang family's power has been established. I'm afraid we're in danger. Not necessarily. The head of the Tang family said in a low voice, Lin Xian is already here. What? Lin Xian, that kid is here. The elders' faces were full of joy. They did not forget the situation that day. Lin Xian used the cultivation of the second sky of the spiritual sea realm to shake Tsang Lei, who was at the peak of the third sky of the spiritual sea realm. He even faintly suppressed the opponent. If Lin Xian is here, he can definitely defeat Tsang Lei. Some elders were excited. So what? The Tsang family still has Tsang Bao with abnormal strength. I'm afraid that those who are ranked 45th on the Hidden Dragon list and below can't defeat him. The elders had different opinions. Some were happy and some were worried. No matter what, at least we can suppress the Tsang family's arrogance. This was the last hope of the Tang family. In another pavilion, the elders of the 3 sects of the Cloud Prefecture were all here. These people's faces were very ugly. Their disciples were all injured, and some were still lying on the bed. They've gone too far. Let's go find the Tsang family and ask for an explanation. An elder of the Lotus Glory sect suddenly stood up. Forget it. Wouldn't people like us be laughing at our Cloud Prefecture when juniors fight? An elder of the Purple Cloud sect said in a low voice. On the battle martial stage, Tsang Lei had a smug expression. With a command, he shocked everyone to the point that they did not dare to go on stage. This feeling was too good. Martial artists of the Cloud Prefecture, listen well. If you meet Lin Xian, tell him that I'm not to be trifled with. Tell him to obediently kowtow and admit his mistake. Song Lei's voice spread everywhere. Lin Xian? Who is Lin Xian? What did he do? The surrounding martial artists were puzzled. Some of the disciples of the three sects of the Cloud Prefecture had a huge change in expression, as if they remembered something terrifying. Lin Xian, this scum of the Cloud Prefecture, actually sneak attacked our Song family's disciples. If you want to blame someone, blame that Lin Xian. In the crowd, Morong Chanling and the others had strange expressions. Could the Lin Xian he's talking about be junior brother Lin? Impossible. Wasn't junior brother Lin trapped in the trial ground of blood? It must be someone with the same name. But that person claimed to be from the Cloud Prefecture. He should be junior brother Lin. Morong Chanling had a trace of expectation in her heart. Lin Xian came out. He's still alive. Not only were they surprised, but the elders of the three sects of the Cloud Prefecture were even more shocked. Lin Xian, he came out? In the pavilion, everyone looked at the Black Sky sect. Many people's expressions trembled. Elder Duanmu laughed bitterly. You don't have to look at me. I don't know anything. However, I hope that he really came out. That way, our Cloud Prefecture will be saved. Everyone was silent. Elder Duanmu was right. If it really was that Lin Xian, he should be able to save the reputation of the Cloud Prefecture. He had comprehended sword intent and obtained the inheritance. No one knew how far he would grow. The two words Lin Xian seemed to have a magical power that shook everyone. Other than the elders of the three sects, when the other forces of the Cloud Prefecture heard it, their hearts burned with passion. That was the person who obtained the inheritance. We must capture him and ask for the martial arts inheritance. The Ling family's elder said coldly. In the crowd, Vivian and Lu Yang looked at each other and then looked at Lin Xian. They didn't expect that Lin Xian had a grudge with the Song family. They also didn't expect Lin Xian to be a martial artist from the Cloud Prefecture. That was the most backward place. How could such a freak appear? You're talking nonsense. Big brother Lin didn't sneak attack you. It's your Song family that's shameless. Big brother Lin couldn't stand our spiritual grass and attacked. Tong Yu was so angry that she cried. This news was like a heavy bomb that smashed everyone. It seemed that the matter wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. It might involve some aristocratic families. At least, there was the shadow of the Song family and the Tong family. For a moment, everyone was interested in this martial artist named Lin Xian. You're courting death. In the arena, Song Lei was furious and punched out. Blue lightning flashed and turned into a lightning beast that charged towards Tong Yu. Tong Yu's words enraged Song Lei. He could not wait to kill Tong Yu. He punched out with both fists. Lightning surged and intertwined into a ferocious thunder beast. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards the Tong family. Let's do it together. Tong Lan shouted and the few people beside him formed a sword array. A shadow of an ancient sword flashed past, slaying the lightning beast. Come at me together if you dare. I will play with you. Song Lei said arrogantly. The Tong family disciples' faces turned green. They had to work together to block Song Lei's attack. They were no match for him alone. Song Lei's punch stunned the Tong family disciples. He then looked in another direction. I heard that you are the number one of the younger generation in Yunzhou. Come and fight me. Song Lei pointed at a young man in the Yunzhou martial artist area and sneered. You are Xingjun, right? 88th on the Hidden Dragon roll. Xingjun's face changed. After he came out from the trials of blood, his strength had increased tremendously. He had finally reached 88th on the Hidden Dragon roll. He was considered the most powerful among the younger generation in Yunzhou. However, he did not expect that this ranking would bring him danger. Xingjun felt the terrifying aura from Song Lei. He had no intention to fight. The corner of his mouth twitched. Xingjun said in a low voice, I am not the number one in Yunzhou. I cannot represent Yunzhou. Oh, if you are not, then who is? Song Lei's lips curled into an evil smile. When the surrounding Yunzhou martial artists heard this, their hearts raced. They were afraid that Jingjun would throw the title of number one to them. Especially those who were similar in strength to Jingjun. They were so scared that their foreheads were sweating. Lin Xian. He is the number one in Yunzhou. Jingjun said in a low voice. Since Lin Xian had offended them and they could not find him, they could not do anything about it. As expected, after Tsang Lei heard this, the smile on his face disappeared. You dare to tease me? A sliver of lightning appeared on his body, throbbing violently. Alright, don't make it difficult for them. I will fight with you. Morong Qianling stood out. Morong, don't be rash. Some people advised her in a low voice. She was not his opponent. Yunzhou disciples can be defeated, but they cannot run. Even if I lose, I still want to go up. Morong Qianling's eyes were firm. On the side, Wan Jianqing, Yuan Fei, Xie Changfeng, and the others' eyes dimmed. They had all been defeated by Tsang Lei a few days ago, so it was useless for them to go up now. Oh, there's finally someone who isn't afraid of death. Tsang Lei had a playful look on his face. Not bad, you're quite handsome. Why don't you be my bed-warming maid? Aqua Moon Sword. Morong Qianling's pretty face was cold as the long sword in her hand quickly pierced out. A crescent-shaped sword radiance slashed out, like a flower in the mist or a moon in the water. Too weak. Tsang Lei punched out with his right fist, shattering the sword chi. At the same time, it formed a giant hand of thunder and lightning, grabbing toward Yi Futian. Morong Qianling's face was pale. The other party's strength was too powerful. She was not a match at all. However, it was impossible for her to admit defeat just like that. Morong Qianling's body floated and dodged unceasingly. In the crowd, Vivian looked at the stage anxiously. Since she knew that Lin Xian was a disciple of the Cloud State, she naturally didn't want any disciple of the Cloud State to get hurt. Aya, junior brother Lin, why are you cultivating at this time? Vivian cried out in dissatisfaction. She naturally saw that Lin Xian wasn't sleeping on purpose. Instead, he had fallen into a very strange state. Ah! There was a cry of alarm on the stage. Morong Qianling's face was pale as she was about to be swallowed by the thunder and lightning. Vivian clenched her teeth and prepared to make a move. At this moment, Lin Xian in front of her moved. He slowly opened his eyes as if he had just woken up from a deep sleep. The golden electric arc in his eyes was like a flash of lightning. Whoosh, his body swayed and Lin Xian disappeared from his original spot. On the stage, the blue hand of thunder and lightning covered the sky and earth. It was incomparably ferocious and was about to grab Morong Qianling. At this moment, a golden bolt of lightning flashed by at an extreme speed. With a flash of golden light, Morong Qianling's body disappeared. Rumble, the blue hand of thunder and lightning smashed on the ground and a terrifying pit appeared. There was even a trace of black smoke coming out from the surroundings. It didn't hit? Tsang Lei was stunned and looked around. Everyone was also stunned. Most of them didn't see what had just happened. Only Tsang Bao, Wen Su, and a few others saw someone saving Morong Qianling. Behind! The surrounding martial artists quickly shouted. Tsang Lei suddenly turned his head and a cruel smile appeared on his face. However, when he saw the figure, he was stunned. Lin Xian. He gritted his teeth and said. What? He's Lin Xian? The surrounding martial artists were in an uproar as they looked at the young man on the stage. Not only them, the martial artists of the Cloud region, the elders of the Tong family, the elders of the three sects of the Cloud region, and various forces were all looking at Lin Xian. Junior brother Lin, you're finally here. Morong Qianling's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Ever since Lin Xian participated in the trial of blood, Morong Qianling's identity changed from a teacher to a senior sister. This was the sect's rule. If Lin Xian entered the harmonious spirit realm, perhaps those disciples would have to call him martial uncle. Senior sister Morong, don't worry. Leave everything to me. Although Lin Xian was comprehending the lightning martial arts, he still left a part of his consciousness outside. Therefore, he was aware of everything that happened outside. Morong Qianling nodded and walked down the stage. Only Tsang Lei and Lin Xian were left on the stage. Everyone looked at Lin Xian and carefully sized him up. This was a handsome young man with a slender body and deep eyes. He was wearing a thick white bear coat and there was a furry pet on his shoulder. Is this really the #1 martial artist of the Cloud region who entered the Song family's disciple? Everyone was suspicious. This is clearly a neighborhood boy. Lin Xian, you're finally here. I'll break your bones one by one and let you live like a dog for the rest of your life. Song Lei's expression was vicious as if he was a demon from hell. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Since you want to live like this, I'll fulfill your wish. This expression again. Song Lei was going crazy in his heart. Pretend, I'll let you pretend. I'll kill you later. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the surrounding martial artists were also in an uproar. Although his appearance and cultivation didn't look like the #1 martial artist of the Cloud region, his tone and expression made everyone feel that the young man in front of them wasn't simple. After all, no one dared to offend the Song family now. In a pavilion far away, the Song family's elders snorted coldly. Daring to injure my Song family's disciple, I'll let you live a life worse than death. Directly suppress him and make him a slave of the Song family. The Song family's elders were very cruel. The Tong family's elders had a look of anticipation. They were looking forward to Lin Xian defeating Song Lei and dampening the Song family's prestige. The elders of the 3 sects of the Cloud region had a look of worry. Lin Xian's cultivation is only at the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean realm. I'm afraid he has no chance of winning. Maybe not as good as Jingjun. After all, he's just a brat. Elder Shui sneered. He didn't want Lin Xian to win. The news that Lin Xian was still alive already made him very unhappy. Elder Duanmu took a deep breath, and his eyes shone brightly. No matter what, this time, we can't let Lin Xian suffer any harm. On the battle stage, Song Lei's expression was cold. The aura on his body kept rising, and blue lightning circled around him, making a rumbling sound. You've angered me. No one can save you. Lin Xian's face darkened slightly, and golden lightning arcs jumped in his eyes. Can that brat really contend against Song Lei? He's only at the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier. I don't know. Cloud State's martial artists' cultivation is generally low. This might be their strongest battle prowess. The surrounding martial artists looked at the stage and discussed animatedly. Jingjun's face was gloomy. In order to avoid a battle, he casually put the title of Cloud State's #1 on Lin Xian's head. He originally thought that Lin Xian disappeared and wouldn't appear. Who knew this would happen? Now, he hated Lin Xian to lose immediately, or else he would go crazy. Humph, a bunch of idiots. Wait until you see junior brother Lin's strength, don't be scared to tears. Lu Yang was full of confidence in Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha. Song Lei laughed loudly. The aura on his body rose to an extreme, then dispersed with a loud bang. Like raging waves crashing on the shore, it rolled up thousands of layers of clouds. I've already broken through to the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. I can kill you with one hand. What, 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier? Even Song Lei broke through. The Tong family's disciples looked terrible. Cloud State's martial artists were also nervous to the extreme. Even some of the elders in the distance had their hearts in their mouths. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian had a chance of winning. But now, the situation was hard to say. Although Lin Xian had sword intent, the further one reached the spiritual ocean tier, the greater the gap. The surrounding warriors also sighed. Originally, they wanted to watch a fierce battle, but now, it seemed that the result was already very obvious. Idiot, Lin Xian even killed a martial artist comparable to the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, not to mention Song Lei. Lu Yang looked at everyone's expression and sneered in his heart. If this is what you're counting on, then I'm very disappointed. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He opened his 5 fingers slightly, and golden arcs of lightning danced on his fingertips. Just nice, I'll use you to test it out. Lin Xian just got the lightning sacred art from Lord Alcohol, so it was a good time to test it out. Arrogant, die. Song Lei attacked like a thunder god. He punched out with both fists, and 2 lightning pythons shot out. What a terrifying lightning aura. Some cultivators' voices trembled. Good job, Brother Lei. Kill him. The disciples of the Song family shouted. Song Bao looked at the field and nodded slightly. Ale has already mastered the Thunder Tyrant Fist. It shouldn't be hard for him to enter the top 60 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Chain lightning. Lin Xian's body remained motionless as he abruptly descended. Boom! 5 bolts of golden lightning suddenly struck down from the sky. It was extremely violent. Each of them was as thick as a human thigh. The 5 lightning bolts lined up in a row and blasted into the blue lightning python's body, directly penetrating it. This time, the scene was too shocking. The 10-meter-long lightning python was directly cut apart and turned into dust. What? He's also a thunder attribute martial artist? At this moment, all the surrounding martial artists were stunned. Lin Xian's move was too brilliant. It was so brilliant that it blinded their eyes. I'm afraid even Song Bao wouldn't be able to achieve such a high level of control over lightning. Why do I feel that his lightning is even more terrifying than Song Lei's? Many martial artists were surprised. Song Bao squinted his eyes and looked coldly at Lin Xian. There was a hint of greed in his eyes. Golden lightning. What a high grade. If I can get this lightning, I'm afraid entering the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon ranking wouldn't be a problem. Song Bao wasn't the only one. All the elders of the Song family were shocked. Golden lightning? Isn't this the lightning in the legends? How could that kid have it? No, we must capture this person. Only our Song family deserves to have this kind of lightning. The elders of the Song family made a decision. No matter the result of the competition, they wouldn't let Lin Xian go. Damn it. It's this kind of lightning again. Song Lei's face was ferocious. Last time, he was completely restrained by this golden lightning. I can only use that move. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes as he formed a strange seal with his palm. A dangerous aura was emitted from his body, making people's hearts tremble. Lin Xian frowned. His body turned into a ray of light and rushed over. He didn't want to waste time on a small character like Song Lei. Your Song family oppressed my fellow martial artists of Cloud State and even injured my sect's disciples. This kind of crime is unforgivable. Lin Xian's voice was loud like a bell, shaking the 9 heavens. He arrived in front of Song Lei in a flash and slammed his palm down. Golden lightning ring. A golden lightning ring flew out and wrapped around Song Lei. Then, it released a powerful lightning power. Crackle, as if a golden sea of lightning appeared, it covered the area and destroyed everything. Everyone stared blankly and was stunned for a moment. When the lightning disappeared, Song Lei's body was charred black. His hair stood on end and the defensive armor on his body was broken. A smell of barbecued meat came, mixed with a hint of burnt smell. Just one hit and Song Lei was severely injured. This kind of method was too terrifying. One had to know that Lin Xian was only a martial artist in the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean realm, while Song Lei was a martial artist in the 4th layer. Although it was only a difference of 1 layer, there was a world of difference between them. This kind of method to fight above one's level could only be done by some very powerful martial arts geniuses. Everyone didn't dare to underestimate Lin Xian anymore. This was definitely a young demon king. You dare to hurt me, I'm going to kill you. Song Lei went crazy. He didn't think that Lin Xian could defeat him in one move. He endured the pain and took out a walnut-sized bead from his storage ring. There was a bitter smile on his face. I'm going to let you die without a burial place. Not good, this is the Thunder Fire bead. It can kill all martial artists below the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. When the surrounding martial artists saw it, they all retreated in fear. N? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Purple light flashed in his eyes as he released a soul attack. Song Lei's face was twisted with struggle. Finally, he handed the Thunder Fire bead to Lin Xian while trembling. What? Is Song Lei crazy? The group of people was so shocked that their jaws dropped. Bastard, what did you do to Brother Lei? The disciples of the Song family were furious. Song Bao also frowned, his eyes full of confusion. Lin Xian put away the Thunder Fire bead, then looked at Song Lei with a cold smile. His gaze was like a sword, waking Song Lei up instantly. What did you do to me? My big brother is here. He won't let you go. The Song family won't let you go either. Song Lei's eyes were filled with fear as he screamed crazily. You shouldn't have attacked the martial artists of Cloud State, and definitely shouldn't have attacked my fellow disciples. Lin Xian's voice was cold, colder than the ice and snow of Snow State. Since you did it, you have to pay the price. Golden lightning danced on his fingertips, forming a golden whirlpool. Traces of terrifying aura came from it as if it was going to destroy everything. No, big brother, save me. Song Lei used his remaining strength to escape while shouting loudly at the same time. Who? Lin Xian's palm fell. Swoosh, a dazzling saber light lit up, cut through the air, and slashed at Lin Xian. It was a powerful and terrifying saber. It directly cut the battle stage into two halves. At the same time, a blue figure flew out and landed on the stage. Big brother. Song Lei's voice was full of surprise. Everyone looked over and saw Song Bao standing opposite Lin Xian with a cold expression. Don't you think you went too far? Too far? When you attacked the martial artists of Cloud State, did you think you went too far? When you attacked my fellow disciples, did you think you were cruel? Now you're saying this to me. You asked for it. I hit them. What can you do? Brother, don't waste your time talking to him. Just capture him and bring him back to the family. Song Lei stood behind Song Bao with a vicious expression. With Song Bao's support, Song Lei became arrogant again. The disciples of Cloud State were furious. The Song family was too much of a bully, even some of the onlooking disciples were furious. Many of them began to support Lin Xian. I've said it before. No one can save you. Lin Xian's eyes were like sharp swords that pierced through the front. Humph. You? My brother can crush you with one hand. Song Lei shouted from behind. Whoosh, Lin Xian's body flashed and disappeared. Song Bao's pupils constricted and he was furious. He had defeated Wen Su, who was ranked 47th and was in the limelight. He thought that he could intimidate everyone, but he did not expect Lin Xian to attack him in front of him. The surrounding martial artists were also stunned. This was too fierce. He really dared to attack Song Bao. Song Bao stomped his feet and the lightning on his body surged out crazily. It was as if it had turned into thousands of lightning spears that pierced in all directions. Chi-chi, golden electric arcs jumped and Lin Xian's figure appeared from the side. He pulled out an arc of electric light from his hand and formed a circle of electric rings that enveloped Song Bao. Humph, break for me. Song Bao sneered and slashed out with the long saber in his hand. The saber light cut through the void and slashed at the golden electric rings in the air. Chi-chi, the long saber was like a rainbow as it cut through the golden electric rings like tofu and quickly slashed at Lin Xian. Not good. Song Bao is too powerful. Morong Chanling and the others' faces changed. The Tong family disciples all exclaimed. The surrounding martial artists were also extremely nervous. Could Song Bao be so powerful that he could kill Lin Xian with one slash? Lu Yang and Wei Wei looked strange, but they were not too worried. They had seen Lin Xian's strength. Song Bao was not much different from the one-eyed wolf bandit. If Lin Xian could kill the one-eyed wolf bandit, he would definitely not be hit by Song Bao. In the distant pavilion, the elders all frowned. Among them, the elders of the Song family looked solemn and there was a trace of uneasiness in their hearts. Chi-chi. The saber radiance flashed like a bolt of lightning, piercing through Lin Xian. The hearts of Morong Chanling and the others trembled as they felt a burst of dizziness. They didn't believe that Lin Xian would die just like that. Chi. Lin Xian's split body didn't spurt out blood. Instead, it turned into a ball of lightning and flew in all directions. Phantom. Song Bao's pupils shrank. He seemed to have thought of something terrifying. Ah. Big brother, save me. A blood-curdling scream came from behind. Song Bao turned around abruptly, his entire being raging with rage. I've said it before. No one can save you. Lin Xian's voice was calm and steady. However, when these words entered the ears of the Song family disciples, it was like a clap of thunder from the 9 heavens, shocking them to the point their hearts trembled. Without any hesitation, Lin Xian's palm glowed with a golden lightning vortex. Then, he blasted it at Song Lei's dantian. Puff, Song Lei rolled out like a dead dog. The blue saber radiance flashed and slashed towards Lin Xian. This saber was extremely fast, like a flash of lightning. However, Lin Xian's speed was even faster. He turned into a golden line and retreated rapidly. Rumble, where Lin Xian originally stood, a huge crack appeared and spread into the distance. Ah! My spiritual sea is shattered. Song Lei rolled on the ground and kept screaming, "You actually shattered my spiritual sea. I want you dead." What? Song Lei is crippled. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. In this world where martial arts were respected, a crippled spiritual sea meant that one could no longer cultivate. This was a fate crueler than death. The surrounding martial artists stared blankly at Lin Xian. An inexplicable fear arose in their hearts. This young man seemed gentle, but when he did things, he was decisive and without hesitation. Even in the face of a powerhouse like Song Bao, he couldn't change his mind. Since you bullied the martial artists of Cloud State and my sect, you should be prepared to be crippled. Lin Xian's voice was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. The martial artists of Cloud State trembled and looked at Lin Xian with excitement. The disciples of the three sects were panting heavily. They felt their blood boiling. Originally, they were unhappy with Lin Xian. However, now, Lin Xian dared to challenge the entire Song family for them and Cloud State. This kind of courage made them excited and made them yearn for it. What was the attitude of a powerhouse? If I want you to live, you can't die. If I want you to die, no one can save you. Not even God. Wang Jianxing, Yuan Fei, Shangguan Luyun and the others clenched their fists tightly. Lin Xian's figure had been deeply imprinted in their hearts and became the direction they pursued. In the distant pavilion, the elders of Cloud State's three sects also stood up excitedly. Awesome, this feeling is too awesome. For the past few days, they had been suppressed by the Song family. Many people mocked Cloud State. They were angry and unwilling, but they were powerless to fight back. As a major force in Green State, the Song family was much stronger than them. As for the younger generation, Song Lei alone was enough to suppress the martial artists of Cloud State. Now, the devil in their hearts was lying on the ground like a dog. And all of this was done by Lin Xian. He was a disciple of Cloud State. F***ck, this is too awesome. Let's see who dares to say that Cloud State has no one. An elder of the Black Heaven sect shouted. On the other side, the elders of the Song family were in an uproar. Many of them stood up and prepared to capture Lin Xian. Stop. If we make a move now, what will the martial artists of the world think of us? The Song family's grand elder said coldly. Are we going to let him go just like that? The other elders roared angrily. Let him go? How can we? I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. The Song family's grand elder said cruelly. Let's leave the surface matters to the younger generation. If we make a move, those old guys from Cloud State will also make a move. Although our Song family isn't afraid of them, this isn't Green State. We don't have enough people, so we can't act rashly. When this is over, we'll secretly capture that kid, extract his lightning, and make him a slave of the Song family forever. The group of Song family's elders calmed down and sat down. Their eyes flashed and their smiles were cruel. On the combat stage, Song Lei had been carried down. However, things weren't over yet. Song Bao's face was ferocious as he glared at Lin Xian. He couldn't wait to hack him to death. Kid, you'll regret this. I'll make you pay. No one can hurt a disciple of the Song family. The lightning on Song Bao's body rumbled and formed a black cloud above him. The wind and snow between heaven and earth became even stronger. The cold wind blew, as cold as the blades of a blade. However, no one felt the cold. Their bodies were trembling slightly as they stared at the stage with excitement. Exciting, too exciting, someone dared to make a move on the Song family. The surrounding martial artists were as excited as if they were on steroids. Fight! 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 Everyone raised their arms and shouted. Thousands of voices gathered together and formed a torrent that shook the heavens and earth. The entire Ice Snow City was alarmed. More martial artists rushed over. Lin Xian stared at Song Bao. The battle intent in his heart continued to rise. Doesn't your Tsang family like to suppress the martial artists of Cloud State? Today, I'll represent the martial artists of Cloud State and beat your Tsang family until you can't raise your head. Powerful, too powerful. Who would have thought that a martial artist at the third level of the spiritual ocean realm would dare to go against Song Bao? That was an elite that even when Su defeated Peng, Song Bao was enraged. His long saber slashed out continuously, forming a saber light in the air. More than half of the sky was covered by the light. The saber light was brilliant, illuminating the front. Lin Xian swayed and kept flashing, dodging all the attacks. He leaned forward, waving his hands. Chain lightning. The clouds rolled, and 5 golden lightning bolts struck down. The sea of lightning rolled around, emitting energy waves that made people's hearts palpitate. Boom! Song Bao's long saber turned into lightning, and a lightning bird gushed out from the materialized saber light. With a flap of its wings, it charged into the sky. Rumble, blue lightning bird versus golden lightning. Both were extremely violent energies. When the two collided, they exploded. The entire battle martial stage was shaking. Fortunately, this stage was built with special stones that were extremely hard. Otherwise, this would be enough to turn the stage into dust. That blue lightning bird was pierced through in an instant. 5 terrifying holes the size of buckets appeared, however, his 5 lightning bolts didn't strike down. The injured lightning bird turned into a ball of lightning fire, burning fiercely and exhausting the energy of the 5 golden lightning bolts. With one blow, the two were evenly matched. Cloud State's martial artists all looked at Lin Xian excitedly. Although they admired Lin Xian, they didn't think that Lin Xian could contend against Song Bao. But now, it seemed that Lin Xian's strength was even more terrifying than they imagined. Lu Yang and Wei Wei watched with a smile. They knew that Lin Xian's strongest point wasn't lightning, but sword arts. Lin Xian didn't use his sword, which meant that he had enough confidence. Damn it! Song Bao was furious. He couldn't get the upper hand. This situation was unexpected. Even in the competition with Wen Su, he had absolute confidence. But now, he didn't have any confidence. Sevenfold Thunder Saber. Lightning jumped on Song Bao's body, bursting out with powerful energy. He used his strongest attack. His long saber was wrapped in endless lightning, looking azure. Here it comes, Brother Leopard's strongest attack. 7-layered Thunder Blade, Brother Leopard is mighty. The Tsang family's disciples all shouted. Everyone was nervous. They didn't know if Lin Xian would be defeated by the 7-fold Thunder Blade like Wen Su. In a distant pavilion, the hands of the Tsang family's elder were sweating. The 7-fold Thunder Blade should be able to subdue this brat, right? What are you thinking? This is my Tsang family's spirit tier martial art. It will definitely be able to defeat that little thief. The elder of the Tsang family felt a trace of worry. Your strongest attack? Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. His hands began to form a seal, and a whirlpool of golden lightning appeared in his hands. The golden vortex spun at high speed like a whirlwind. Lightning flashed within it. Although the lightning vortex was only the size of a palm, no one dared to underestimate it. 7-layered Thunder Blade, 3 blades in one. 3 phantoms of thunder blades formed behind Song Bao. They were more than 10 meters tall and looked like small mountains. Under his control, the 3 thunder blade phantoms quickly merged into one and slashed forward. Airwaves rolled, snowflakes flew backward, and the sky was filled with snow. The huge thunder blade seemed to have cut open the entire space, forming a vacuum zone in front of it. Lightning storm. The golden vortex in Lin Xian's hand flew out and grew bigger. In the sky above the battle stage, a golden cloud seemed to have appeared and shrouded Song Bao. Rumble, lightning flashed and the storm danced, drowning the front. Everyone's eyelids twitched as they constantly retreated, afraid of being contaminated by the lightning. Song Bao was hit by the lightning storm and let out a miserable cry. How is this possible? When the Tsang family's elders saw this scene, they all stood up. The great elder even smashed a table into pieces. Lin Xian's body kept rising as he dodged the thunder blade in the air. Not good, Lin Xian is going to be hit. A martial artist exclaimed. Could it be that both of them are going to be seriously injured? Lin Xian. Morong Qianling and the rest were extremely anxious. Wei Wei and Lu Yang were also on tenterhooks as they watched nervously. The sevenfold thunder blade isn't that easy to dodge. In the pavilion, the Tsang family's great elder said coldly. The blade light shrouded the bottom and was about to hit Lin Xian. Boom, the blade light exploded like a ball of sun, incomparably dazzling. Everyone closed their eyes, not daring to look directly. After a long time, when the light dissipated, everyone opened their eyes and impatiently looked over. They saw that the spiritual energy on Song Bao's body was shattered and there were holes in his body. His face was black and his hair was disheveled. He was in a sorry state. Although he was seriously injured, at least he survived. He looked in front of him and saw that it was scorched black, and there was a bottomless hole. No matter how strong you are, you were still cut down by me. Ha 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 ha. Song Bao looked up and laughed. Are you talking about me? A faint voice came from behind him. What? Song Bao's voice stopped abruptly as if he was choked by someone. His face was stiff and his smile was still on his face, but his eyes were filled with horror. Behind him, Lin Xian was wearing a white bear coat. It was white and flawless, like an elegant prince. Impossible. Song Bao turned back and screamed, how can you be completely fine? He did not believe it. He did not believe it at all. Although it was just 3 blades in one, the power was not something that ordinary people could block. He believed that under that blade, even an expert of the same level would not be able to escape unscathed. However, Lin Xian was not injured at all. Song Bao was not the only one shocked. Everyone was stunned. In their opinion, even if Lin Xian could block this blade, he would at least be seriously injured like Song Bao. However, the reality before their eyes told them that Lin Xian was completely fine. Is this guy still human? I feel like I'm dreaming. Many martial artists felt that their heads were stuck and could not think properly. Impossible, how can he dodge the 7-fold thunderblade unscathed? The elders of the Tsang family were in a mess. That was their Tsang family's ultimate move, but someone had managed to dodge it unscathed. Damn it, this kid must have some secrets. We have to capture him, said an elder of the Tsang family through gritted teeth. In fact, Lin Xian was able to dodge the blade thanks to Wen Su. When Wen Su and Song Bao were fighting, Lin Xian was shocked by the flight of white feathers. Although he was learning martial arts from Lord Alcohol, he still left a trace of his consciousness. He copied Wen Su's flight of white feathers into his mind. With the Great Dragon Sword Seal's unparalleled saint technique, Lin Xian could use this ultimate move to dodge the 7-fold thunderblade. Don't be so smug. That was just an appetizer. Now, I'll show you the true power of the 7-fold thunderblade. Song Bao decided to use 5 blades in one. That was his strongest attack. He took a deep breath and circulated his spiritual energy to the maximum. The blade in his hand shone brightly as the phantom of a thunder blade appeared behind him. 5 blades in one? Lin Xian smirked. Since you want to lose, I'll let you lose completely. He flicked his storage ring and the autumn scar sword appeared in his hand. With a sword in hand, Lin Xian's aura underwent a huge change. Sharp, sharp, like a divine sword unsheathed. What, is he a swordsman? The surrounding warriors were a little dazed. Lin Xian's lightning power had already shocked them, and now he took out a long sword. No way, if he's a swordsman, how abnormal would he be? Those warriors who did not know Lin Xian were all discussing, their eyes full of surprise. Because the average swordsman's ability was in the sword. With a long sword in hand, they could release 120% of their attack, but without a long sword, they could not even release 60% of their attack. However, Lin Xian was obviously an exception. Without a sword, he was very powerful. With a sword, he was even stronger. At this moment, all the warriors who knew Lin Xian had a change of expression. Many people were excited and could not wait to shout out. Because Lin Xian's strongest was not lightning, but sword intent. A swordsman who comprehended sword intent, his combat power was absolutely heaven-defying. Lin Xian made the same gesture as Song Bao, and the spiritual power in his body constantly surged. What is he doing? Is he going to use some ultimate skill? The surrounding warriors were guessing. Don't try to use this trick to confuse me. It's useless. Song Bao sneered. Is he going to use the same martial skill? What a joke. The Song family elders looked disdainful. However, in the next moment, their eyes almost popped out. 5 thick beams of sword chi appeared behind Lin Xian, as if they were pillars of heaven. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as if they had seen a ghost. On the opposite side, Song Bao's expression changed drastically. His body was trembling, and the lightning blade phantom behind him flickered. Impossible, how do you know my Song family's ultimate skill? Song Bao shouted with all his strength. The Song family disciples behind him were all terrified. The group of Song family elders were almost scared to death. This scene was too terrifying. Their opponents had actually used the exact same move, and this move was actually a secret of their family that had never been passed down to outsiders. It's not the sevenfold lightning blade, it just looks the same. The Song family's great elder's cultivation was extraordinary, and he was able to see through the truth. Although they looked the same, their auras were completely different. After the elders heard this, they were relieved. Then, they sneered. Their Song family's sevenfold thunder blade was not something that could be casually called out. Every slash contained a peerlessly powerful force. Moreover, every slash was not simply superimposed. The 7 sabers combined into one could unleash an attack that exceeded one's own strength. Song Bao quickly figured this out. He ignored Lin Xian and slowly condensed the shadow of the thunder blade behind him. Lin Xian also understood this principle. Although he could not simulate the secret of the thunder blade now, the moment Song Bao attacked, everything would be revealed. Activating his purple spirit eyes to the extreme, Lin Xian seemed to be able to see through Song Bao. Song Bao's body trembled as he felt an inexplicable chill. Without waiting any longer, he waved his long arms and the 5 saber shadows behind him merged into one, forming a dazzling saber light that slashed down. This moment was extremely fast, but Lin Xian still managed to capture it under the effect of his purple spirit eyes. The great dragon sword seal surged as Lin Xian unleashed his body's potential to the extreme. The saber light flashed and instantly arrived above his head. At this moment, Lin Xian attacked. The 5 sword auras behind him quickly merged into one, forming a sharp saber light. Moreover, it also contained a sharp sword intent. Slash, Lin Xian roared as the autumn scar sword slashed out quickly. The sword auras behind him surged and surged in all directions. Rumble, the 2 violent energies collided with each other, producing a metallic sound. I am the true sevenfold thunderblade. Die. Song Bao's face was filled with madness as he poured all the spiritual energy in his body into the saber. However, what made him despair was that the blue saber light was slowly being repelled. The sharp sword aura was like a giant dragon as it flew towards him. In an instant, everything was annihilated. The whole world seemed to have lost its voice. No sound could be heard, and only light could be seen. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the pavilion far away, the elders of the Song family could no longer hold it in. They were about to go crazy. Without any hesitation, they quickly rushed towards the battle stage. They were not the only ones who moved. The elders of the 3 sects and the various forces of the cloud state had also moved. Open! A loud roar was heard as a huge palm appeared in the sky. The palm grabbed at the air, causing the clouds to roll back and strong winds to blow in all directions. Lin Xian's sword aura was shattered. A strong pressure was exerted, as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down on him. This terrifying aura instantly covered the entire area, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. This is a harmonious spirit realm expert, someone said with a trembling voice. Lin Xian's expression was solemn as he looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky, lost in thought. Is this the power of a harmonious spirit realm expert? Too strong. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Lin Xian was not too worried because he could sense a few familiar forces in his soul. These people would protect him. Swoosh, a huge palm of light, about 100 meters in size, mercilessly grabbed at Lin Xian. Bang, the clouds rolled and formed a huge mountain, repelling the palm of light. A few figures quickly landed beside Lin Xian, protecting him. Greetings, elders. Lin Xian said respectfully. The people who came were Elder Duanmu and the others. They surrounded Lin Xian tightly, fearing that an accident would happen. Little thief, look what you've done. On the opposite side, the elders of the Tsang family were trembling with anger. One of the elders was holding a bloodied leopard with a ferocious expression. Lin Xian sneered, the young can't beat the old. The Tsang family is really strong. What did you say? Do you believe that I won't kill you with one slap? The elder of the Tsang family was furious. Humph, do you really think we're decorations? Elder Duanmu and the others snorted, their aura fluctuating. The Tsang family was in the wrong in the first place. They had mercilessly suppressed the disciples of the Cloud State, but now, a harmonious spirit realm warrior dared to attack Lin Xian. We old men shouldn't interfere with the younger generation's battle. If you really want to fight, I can accompany you for a few moves. Elder Duanmu said slowly. Shameless Junior, you stole the secret art of the Tsang family and even injured our disciples. This is unforgivable. Hand over Lin Xian, or the Cloud State will be in trouble. The elder of the Tsang family was overbearing. If you didn't target the disciples of the Cloud State first, I'm afraid this wouldn't have happened. So, use your brain before you do anything in the future. Lin Xian retorted. Tsang Leopard and I had a fair fight. It's inevitable that there would be casualties. This point, your family's Tsang Lei has already made it very clear. If you really want to attack me without caring about your status, I'll accept it. But at that time, it's none of my business how the world talks about the Tsang family. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He had many ways to prevent the elder from attacking. The elders of the Tsang family were flushed red. They had calmed down from their initial rage. Now that there were so many pairs of eyes watching, if they acted rashly, they might attract the dissatisfaction of the other forces. Immediately, the elder of the Tsang family snorted, let's put the matter of injuring him aside for now. You stole the secret art of the Tsang family. This matter will not be forgotten. No matter what, you have to come back with us to the Tsang family and find out the truth. They sneered in their hearts. As long as Lin Xian was in their hands, they would be able to find out the secret on his body. At that time, the golden lightning and all the treasures on Lin Xian would belong to the Tsang family. Elder Duanmu and the rest frowned slightly. The martial technique that Lin Xian displayed was indeed similar to Tsang Bao's. If the Tsang family clung to it, this matter would probably be very troublesome. Who knew that? Lin Xian laughed disdainfully. Your Tsang family's martial art? What's your Tsang family's martial art called? Humph, asking when you already know the answer. Of course it's the sevenfold thunder saber. Don't think that we can't recognize you changing to sword shadows. The Tsang family's elders sneered. Sevenfold thunder saber. That's to say that you can at most condense 7 saber shadows? Lin Xian asked solemnly. Nonsense, this sort of thing, most people know. The Tsang family's head elder snorted coldly. After Lin Xian heard, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The Tsang family's elders were bewildered, faintly having a bad feeling. But they did not believe that Lin Xian could prove anything. Even the surrounding martial artists also had curious faces. They did not know why Lin Xian was so calm. Everyone, what I displayed was clearly the 9 heaven sword shadows, not some sevenfold thunder saber. Nonsense, what 9 heaven sword shadows, we've never heard of it. Don't try to quibble, you little thief. The Tsang family's elders berated loudly. Whether it's quibbling or not, you'll know with one look. Lin Xian's eyes focused, and the aura on his body gradually became fierce. Behind him, long sword phantoms began to appear, forming a row. Everyone looked over with rapt attention, and very soon, their eyes widened. 5, same as before. No, 7, he actually condensed 7. I'm afraid that even in the Tsang family, there aren't many people who can condense 7 sword shadows. The group of martial artists seemed to have gone mad, exclaiming repeatedly. The Tsang family's elders' faces darkened like they had seen a ghost. Impossible, how can he possibly display 7 sword energies? He's only at the 3rd firmament spiritual sea. The Tsang family's elders' faces were hideous. But what shocked them had yet to come. After the 7 sword shadows appeared, Lin Xian did not stop, but his spirit energy revolved once again. The 8th sword shadow appeared faintly, appearing before everyone's eyes. Oh, my God, what did I see? The 8th sword shadow. Isn't the seven-layered thunder blade supposed to only have 7 strikes? Why is there an 8th one? Could it be that what he said was true? It wasn't the sevenfold thunder blade, but the 9 heavens sword shadow? The surrounding martial artists discussed animatedly. Up until now, they had already believed more than half of it. When the 9th sword shadow appeared behind Lin Xian, everyone believed it. Lin Xian was using his own martial art, 9 heavens sword shadow. The faces of the Tsang family's elders darkened as they stared at Lin Xian like hungry wolves. Damn it, what kind of secret technique does he have? The elders roared in their hearts. They didn't know how Lin Xian was able to condense 9 sword shadows, but they knew that if the Tsang clan could grasp this method, then their 7-layered thunder blade would rise to a whole new level. And at that time, the Tsang family's status would not only be the overlord of Qingzhou, but it was very likely that they would be one of the top powers in Xia country. All of this could be achieved as long as they captured Lin Xian. Humph, it's just a trick. Just follow me back obediently. The Tsang family's great elder sneered and suddenly attacked. Boom, like a volcanic eruption, the spiritual energy wave blew away all the surrounding martial artists. A gigantic lightning palm blotted out the sky and grabbed at Lin Xian. How dare you? Elder Duanmu was furious. He waved his sleeve and went forward. When 2 harmonious spirit experts fought, the momentum was shocking. With just one strike, all the martial artists within 1,000 meters fell to the ground. Just as the battle was about to break out, a cold snort came from the horizon. Humph, how dare you touch a friend of my Wanbao tower? A strong light flashed and collided between Elder Duanmu and the Tsang family's great elder. The force was abnormally strong, but it was also very gentle. It separated the two of them in an instant. With a flash, 3 old men appeared in front of everyone. One red and one white, and the other was a hunchback old man. Elder Duanmu and the rest of the Tsang family's elders looked at the 3 of them cautiously. So it's Daoist friends from the Wanbao Tower. Greetings, Duanmu. On the other side, the Tsang family's elders also bowed. They didn't dare to go against the Wanbao Tower. The Tsang family was only a big family in the Qing province, while the Wanbao Tower was a big power in the Xia country. The 2 of them weren't on the same level. I don't know why the 3 of you are here. Greetings to the 3 seniors. Before the Tsang family's great elder could finish his words, Lin Xian shouted first. The red and white elders looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Little friend Lin isn't injured, right? Lin. Little friend Lin? Everyone was stunned. The Tsang family's elders were even more dumbstruck. Lin Xian was actually related to the Wanbao Tower, and this relationship didn't seem to be ordinary. Who exactly was he? Why were so many people protecting him? The Tsang family's elders could not figure it out, but they knew that the matter of capturing Lin Xian this time was probably going to be a bust. Regarding the matter of Lin Xian's 9 heavens sword shadow, this old man can prove that it's indeed his own martial art, the Wanbao Tower's hunchbacked old man said coolly. Since Elder Gu said it, then it's naturally true. The Tsang family's great elder was going crazy in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He did not dare to oppose the Wanbao Tower head-on. But the matter of capturing Lin Xian, he would not give up. Let's go. The Tsang family's great elder flicked his sleeves and brought the Tsang family's people away. Quite a few elders gnashed their teeth in hatred as they looked at Lin Xian. The ruthlessness in them was very obvious. But Lin Xian was not afraid at all. With the Wanbao Tower now, the Tsang family did not dare to make a move at all. And after a few more days, even without the Wanbao Tower's protection, he would not fear the Tsang family either. Because he was bound to meet the Sword Pool Manor's Lin family's people. And at that time, his other identity would also be exposed. At that time, the Tsang family's elders probably would not dare to do anything to him at all. Seeing the Tsang family's people leave, the Wanbao Tower's 3 elders looked at Lin Xian with smiles. Young friend Lin, don't forget our agreement. 3 seniors, please rest assured. Lin Xian won't forget. Also, thank the 3 seniors for saving me. Lin Xian said respectfully. Hoo, you're too serious, the 3 elders said with a laugh. Following that, the 3 people spoke briefly and then left. Xianer, let's go back, Elder Duanmu said. Yes. A cloud of mist wrapped everyone and left this place. Only a group of martial artists remained on the spot, discussing non-stop. Of course, the object of their discussion was all Lin Xian. Presumably, in less than a few days, Lin Xian's name would spread throughout the entire Ice Snow City. In the southern district of Ice Snow City, there was a small ice snow park. The houses inside were all cast with cold ice. In one of the halls, many people stood. They were precisely the profound Sky Sect's disciples. Elder Duanmu sat in the middle, and on both sides were the other elders of the sect. Elder Shui sat in the middle, but his expression was a little unnatural. Xing Jun stood in the crowd with his head lowered. He did not dare to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian recounted what happened after entering the blood-red door. Of course, he did not mention some of the important details. He did not mention a word about the Great Dragon Sword Seal and Xianxia. So there's a secret place under the blood-red palace? Is that black-robed man really from the Nether Hall? I'm afraid it won't be too peaceful. Elder Duanmu and the rest had gloomy expressions. No matter which news it was, it made it difficult for them to calm down. Xianer, go and rest. 5 days later, we'll head to the snow-seeking sect. The snowstorm in Ice Snow City continued and more martial artists came and went. Of course, the most active ones were the younger generation. Did you know that a young genius appeared in Cloud State? Cloud State? Are you kidding? What kind of genius can appear in that place? Some of the new disciples did not believe it. Immediately, someone told them about the battle between Lin Xian and Song Bao. Many people were shocked. Of course, not everyone admired Lin Xian. The disciples of the Song family did not. They could not wait to eat Lin Xian. Some of the top experts on the hidden dragon role were also indifferent. To them, whether it was Song Bao or Lin Xian, they were not enough to arouse their interest. Their goal was to become a martial arts genius. Lin Xian stayed in the ice snow courtyard and did not come out. He rejected many people who came to visit him. In these 2 days, he continued to consolidate his lightning technique and merged it with the power of wind and lightning. Now, his strength had improved again. He had comprehended about 40% of the Wind Emperor's sword and 30% of the lightning technique. His soul power had also improved. However, his sword intent had reached a bottleneck and could not reach the small success stage. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time to head to the snow-seeking sect. Lin Xian walked out of his room and met up with Elder Duanmu and the rest. There were a total of 5 elders and 10 disciples heading to the snow-seeking sect. Lin Xian's arrival attracted everyone's attention. Among them, Elder Duanmu was surprised. After not seeing him for 5 days, Lin Xian's aura had become stronger again. This was not because his cultivation had increased, but because there was a hidden power in his body that could explode at any time. He is indeed a genius. This kind of person will laugh at the world sooner or later. Elder Duanmu exclaimed in his heart. Everyone is here. Let's go. Elder Duanmu waved his sleeve and a white jade ship appeared in the sky. Lin Xian sighed. The last time he rode the white jade ship was when he went to the bloody trial grounds. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed and he was no longer the pulse condensation stage brat. A group of people boarded the ship and rushed towards the snow-seeking sect. Wuji! Wuji! The little white monkey woke up on Lin Xian's shoulder. It rubbed its eyes and cried out. The eyes of Morong Qianling and the other female disciples lit up as they looked at the little white monkey with starry eyes. Whoosh, the snow-white monkey's body flashed and disappeared from Lin Xian's shoulder. Eh? Lin Xian was slightly stunned. He realized that the little white monkey's figure had disappeared. It's in my storage ring, said Lord Alcohol via voice transmission. Lin Xian probed with his soul force. Sure enough, he discovered the figure of the snow-white monkey. However, his heart suddenly trembled. This isn't a spiritual pet storage ring. This little thing is magical. You can't use common sense to judge it. Lord Alcohol said with a smile. Hearing this, the little white monkey raised its head and made a face at the void. He can sense our presence? Lin Xian was alarmed. It was fine if the monkey could sense him, but if it could also sense Lord Alcohol, it would be heaven-defying. The little white monkey showed a disdainful expression. Then, it grabbed the green eggshell and ate it. Lin Xian was speechless. He realized that this little thing really couldn't be judged with common sense. Ignoring the little white monkey, Lin Xian looked around. The snow-seeking sect was located on a snowy mountain. None of the buildings were made of ice. There were ice halls, ice palaces, ice bridges, and even an ice river that surrounded the mountain. The white jade ship flew quickly and soon arrived at the periphery of the snow-seeking sect. Lin Xian felt that the surrounding spiritual energy had become denser. It was several times purer than in the mysterious heaven sect. As everyone knew, the denser the spiritual energy was, the faster a martial artist's cultivation would be. For example, the disciples of the mysterious heaven sect cultivated faster than martial artists from other places in the Cloud Prefecture. However, compared to the snow-seeking sect, it was much worse. In the Xia country, the few large spiritual veins were all occupied by the top forces. Among them, the three strongest forces were the Sword Pool Mansion, the Earth-Fire sect, and the Blue Moon sect. And now, the snow-seeking sect had also become one of the top forces. When they arrived at the mountain gate of the snow-seeking sect, Elder Duanmu controlled the white jade ship to descend slowly. There were many martial artists at the mountain gate. The arrival of Lin Xian and the rest attracted many people's attention. So it's Taoist friends from the mysterious heaven sect. Please come in. A long-faced old man smiled and invited Duanmu and the rest in. Behind them, a martial artist whispered, "They're actually from the mysterious heaven sect. I wonder which one of them is Lin Xian." It's useless even if you know. Those who can participate in the snow-seeking sect's grand meeting are all overlords. The younger generation here are the real geniuses. They're not people like Song Bao and Lin Xian can compare to. The few of them whispered among themselves. They were somewhat disdainful of Lin Xian. Elder Duanmu and the rest were let in. The elders had to go to the main hall to discuss some matters and were temporarily separated from Lin Xian and the rest. Lin Xian and the rest of the younger generation were led around by the snow-seeking sect's disciples. Everyone, follow me. I'm sure you've never seen a large sect before. I'll show you around. The snow-seeking sect's disciple who received Lin Xian and the rest had an arrogant expression. It was no wonder. The snow-seeking sect had been promoted to a 3-star sect, while Lin Xian and the rest were just small martial artists from a 1-star sect. The gap between the two was too big. Lin Xian didn't care. Ever since he saw a genius like Xianxia, his horizons had been broadened. His martial Dao goal was higher and further. Moreover, he was born in the Sword Pool Mansion. The place where he lived was even stronger than the snow-seeking sect. Therefore, he only smiled at such words. However, the faces of Morong Qianling and the rest were a little ugly. Many of them were livid and angry. Everyone is usually cultivating. Now that we finally have time to rest, let's take it as a sightseeing tour. Lin Xian smiled at the crowd. Senior brother, thank you for your trouble. The snow-seeking sect's disciple looked at Lin Xian in surprise and then led the way. It had to be said that this place was indeed unique. There were buildings made of ice and snow everywhere. There were snow trees planted on the side of the road. Lin Xian had snow beasts roaming around. It was like a snow wonderland. Eh? It's you. A cry of surprise was heard. Lin Xian turned around and saw a handsome young man with a sword standing on the side of the road. Senior brother Yin. The snow-seeking sect's disciple said respectfully. This young man was called Yin Shali. He had met Lin Xian once in Yunzhou. So it's brother Yin. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said. All right, I'll take care of this. You can go do other things. Yin Shali said to the disciple. Then, he smiled at Lin Xian and said, please. Yin Shali's attitude was quite polite. Everyone's expression eased a lot. Along the way, they visited many places and left a lot of laughter. The Plum Blossom Pavilion is up ahead. I'll take you there. Yin Shali led the way and walked forward. It was a garden with many different types of plum blossoms. There were plum blossoms of all shapes and colors. It could be said that it was a scenic spot of the snow-seeking sect. There were many people in the garden, most of them were from the younger generation. Among them, there were more than 10 figures sitting in the pavilion, enjoying the plum blossoms and the snow. Junior brother Ian, you're here too. One of the people in the pavilion smiled. I brought my friends from the Black Heaven sect to enjoy the scenery. I didn't expect senior brother Huang to be here too. Hearing that it was a Black Heaven sect's disciple, the people in the pavilion were surprised and turned around. Brat, it's you. One of them stared coldly at Lin Xian. There was a young man in the pavilion who was staring at Lin Xian coldly. The young man had a powerful qi. There was a sword mark between his eyebrows that looked like a sharp sword. It's you. Lin Xian was a little surprised. He had fought with the young man before, but he didn't expect to see him here. Is Lin Feng here too? Lin Xian looked around quickly, but he didn't see Lin Feng. Junior Ian, this is. Huang Qing noticed something was wrong and asked quickly. Ian Shaoli also noticed the young man's cold eyes. He quickly said, this is Lin Xian. Nice to meet you. Lin Xian cupped his fist and said. Lin Xian? Humph, I've never heard of him. A girl in purple next to the young man sneered. This is the Garden of Plum Appreciation. Not just anyone can enter. It was obvious that the girl in purple and the young man were in cahoots. Everyone else was watching with a smile on their faces as if they were waiting to watch a good show. The disciples of the Shantian sect blushed with shame and anger. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and sneered, I don't see any Tom, Dick, or Harry, but I see 2 lackeys. The crowd was a little surprised. They didn't know what Lin Xian meant. Aren't you 2 Lin Feng's lackeys? Lin Xian looked at the young man and the girl in purple and asked. The people in the pavilion were stunned, and the surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. Did this guy know who the cultivators in the pavilion were? He was too arrogant. Boy, you're courting death. I'm going to tear your mouth apart. The young man and the girl in purple were furious. They were noble, and no one had ever dared to talk to them like that. But this young man from Yunzhou, a disciple of a 1-star sect, dared to talk to them like that. 2 attacks quickly flew towards Lin Xian. One was sword qi, and the other was a palm of light. Ka. 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 Lin Xian's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to move, frost scattered in the air, and a wave of energy was transmitted. The speed of the sword qi and the palm of light slowed down, and a layer of frost appeared on them before they were finally frozen. A huge block of ice appeared in front of Lin Xian. It was 2 meters tall and as smooth as a mirror. No one had expected such a thing to happen. The young man with the sword mark and the girl in purple turned gloomy at once. Huang Qing and Ian Shaoli looked into the distance with reverence and said respectfully, Greetings, Senior Sister Shui. In the plum garden, there was a white figure that seemed to blend in with the surroundings. Fighting is not allowed in the plum garden. I hope that everyone will restrain themselves. The woman's voice was cold and emotionless. The young man and the girl in purple seemed to have thought of something. Their expressions changed again and again. In the end, they both squeezed out a smile. So it's the Ice Fairy. We've been rude. Fairy, don't worry. We won't fight in the plum garden. The Ice Fairy. The disciples of the Black Heaven sect exclaimed. Lin Xian was also a little stunned. He was no longer an ignorant young man. He had heard of the Ice Fairy. She was a genius in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. Her cultivation was unfathomable. The young man with the sword mark and the girl in purple glared at Lin Xian before slowly sitting down. Lin Xian shrugged and led the crowd to enjoy the plum garden. The jade butterfly plum hasn't bloomed yet this year. In the plum garden, the beautiful figure sighed faintly. The girl in purple in the pavilion said sweetly, Sister, don't worry. Young Master Feng is quite knowledgeable about plum flowers. When young Master Feng is free tomorrow, Sister will be able to see the jade butterfly plum bloom. And you still say you're not a lackey? Lin Xian muttered softly. Although his voice was soft, it was still clearly heard by everyone. The surrounding martial artists were slightly stunned. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. The girl in purple had a dark face, and her chest was heaving up and down. She was pissed off by Lin Xian. Whoosh, the snow-white monkey jumped out and stood on Lin Xian's shoulder. It held its belly and made funny faces at the girl in purple from time to time. PFFF, finally, someone couldn't help but laugh. This young man was interesting. Even his monkey was so good. Sister, I think it's necessary to let some small fries from the countryside go out so they don't ruin your mood. The girl in purple stared at Lin Xian as she gnashed her teeth in anger. In the plum garden, the beautiful figure looked over. Her clear eyes were like the source of ice. The disciples behind Lin Xian shivered as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Morong Qianling pulled Lin Xian's sleeve and whispered, "Junior brother Lin, why don't we go?" The disciples of the Black Sky sect were scared. The people here were too high level. They were all elites on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. They were not used to it. Lin Xian smiled and comforted them. Why wait for Lin Feng? If you want to enjoy the plum blossoms, I can make it happen immediately. Lin Xian's words shocked everyone again. This young man was too heaven-defying. He dared to say anything. Not only were the surrounding cultivators dizzy, but Yin Shaoli and Huang Qing also felt dizzy. Huang Qing glared at Yin Shaoli. The latter looked like he was about to cry. Well, brother Lin, why don't we go? Yin Shaoli whispered. I'll go somewhere else. Go? Why should we go? Don't tell me you don't want to see the plum blossoms? Everyone was speechless. The sword-marked youth and the girl in purple wanted to bite Lin Xian. Humph, you country bumpkin. Have you seen a mutated plum blossom before? The girl in purple sneered, you dare to lie to the ice fairy. I think the seniors of the Snow Seek sect will not forgive you. Lie? How did I lie? Lin Xian looked innocent. Isn't it just the jade butterfly plum? I promise I can make it bloom. The ice fairy frowned. She stared at Lin Xian as if she was thinking about something. Isn't it just the jade butterfly plum? The girl in purple laughed angrily. This plum blossom is only found in a few places in the Great Xia. Even young Master Feng is not 100% sure. How can you be so sure? That's because you don't know. Lin Xian said indifferently, Lin Feng is not a god. What he can't do doesn't mean that others can't. At least, I can do it. Lin Xian looked at the two in the pavilion and said slowly, why don't we make a bet? Bet? What bet? The girl in purple asked subconsciously. Let's bet if I can make the jade butterfly plum bloom. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, if I can't do it, you can do whatever you want with me. But if I can do it, Lin Xian looked at her with a playful expression. What do you want? The girl in purple crossed her arms and asked nervously. If I can do it, you have to shout young Master Xian, I was wrong. I won't do it again. What do you think? You. The girl in purple was so angry that her whole body was shaking. I'll bet with you. I will skin you alive. What about you? Lin Xian looked at the sword-marked teenager. Seeing Lin Xian so calm, the sword-marked teenager was a bit scared. However, he did not believe that Lin Xian could make the jade butterfly plum bloom. I'll bet with you. The sword-marked teenager sneered. As long as Lin Xian lost, the autumn scar sword would be his. Fairy, can I try? Lin Xian walked towards the ice fairy with a smile. When Lin Xian was 30 feet away from Snow Fairy, he felt a sense of pressure. At the same time, there was a bone-chilling coldness. He stopped and waited for Snow Fairy's answer. The snow-white monkey on his shoulder was also waiting. Its black gem-like eyes were filled with curiosity. Can you really make the jade butterfly plum bloom? Snow Fairy asked. Lin Xian nodded and smiled confidently. Behind him, many warriors surrounded him. They also wanted to see the legendary jade butterfly plum bloom. The sword-marked youth and purple-clothed girl stood in the crowd and looked coldly at Lin Xian. Humph, country bumpkin, do you know which jade butterfly plum is? The purple-clothed girl mocked. If you can't find it, then get lost. Don't lie to Snow Fairy, the sword-marked youth shouted coldly. Snow Fairy didn't stop them this time. Instead, she said indifferently, as long as you can find the real jade butterfly plum, I can let you try. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. All right. Then, he looked at the plum blossoms nearby. There were dozens of unbloomed plum blossoms around him, but only one of them was the real jade butterfly plum. Everyone focused and waited for Lin Xian to make his move. Lord Alcohol's voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Kid, I don't know any jade butterfly plum. You can only rely on yourself. Don't worry, Lord Alcohol. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. He paced back and forth in the plum blossom forest and said slowly, there used to be a jade butterfly plum in my yard. Keep bragging. How can there be a jade butterfly plum in Cloud State? The purple-clothed girl retorted. Lin Xian ignored her and continued, my mother planted it. Every winter, it would bloom into a jade butterfly plum. When you're lucky, it might even turn into a butterfly. Lin Xian's voice was low, but the scene he described made everyone yearn for it. Snow Fairy's eyes flickered with a hint of excitement. She knew that Lin Xian must have seen the jade butterfly plum bloom because very few people knew about it. Do you know the story of the jade butterfly plum? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Everyone was stunned and shook their heads. They had only heard of this kind of exotic plum, but they didn't know the specifics. Snow Fairy's expression changed slightly. She knew, but with her temperament, she definitely wouldn't say it out loud. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. Instead, he stopped in front of a plum tree. This was a very ordinary plum tree, so ordinary that no one paid attention to it. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect the legendary jade butterfly plum to be so ordinary. How could it be this one? The purple-clothed girl sneered. Unexpectedly, Ice Fairy said indifferently, you may begin. What? It's really this one. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. There was a faint trace of excitement in their hearts. The purple-clothed girl's face was burning. She gritted her teeth and said, it must be a wild guess. I don't believe that you can make the jade butterfly tree bloom. The young man frowned. He had a bad feeling. It was his intuition as a swordsman. Everyone craned their necks, wanting to know how Lin Xian was going to make the jade butterfly plum blossom. Ice Fairy was also looking forward to it. She was actually a little nervous in her heart. Lin Xian looked at the budding flower bud and slowly walked forward. Lin Xian touched it gently with his fingertips and began to draw on it. He was very fast. In the blink of an eye, butterfly-like shapes appeared on several flower buds. Lin Xian didn't stop. He finished drawing all the flower buds. It's done, Lin Xian said. What? That's it? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. You just drew a few butterflies and you think it's the jade butterfly plum? What a joke. The purple-clothed girl shouted. I hope you can still be so loud when you admit your mistake. Lin Xian stared coldly at the purple-clothed girl. After that, he ignored her and looked at Ice Fairy. Fairy, use your heart to communicate with it. Everyone was suspicious. They all felt that Lin Xian was a fraud. However, Ice Fairy seemed to believe Lin Xian. She walked in front of the jade butterfly plum, pressed her palms together, and slowly closed her eyes. Everyone waited, unsure of what Ice Fairy was thinking. Moments later, specks of light suddenly lit up like fireflies. Following that, the light grew brighter and brighter like moonlight. It was intoxicating. One flower bud after another gradually bloomed. The shape of the petals was like a fluttering butterfly. It's opening. It's opening. It's really opening. Everyone exclaimed. Impossible. This is impossible. The purple-clothed girl kept repeating, as though she couldn't believe it. Sword Mark's face turned black as well. He even had the urge to escape. Ice Fairy opened her eyes and looked at the blooming jade butterfly plum. She was speechless for a long time. Suddenly, the flowers spread their wings as butterflies of light flew out and danced in the air. Butterfly dance. So, it really does exist. Frost Fairy was dumbfounded. Lin Xian looked at the jade butterflies that filled the sky and sighed inwardly. He was somewhat homesick. In this world, only by possessing great strength can you protect your loved ones. Lord Alcohol reminded him. Lin Xian nodded and became even more determined on his martial path. After a long while, the jade butterflies in the air disappeared and transformed into jade-like flowers that bloomed in the garden. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Sword Mark and the purple-clothed girl. You. The purple-clothed girl looked flustered. Her arrogance from before was gone. Sword Mark's face was gloomy. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. The two of you, I believe our bet still stands, right? Lin Xian asked indifferently. Weren't you shouting very loudly just now? Continue shouting now. The Black Heaven sect disciples felt relieved. I. The purple-clothed girl's face turned red as she was about to cry. She was filled with regret. Why did she have to go against Lin Xian? If the heavens gave her another chance, she would definitely stay far away from Lin Xian. It would be best if they never met again. As a disciple of a large family, saying such words in front of so many people made the purple-clothed girl want to die. In the end, her face turned red and she fainted from anger. Plop. The purple-clothed girl fell to the ground. What about you? Do you choose to faint or shout? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Sword Mark clenched his fists tightly. He wished he could fight Lin Xian to the death. However, he was the eldest disciple of the Golden Sword sect and someone with status in the pugilistic world. Now that he was in front of so many people, he couldn't do anything. Moreover, if he escaped, he would be too ashamed to face anyone in the future. If he begged for mercy, he would be too ashamed to face anyone. In the end, he chose the same method as the purple-clothed girl and fainted. However, he didn't faint out of anger. Instead, he used his spiritual power to knock himself out. He probably never dreamed that he would end up like this. Awesome! The Black Heaven sect disciples were overjoyed as they roared in their hearts. Lin Xian was also smiling. He was very satisfied with the outcome of dealing with two experts without making a move. Who knows them? Carry them out. Lying here will ruin my mood. Lin Xian waved his hand in disgust. In the crowd, Sword Mark's companions were livid as they carried the two away. Lin Xian, right? Not only did you offend the Golden Sword sect and the Yuan clan, but you also offended young Master Feng. Wait for your death. A few young men said coldly. They were all martial artists who followed Lin Xian. At this moment, they were all staring at Lin Xian with murderous intent. The few warriors left quickly, but there was still a trace of killing intent in the air. The people of the Xiantian sect were worried about Lin Xian. After all, they were all powerful warriors, and there seemed to be Lin Feng's shadow behind them. That was the top existence on the Hidden Dragon ranking. However, everyone noticed that Lin Xian was calm, as if he didn't care about it. After saying goodbye to the ice fairy, Lin Xian and the others left the pavilion. Lin Xian didn't wander around. He went to the residence prepared for them by the snow-seeking sect and closed the door to rest. On the other hand, the news of the Sword Mark youth and the girl in purple fainting from anger was secretly spread. The Golden Sword sect and the Yuan clan were furious. They wanted to kill Lin Xian with one slap. This was definitely a disgrace to them. Two geniuses were actually scared to death by a martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual sea realm. This was too funny. The Lin clan also heard the news, but the name Lin Xian made them even more moved. Many people secretly checked Lin Xian's identity to verify their guesses. In a luxurious and elegant room, a group of well-dressed youths stood around a young man. Brother Feng, Yan Hui, and Yuan Hong fainted from anger. Now the whole snow-seeking sect is talking about it. When Lin Feng heard that, he frowned and said, "Who attacked? Could it be those guys in the top 10? Yan Hui and Yuan Hong were naturally the Sword Mark youth and the girl in purple. They were geniuses in the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Especially Yan Hui. After the battle with Lin Xian, his cultivation broke through again and reached the 5th layer of the spiritual sea realm. His strength was even stronger. Only the geniuses in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking could deal with two people at the same time. Neither. It's said that a martial artist called Lin Xian did it, the disciple said quickly. Crack, the wine cup in Lin Feng's hand was crushed, and the wine inside turned into powder. Lin Xian. Lin Feng's face darkened. Don't tell me it's that trash Lin Xian. I don't think that's possible either. That guy can't cultivate at all. After he was chased out of the clan, there's never been any news of him. How could he appear here? That's right, maybe they have the same name. The disciples of the Lin Xian clan were all discussing amongst themselves. They didn't believe that this was the doing of the Lin Xian they knew. No matter who it is, if he dares to do such a thing, he will definitely die. Another Lin family disciple sneered, the Golden Sword sect and the Yuan family will not let him go. Go and investigate. I want to know everything about that person, said Lin Feng. Don't worry, big brother Feng. We'll do it right away. The disciples quickly left. Lin Xian was cultivating in his room. He didn't relax at all and was constantly improving his strength. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Kid, there's a powerful aura approaching. Lord Alcohol sent a voice transmission. It should be someone from the Tsang family. Tsang family? How dare they make a move here? Lin Xian's face darkened. It's precisely because no one expected it that they dared to make a move. Lord Alcohol quickly said. This aura should belong to a martial artist in the 7th layer of the spiritual C tier. You better leave quickly. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He left an afterimage in the room and quickly left. Swoosh, swoosh. A figure silently scuttled in and turned into a streak of light that quickly charged at Lin Xian. Blue lightning surged out at extreme speed. Pooh, in just a flash, it pierced through Lin Xian. Chi, the afterimage was pierced and turned into a streak of golden lightning. He actually ran? The person who came was an elder of the Tsang family. He frowned and his face was extremely gloomy. Their original plan was to make a sudden move so that no one would be able to guess. However, they didn't expect Lin Xian to be even more cunning than them. He actually left an afterimage in the room. Consider yourself lucky. However, you can't escape from my palm. The elder of the Tsang family planned to wait for Lin Xian to return. He believed that with his strength, taking down Lin Xian would be as easy as drinking water. However, before he could finish sneering, a streak of green gas quickly flew into his body. The elder of the Tsang family had a sinister expression and his eyes were filled with fear. He kept struggling as if he was drowning. His powerful ability seemed to have lost its effect. After a moment, the elder of the Tsang family stopped breathing and stopped moving. And a green-haired man appeared in the room. It was the person in the bronze coffin. After being scared away by the snow-white monkey, he didn't expect to appear beside Lin Xian again. And Lin Xian didn't notice. This body is just right. The green-haired man's voice was very hoarse. A streak of green gas entered the elder of the Tsang family. Immediately after, the elder of the Tsang family slowly stood up as if he was alive. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that there was a green glow in his eyes. Jia. The elder of the Tsang family laughed evilly. His body turned into a streak of light and quickly rushed out. After Lin Xian escaped the room, he heaved a sigh of relief. Damn the Tsang family. I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later. Lin Xian's eyes were cold as he decided to eliminate the Tsang family in the future. However, just as he took 2 steps, a sense of danger surged in his heart again. Damn it. Does he dare to make a move in public? Lin Xian was puzzled, but he didn't slow down. He quickly rushed towards the crowd. Behind him, the aura was still there, tightly locking onto Lin Xian. No, this isn't the aura of the Tsang family elder. Lin Xian was alarmed. This is the aura of the green-haired man. Lin Xian took out the snow-white monkey, hoping to intimidate the figure behind him. However, it didn't work this time. It's useless. That person used a secret technique to possess the body of the Tsang family elder. He's no longer afraid of this, Lord Alcohol said in a deep voice. Find a few powerful people to intimidate him. That's the only way. Lin Xian increased his speed. The strength of the green-haired man was too terrifying. It was far from what he could contend with now. Lin Xian quickly ran towards the residence of the seniors of the Myriad Treasure Tower. He could only rely on external forces. Along the way, Lin Xian's speed alarmed many people. Many people looked at him strangely, not knowing what had happened. After Lin Xian arrived, he learned that the seniors of the Myriad Treasure Tower weren't here. Instead, they had gone to the snow-seeking sect's main hall to discuss matters. Damn it! Lin Xian's heart sank. He felt that the figure behind him was getting bolder, as though he was about to make a move. There's a group of powerful auras to the east. That should be the so-called snow-seeking sect's main hall. Lord Alcohol said. Let's give it a try. Lin Xian held on to a glimmer of hope as he quickly ran over. He raised his speed to the limit as his body transformed into a bolt of lightning and flew over. Behind him, the green-haired man seemed to have sensed Lin Xian's intentions and became abnormally uneasy. He felt that there were many powerful auras in front of him, and a few of them made his heart tremble. With a green light in his eyes, the possessed elder of the Tsang family increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two was shortened. Along the way, many warriors noticed this situation and their expressions changed. Someone actually dares to make a move in the snow-seeking sect. This is too powerful. Moreover, the one being chased seems to be Lin Xian, who has recently become famous. Could it be that someone from the Golden Sword sect or the Yuan family has made a move? Some warriors guessed. Lin Xian used the power of wind and thunder and increased his speed again. He quickly approached the snow-seeking sect's main hall. At this moment, the elder of the Tsang family behind him was less than 10 meters away. A pair of large green palms, which were like mountains, grabbed at Lin Xian. The Xian hand was like a mountain, mercilessly grabbing at Lin Xian. The Tsang family elder locked onto Lin Xian, making it impossible for him to dodge. It wasn't that Lin Xian was weak, but that the opponent was too strong, almost surpassing a martial artist in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Lin Xian took out the yellowed talisman treasure and crazily activated it. Yellow light shone brightly, and a huge sickle suddenly swung out, making a clanging sound. Hong long long, the huge sickle slashed at the Xian hand, creating a sky full of sparks. Lin Xian was shocked, and his body flew out. In an instant, he suffered internal injuries, and the blood in his body felt like it was about to explode. Fortunately, he cultivated the art of longevity and had the protection of the ancient armor, which allowed him to retain a trace of consciousness. The Xian hand was blocked and slowed down, but it quickly knocked the huge sickle away. With a wing sound, it grabbed at Lin Xian again, and that power locked onto him. Lin Xian used Lion Roar, and the roar shook the sky, scattering the clouds. At the same time, he wore the bronze gauntlet on his left hand and the yellowed talisman treasure in his right, concentrating all the spiritual power in his body into it. A majestic power surged out, and at the same time, there was a trace of vicissitudes of life. Hundreds of meters away, in the great hall of the snow-seeking sect, the elders of various forces were gathered here, discussing something closely. All of a sudden, a powerful wave of energy rippled over. At the same time, there was a sky-shaking roar. Who dares to cause trouble in my snow-seeking sect? The faces of the elders of the snow-seeking sect instantly darkened. They had just been promoted to a 3-star sect, and someone dared to cause trouble here, simply looking down on them. Let's go out and see who it is. The people of the snow-seeking sect were furious. Before they could get out of the cave, an earth-shattering crash was heard, causing the surroundings to shake a little. These people quickly rushed out. Outside, Lin Xian's face was pale, and the spiritual power in his body was almost exhausted. He stood with difficulty, and his eyes were filled with madness. Even if he died, he would drag the cyan-haired man down with him. On the other side, the Tsang family's elder who was being controlled didn't feel good either. There was a terrifying hole in his left shoulder, dripping with blood. It was very frightening. Brat, you've angered me. The green-haired man was indeed angry. What kind of status did he have? He was actually injured by a little brat. Just as he was about to make another move, several powerful figures quickly rushed over from the front. The Tsang family elder's expression changed, and the green light in his eyes gradually weakened until it disappeared. He looked just like a normal person, but Lin Xian knew that the Tsang family's elder had died a long time ago, and the current person was the mysterious green-haired man. Which junior dares to cause trouble here? The elder of the snow-seeking sect coldly snorted. His voice was like a thunder god that shook the heavens, causing Lin Xian to feel dizzy. Fortunately, his soul force was strong enough to withstand this pressure. Around them, many martial artists held their breaths and watched nervously. Just now, they had witnessed the fight between Lin Xian and the Tsang family elder. That kind of scene made their hearts tremble. Song Yuan, you're injured. The great elder of the Tsang family exclaimed from behind. He naturally knew what happened, but he didn't expect Song Yuan to make a move in front of so many people. Moreover, what surprised him even more was that Song Yuan was injured. Snow Elder, let me take down this brat. The great elder of the Tsang family's eyes flashed, and he quickly made his move. He wanted to make his move before everyone knew the truth. A powerful harmonious spirit realm aura was released, and the great elder of the Tsang family mercilessly made his move. The great heavenly hand covered the sky like a dark cloud, enveloping Lin Xian. Tsang family, if I don't die, I'll erase your name from this world forever. Lin Xian suddenly turned his head, and a sword light flashed in his eyes. He couldn't escape. Facing a harmonious spirit realm expert, he had no chance of escaping. Sigh, Lord Alcohol sighed slightly, and his eyes gradually became sharp, as if a supreme expert had awakened. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something, and that powerful aura suddenly disappeared. The moment Lin Xian turned his head, a few of the elders in the sky exclaimed. Among them were Elder Duanmu of the Profound Heaven sect and Elder Gu of the Myriad Treasure Tower. However, most of them were the elders of the Lin family. Boom, just as the great elder of the Tsang family made his move, a glaring sword light shone in all directions. The ice and snow between heaven and earth flew backward, and the clouds in the sky tumbled. Hundreds of meters of sword chi crisscrossed, connecting heaven and earth, an endless killing intent filled the air. The sword chi flew and slashed towards the great elder of the Tsang family. Ah, a mournful scream rang out, making people's scalps go numb. A pillar of blood spurted out, and the great elder of the Tsang family heavily crashed into the ground. Rumble, 100-meter-wide crater appeared on the ground, and countless cracks spread in all directions. All of this happened too suddenly. Everyone was stunned. A majestic figure walked down from the sky step by step, looking disdainfully at the surroundings. The elders of the snow-seeking sect hurriedly used their spirit energy to stop the cracks from spreading. At the same time, more people looked at the voice in the sky. This was a majestic man with a determined expression. His figure was tall and straight, like a sharp sword that pierced through heaven and earth. On his sleeve, an ancient sword was embroidered, inserted into an ancient pond. This was the symbol of the Sword Pool Palace. Why, below, the Tsang family's elder was covered in blood, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. They were both in the harmonious spirit realm, but the gap between him and the man in the sky was too big. Why did you stop me? My Tsang family has never offended the Sword Pool Palace. The great elder of the Tsang family gasped for breath and roared. In all directions, the eyes of the Tsang family's disciples and elders were also filled with unwillingness and fear. Why? In midair, the majestic man said sternly, "Who dares to touch my Lin family, die." Lin family, everyone was stunned, and they looked at Lin Xian. Could it be that Lin Xian was from the Sword Pool Palace? In midair, the majestic man continued, "Who dares to touch my nephew, that's an additional crime. All of you will have to suffer the pain of 10,000 swords piercing your hearts." What? Nephew? Nephew? Everyone was stunned, and they felt that their minds were blank. The people of the Tsang family were even more stunned. The brat they killed was obviously a warrior from the Cloud Prefecture. When did he become a disciple of the Sword Pool Palace? Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary disciple of the Sword Pool Palace. They recognized the man in the sky. He was a peerless expert of the Sword Pool Palace, Lin Jing, Second Master Lin. Lin Xian was the nephew of the Second Master Lin, and the people of the Tsang family felt like dying. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. The great elder of the Tsang family struggled to stand up, and tried his best to explain. Second Master Lin, this is a misunderstanding, listen to me. Before he could finish his words, Lin Jing looked at the elder of the Tsang family who attacked him. His eyes were sharp, and it was as if 10,000 swords were rushing out. Ah, the elder of the Tsang family who was possessed by the green-haired man cried out in pain. His body was full of sword holes. In an instant, he was pierced by 10,000 swords, like a hedgehog. No one noticed that a mass of green aura quickly left the elder of the Tsang family and disappeared into the ground. Who dares to touch my nephew? This is the outcome. Everyone felt a chill that was even colder than the wind and snow in this world. The rest of the Tsang family's disciples were shivering and many of them fainted. However, Second Master Lin did not attack the ordinary Sea of Soul Realm disciples. He only stared at the heavily injured Tsang family's great elder. The Tsang family's great elder went crazy as he looked at the sky with pleading eyes. He did not want to die. He was only a little over 100 years old. According to the lifespan of a harmonious spirit expert, he had only lived half of his life. There were many more years waiting for him to enjoy. How could he die here? However, he did not have the confidence to face Second Master Lin in the sky. This is our Tsang family's fault. We are willing to compensate with everything we have. The Tsang family's great elder said humbly. Second Master Lin, please calm down. Why not? The people beside him began to persuade him. Lin Jing did not pay attention to them and landed on the ground. Second uncle. Lin Xian murmured. You have grown up. Lin Jing's eyes shone brightly, you can finally cultivate. That year, second uncle was useless and could not protect you. But from now on, no one will dare to touch a single hair of yours. Lin Xian looked at the majestic man in front of him with excitement in his heart. His life and death is in your hands. Lin Jing pointed at the heavily injured great elder and said. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. The Tsang family's great elder was ashamed and angry at the same time. He did not expect that his fate would be in the hands of a young man. He was a dignified harmonious spirit expert, however, under the current situation, he could only lower his head and admit his mistake. Young hero Lin, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope young hero Lin will not hold a grudge against me. Everyone was in a daze. They could not believe the scene in front of him. Second uncle, let him go. Lin Xian said indifferently. Everyone was surprised. They did not know what Lin Xian was planning. Could it be that he was soft-hearted? The Tsang family's great elder's heart was burning. As long as he could escape from this disaster, he would have plenty of chances to assassinate Lin Xian in the future. I want to end his life myself. Lin Xian's voice was like a sharp blade piercing through the clouds. An invisible domineering aura soared to the sky. Arrogant, too arrogant, a warrior at the third level of the spiritual sea realm actually dared to threaten to slaughter a harmonious spirit realm warrior. This was practically a dream. No one believed Lin Xian's words, but Lin Jing laughed out loud. As expected of a man from the Lin clan, you are indeed courageous. I'll leave this old dog's life to you. I believe that you'll be able to do it in no time. Everyone was speechless. This pair of father and son were too confident. The Tsang family head elder's old face swelled to the color of a pig's liver. He secretly swore in his heart that in a while, he would definitely tear Lin Xian to shreds. Right at this moment, a cold voice sounded out. Lin Jing, you seem to have forgotten something. This brat has been expelled from his family. Everyone was stunned once again. They felt that their brains were not enough to process this. You think you can expel me just because you say so? Lin Jing stared ahead. The patriarch of Sword Pool Manor isn't you, Lin. This is the decision of the elders. Could it be that you want to go against it? Lin sneered. He was not afraid of Lin Jing. Lin Xian looked at the middle-aged man. There was a ball of fire burning in his heart. That middle-aged man was Lin Xian's father. He was also the one who secretly kicked Lin Xian out of the family. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, Second uncle, don't worry. In the family meeting 1 year later, I will return to the family in a grand manner. I will take back all the things that originally belonged to me. Lin Xian did not say this sentence, but this was his goal. Second uncle believes in you. Lin Jing patted Lin Xian's shoulder and revealed a gratified smile. Originally, Lin Xian could not cultivate, causing a crisis to appear in their family. But now, everything will be fine. Lin Jing did not leave immediately. Instead, he said to the crowd, according to the rules of the martial arts world, if the younger generation is injured or even killed in a spar, I, Lin Jing, will not say anything. However, if someone doesn't care about their status and attacks the younger generation, don't blame me for being impolite. This was a warning to Lin Xian to avoid a lot of potential dangers. Alright, the matter has been resolved. Let's continue our discussion. The elder of the snow-seeking sect said. The group of elders left one after another and returned to the main hall. Lin Jing said a few words and then stood up and left. The great elder of the Tsang clan looked deeply at Lin Xian and then left with the help of the crowd. Lin Xian didn't stop either as he quickly rushed to his residence. After he left, the news of his disappearance spread like wildfire. Almost everyone knew about Lin Xian's identity. When Lin Feng heard this, his face became extremely gloomy. Even though I don't know how you can cultivate, a piece of trash will always be a piece of trash. I will personally kill you. When the others heard this, they were all stunned. They knew that Lin Xian was not ordinary, but they never thought that he would be a disciple of the Sword Lake Palace. Lin Xian returned to his room and closed the door. He was now in a hurry. In a year, he would return to the Sword Lake Palace and take back everything that belonged to him. Before that, he still had to be on guard against all kinds of plots. The Tsang clan would not let the matter rest, and Lin Feng's lineage would probably secretly make a move. Only with powerful strength could he deal with everything. Now that he had comprehended about 40% of the Wind inheritance, he could barely use the Wind Emperor's sword. In terms of thunder, it was also about 40%, and he could not improve it for the time being. In terms of soul power, it was also progressing step by step. However, to reach the level of a second-grade inscription master was not something that could be done in a short period of time. It was even more difficult to improve his sword intent. All he could do now was to fully fuse the power of wind and thunder. As long as he could fuse the power of wind and thunder, his strength would immediately increase. With Lord Alcohol's guidance, Lin Xian began to fuse the power of wind and thunder. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lin Xian's room was very quiet. There was not the slightest movement. In the past few days, many people had come to visit, but they were all blocked by the array in the room. Only Lu Yang and Wei Wei were still waiting outside. On this day, an aura suddenly surged out of the quiet room. Wind and clouds surged, thunder and lightning intertwined as a terrifying aura filled the air. However, this aura only existed for a moment before quickly disappearing. Lu Yang and Wei Wei looked at each other and stood up. Not long after, the defensive array was removed, and a delicate youth walked out. On his shoulder, a snow-white monkey was jumping happily. "Junior brother Lin, you're finally out." Wei Wei smiled. "Don't tell me you've been waiting here for a long time?" Lin Xian asked as he rubbed his nose. Wei Wei rolled her eyes at him. "You're a famous person now. You don't know how many people were at your door 2 days ago." Lin Xian, "All right, we're here to tell you that there's a celebration tomorrow. We hope you can attend it with us." "Celebration?" Lin Xian clearly wasn't interested. "I heard that the heroes of the younger generation are all here. There will definitely be a lot of sparring," Lu Yang said. "Sparring?" Lin Xian's interest was piqued. "I'll go tomorrow." Lin Xian smiled indifferently. After receiving Lin Xian's reply, Lu Yang and Wei Wei went back to report. "Let me see how powerful the geniuses on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard are." Lin Xian had a trace of anticipation in his heart. This was a grand event. The top few martial artists on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard would probably participate. Lin Xian could use this opportunity to understand the strength of Lin Feng and the others. At the same time, he could also test his current strength. Not only Lin Xian, but the young disciples who came here were all looking forward to tomorrow's sparring competition. If they could shine in this kind of competition, they would definitely be famous in Great Xia. After all, forces from all 7 states were gathered here. The next day, Lin Xian first went to the residence of the Black Sky sect and paid a visit to Elder Duanmu and the others. Elder Duanmu and the others sighed. They did not expect Lin Xian to be a disciple of the Sword Pool Mansion. "You are a hidden dragon. One day, you will fly to the 9 heavens. The Black Sky sect is too small to accommodate you." Elder Duanmu sighed. "I only hope that when the Black Sky sect is in trouble, you can help. Elders, don't worry. I, Lin Xian, will always be a disciple of the Black Sky sect." Lin Xian said seriously. After leaving the small courtyard of the Black Sky sect, Lin Xian came to the courtyard of the elders of the 10,000 Treasure Tower. Lu Yang and Wei Wei were already waiting there. Lin Xian smiled and went over to greet them. Not long after, the red and white elders and Elder Gu walked out of the house. "Let's go," Elder Gu said indifferently. On the path made of ice and snow, there were many people moving and bustling. All the forces were heading towards the main venue. That was where the banquet was held. After passing through the pavilions and gardens, Lin Xian and the others arrived at the main venue. This was a square that was nearly 1,000 meters wide. It was completely blue and made of thousand-year-old ice. It shone with a cold light under the sun. Countless patterns were carved on the ground. There were birds and beasts, all kinds of plum blossoms, and so on. It was exceptionally beautiful. Lin Xian and the others walked towards the arranged seats. These seats were arranged according to strength. This world was realistic. If you had strength, you would be respected by everyone. The 10,000 treasure tower was also a large force in Great Xia, so their seats were closer to the front. Lin Xian and the others sat and tasted the exquisite food on the table while looked at the martial artists coming and going. Above them were the three forces Lin Shui and sect, the three major forces, the earth, the fire sect, and the blue moon sect. Lin Xian, I won't let you off. Yan Hui looked at Lin Xian with hatred on his face. He had now become the laughingstock of everyone, which drove him crazy. Yuan Hong was also filled with grief and indignation. She wanted nothing more than to rip Lin Xian apart. Yan Hui, you can do anything you want to Lin Xian during the sparring later. This is what I want. The master he was referring to was naturally Lin Lin of the Lin family. Yesterday, Lin Jing already said that the older generation could not make a move, but the younger generation could. Today, there would probably be many young disciples who would make a move on Lin Xian. Wuji. Wuji, the snow-white monkey kept jumping on the table, eating happily. Until now, Lin Xian did not find anything special about the snow-white monkey. However, this guy could eat a lot. In the distance, the Lin family disciples saw Lin Xian and had different expressions. The youths around Lin Xian all had mocking expressions, looking at Lin Xian with disdain. Humph, this trash can actually come here. How rare. I heard that he can cultivate, but I don't think he's that strong. That's right, third layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Brother Feng can crush him with one finger. On the other hand, some of the other youths looked excited. Especially the boy and girl beside Lin Jing, who were waving their little fists. Brother Xian, it's really Brother Xian. Dad, why doesn't Brother Xian come and sit with us? The girl asked innocently. Lin Jing rubbed the girl's hair dotingly. Now is not the time. Soon, he'll be back very soon. Sensing their gazes, Lin Xian smiled and waved his hand. The snow-white monkey on the table also made funny faces happily. Lu Yang kept exclaiming, I didn't think that Meng Yan would come too. Lin Xian was slightly moved and looked at a youth in the distance. He was wearing a fiery red robe and sat proudly, faintly exuding a domineering aura. Flames danced on his body from time to time, and the thousand-year-old ice around him showed signs of melting. Meng Yan, ranked first on the Hidden Dragon ranking. His strength was unfathomable, and even Lin Feng was not his match. The one opposite him should be Yu Xianzi. Vivian exclaimed. Yu Xianzi Yu Sun, ranked second on the Hidden Dragon ranking, her strength second only to Meng Yan. Apart from her strength, her appearance was unparalleled, and it would not be an exaggeration to call her a celestial. Many of the surrounding male disciples were secretly sizing her up, and their eyes were filled with admiration. Of course, many of them were also looking at Yu Xianzi. In terms of appearance, the two of them were similar. One was incomparably cold and elegant, while the other was incomparably lively. It could be said that they each had their own merits. Next to Yu Xianzi sat a stern-looking youth. He did not say a word and drank alone. He held the wine cup in one hand, and the other hand pressed against the long saber. He never left. This should be Ling Yidao. Lin Xian guessed. He felt a sharp aura from the youth. As if he had sensed Lin Xian's gaze, Ling Yidao looked over. His gaze was cold, as if a sharp saber had slashed across. The people around Lin Xian tensed up, as if they had been struck by a long saber. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Only Lin Xian was unaffected. The sword intent in his body surged, resisting the sharp gaze. This aura is similar to my sword intent. Is it saber intent? Lin Xian was surprised. It seems that the experts on the Hidden Dragon role really live up to their reputation. Seeing that Lin Xian was unaffected, Ling Yidao was also very surprised. He stared at Lin Xian carefully, as if to confirm something. However, when he saw Lin Xian's cultivation, he immediately lost interest and shook his head, no longer paying attention. As more and more people took their seats, the atmosphere became more and more lively. Lin Xian looked around and had a general understanding of the situation. The three strongest people were Meng Yan, Yu Sun, and Lin Feng. They were the three giants on the hidden dragon roll, and no one could defeat them. Below them were Yu Shenzi, Ling Yidao, and the others. They belonged to the second level. As for the third level, there were even more people. Yan Hui, Yuan Hong, Lu Yang, Wei Wei, and the others belonged to the third level. Lin Xian compared his strength with theirs. He felt that if it was just a competition, he would be at the peak of the third level and could barely enter the second level. Lin Xian was not discouraged. He was different from the others. Strictly speaking, he had only cultivated for less than a year. Within a year, he had grown from a young man who knew nothing to his current strength. It was enough to scare everyone present. If it was a life and death battle, it would be a different phenomenon. Lin Xian had many trump cards in his hands. It would not be difficult for him to kill the martial artists on the second level. Of course, those people were disciples of the major forces. They would definitely have many trump cards in their hands. After having a general understanding of his strength, Lin Xian began to wait for the banquet to begin. Not long after, a group of people walked over. The person in the lead was the sect leader of the snow-seeking sect. The person in the lead was a middle-aged scholar who looked very refined. Many people were stunned. They didn't expect the famous sect leader of the snow-seeking sect to look like this. However, if you really treat him as a scholar, then you are gravely mistaken. Many elders of the big forces greeted him with a smile, and the sect leader of the snow-seeking sect responded with a smile. Next, there were some congratulatory speeches, performances, and banquets. This process lasted for about 6 hours. After everyone was full, they began to look forward to the next performance. Next is the competition between the big sects and families. I hope everyone can stop here and not hurt each other. The sect leader of the snow-seeking sect said in a clear voice. Many young martial artists' hearts were burning with eagerness. I wonder who is willing to be the first to come up. The sect leader smiled. A young man quickly rushed to the square and saluted to all sides. Greetings, seniors. I am Sherdong of the Scorching Sun sect. The young man said in a clear voice, I wonder which hero is willing to exchange a few moves with me? I'll do it. Another young man's body flashed, and he appeared on the square. Soaring Cloud sect, Song Fei. Sherdong grinned. A circle of light appeared behind him, as dazzling as the sun. Scorching Sun Fist. With a punch, the light behind Sherdong shone brightly, and a wave of heat gushed out, melting the nearby ice and snow. Within 10 meters, the air was evaporated, as if countless flames were burning. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and carefully stared at the two people in the square. He found that there were real flames on Sherdong's body, and the power surprised him. Soaring Cloud Sky Technique. Song Fei's body shook, like a cloud, drifting unpredictably. At the same time, a silver-white long sword, as thin as a finger, emitted a sharp sword light, piercing through the void. Both of them were at the fourth sky of the spiritual sea realm, so their strength was on par. Moreover, the martial skills they used were very beautiful, pleasing to the eye. Fire Phoenix Wings. Sherdong quickly waved his fist, and a fire bird dozens of meters long flew out from his fist, letting out a series of cries. Carrying endless lava, the fire phoenix pounced on Song Fei. In an instant, the spirit power on Song Fei's body seemed to be burning, constantly twisting, and holes appeared in some places. The flame only burned away Song Fei's spiritual energy defense, but it didn't burn him. Brother Shi's methods are impressive. I'm impressed. Song Fei's face was full of fear. He could only admit defeat. Thank you for letting me win. Sherdong smiled. Both of them have the power to be in the top 50 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Their skills are not bad. Elder Gu said while stroking his beard. Lu Yang, go and give it a try. Hearing this, Lu Yang stood up and walked towards the square. 10,000 treasure towers. Lu Yang has come to ask for advice. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. He had only seen Lu Yang and Vivian fight on the way to the snow-seeking sect, but he did not know the specifics. Take my fist. After Sherdong finished his greeting, he punched out with both of his fists. His powerful spiritual energy turned into a sea of fire that spread out in all directions. Boundless ocean. Lu Yang smiled as palm shadows filled the sky. They were like a blue ocean, bringing with them an endless aura. Back then, when he faced over a dozen wolf bandits, he was able to hold his ground. It was obvious that his strength was extraordinary. A sea of fire against a wave of water. The two extreme forces clashed, causing the air to tremble. The two forces melted into each other, forming a white cloud that covered the surroundings. Fire Phoenix Wings. Without hesitation, Sherdong struck out with his strongest attack. A big bird bathed in flames soared into the sky and pounced towards Lu Yang. Many young disciples exclaimed. They still remembered this move. Lu Yang did not panic. Instead, he used his soul power to find the weakness of the fire phoenix. Lin Xian smiled. He knew that Lu Yang would definitely win. This was the advantage of having a strong soul power. He could quickly find the opponent's weakness. Sure enough, after a few breaths, Lu Yang's eyes lit up. Flood Dragon travels the 4 seas. The spiritual energy in his body vibrated and formed a blue flood dragon. It was ferocious and terrifying. With a swing of its giant tail, the blue flood dragon rushed towards the fire phoenix in the sky and bit the weak spot of its spiritual energy. Sherdong's face turned pale as he kept retreating. He only managed to stabilize his body after taking 8 or 9 steps back. Impressive. Suppressing the chaotic spiritual energy in his body, Sherdong said with lingering fear. Nice. The young disciples kept cheering and applauding. Elder Gu stroked his beard and smiled. Not bad, not bad. Lu Yang's boundless ocean technique is considered to have reached the small success stage. Humph. Let me have a try. A soft snort sounded. Then, a sword radiance flashed across the sky like a lightning bolt. Lu Yang's face darkened. This person attacked without saying a word. He was too arrogant. Boundless ocean. The palm shadows were like waves. One after another, they formed a wave that was a few meters tall and surged forward. It's useless. Xianxia has mastered the golden snake sword to 60%. His strength is around 40th on the hidden dragon roll. He's not someone that the brat can fight against. The disciples of the golden sword sect sneered while Yan Hui stared at Lin Xian. TSK, TSK. TSK, the huge wave that was a few meters tall was torn apart like a piece of cloth. The sword radiance curved forward like a golden snake coming out of its hole. Poof, the protective spiritual energy on Lu Yang's shoulder was pierced and a thumb-sized hole appeared. Boom. 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 Fortunately, he was wearing armor and the sword radiance did not injure him directly. However, that fierce attack almost caused his right shoulder to split open. Xianxia did not stop after the successful attack. Instead, he continued to attack. Elder Gu's face darkened and he snorted. Everyone could see that Lu Yang had lost. However, the disciples of the Golden Sword sect continued to attack. They were clearly picking a fight. Lin Xian's face turned cold. He knew that the Golden Sword sect hated him and Lu Yang was just implicated. TSK, the glaring sword radiance lit up and slashed Lu Yang's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Boom, Lu Yang landed on the ground with a pale face. Ouch. I didn't control my strength well. Sorry. Yanxi's tone was provocative. Everyone was silent. Many people knew about the incident between the Golden Sword sect and Lin Xian. Now that Lin Xian was in the Thousand Treasure Tower, it naturally made the Golden Sword sect unhappy. A few disciples of the Thousand Treasure Tower helped Lu Yang down to his seat. I'm sorry. I've implicated you. Lin Xian apologetically handed him a cup of spiritual wine. Lu Yang shook his head. This guy is too arrogant. He really thinks that the Thousand Treasure Tower is easy to bully. Yang heal your injuries first. Elder Gu said. Elder Gu and the rest did not blame Lin Xian. When they pulled Lin Xian into the Thousand Treasure Tower's camp, they already thought of this. However, they were certain that the benefits of befriending Lin Xian outweighed the harm. In the square, Yanxia looked arrogant. He tilted his sword and looked at Lin Xian. Kid, do you dare to come out and play? Lin Xian stood up slowly. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He's Lin Xian, the young man who was chased out of the Sword Pool mansion? For a moment, everyone was talking about it. Humph, a piece of trash who was chased out of his family. What's there to be arrogant about? The disciples of the Golden Sword sect and the Yuan clan sneered. Lin Feng's disciples also mocked, third spiritual ocean tier, so weak. Won't he be beaten to death? It's best if he dies, so he won't embarrass the Lin clan. Lin Feng also looked at the square with a playful expression, his eyes cold. Brother Xian, go for it. Lin Xing'er and Lin Yu shouted loudly, cheering for Lin Xian. They were the children of the second master of the Lin clan and could be considered Lin Xian's cousin. They were very close. I didn't expect you to dare to come out. Yanxi sneered, although you have guts, you're too stupid. Too much nonsense, hurry up and attack. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. You're courting death. Yanxi's eyes widened in anger as he shouted. His body slid out strangely, and the long sword in his hand transformed into thousands of sword rays. Golden snake dance. It was as if thousands of spiritual snakes had come out of their caves, strange and vicious. It's actually this move, the people of the Golden Sword sect are really ruthless. Many cultivators whispered with a hint of fear in their eyes. The disciples of the Golden Sword sect were delighted, they actually used this move, that Lin Xian is dead meat. Yuan Hong sneered. She couldn't wait for Lin Xian to die here. Only Yan Hui frowned slightly. He had fought with Lin Xian before, so he naturally knew how strong Lin Xian was. The sword rays flashed and arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian didn't dodge, waiting quietly. Haha, he's scared silly. The people of the Golden Sword sect laughed wildly. Yanxi also had a hideous smile. He didn't expect the legendary Lin Xian to be so weak. Just as the tip of the sword was about to touch Lin Xian, he suddenly moved. Lin Xian stretched out two fingers and gently pinched. The silhouettes of the spirit snakes that filled the sky disappeared as if they had been forcefully erased by someone. Everyone was slightly stunned. Then, they realized that Yanxi's long sword was being held tightly by Lin Xian. Lin Xian was indeed not a simple person to be able to find the real sword in an instant from so many sword shadows. Many of the elders present nodded slightly. Impossible. How did you find it? Yan For was shocked. He had already mastered the golden snake swordsmanship to 60%, and this wild dance of the golden snake was his ultimate skill. Quite a few martial artists of the same level were defeated by his sword, but Lin Xian, a martial artist of the third sky of the spiritual ocean realm, actually blocked it. He didn't know that Lin Xian's purple spirit eyes could see through all illusions. In Lin Xian's eyes, the swordsmanship he was so proud of could not even withstand a single blow. Is this all you've got? Lin Xian smirked. How disappointing. Many martial artists looked at each other. Yan For was ranked 40th on the Hidden Dragon roll, and he was considered very powerful. However, Lin Xian was very disappointed. This was too much of a blow to him. Yan For was so angry that he was shaking. He was the second most powerful person in the Golden Sword sect. Who wasn't afraid of him? Now, he was being looked down upon. Go to hell. A powerful aura surged from his body, and he was about to use his ultimate skill again. Lin Xian moved his fingers, and a streak of powerful lightning flowed into Yan For's body through his long sword. There was an explosion. Ah! Yan For froze as if he was struck by lightning. He couldn't move at all. His right hand that was holding the sword was charred, and he stumbled back 2 steps. Bam! Lin Xian held his long sword and hit Yan For's chest with the hilt, sending him flying. Plop! Yan For's body landed more than 10 meters away, and he couldn't stop twitching. Buzz! His long sword was thrown out, and it sank into the ice on the ground with a clank. The sword was shaking non-stop. Too weak. Is there no one who can fight me? Lin Xian asked calmly. You. Puff. Yan For was lying on the ground. After hearing this, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The crowd was in an uproar, and they all looked at Lin Xian strangely. Third spiritual ocean tier cultivation, but he can defeat a martial artist in the 4th spiritual ocean tier in one hit. His ability should be at the peak of the 4th spiritual ocean tier, and he is infinitely close to the fifth spiritual ocean tier. The elders of many forces sighed. It seemed like the Sword Pool Mansion was indeed a place where monsters were born. First, there was Lin Feng, who comprehended sword intent, and his ability was ridiculously strong. Now, there was Lin Xian, who could even fight against those of a higher level. This is obviously a spar. How can you be so vicious? The elder of the Golden Sword sect was furious. I feel like I have to teach you a lesson. I didn't control my strength well. Sorry, Lin Xian said calmly. You. The elder of the Golden Sword sect was trembling in anger. Yan 4 had just said this arrogantly, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to return it in the blink of an eye. Good job, junior brother Lin. Lu Yan had just finished adjusting his body when he saw the scene. He couldn't help but shout. Humph. Second Master Lin also snorted coldly. The elder of the Golden Sword sect glared at Lin Xian fiercely before sitting down angrily. I'll do it. Beside him, a disciple of the Yuan clan stood up and stared at Lin Xian with an unfriendly expression. It's Yuan Li. The person from Yuan clan who is ranked 33rd, someone exclaimed. The kid with the surname Lin is in danger. Every time he advances in the Hidden Dragon ranking, his ability will change tremendously. This Yuan Li is several times stronger than Yan 4, and he's a body-refining martial artist. The crowd was a little nervous, not knowing how this battle would turn out. Ice Fairy looked at Lin Xian with a hint of worry. Sister, you seem to care a lot. Beside her, Yusun chuckled. She was a very enchanting lady. Every frown and smile of hers could affect one's heart. Many martial artists secretly drooled when they saw her smile just now. This Lin Xian is very special. I can't see through him, Ice Fairy said. Yusun wanted to tease Ice Fairy, but Ling Yidao, who had always been cold, suddenly spoke. Lin Xian is stronger than we thought. Yuan Li is no match for him. Oh, you know that? Yusun smiled charmingly. Ling Yidao shook his head and didn't say anything else. Yusun rolled her eyes at him. Ling Yidao had comprehended saber intent, and his willpower was very strong. He wasn't affected by her lunar soul cultivation technique at all. In the square, Lin Xian looked at Yuan Li and said coldly, You're no match for me. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. Brother Li, teach him a lesson. The disciples of the Yuan clan shouted. Mountain uprooting. Yuan Li straightened his body, raised his hands, and slammed them down. A majestic mountain appeared in the air. It was as heavy as 1,000 kilograms, as if it was a real mountain. In an instant, the air was filled with a heart-palpitating pressure. Many martial artists couldn't circulate their blood qi smoothly. Fall. Yuan Li shouted loudly as he raised his hand and threw out the huge mountain. The wind whistled, and the air was compressed. Rumbling sounds could be heard. Lin Xian's body flashed, and he disappeared. What? He can break free from the mountain? The disciples of the Yuan clan were shocked. Yuan Li frowned. This wasn't a normal attack. Any martial artist who was enveloped by the mountain would be trapped in a small space and couldn't escape. However, Lin Xian was an exception. Whoosh, his body flashed, and he appeared beside Yuan Li, close combat. Yuan Li laughed. He was a body-refining martial artist, and close combat was his forte. In his opinion, Lin Xian's actions were akin to courting death. In the distance, the disciples of the Yuan clan sneered. Close combat with Brother Li? What an idiot. Oh no, could it be that Lin Xian doesn't know that Yuan Li is a body-refining martial artist? All around, martial artists cried out in surprise. Mountain chop. Yuan Li's palm chopped down mercilessly like a giant axe. Whoosh, Lin Xian's body swayed again, and the power of wind and thunder fluctuated in the air, leaving behind an afterimage. Yuan Li's palm chopped through the air, and his tyrannical aura was like a ferocious beast, tearing the air apart. Lightning storm. Lin Xian pointed out, and the power of wind and thunder gushed out from his body. A fierce wind blew, and countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, turning into lightning dragons, releasing violent energy. Within 10 meters of Lin Xian, everything became a sea of wind and thunder. It's actually the rare power of wind and thunder. No wonder this kid has the strength to fight above his level. Didn't think that he actually comprehended the power of wind and thunder. Some elders exclaimed in surprise. Second Master Lin was pleasantly surprised. Looks like Xian'er's fortuitous encounter wasn't small. Not only can he cultivate, but he also grasped this kind of power. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. A bit interesting, but too weak. After the violent wind and lightning disappeared, Lin Xian stood there calmly while Yuan Li's entire body was charred black. He was in an extremely sorry state. You. He opened his mouth slightly, and a puff of black smoke came out of his mouth. Yuan Clan's disciples hurried forward and helped him down. Yuan Clan's elders' faces darkened. They didn't think that Lin Xian was actually so difficult to deal with. Even Yuan Li, who was ranked 33rd, wasn't his match. What kind of freak is this kid? He's only at the third sky of the spiritual ocean tier, how can he have such strong attack power? This kid's battle prowess should be on par with a martial artist at the initial stage of the fifth sky of the spiritual ocean tier, but compared to a fifth sky of the spiritual ocean tier, he's still a bit weaker. The elders of various factions changed their evaluation of Lin Xian once again. Who else? Lin Xian's voice was steady as he looked towards Yan Hui. Golden Sword sect and Yuan Clan's disciples all looked towards Yan Hui. Now, only he could defeat Lin Xian. Yan Hui's eyes flashed as he slowly stood up. I admit that you're indeed stronger than I imagined, but you're still not my match. Yan Hui's voice was cold and carried a chill. I want everyone to know that you're just a piece of trash. Even if you can play some tricks, in front of true strength, you're still nothing. You've said so much. Make your move. Lin Xian sneered. Yan Hui held the long sword in his hand, and the aura on his body gradually grew stronger, stirring up the surrounding air. In the end, it was as if there were 5 layers of invisible waves around him that kept shaking. 5th level of Sea of Souls realm. He actually broke through. Everyone exclaimed and stared blankly at Yan Hui. Originally, Yan Hui was already very scary and was ranked 32nd on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Now that his cultivation had broken through, his ranking had risen by at least 5 places. In fact, he might even be ranked in the top 25, this was already a very abnormal strength. Apart from the first and second gradient martial artists, Yan Hui was considered a top existence in the third gradient. With your strength, I'm afraid you can't even break through my defense. How are you going to fight me? Yan Hui sneered. After entering the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean realm, Yan Hui had absolute confidence. He wanted to ruthlessly beat Lin Xian to the ground. Only then would he be able to relieve the hatred in his heart. Draw your sword, or else you won't have the chance to make your move. Yan Hui's voice echoed in the surroundings. What? Lin Xian is a sword cultivator? Many people were puzzled. Most of the martial artists here did not stay in Ice Snow City for long, so naturally, they did not know about Lin Xian's battle in Ice Snow City. And of those martial artists who knew, most of them did not have the qualifications to participate in such a feast. As you wish. Lin Xian flipped his palm, and the autumn scar sword appeared in his hand. F***CK. He really is a sword cultivator. Many people cursed in a low voice, the people of Sword Pool Palace are indeed abnormal. Second Master Lin was also interested, I wonder what kind of sword skill Xian can use? Lin Feng's face was full of disdain. Their Sword Pool Palace's sword skills were the sharpest sword skills. Lin Xian was just a piece of trash studying in Cloud State. What kind of good skills could he have? Let me see how thick your tortoiseshell is. Lin Xian's body shook, and he turned into a flash of wind and lightning as he charged out. Mad Dance of the Golden Snakes. Yan Hui also used this move. However, unlike Yan Si, his move was even more powerful. Yan Si could only create 10,000 snake shadows, but the attack was still the longsword itself. But Yan Hui was different. Each of his shadows was an attack, and his own golden sword was hidden within them. It could be said that this was a large-scale killing move. PFFF. PFFF, within a radius of a few dozen meters, some of the ice was pierced through. Lin Xian moved quickly, dodging the sword chi. Ever since he merged with the power of wind and thunder, his strength had increased by a level in all aspects. His speed had increased greatly, and his phantom thunder steps had evolved into the wind and thunder steps. In almost the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yan Hui. Wind and thunder cut. He pulled out the autumn scar sword, and the sword light shone brightly. Everything in front of him seemed to have been cut open, and it was dislocated. Pfff, the sharp sword light flashed, and Yan Hui's protective spiritual armor was cut open. There was still a trace of the power of wind and thunder left on it, constantly destroying the spiritual armor. What? He can actually break open the defense of a fifth sky of the spiritual ocean realm. Many martial artists exclaimed, and some powerful young martial artists also looked solemn. Being able to cut open the defense meant that Lin Xian might be able to injure them. This was simply a miracle for a third sky of the spiritual ocean realm martial artist. Yan Hui's pupils constricted, and he retreated quickly, dodging Lin Xian's attack. Putting away his contempt, Yan Hui's aura increased again. You should be proud that you made me attack with my full strength. 10,000 snakes strike. With a swing of his sword, tens of thousands of sword lights flew out, turning into spiritual snakes that were ferocious and terrifying. Each spiritual snake was 10 meters long and 1 meter thick. Like terrifying demonic beasts, they quickly pounced on Lin Xian. Wind and thunder sword ripple. Lin Xian stabbed out, and the air rippled like water ripples. A layer of green gold sword chi quickly spread out. Wherever it passed, everything was cut open. Pfff. Pfff, with Lin Xian as the center, the wind and thunder sword ripple spread in all directions. All the spiritual snakes that touched it were all turned into powder. With one sword, he broke Yan Hui's attack. What an exquisite sword ripple. What kind of martial skill is this? Many martial artists were surprised. Ice Fairy, Ling Yidao, and the others were also slightly surprised. They had never seen such a sword skill. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and stared at the square, saying in a low voice, "It's like some kind of sound wave martial skill. The sword chi is released in the form of vibration, and the power will increase many times. Looks like you're not completely useless. At least you're a little useful." After a successful strike, Lin Xian quickly attacked. The wind and thunder sword ripple was launched again, forming a terrifying area attack. Yan Hui's face was gloomy. His figure flashed quickly, escaping from Lin Xian's attack range. He could vaguely feel that the sword ripple could cut open his defense. Damn it, how can he cut open my defense? Yan Hui did not understand. In the last battle, Lin Xian had almost used all his strength to break open his defense. Now, his cultivation had increased, but Lin Xian could easily hurt him. Yan Hui was as agile as a snake as he dodged the wind and thunder sword wave. The golden snake sword in his hand quickly touched the ground, and a circle of golden ripples spread out. Right now, he could not even get close to Lin Xian, so he could only attack from afar. The ground shook as if there was a giant dragon rolling. Lin Xian sensed the change under his feet, and his body flew back like a feather. Boom! Boom! The ice surface cracked open, and a thick sword chi formed into a golden snake head, swallowing Lin Xian in one gulp. Nice! Good job, senior brother Yan Hui. The disciples of the Golden Sword sect cheered. Is Lin Xian going to lose just like that? The other warriors were shocked. The sword light formed the snake head, and streaks of sword chi shot out toward Lin Xian. Humph! Open! Lin Xian slashed out with the autumn scar sword in his hand, and a green gold sword chi burst out like a peerless blade. Shoo! Shoo! A dazzling light appeared, and the wind and thunder sword chi pierced through the spirit snake shadow, tearing a hole in it. Like the sun piercing through the clouds, the crack became bigger in an instant. A vigorous power poured out, and a 12-meter-long sword chi drew an arc in the air. Not only was the spirit snake cut open, but a long crack appeared on the ice surface as well. The cut was smooth, and there was not a single crack. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian's attack power was too shocking, far beyond their imagination. Wind style. Lin Xian touched the ground with his feet, and started to counterattack. The air suddenly cracked open, and a half-moon-shaped wind and thunder sword chi poured out, attacking Yan Hui at an unbelievable angle. Crack! 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 Lin Xian kept waving his long sword, and dozens of sword chi surrounded Yan Hui from all directions. Thousand Snake Greeting. Yan Hui was shocked and angry at the same time, and he crazily channeled his spirit power. He raised his sword high and made a gesture of worship. A strange energy was emitted from his body. However, Lin Xian did not give him a chance to attack. His eyes gradually turned sharp, and his body became ethereal like the wind. Wind Emperor's Sword. This was Lin Xian's first time using the Wind Emperor's Sword. Although it wasn't complete, its power far exceeded the Wind Fusion stance and other moves. With a thrust of his sword, Lin Xian's body seemed to have turned into the wind, becoming blurry and indistinct. What kind of sword skill is this? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian had given them too many surprises. Every time, he was able to shock them. Even some of the elders fell into deep thought when they saw the sword. An extremely fast sword thrust towards Yan Hui. The aura that Yan Hui had condensed instantly disappeared without a trace like a punctured balloon. Puff, Yan Hui retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not expect Lin Xian's sword to be so fast, causing him to fall short of success. You are very strong, but if you think you can defeat me like this, then you are too naive. The light in Yan Hui's eyes gradually turned sharp. The sword mark on his forehead started to melt. Is it finally going to be solved? The elders of the Golden Sword sect looked expectant. This is such a powerful aura. The surrounding cultivators were shocked, and so were the elders. Yu Xianzi looked at the field and seemed to have thought of something. Is he going to solve the power of the sword mark? Lin Feng frowned. Is that piece of trash really that strong? He actually made Yan Hui release the power of the seal. A trace of worry appeared on Second Master Lin's face. He looked at the field and tapped his fingers on the table. I haven't used my full strength in a long time. Soon, you will know what fear is. The spiritual energy on Yan Hui's body was like a burning flame, and his aura was like a tidal wave. Is this your full strength? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. It's barely enough for me to use my full strength. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. What? What is he saying? He's going to use his full strength? Brag as much as you can. Senior brother Yan will beat you until you can't stand up. The people of the Golden Sword sect hooted. No one believed him. They all thought that Lin Xian was bluffing. Bang! Yan Hui stomped his foot on the ground and turned into a wave of qi behind him. His entire body was as fast as a sword. The air in front of him was sucked dry, and deep cracks appeared on the ground. This sword was too powerful. Many people were worried for Lin Xian. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. His sword intent surged, and his aura instantly rose to the peak. Wind Emperor's Sword. The sword stabbed forward. It was ordinary, as if it was just a casual attack. However, there were too many things contained within this sword. The higher the cultivation level of those who saw this sword, the more astonished they were. It was as if 1,000 waves had set off in their hearts. This sword was very slow. Everyone could see Lin Xian's every move clearly. However, when they wanted to take a closer look, they realized that the sword had already stabbed forward. Yan Hui could feel the terrifying power of this sword. He tried his best to dodge, but his body did not seem to be under his control. He crashed into the sword. Pooh, bright red blood splattered everywhere. Yan Hui was sent flying. Senior brother Yan. The people of the Golden Sword sect cried out in alarm. Everyone looked at Lin Xian in a daze. They did not expect such an outcome. The young disciples looked at each other, but the older generation looked solemn. That aura just now, could it be? Ling Yidao stared at Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with battle intent. Sword intent, it must be sword intent. Only sword intent can make me so excited. In the area of the Lin family, Second Master Lin was pleasantly surprised. He was trembling slightly. Sword intent, little Xian has comprehended sword intent, ha ha ha. Lin Feng's face was gloomy. He had also comprehended sword intent. He could feel the aura more clearly than anyone else. This piece of trash has comprehended sword intent? How is that possible? He was a little annoyed and even a little uneasy. What's wrong with me? He's just a piece of trash. Even if he has comprehended sword intent, he's still a piece of trash. Lin Feng took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Lin, who was next to him, looked gloomy. He did not say anything, but his heart was filled with killing intent towards Lin Xian. He looked at Lin Xian deeply. Lin's eyes flashed with killing intent. Whoosh, Lin Xian turned around and looked at the area of the Lin family with a cold gaze. Those Lin family disciples trembled as if they had been swept by a sword. Eh? What sharp senses? Lin was surprised, but he did not show it. Lin Xian turned around silently. He had clearly felt a cold killing intent from somewhere just now. However, this killing intent was hidden very well and disappeared in a flash. He did not need to think to know that it was definitely Lin and the others. His heart trembled, and he was secretly on guard. After defeating Yan Hui, Lin Xian did not have any intention of attacking again. He turned around and returned to his seat. The young disciples of the Golden Sword sect looked at Lin Xian in horror, their eyes filled with fear. As for their elders, they stared fiercely at Lin Xian. However, no one dared to make a move. Lin Zheng's warning was still echoing in their ears. Even if they wanted to make a move, they would do it secretly. They could not let anyone have any evidence against them. After a moment of silence, the performance competition continued. This time, the top 20 cultivators of the Hidden Dragon ranking would make a move. A fierce battle was about to begin. Leng Yidao stood up slowly. With a flash, he arrived at the square. Leng Yidao from Snow-Seeking Sect, who wants to fight me? Everyone's eyes were burning with excitement. Even Lin Xian's eyes were filled with anticipation. Swish, a figure dashed out like a ball of flame crashing into the ground. Zhang Guang from Earth Fire Sect. Great! Leng Yidao was expressionless as his aura gradually rose. Swoosh, a dazzling saber radiance lit up as Leng Yidao appeared on the other side. Clang, Leng Yidao sheathed his saber and stood proudly. That's it? Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what had happened. However, the elders from various forces nodded slightly. The martial artists from the first and second echelon looked solemn. Junior brother Lin, what happened? Lu Yang and Wei Wei didn't understand either. They could only ask Lin Xian who was beside them. What a fast saber. Lin Xian's body tensed up as he said in a deep voice. In that instant, he struck out 9 times. Every saber was aimed at Zhang Guang's vital points. If it was a battle of life and death, Zhang Guang would be dead by now. 9 sabers. Lu Yang and Wei Wei were stunned. They didn't even see one saber. Both of them were top 50 martial artists on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, but they didn't even see Leng Yidao's attack clearly. At the same time, they were surprised by Lin Xian's strength again. Swish! Swish, Zhang Guang's armor shattered and fell to the ground. Thank you for showing mercy. Zhang Guang's face was filled with fear. In that instant, he felt the threat of death. Who else would like to fight? Leng Yidao looked calm. Next, a few more people attacked. They were top 20 martial artists on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, but they couldn't block Leng Yidao's saber skills. In every battle, he would end it with one saber. Such a fast saber skill. It's similar to the Wind Emperor's sword, Lin Xian murmured. He was inspired by Leng Yidao's saber skills. At the same time, he had a deeper understanding of the Wind Emperor's sword. Maybe my Wind Emperor's sword can reach this speed. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Swish, after sending the last opponent flying with one strike, Leng Yidao stood in the field. No one dared to challenge him. His gaze swept around, and wherever he looked, the martial artists lowered their heads. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Lin Xian. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Leng Yidao's gaze did not leave. Is he going to fight with Lin Xian? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was also slightly taken aback, but his expression did not change. We'll fight again when you've grown up. Leng Yidao said in a deep voice instead of attacking. Sure. Lin Xian smiled. I look forward to that day. Lin Xian calmly agreed. Leng Yidao actually made Lin Xian his opponent. Looks like this Lin Xian's potential is truly terrifying. Many warriors stared deeply at Lin Xian, their eyes filled with dread. Leng Yidao looked away and stared at Lin Feng. His aura continued to rise, and a sharp saber intent burst out. Can we fight? Leng Yidao asked in a deep voice. You're no match for me. Lin Feng said arrogantly. We'll know whether I'm a match for you after we fight. Leng Yidao took a step forward, and azure cold air gushed out in all directions. The shocking saber intent seemed to be able to split the sky. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, as if their souls were being suppressed. Is this saber intent? It's terrifying. In the same realm, no one is his match. Many cultivators smiled wryly. In the face of such an aura, they could not control their bodies, let alone attack. Lin Feng's white robe was whiter than snow. He took a step forward and instantly arrived at the square. He held the long sword at his waist, and an invisible wave spread out. At this moment, everyone's weapons were buzzing and trembling, as if they were about to soar into the sky. Many warriors could only struggle to hold on to their weapons, their faces filled with horror. Apart from the elders of various forces, only Meng Yan, Yu Sun, Leng Yidao, and Lin Xian were not affected. The former two were stronger than Lin Feng, so they were not affected. The latter two were because they had comprehended saber and sword intent. Sensing Lin Feng's strength, Leng Yidao looked dignified. He raised his long saber high and stared straight ahead. Take my saber. Leng Yidao's speed was extremely fast. His body turned into a thin line as he rushed forward. The saber was shining with cold light, cutting the air in half, and countless waves of qi rolled behind him. Cut. An illusory saber shadow swept past everyone's hearts, making them tremble. Lin Feng pulled out his long sword, and his sword intent soared into the sky. The huge sword qi seemed to be able to cut the sky and the earth. The two astonishing wills collided, constantly rubbing against each other in the air, and even produced thunder and lightning. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Thunder and lightning intertwined, and fine sword qi and saber light were everywhere within 100 meters. Ah! Leng Yidao shouted, and his saber intent burst out to the extreme, annihilating everything. On the opposite side, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly became sharp. An even sharper qi burst out from his body, and that qi made people feel desperate. Everyone's expression became dignified. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He held a glass of wine and slowly drank it. Lin Xian's knuckles turned white when he felt that power. Even if it's sword intent, it has different levels. Lin Feng laughed, and a huge sword qi crashed down, shattering Leng Yidao's saber light. That sword qi continued to slash towards the crowd. Seal, the elders of the snow-seeking sect were already prepared, and a transparent ice wall emerged from the ground, forming a barrier. Boom, the sword qi hit the ice wall, producing a clanging sound, and countless white lines appeared on the wall. However, it couldn't break the ice wall. Everyone was astonished, and for the first time, they had a deep understanding of the strength of a harmonious spirit cultivator. Even someone as strong as Lin Feng couldn't break the defense of a harmonious spirit cultivator with his shocking sword intent. This was a natural moat. Once one entered the three spirit realms, the difference between their strength and the spirit sea realm was like heaven and earth. In the field, Leng Yidao's face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Although he looked a bit dispirited, his eyes were even brighter. I didn't expect your sword intent to reach the small success level. I will challenge you again. Leng Yidao turned around and returned to his seat. Congratulations to the Lin clan for producing such a genius. Congratulations, young master Lin Feng, brother Yi. A group of people congratulated them. Lin Xian's heart was heavy, and he felt the pressure. Not only was Lin Feng's cultivation strong, but his sword intent had also reached the small success level. There was almost no one in the younger generation who could rival him. Such an opponent made Lin Xian excited. He felt the blood in his body boiling, and the seed of sword intent in his body was trembling as if it was going to fly out. Small success level sword intent? I'm looking forward to it. Lin Xian shouted in his heart. Lin Feng made Leng Yidao retreat, and then casually glanced at Lin Xian. His eyes were full of contempt. Finally, he looked at Yu Sun and Meng Yan. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, but no one knew what he was thinking. In the end, he didn't attack. Sister, why don't we exchange some pointers? Yu Sun looked at Ice Fairy with a sly look. Ice Fairy nodded slightly and her body floated out like a cloud. Everyone's hearts were burning with passion. To be able to see two peerless beauties fight, just thinking about it made them excited. Hee, I won't go easy on you. Yusun smiled slyly and her spiritual power spilled out like moonlight. Silver light spilled down and intertwined into a piece in the air, covering Ice Fairy. Ice Fairy waved her hand, and the cold wind in the air swayed. A piece of frost spread, and everything within 10 meters was frozen. The silver spiritual power was also covered with a thick layer of frost and became very slow. In such a place, the combat power of an ice element warrior could be multiplied several times. Some cultivators whispered to each other, their words filled with deep dread. Under normal circumstances, no one was willing to fight with an ice element warrior in Snow Province. Yusun smiled gently and waved her lotus-like arm. The dreamy spiritual power was activated again. The moonlight power seemed to be able to change into any form. Even if a part of it was frozen, more of it still rushed to Ice Fairy. The two of them fought quickly, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. Lin Xian's purple spiritual eyes flashed as he carefully observed the situation in the field. He found that although Ice Fairy's attack was fierce, it did not cause much damage to Yusun. However, Yusun's attack was like moonlight, pervasive and causing Ice Fairy a lot of trouble. After 100 moves, Ice Fairy was grazed by a ray of moonlight and suffered some minor injuries. In the end, Yusun won. As a warrior ranked second on the Hidden Dragon list, Yusun did not cause as much of a sensation as Lin Feng. However, she defeated Ice Fairy so easily that no one dared to underestimate her. Everyone was amazed and then looked at Meng Yan. He was the first on the Hidden Dragon list, and his strength was above Lin Feng and Yusun. Everyone was looking forward to him making a move. However, Meng Yan had no intention of making a move. He still sat and drank. The banquet lasted for a few more hours before it ended. Everyone returned to their residence and prepared to leave the next day. Xian'er, are you really not going back with me? Second Master Lin asked with concern. No, second uncle. I will go back in a year. Lin Xian's eyes were firm. After saying goodbye to second uncle Lin, Lin Xian went to the residence of Xiantian sect again. After exchanging a few words, Lin Xian left. There's still one more year, it won't be easy to defeat Lin Feng. Lin Xian thought. Not only had Lin Feng's sword energy reached the small success level, but his cultivation had also reached the 6th celestial layer of the Ling Ocean layer. It could be said that he had no shortcomings. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He also had sword intent and an offensive saint technique like the Great Dragon Sword Seal. With Lord Alcohol's guidance, as long as he worked hard, he would definitely catch up to Lin Feng. Elder Gu, when will the Battle of the Inscription Tower begin? Lin Xian came to the Myriad Treasure Tower and asked. 3 months later, in Feng Province's Dragonraki City, Elder Gu said slowly. It's like this. I want to train by myself. Lin Xian said, 3 months later, I will definitely arrive at Dragoncliff City on time. Elder Gu and the others vaguely knew about his relationship with the Sword Pool Mansion, so they did not stop him. After receiving a positive response, Lin Xian's face lit up with joy. There's one more thing that I hope the elders can help me with. I hope the elders can pretend that I left with the Myriad Treasure Tower. I don't want to attract the attention of others. Lin Xian had offended many forces, and he was afraid that these people would kill him if they knew that he left alone. He was not afraid of ordinary opponents, but if an expert at the 7th Spirit Ocean layer or the Harmonious Spirit Realm secretly attacked, he would not be able to resist. Don't worry about this. We will help you keep it a secret. Elder Gu said. Then, he took out another item. This is a jade pendant that can conceal your aura. Take it with you. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian took the jade pendant with a face full of joy. After bidding farewell to the people of the Myriad Treasure Tower, Lin Xian quietly left. Someone's here. Lord Alcohol reminded. Lin Xian's heart turned cold. He actually did not sense it, which meant that the strength of the person who came far surpassed him. Fortunately, with the jade pendant given by Elder Gu, he did not emit any aura. An obscure aura swept past, not letting go of any place. Lin Xian held his breath and remained motionless like a statue. Fortunately, the jade pendant given by Elder Gu was very magical. That aura did not detect Lin Xian's existence. When that aura disappeared, Lin Xian turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly ran out of the snow-seeking sect. Along the way, he encountered a few probing auras that were extremely powerful. It was not something that he could fight against. Lin Xian's face was cold. He did not need to think to know that it should be those old fellows from those clans. After leaving the snow-seeking sect safely, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. He did not stop and ran into the distance. In the secret hall of the snow-seeking sect, there was an old man with a long beard sitting on a piece of ice. Whoosh, the surrounding black fog surged and tumbled, finally forming a black-robed man. Kiki, the plan is going smoothly, the black-robed man said in a low voice. Old monster Shui, I helped you break through to the spirit transformation realm. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Lord Netherworld General, don't worry. I won't go back on what I promised you. When the time is right, I will help the Nether Hall unify the Xia country. The white-robed old man said slowly. The black-robed man laughed with satisfaction. This time, not only will the Nether Hall awaken, but even a guardian of the Saint sect will awaken. When the time comes, not only the Xia country, but the entire Tiannan region will submit. The long-bearded old man was silent. When he heard the words guardian, his pupils shrank and a trace of shock appeared on his face. The night was like water and the moonlight was hazy. Tonight, there was no snow in the sky. The world was exceptionally quiet. The snow on the ground of the snow province was very thick. Ordinary people could step on it and reach their knees. Lin Xian walked quickly and did not leave any footprints. My weakness now is that my cultivation is too low. Lin Xian sighed. He was strong in all aspects, but he had not cultivated for long. His current cultivation was only at the third sky of the spiritual sea realm. The event this time made him realize that the geniuses on the hidden dragon list were not in vain. He had to catch up with them in cultivation to become a true expert. Lin Xian made a plan for the next 3 months in his heart. First, he would cultivate and look for treasures. If he only cultivated in seclusion, it would be difficult to raise his cultivation level within a year. Under normal circumstances, it would be good to raise his cultivation level from the third sky of the spiritual sea realm to the fourth sky of the spiritual sea realm. Therefore, Lin Xian needed to find some spiritual herbs. Second, he would cultivate inscriptions. In the battle of the inscription tower in 3 months, he had to win. Only then could he enter the legendary inscription tower. Third, he would improve his sword intent. If he improved his sword intent to small success, his combat power would increase by several times. The Dragon Rocky city of the Feng province was at the border of the Xia country. It was 2 provinces away from the Snow province. He had to hurry there now. After making up his mind, Lin Xian could not help but speed up. He did not know that nearly 1,000 meters underground, a mass of green gas was surging rapidly. Lin Xian traveled through the night at an extremely fast speed. When the sky brightened, he was already very far away from the snow-seeking sect. Those old guys definitely wouldn't be able to find him. Wooji wooji, the little white monkey jumped down from his shoulder, pointing at the ground and crying non-stop. What's wrong? Lin Xian didn't understand. The snow-white little monkey kept gesturing in a very lively manner. Lin Xian immediately understood. You're saying that the green-haired man is still alive? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Wooji. Wooji, the little white monkey nodded with a look that said, please believe me. Could he be underground? Lin Xian was puzzled, but he didn't dare to stay. Who knew if the green-haired man was still afraid of the little white monkey? Lin Xian didn't dare to joke around with his life. Using the wind thunder steps, Lin Xian quickly left. The vast snowy mountain was white as far as the eye could see. The mountain was covered with tall and straight cedar trees that looked like long spears. There were many demonic beasts hiding among them. The demonic beasts in the Snow province were even more difficult to deal with. Firstly, they could hide in the thick snow. Secondly, these demonic beasts all knew ice elemental skills. For example, Lin Xian encountered an ice snake that suddenly jumped out from the ground and spat out a large amount of ice fog. This ice fog could not only slow down one's speed, but it also had a certain chance of freezing one into ice. Fortunately, Lin Xian's reaction was quick. With his outstanding soul power, he was able to move through the snowy mountain smoothly. Roar, a deafening roar caused the snow on the tree to fall. A 5-meter-tall snow-white demonic bear roared angrily and ruthlessly swiped at Lin Xian with its big claws. Swish, with a flash of sword light, Lin Xian landed on the treetop. Boom, the tall figure fell down with a loud crash, and the wound was immediately frozen by the cold. The little white monkey jumped down quickly. With a wave of its little paw, it took out a blue demonic crystal and ate it like candy. Then, it jumped onto Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian was astonished. This was a rank 4 demonic beast. Its demonic crystal contained a terrifying amount of power, as well as a dense demonic qi. Even he did not dare to easily absorb it, but this snow-white little monkey was not affected in the slightest. Lin Xian still hadn't discovered anything strange about the little white monkey. Presumably, it hadn't grown up yet. Since you're willing to eat demon crystals, I'll let you eat to your heart's content. Lin Xian shuttled through the forest. His purple spirit eyes flickered as he quickly searched for demonic beasts in the snow. The beasts he found were all rank 5 and below. Every time he attacked, he only needed one strike. His speed was extremely fast. This was the Wind Emperor's sword. He was inspired by Yi Daoling and had a new understanding of the Wind Emperor's sword. Now, even if his sword speed was not as fast as Yi Daoling's, it would not be too far behind. For the next few days, Lin Xian hunted demonic beasts as he traveled. The demon crystals were all eaten by the little white monkey, but it didn't change at all. Lin Xian looked at it suspiciously, but the little white monkey actually showed a look of disdain. Wuji wuji, the little white monkey pointed at the demon crystal in its finger with a look of disdain. It looked very disgusted. Lin Xian, damn monkey, it's good enough that you have something to eat. Lin Xian used his finger to flick its head, but the little white monkey nimbly dodged it. Eh? So fast? Lin Xian was surprised. The man and monkey continued on their journey as swift as lightning. Huff. Huff, unknowingly, a gust of wind blew. Snow flew all over the sky and hit their faces like knives. A black cave entrance appeared in front of him. Strong winds constantly gushed out from it. The cave entrance wasn't big. It was only 2 meters tall. The surface was covered with a thick layer of ice with all kinds of icicles. Wuji wuji, the little white monkey pointed at the cave and threw away all the demon crystals in its hand. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. He didn't need to think to know what the monkey meant. Fine, I'll go in and take a look. He swayed his body and ran towards the cave. The closer he got to the cave, the stronger the wind. When he was 10 meters away from the cave, the wind could almost blow away a martial artist in the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Lin Xian focused his eyes and stabbed out with the autumn scar sword. Splitting wind style. The strong winds in front of him seemed to be torn in half, blowing to both sides. A vacuum appeared in the middle. Shoo, Lin Xian didn't hesitate and quickly flashed in and out. After he entered, the gale that had been torn apart gathered together once again, becoming even more violent. Lin Xian entered the cave and became careful. Purple spirit eyes flashed. He was like a ghost and didn't make any sound. On his shoulder, the little white monkey cooperated and didn't make any sound. It was dark inside the cave, and there was also a chill. For some reason, although the strong winds at the cave entrance were strong, there wasn't any wind in the cave. Under the observation of the purple spirit eyes, Lin Xian didn't find anything. He could only walk forward quickly. He could feel that he wasn't walking straight, but walking towards the ground. Because he had already walked a few hundred meters, there wasn't any mountain that was this wide. Finally, light appeared in front of him. Lin Xian became even more careful. He first used his soul power to check. After confirming that there was no danger, he walked over. This was a wide cave. The ground was filled with white bones, many of which were frozen in ice. There were no living creatures around. Lin Xian found that these bones were covered with teeth marks. This should be a beast cave. He walked around and found that there was another world in here. In an inconspicuous corner, Lin Xian found a small cave. He lowered his head and walked in. He was instantly stunned. Although this cave wasn't big, it was very clean. There weren't any bones or anything like that. In the center, there was a snow lotus that was blooming with light. Good stuff. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He carefully identified it and finally confirmed that it was a 1,000-year-old snow lotus. If he used it to brew spirit wine, it would definitely speed up his cultivation. Thinking of this, he reached out to pick it. Wang, a ripple appeared, stopping Lin Xian. There's a restriction? Lin Xian's face darkened. The autumn scar sword pierced out with the force of wind and thunder, instantly hitting the restriction. Puff, Lin Xian had used 80% of his strength in this attack, and he was able to break a hole in the restriction. However, the restriction was quickly restored. This isn't an ordinary restriction. It can absorb the surrounding spirit qi and automatically repair itself. Without the strength of a harmonious spirit realm, it's impossible to completely break it, Lord Alcohol said slowly. Lin Xian rubbed his chin, his eyes flashing. Wuji Wuji, the snow-white monkey blinked its big eyes and cried out, eager to try. You? Lin Xian was suspicious. Wuji. Wuji, the snow-white monkey stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at the snow lotus. You want to split it equally with me? Lin Xian understood what it meant. The snow-white monkey nodded and patted its chest hard. It looked like it was telling Lin Xian not to worry about it. Lin Xian was speechless. This guy was actually trying to negotiate with him. In the end, he finally agreed. Alright, as long as you can take it out, I'll give you half. The snow-white monkey was overjoyed. Its big eyes blinked and its face was filled with joy. Lin Xian focused and stabbed out with the autumn scar sword, piercing a hole in the restriction. Whoosh, with a flash of white light, the snow-white monkey disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the little white monkey disappeared. When it came back to its senses, it was hugging a fist-sized snow lotus. Lin Xian broke the snow lotus in half and gave one half to the little white monkey while keeping the other half carefully. The little white monkey quickly stuffed the snow lotus into its mouth and swallowed it. Wuji Wuji, it jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder and curled into a ball. What a waste. Lin Xian looked pained. This snow lotus is an item of extreme cold. If you can find an item of extreme yang, I can refine a pot of good wine for you. Lord Alcohol chuckled. Anyway, we have to pass by the fire province this time. I can look for it when the time comes, Lin Xian replied. He looked around again and suddenly raised his eyebrows. The spiritual energy here is so dense. Lord Alcohol sensed it and said softly, this should be a spirit gathering array that gathers the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Could it be that someone wants to nurture the snow lotus? Lord Alcohol said indifferently. Suddenly, his expression changed. That's not right. This snow lotus is just a little older. There's nothing special about it. Could there be something else here? Kid, look below. Lord Alcohol gasped. Lin Xian's purple spirit eyes flickered as he looked down. There's a cloud of blurry blue gas and a piece of ice, Lin Xian transmitted his voice. Open it and take a look. There might be something good. Lord Alcohol said. Lin Xian began to attack the restriction, but the result was the same as before. I don't believe it. Lin Xian's face was tense as he constantly slashed at the restriction with his sword. The little white monkey's eyes darted around before it burrowed into the storage ring. Lin Xian cursed under his breath and continued to hack at the restriction. Clanging sounds rang out continuously, filling the small cave. Fortunately, there was no one else. Otherwise, it would be annoying. 3 days later, the restriction finally let out a cracking sound and shattered into pieces. Lin Xian's face turned pale as he heaved a sigh of relief. He sat cross-legged on the ground, took out a cup of spirit wine, and began to recover. This was the spirit wine he had brought out from the trial of blood and fire, and he had already drunk half of it. As his cultivation increased, the effect of the spirit wine gradually weakened, but it was still good for recovering spirit energy. 1 hour later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He slowly stood up and prepared to dig into the ground. Be careful, don't break the things down there. Lin Xian activated his purple spirit eyes and used the autumn scar sword to dig bit by bit. The layer of ice gradually thinned, and Lin Xian could feel the chill in this space growing stronger and stronger. Could it be something strange? He felt his hair stand on end. Not only his body, but even his soul was trembling. Continue, continue. Lord Alcohol urged. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xian continued to dig. Finally, all the layers of ice were broken, and a wisp of cold air emerged. Ka ka ka, the moment the cold air emerged, the surroundings quickly froze, forming ice cubes. Lin Xian felt a wave of cold air rush towards him, giving him goosebumps. Whoosh, without any hesitation, he used the wind thunder steps and ran out. The cold air in the air stuck to his clothes and quickly froze them. Crackle, golden electric arcs jumped, and thunder and lightning intertwined, shattering the ice. That was close. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. Just the cold air that leaked out was already so tyrannical. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the cold air itself was. Looking back, he saw that the small cave had been sealed by ice. It's mystic ice chi. Lord Alcohol exclaimed. Legend has it that the mystic ice chi is the coldest chi, and it is often born with strange items. There must be something good inside. But I can't even get close. Lin Xian sighed. Don't worry, I can take the mystic ice chi. Lord Alcohol said with a smile. Let me try. Lin Xian used the windbreaker stance to shatter the ice cubes and quickly entered. The surroundings were still cold, but the mystic ice chi had returned to the ground. Lin Xian looked around and saw a round platform with a diameter of half a meter. It was emitting cold air. Frost ice platform. It's indeed something good. Lord Alcohol laughed. What's its use? Lin Xian asked. It can speed up your cultivation. It's just right for you. Lin Xian was delighted when he heard that. When he looked down again, his eyes were shining. Let's take it away first. As he spoke, a black hole appeared in front of Lin Xian and slowly rotated. The frost ice platform underground was sucked up, and the mystic ice chi on it was in a frenzy. Lin Xian didn't move. He knew that Lord Alcohol had a solution. Indeed, the black hole kept rotating, sucking away all the scattered mystic ice chi. Wooji wooji, the snow-white monkey suddenly jumped out and cried out happily. Lin Xian jumped in fright, afraid that something would happen to the monkey. The snow-white monkey sucked hard, and a wisp of mystic ice chi flew out and was sucked into its body. The little monkey showed a satisfied expression and then burped. With a dazed look, the snow-white monkey burrowed back into the storage ring. Lin Xian exclaimed. From the looks of it, the snow-white monkey was indeed strange. It wasn't afraid of such a strange cold item. In the blink of an eye, the frost ice platform was taken away by Lord Alcohol. The mystic ice chi was attached to it and taken away. Let's go. There's nothing left. Lin Xian nodded, then turned into a shadow and quickly left the place. Walking in the dark tunnel, Lin Xian was very excited. Just now, he had thought of a way to deal with the blue-haired man. It was to use the mystic ice chi to seal the blue-haired man. Lord Alcohol also felt that this method was fine. After discussing for a while, they decided to take action as soon as possible. After leaving the cave, Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry to leave. He wanted to set up a trap and bait the blue-haired man. It was snowing heavily at night. Lin Xian found a dry cave and prepared to rest. With both hands forming seals, Lin Xian closed his eyes and started cultivating. But in fact, he spread out his soul power to observe the surroundings. Be careful, he's coming. Lord Alcohol transmitted his voice. Lin Xian's heart trembled. He deliberately didn't let the snow-white monkey appear in order to bait the blue-haired man. Whoosh, a green beam shot towards Lin Xian and arrived in front of Lin Xian in the blink of an eye. A huge sense of danger welled up in his heart, but Lin Xian didn't act rashly. He was waiting for the blue-haired man to come closer. With a kick of his legs, his body flew out like a spring. The green beam swept towards Lin Xian and sent him flying. Lin Xian's blood and qi surged. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Swish, a figure flashed and grabbed at Lin Xian with a wide palm. The fingernails were long and sharp, with a strange aura circulating on them. If he was caught, he would definitely die. Lin Xian's heart was in his throat as he stared at the palm. He knew that he only had one chance. If he failed, he would either die or alert the blue-haired man. If that happened, he would have no chance at all. Just as the green fingernails were about to touch him, Lin Xian made his move. A wisp of mystic ice chi surged out and wrapped around the blue-haired man's hand. In the next moment, the blue-haired man seemed to have encountered something terrifying and quickly retreated. Ka ka ka, just as he moved, the cold chi quickly surged through his body, emitting a terrifying chill. This was the real mystic ice chi, not the cold chi that had touched Lin Xian's clothes. The power of the two was completely different. Once touched by the mystic ice chi, even a harmonious spirit expert would be frozen. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he looked ahead. In front of him, a huge ice sculpture stood in the snow, emitting a shocking chill. Lin Xian smiled in satisfaction. The mystic ice chi was indeed domineering. It had even sealed the mysterious azure-haired man. A black vortex appeared and sucked in the ice. I split the frost chi into 5 strands. 1 strand froze this fellow, leaving 4 strands. Lord Alcohol said. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Then, can't I freeze 4 more old fellows? The Tsung family, the Golden Sword sect, and the Yuan family probably wouldn't let him off. Even Lin Feng's lineage might take action against him. But now, the situation was probably different. Stupid. Lord Alcohol snorted coldly. This mystic ice chi is a rare treasure. It can be used to increase your strength. Freezing others is just a small trick. Increase my strength? Lin Xian was delighted. From now on, I will use the mystic ice chi to refine you, Lord Alcohol said. Not only can it refine your body and spiritual power, but it can also increase your soul power. Refine my soul power? Lin Xian was surprised. According to what he knew, the cultivation of soul power was extremely slow and dangerous. It was far more difficult than the cultivation of spiritual power. That was why there were so few inscription masters in this world. Let's try the ice platform first. Lin Xian took a deep breath. A circular ice platform appeared on the ground like a work of art. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on it and prepared to cultivate. The moment he came into contact with the ice platform, his body couldn't help but tremble. The chill almost made him cry out. Fortunately, his willpower was firm and he endured it. Quickly circulating the longevity art, Lin Xian entered a state of cultivation. His body was covered in ice. His face and eyebrows were all covered in ice. Lin Xian closed his eyes tightly as though he had turned into an iceman. Whoosh, the snow-white monkey flew out and jumped to the ground. It looked at Lin Xian with its big eyes. Wooji wooji, it was bored for a while before it sniffed the air with its nose and ran into the distance. In the snow-covered mountain, a group of figures was shuttling through the forest. Stop, suddenly, the entire group stopped. Young master, what's wrong? A gray-robed elder asked. What a strange little monkey. It was a young man wearing a fur coat. His eyes were greedily staring at a small white monkey on a tree in front of him. Wooji wooji, the little monkey on the tree was Lin Xian's little one. It was eating an unknown fruit, its eyes full of disdain. It's so intelligent. It's much stronger than the demonic beasts back at home. The young man was overjoyed. He pointed at the monkey and said, This young master wants it. Don't worry, young master. This old servant will catch it right away. The gray-robed old man's figure flashed and flew up to the treetops like lightning. Then, he waved his hands mercilessly. Wooji wooji, the little white monkey screamed twice, and then disappeared with a whoosh. Eh? The gray-robed elder was surprised. He was a martial artist in the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and his speed was unimaginably fast. However, the little white monkey still managed to escape. This should be a mutant monkey. Young master, don't worry, it can't run away. Over there. Someone in the group exclaimed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the gray-robed elder kept dodging to catch the little monkey, but it escaped. Let's go together and catch it for this young master. The young man was furious. Many people went forward, and only 3 martial artists were left to guard the young man. They stood in a very strict position, protecting the young man in the middle. Not long after, these people returned empty-handed. Young master, that monkey is too cunning. No. A few people whispered. Trash, a bunch of trash. The young man was furious and kept shouting. Young master, I think we should go to the snow-seeking sect first. At this time, Chu Lao and the others should have already arrived. The gray-robed elder said. Humph. Xia country is really boring. It wasn't easy to find something good, but in the end, it ran away. The young man's face was gloomy. Let's go to the snow-seeking sect. The group of more than 10 people went on their way again. However, after a few steps, countless snowballs suddenly flew over. Pung pung pung, someone in the group was hit, and snow splashed on his face. Although it didn't hurt, it made him very embarrassed. Who is it? Come out. Someone shouted. Wuji. Wuji, a mocking voice was heard. In the snow ahead, a palm-sized monkey bent over laughing. It's it. Everyone was angry, except for the young man whose eyes were shining. This young master orders all of you to capture it. Many people in the group ran out, and even the young man quickly moved out. The group of people went to catch the monkey. Unfortunately, the snow-white monkey was too fast, and these people could only eat the dust behind it. However, fortunately, they didn't lose it this time. A trace of anger appeared on the snow-white monkey's face. Its black gem-like eyes turned, and then it ran in the direction of the cave. Whoosh, the snow-white monkey jumped back and returned to Lin Xian's side. Hey, there's someone in front. Someone in the group exclaimed. I don't care if there's someone or not. What I want is mine. The young man didn't have any worries and directly rushed forward. The people behind him could only hurry to follow. It's frozen. Is it frozen to death? Someone was puzzled. Everyone looked at the figure in front and saw that the person was sitting on a block of ice. His whole body was frozen, and he was motionless. This young man was Lin Xian. He didn't expect the snow-white monkey to bring back such a group of people. The gray-robed elder's eyes flashed. He stared at the block of ice that Lin Xian was sitting on. Young master, we're rich. The gray-robed elder's voice trembled. If I'm not wrong, that should be the legendary frost platform. That's a treasure for cultivation. The gray-robed elder was excited. He couldn't wait to snatch it. Frost platform? The young man pondered. The others in the group were also confused. With it, your cultivation speed can increase by 3 to 5 times. The gray-robed elder quickly explained. Gulp. Gulp, the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard from the group. The group of people all stared at the round block of ice. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and snatch it. The young man's eyes lit up. Immediately, a few people rushed over and tried to grab the frost platform. Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sword, cold and terrifying. Crack crack crack, the ice on his body shattered, revealing Lin Xian's real body. Those people stopped and looked at Lin Xian cautiously. The gray-robed elder's expression changed. He spoke first, our young master has taken a fancy to the rock you're sitting on. Why don't you name a price? Rock? Lin Xian's lips curled up. He had heard their conversation. Slowly standing up, Lin Xian waved his sleeve and put away the frost platform. Not for sale. Lin Xian said coldly. Wuji Wuji, the snow-white monkey jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder and started to gesture. Brat, do you know who we are? How dare you talk to our young master like that? Someone in the group shouted. All right, stop talking nonsense. The young master was obviously impatient. Snatch the frost platform and the little monkey. Then break his limbs and throw him into the wolf pack. That youngster was very arrogant. Not only did he want to rob, but he also threatened to cripple Lin Xian and feed him to the wolves. Which family's disciple was this, to be so cruel? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the group of people opposite him. There were about 10 people, all of whom were at the 4th sky of the spiritual ocean tier and above. Among them, the gray-robed elder had reached the 6th sky of the spiritual ocean tier, and the 3 people beside the youngster were at the peak of the 5th sky. With this kind of combination, other than harmonious spirit realm old monsters, no one feared them at all. Lin Xian didn't make a move. His body flashed and he was about to leave. Want to leave? Not so easy. The three martial artists near Lin Xian attacked instantly, three surging waves of power gushing out. If it was a normal martial artist at the third sky of the spiritual ocean tier, he would have died long ago under such a pincer attack. Lin Xian used the wind thunder step and dodged the three's attacks. He can actually dodge? The three martial artists were surprised. Attack with full force. This youngster has a great treasure on him, so his strength is definitely not ordinary. The gray-robed elder said. Kill him directly, don't hold back. The three martial artists at the fourth layer of the spiritual ocean tier smiled malevolently and surrounded Lin Xian. Youngster, when you reincarnate in your next life, keep your eyes open. Daring to offend our young master, you're courting death. The three attacked together, and the terrifying waves of power were enough to injure a martial artist at the fifth layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Lin Xian's eyes focused. These people kept looking for trouble and didn't take him seriously at all. He wasn't one to look for trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. Now that someone wanted to kill him, he obviously wouldn't show mercy. Lightning storm. Within 10 meters, there was a sudden storm and lightning, as if it was the end of the world. Pitter-patter, with a loud sound, the three fell to the ground, their bodies charred black. What? The people opposite were stunned, unable to believe it for a moment. The gray-robed elder's face was gloomy as he kept sizing up Lin Xian, as if thinking about something. Youngster, you dare to kill my people, do you know who I am? The youngster roared, his eyes full of anger. He came to Xia and didn't take anyone seriously, but he didn't expect to suffer a loss in this snow mountain. Go, kill him. Brat, surrender obediently. The gray-robed old man said coldly, although your strength is extraordinary, you have no chance of winning against us. Moreover, our elders are guests at the snow-seeking sect. Do you think you have a chance to escape? Since the fight had started, Lin Xian could not possibly let these people leave. His body turned into a ray of light and quickly rushed over. With a flick of his finger, the autumn scar sword appeared in his hand. Chi, with a flash of sword light, a martial artist fell to the ground with a loud bang. Everyone back off. The gray-robed elder yelled. He could tell that Lin Xian was extraordinary, and that normal martial artists at the fourth sky of the spiritual ocean realm were no match for him. The group of people retreated and stared cautiously at Lin Xian. Elder Zhou, let us do it. The three martial artists who had been protecting the young master said. All right. The gray-robed elder nodded. The three of them appeared in a flash and surrounded Lin Xian in a triangular formation. Let me see what level the martial artists of the Xia are at. One of them snorted coldly. Lin Xian was slightly shocked. It seemed that these people were not from the Xia. Then he had even less to worry about. If he let these people go, they would definitely chase after him endlessly. Moreover, there were elders at the snow-seeking sect. Those who could be called elders should be old monsters at the harmonious spirit realm. For his own safety, Lin Xian could only use his full strength. With a swing of the autumn scar sword, a sharp sword light flew out. Shadow sword formation. The three of them worked together and performed a formation, trapping Lin Xian within. A human figure flew out with a sharp sword in his hand, thrusting towards Lin Xian. Wind-splitting style. With a thrust of the sword, the human figure was mercilessly torn apart and turned into energy again, merging into the sword formation. Wind-blending style. The soundless sword chi pierced towards one of the martial artists. The air was torn apart as the dazzling sword light slashed towards the waist of the martial artist. It's useless. With the three of them working together, the sword formation shone brightly, dissolving Lin Xian's attack. We have even trapped a martial artist at the sixth sky of the spiritual sea realm, let alone a kid at the third sky of the spiritual sea realm. Hand over the thing, and we'll leave your corpse intact. Or else. Humph. The three of them sounded cold as their attacks suddenly became sharp. Dozens of sword shadows flew towards him from all angles, covering his entire body. The sword chi screamed as if they were real swords. The power was comparable to an attack from a martial artist at the sixth sky of the spiritual sea realm. Lin Xian's body also turned into countless phantoms, flying in all directions. Chi 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 chi, almost 90% of the phantoms were pierced through by the sword chi. Lin Xian's real body was also attacked. Dang, he raised his sword to block, but his arm was numb from the impact. Such terrifying power. Lin Xian was slightly shocked. This sword formation could combine the power of the three of them, releasing the power of a martial artist at the sixth sky of the spiritual sea realm. And when they were attacked, they could split the attack into 3 parts, sharing the burden. Lin Xian's purple spirit eyes flashed, and he understood in an instant. I can only break their sword formation. Purple light flashed in his eyes, and an invisible soul power pierced towards one of the martial artists. Ah, that martial artist screamed, and the aura on his body froze. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian operated the sword intent, unleashing the Wind Emperor's sword, and piercing towards that martial artist. Blood splattered, and a sword cut the throat. The sword formation broke by itself, and the remaining 2 martial artists were shocked. Their sword formation had never failed before, but today, it was broken by someone, and one of them even died. You're courting death. The 2 of them were furious and attacked crazily. Sword intent surged, and Lin Xian's aura rose to the extreme. Sword intent, it's actually sword intent. The 2 martial artists' faces were pale, and their auras were suppressed. The people in the distance were shocked when they came, as if they didn't expect to see martial artists who comprehended sword intent here. Although your sword intent is strong, your cultivation is weak. Die. The 2 of them resisted the pressure, and their long swords pierced towards Lin Xian fiercely. Soul assassination. Lin Xian unleashed the purple spirit eyes attack, and his powerful soul power turned into a sharp spike, piercing towards one of them. Lion's roar. Lin Xian attacked consecutively, unleashing the sound wave attack again. The 2 of them were shocked mentally, especially the martial artist who was hit by the soul assassination, who lost his mind for a short while. In a battle between experts, they fought for the initiative. The autumn scar sword was as cold as water, and with a flash of light, a head flew. Ah, the last martial artist retreated crazily with fear. Devil, he's a devil. Too horrifying. 2 martial artists in the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean realm died so easily. And the opponent was a martial artist in the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Is he still human? Are all the martial artists in the Xia so powerful? All of a sudden, the group of people in the distance turned pale, and it was terrifyingly quiet. Lin Xian waved his long sword, and a 2-meter-long half-moon-shaped sword chi flew out like moonlight. Pooh, the man who ran away was cut in half, falling onto the ground. Gulp, the group of people took 2 steps back uneasily, and the arrogant young master's face was also pale. Elder Zhou, he shouted nervously. Don't worry, young master. He's not my opponent. The aura inside the gray-robed old man's body exploded completely, like a raging sea, making his heart tremble. Lin Xian's aura froze, and he felt a pressure that made his movements slow down. As expected of a martial artist in the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Kid, die. The gray-robed old man stepped out, and his 5 fingers formed a claw, grabbing forward. Eagle claw hand. 5 streaks of light flew out from his fingers, forming a giant claw dozens of meters long in the air, crashing down. Hong, the ground split open, and 5 deep trenches appeared, dozens of meters long, hideous and terrifying. Lin Xian dodged quickly, and a blue bead appeared in his hand. This was a thunder bead, obtained from Song Lei that day. It was said to be able to kill all martial artists below the 7th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Lin Xian charged out, dashing towards the gray-robed old man. In the sky, the giant eagle claw appeared again, slapping down in an extremely fierce manner. Air-piercing sounds rang out one after another, as if 5 spears pierced out, piercing through the air. Lin Xian was like a wisp of green smoke, floating in the wind. He dodged all the seemingly dangerous attacks. Whoosh, moving again, he flicked out the thunder bead in his hand. The thunder bead seemed to merge into the wind, not producing a trace of fluctuation. Only when he approached the gray-robed old man did the latter discover the existence of the thunder bead. The youth in the distance sneered. He decided that after capturing Lin Xian, he would torture him to death. However, a deafening rumble woke him up. The place where the gray-robed old man was shrouded in a terrifying lightning energy. The area dozens of meters around was filled with blue lightning, as if thunder dragons were rolling. Lightning flashed everywhere, and the group was stunned. That young master's expression was very interesting, changing many times before finally revealing panic. Young master, don't worry. Elder Zhou is a martial artist at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier, he should be fine. The lightning dissipated, and the situation inside was revealed. A large pit dozens of meters in diameter, more than 10 meters deep, and charred black on top. The gray-robed old man was covered in blood. One of his arms seemed to have been blown off, and a terrifying wound appeared on his chest. Brat, I want you dead. The gray-robed old man's expression was hideous. Every time he spoke, he would spit out large amounts of blood. He was severely injured. If you didn't have bad intentions back then, this wouldn't be the result now. Lin Xian's voice was cold. You brought this upon yourselves. Wind Emperor's sword. His body became erratic, as if he was in a dream, and his speed was extremely fast. As the sword light flashed, the gray-robed elder's eyes widened and he fell to the ground with hatred. Lin Xian turned around and looked indifferently at the group of people in the distance. You don't come over. The young master's voice was trembling. He no longer had the arrogance from before. We are from Shadow Country's Chu family. If you kill us, you won't be able to escape. Lin Xian was silent as he walked forward step by step. Remember, you must be a good person in your next life. His voice was cold as he slowly raised his sword. Run. This group of people couldn't hold it in any longer and fled in all directions. As long as one of you escapes, you will die without a burial ground. The young master said with a ferocious expression. Is that so? Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword, and a green-gold sword wave spread out in all directions with him as the center. Puff. Puff, any martial artists that encountered the sword wave were all chopped into 2 halves. The Wind Thunder sword wave's attack range was very large, and it could now kill everyone within 20 meters. None of those martial artists escaped, including the young master, who was also chopped into 2 halves by the sword wave. After taking away their storage rings, Lin Xian quickly left. A cold wind blew, and snow filled the surroundings, quickly covering these people. Lin Xian ran all the way to the Fire Province. He tamed a snow wolf as a means of transportation, and he was constantly in a state of cultivation. Seeing that he was about to reach the border of the Snow Province, Lin Xian woke up from his cultivation. He was now at the peak of the 3rd layer of the Spirit Sea realm, and would soon break through to the 4th layer. This was all thanks to the ice platform. Otherwise, he would need at least 2 to 3 months to reach the peak of the 3rd layer. Seems like your improvement is faster than I imagined, Lord Alcohol said with a smile. You can proceed to the next step. Lin Xian nodded. He naturally knew what the next step meant. Now that he had adapted to the cold air of the ice platform, he could try to use the mystic ice chi to temper his body. Of course, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't directly touch a wisp of mystic ice chi. One had to know that even someone as strong as the mysterious green-haired man was frozen, let alone him. Lord Alcohol divided the wisp of mystic ice chi into 9 wisps, allowing Lin Xian to withstand the cold air and temper his body. I can begin, but before that, I need to tidy up. He rode the snow wolf to a clean place. With a flip of his palm, all the storage rings of the Chu family martial artists appeared in his hand. Among them, Lin Xian was most interested in the storage rings of 2 people. One was the young master's, and the other was the gray-clothed elder's. He first looked at the gray-clothed elder's storage ring. There were 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, 3 human-grade artifacts, and some elixirs. In addition, there were some martial techniques. For example, there was a low-grade spirit-grade martial technique, Eagle Claw. Lin Xian had already seen the power of this martial technique. Although he wasn't interested in cultivating it, he could sell it for money. A low-grade spirit-grade martial technique was worth about 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It could be said to be quite valuable. After looking at the gray-clothed elder's storage ring, Lin Xian probed the young master's storage ring with his soul force. Lin Xian sighed softly. The items inside were even richer than the gray-clothed elder's. As expected of the young master of a large family clan, Lin Xian took a rough look and found 800,000 low-grade spirit stones, 500 mid-grade spirit stones, a black-grade spear, several cultivation techniques, and an ancient map. Just the items of these two people were worth more than 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Lin Xian took out the map and looked at it carefully. The map was the size of 2 palms, but it wasn't complete. The edges seemed to have been cut by a sharp weapon. Some of the mountain peaks were marked with red dots. Lin Xian counted a total of 5 red dots. At the bottom of the map, there was the word spirit. It was bold and powerful. Spirit. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he suddenly recalled the map Lin Feng had obtained from the auction. Spirit-grade treasure? His voice was filled with uncertainty. Forget it. I'll take a look after the matter with the inscription tower is over. After putting away everything, Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Lord Alcohol. He wanted to thoroughly study the green-haired man and see what he was. A black vortex appeared out of thin air as a huge ice sculpture fell to the ground. Lin Xian approached and stared at the green-haired man inside. Although the green-haired man was frozen inside, his eyes seemed to be able to move. When he saw Lin Xian, 2 balls of green flames appeared in his eyes. Damn, he's still alive. Lin Xian cursed softly. Lord Alcohol, do you have any way to investigate his identity? Although he's only an avatar, I can still place a slave seal on him and make him obey you. Lord Alcohol smiled indifferently. Slave imprint? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. It's decided then. In the ice, the green-haired man seemed to have heard Lin Xian's words. The green light in his eyes flickered, and he was furious. However, it's not easy to use a slave seal. First, you need to raise your soul power to the level of a 2nd-grade inscription master, Lord Alcohol said slowly. 2nd-grade inscription. Lin Xian murmured. He had been a 1st-grade inscription master for a long time and could now refine 1st-grade spirit wine on his own. However, it wasn't that easy to become a 2nd-grade inscription master. It was a qualitative leap from 1st grade to 2nd grade. It required the soul seal in the inscription master's mind to split from 1 seal into 2. Apart from having a strong soul power, it also required a special technique. However, with Lord Alcohol around, he didn't have to worry about the technique. He only needed to increase his soul power. After putting away the huge ice sculpture, Lin Xian whispered, Lord Alcohol, let's begin the refinement of the mystic ice chi. The process will be a little painful. You have to bear with it. Lin Xian nodded and formed a seal with both hands. Lord Alcohol injected a wisp of mystic ice chi into his body and circulated it through his spirit meridians. A strange cold energy instantly spread throughout his body, as if thousands of ice needles were stabbing into him. Not only his physical body, but even his soul seemed to have been frozen. Lin Xian's face turned bitter. How is this a little painful? This is King painful. It was 100 times colder than the ice platform. Gradually, Lin Xian's consciousness became blurry. The great dragon sword seal in his mind and the sword intent in his body rumbled together, releasing a will that gradually woke Lin Xian up. The longevity art in his body circulated throughout his body. At the same time, he tried to make the great dragon sword seal and the sword intent seed resonate. This would allow him to stay awake. This unintentional action of his caused a huge impact. In his mind, the great dragon sword seal seemed to transform into an azure dragon that kept tumbling. The sword intent seed also kept buzzing. Finally, the mysterious small sword in his body vibrated gently and emitted a gentle light. Roar! The great dragon sword seal transformed into an azure dragon and flew out of his mind, rushing towards the sword intent seed. The two collided and fused together perfectly. The fused great dragon sword seal flew onto the mysterious small sword and formed a huge dragon pattern. Only the dragon's head was clear, and the other parts were blurry. Lin Xian felt that his sword intent had become much stronger. If it was 10% in the past, now it was at least 20%. Normally, 30% sword intent was considered small success sword intent. Lin Xian was only a step away from small success. From now on, I'll call you the Great Dragon Sword Intent, Lin Xian said in his heart. As if it had heard Lin Xian's voice, the dragon pattern on the mysterious dagger emitted a dazzling light. With the Great Dragon Sword Intent, Lin Xian's resistance to the mystic ice chi was also a bit stronger. Lord Alcohol controlled the mystic ice chi and kept marveling. He hadn't expected the Great Dragon Sword seal to fuse with the seed of sword intent. Perhaps one day, you will really find the real one. Lord Alcohol whispered as his voice turned softer. 5 minutes later, Lord Alcohol removed the mystic ice chi. Lin Xian's entire body had turned blue from the cold, and there was a faint blue glow on his skin. He channeled the art of longevity. The spirit ocean inside his body shook, and 3 waves rumbled. A warm current spread throughout his body. A moment later, he recovered. The most direct feeling was that his mind had become much clearer, and his senses had become sharper. Gently raising his hand, Lin Xian quickly drew an inscription in the air. The entire process was smooth without any pause. My speed is actually twice as fast as before. Lin Xian was delighted. This inscription was very complicated. In the past, he would have needed dozens of seconds to draw it. But now, he only needed a dozen seconds to complete it. Furthermore, his movements were much smoother. As expected of the mystic ice chi. It's really effective. Lin Xian was overjoyed. I didn't freeze for nothing. Not only had his soul power strengthened, but his body had also become much stronger. Lin Xian felt that his body was like a furnace, and his qi and blood were exuberant. Boom, he punched out, creating a vacuum in the air. If he encountered Yan Hui now, he could probably defeat him in one move. Lin Xian was filled with confidence. Feeling the changes in his body, Lin Xian worked even harder. He took out the frost platform and sat cross-legged on it. After drinking a cup of spirit wine, he began to cultivate his spiritual sea. The night passed in silence as he cultivated. The next day, Lin Xian rode on the snow wolf and set off again. Half a day later, he arrived outside a city. Cold Wind City. Lin Xian looked at the large words on the city gate and jumped off the snow wolf. Go back. He patted the snow wolf's head and released the control. The snow wolf held at the sky and then quickly left. After entering the city, Lin Xian found a restaurant and ordered a few exquisite dishes. He slowly tasted them. These few days, he had been walking on the mountain roads. His body and mind were somewhat tired. He needed a good rest. Cultivation was like a spring. It emphasized tension and relaxation. He couldn't be too relaxed. If he was too relaxed, he would fall behind and become lazy. But he couldn't be too tense either. Under high pressure for a long time, a martial artist would collapse. Balancing tension and relaxation was the way of the king. This restaurant was called the Snow Crane Restaurant. It was said that a peerless expert had arrived here on a snow crane, so the descendants named it after the snow crane. After going up to the second floor, Lin Xian found that the windows upstairs were all hollow and inlaid with ice sculptures. Most of them were carved with snow cranes. It was said that this was one of the characteristics of this restaurant. Lin Xian drank while listening to the discussions of others. The snow-seeking sex banquet had just ended. At this time, most of the martial artists were discussing this matter. Did you guys know? The banquet this time was too exciting, and a genius even appeared. Someone said mysteriously. Genius? What genius? Some people did not understand. A swordsman named Lin Xian. It is said that he comprehended sword intent. Sword intent? Most people did not believe it. Really? You haven't been there, how would you know? Humph. I didn't go, but my senior brother went. According to him, that Lin Xian is not only a genius who comprehended sword intent, but also a disciple of the Sword Pool Mansion. Sword Pool Mansion. Many martial artists suddenly realized and then began to discuss. This Sword Pool Mansion is worthy of being called a big sect in the world. First there is a genius like Lin Feng, and now there is a Lin Xian. This is nothing. I bought the Hidden Dragon list the day before yesterday. It is clearly marked that this Lin Xian is already ranked 20th on the list. A group of people discussed, mostly around the various geniuses. Of course, the one who was mentioned the most was Lin Xian. It couldn't be helped. An unknown kid had suddenly become a martial artist ranked 20th on the Hidden Dragon roll. This change was too big. Almost everyone was paying attention to him. Hey, do you know? It is said that something big happened in the snow-seeking sect. Someone said. It seems that someone from the Shadow Country was killed on the way. Their bodies were buried in the snow. Where is the murderer? Someone asked. I don't know. He escaped long ago. When Lin Xian heard this, his eyebrows twitched. He did not expect the Chu family to find out so quickly. However, he was not afraid. He didn't leave any clues, so no one would suspect him. As he was thinking, a figure sat opposite him. Why are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time. A slightly coquettish voice sounded as a young woman sat across from Lin Xian. This woman was about 20 years old and had a beautiful face. She stared at Lin Xian with a pair of enchanting eyes. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Lin Xian frowned. How could that be? Even if you turned into ashes, I would still recognize you. The beautiful woman picked up the wine on the table and drank. Lin Xian looked at the woman in front of him with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, his brows twitched and he looked ahead. There were a few figures flickering about, their eyes carrying cold intent. Most of those eyes were looking at the woman across from Lin Xian, but they were also looking at Lin Xian with hostility. Obviously, they had grouped Lin Xian and the young woman together. Lin Xian's face darkened. He was inexplicably being used as a shield, which made him unhappy. Especially when he didn't know who these people were. You want to use me as a shield? I'm afraid you've made the wrong decision. Lin Xian sneered and was about to leave. Wait. The young woman's face changed and she was clearly anxious. I beg you, please save me. Her eyes were filled with pleading and she had a delicate and pitiful look. The underworld is dangerous. Forgive me for being powerless. Lin Xian didn't want to be involved in other people's struggles. Please rest assured, young master. As long as you help, I will definitely repay you with a great gift. Seeing that Lin Xian was unmoved, the young woman gritted her teeth and sent a voice transmission, one ancient inscription. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and coldly stared at her, as if he would attack at any moment. The young woman couldn't help but shiver. She quickly said, Young master, don't misunderstand. You are the only inscription master in the entire restaurant. This little woman knows. Lin Xian's gaze softened. He knew that if a person's soul force was strong, they would definitely be able to sense other inscription masters. Is there really an ancient inscription? Lin Xian slowly asked. N. The young girl nodded. I hope you're not lying to me, or else. Lin Xian didn't finish his sentence, but the warning was obvious. He stood up and said indifferently, Come with me. The young girl breathed a sigh of relief and followed closely behind Lin Xian. She was indeed being followed. After arriving at this restaurant, she could tell at a glance that Lin Xian was not an ordinary person. His soul power was far stronger than that of an ordinary first-grade inscription master. This made her see a life-saving straw. Lin Xian rented a pavilion with a courtyard and walked in with the young girl. All right, you can take out the ancient inscriptions now. Lin Xian said calmly. The young woman's expression changed again and again. Young master, my danger is not over yet. Seeing Lin Xian's eyes gradually turning cold, the young woman hurriedly said, The ancient inscription is definitely not a lie. As long as you can escort me to Dragonrocky City, I'm willing to offer it with both hands. Dragonrocky City. Lin Xian looked at the young woman in surprise. You're not afraid that I'll kill you and steal your goods? Lin Xian looked at her with a faint smile. Young master's eyes are clear. Although they are a little sharp, they are very pure. The young woman said. I believe in young master. I can send you to Dragonrocky City, but shouldn't you tell me about your situation? If it's a harmonious spirit old monster chasing after you, I won't be able to do anything. Lin Xian's tone was obviously much gentler. He sat down leisurely and poured a pot of tea. My name is Zhao Shui. I'm not from Xia. Because I obtained an ancient inscription, I'm being chased. The one chasing after me is Shadow Country's Purple Extreme Demon Palace. This time, there are no harmonious spirit experts. Young master can rest assured about this. Purple Extreme Demon Palace? Lin Xian didn't know about Shadow Country's power. I wonder how this Purple Extreme Demon Palace compares to Chu family? Zhao Shui was obviously stunned for a moment, then said, Chu family's strength is equivalent to a 1-star sect, while Purple Extreme Demon sect is an authentic 2-star sect. Moreover, Chu family is a subsidiary family of Purple Extreme Demon Sect. Zhao Shui didn't hide anything, because this information could be found out with a simple investigation. There was no point in hiding it. Instead, it would cause Lin Xian to be dissatisfied. Two-star sect. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He said slowly, I can only help you within the limits of my ability. If it's beyond my ability, you can only run for your life. Thank you, young master, for your help. Zhao Shui's face lit up. How should I address you? Zhao Shui asked. Lin Xian. Zhao Shui repeated this name softly, then asked, when are we leaving? Tomorrow, we'll leave for Fire Province first. At night, the sky was dotted with stars. A few silhouettes were patrolling nearby, carefully inspecting the surroundings. That woman is here. Other than her, there's also a third-level spiritual sea brat. Humph, just kill him. This voice was filled with disdain. Don't be careless. Although that brat's cultivation is weak, his soul power is strong. He should be a first-rank rune master. This voice was very calm, and didn't underestimate Lin Xian. This time, our target is the item on that woman. Nothing else is important. Later, Purple 8 will stop that brat. The rest of you, follow me to capture that woman. The calm voice said. The few of them didn't hide their presence, and directly rushed in. 5 powerful presences suddenly appeared, and Zhao Shui, who was on the second floor, was obviously shocked. Lin Xian opened his eyes, and the autumn scar sword appeared in his hand. He had already sensed that there were people outside, and had been maintaining his battle state. Shua, a purple figure appeared in front of him, blocking his path. This was a young man with a purple cloak behind him, and an evil smile on his face. Brat, stay here obediently and don't move. Maybe I'll leave your corpse intact. This young man was in the 5th sky of the spiritual sea realm, and didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. Lin Xian sensed the situation on the 2nd floor, and knew that Zhao Shui was in danger. Since he had promised her, he would protect her with all his might. The autumn scar sword flashed, and the wind monarch stabbed out. The sword light flashed through the room, and Lin Xian's body turned into wind and thunder, and flew out. The purple-robed young man covered his throat, and fell down with endless unwillingness. Until his death, he couldn't believe that a warrior in the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm could kill him with one sword. Lin Xian didn't stop, and his body flashed to the 2nd floor. Zhao Shui waved out rows of palm shadows, and struggled to hold on. She was about to be captured. Suddenly, a sword light flashed, and a green-gold sword chi fell down, saving Zhao Shui. It's you? How could you be here? Where is Purple 8? The 4 purple-robed warriors were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to suddenly rush up. He's already gone to see the King of Hell. Lin Xian said lightly. What, you killed Purple 8? They were all furious. How dare you kill someone from the Purple Extreme Demon Palace? No one can save you. Go. Out of the 4 warriors, 2 of them rushed towards Lin Xian, and the other 2 ran towards Zhao Shui. Thousand Snakes greeting. Lin Xian swept his long sword, and used the golden sword sex move. Thousands of sword chi turned into spiritual snakes, and rushed towards the 4. Sword chi snakes tore at the 4 purple-robed martial artists crazily. Lin Xian pushed back 2 purple-robed martial artists with one sword, and with a suction force, pulled Zhao Shui behind him. Kid, how dare you obstruct our Purple Extreme Demon Palace's work? You don't know how to write the word death. One of the martial artists roared, and suddenly punched out with his right fist. The fist was ferocious, like a tiger pouncing, rushing over with an aura that could destroy everything. Lin Xian stabbed out with his long sword, fast to the extreme. Before the violent fist technique arrived, Lin Xian's long sword had already pierced the opponent. His defense shattered, and the armor on his body was also penetrated. The purple-robed martial artist still maintained his punching posture, but the spirit energy on his body quickly receded. Plop, the purple-robed martial artist fell to the ground, and a bull-sized sword mark appeared on his chest. Zhao Shui stood behind Lin Xian, watching this scene, and covered her mouth tightly. She didn't expect Lin Xian's sword technique to be so powerful, to be able to kill a martial artist in the 5th tier of the spiritual sea realm with one sword. The remaining 3 people looked terrible. Their purple extreme demon palace had always run amok in Shadow Country, and who would have thought that they would fall at the hands of a kid? Zilu, Ziqi, the 2 of you attacked together. The middle-aged man in the lead said coldly. Yes. The 2 youths flanked Lin Xian from the left and right. 1 sword and 1 blade, slashing towards Lin Xian. At the same time, a purple glow appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes, and an invisible soul force rushed towards Lin Xian. Seeing the purple glow in the middle-aged man's eyes, Lin Xian's face changed slightly. Without much time to think, he used Purple Spirit Pupil to resist the opponent's soul attack. At the same time, he quickly stabbed out 2 wind fusion techniques. Sword Chi blended into the air silently, and with the support of Sword Intent, the attack power of the 2 Sword Chi reached the extreme. Pooh! Pooh! The 2 martial artists couldn't defend in time, and with a scream, they fell down. You! The middle-aged man's face changed. Not only was he surprised by Lin Xian's powerful attack power, but he also stared at Lin Xian's eyes. You, how did you? Whoosh! Lin Xian used Wind Thunder steps and arrived in front of the middle-aged man in an instant. The Autumn Scar sword in his hand stabbed out continuously. His spiritual energy fluctuated uncontrollably, piercing many holes in the void. Bang! The middle-aged man felt the sharp aura of the sword and did not dare to face it head-on. He could only break through the window and escape. He landed on the ground and prepared to retreat. Lin Xian would not give him a chance at all. He merged his soul power into the ice and performed an offensive saint spell that relied heavily on sword will. Ice Prison. The ice surface shattered, and 4 ice snakes bent their bodies, coiling around the purple-clothed middle-aged man's 4 limbs, and held them tightly. The snake's head hissed, and the cold air quickly spread throughout his body. The purple-robed middle-aged man was shocked. The purple light in his eyes shone brightly, and the spiritual power on his body burned like a flame. Pung pung pung, the ice snake was shattered by the tyrannical power, and the purple-robed middle-aged man quickly escaped. Crack, just as he moved, a huge ice spear shot out from the ground. Golden lightning circled around the spearhead. Pierce! Lin Xian growled. The purple-robed middle-aged man waved his palms, forming a light screen in front of him and blocking the spear. It's just a simplified version of the purple demon pupil. The purple-robed man landed on the ground and snorted. Today, I'll let you experience the true power of the purple demon pupil. The purple-robed middle-aged man's eyes flickered, and an invisible force pierced towards Lin Xian. Buzz! In an instant, Lin Xian felt his surroundings change. It was as if he had arrived in a strange space. Strangle! The purple-robed middle-aged man's voice sounded, and it was erratic. Lin Xian felt that he could not move. Countless sharp blades pierced his chest. Xiao Xuanzi, this is the spiritual world. Hurry up and escape. Lord Alcohol's voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Spiritual world? Lin Xian suddenly realized that he had fallen into a trap. Break! A dragon's roar sounded, and a huge azure dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It turned into a beam of sword light, instantly cutting through everything. Puff! The purple-robed middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body swayed. Impossible. How did you escape? You only have a simplified demonic eye. The purple-robed man had a look of disbelief. Lin Xian's face was pale. He had suffered a mental attack and had almost died. What a strange attack. Lin Xian quickly attacked. Wind Emperor's sword. The power of wind and thunder moved together, and the sword was extremely fast. The purple-robed middle-aged man had just reacted when his body was struck. However, as a leader, his ability was extraordinary. At the critical moment, he forcefully turned his body and avoided the attack. Puff! His chest was pierced. He was severely injured, but it was not fatal. Thunder strike! Countless golden electric arcs surged out and exploded in the purple-robed man's body. Ah! In an instant, he was severely injured. No one can offend the purple extreme demon palace. The purple-robed man's face was ferocious. You will be hunted down endlessly. The cruelest torture in the world awaits you. The purple-robed middle-aged man suddenly ignited all the spiritual energy in his body. His eyes became brighter and brighter, as if two balls of fire were burning. Qi, a purple light attacked Lin Xian as fast as lightning. Lin Xian raised his sword to block, but it was useless. The purple light entered Lin Xian's body and disappeared. Die in fear. The purple-robed man laughed bitterly. Not good. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. His body flashed and he quickly left. Lin Xian used the wind thunder steps and arrived at the second floor in the blink of an eye. He grabbed Zhao Shui and ran away. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded and the entire courtyard was filled with dust. The purple-robed man had chosen to self-destruct, leaving nothing behind. Lin Xian quickly brought Zhao Shui out of the city. The two of them found a safe place to rest for a while. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He realized that he had provoked a group of lunatics. What worried him the most was the purple light that had flown into his body. If he guessed correctly, it should be a marker. However, Lin Xian couldn't find it. Lin Xian asked Lord Alcohol for help. Although Lord Alcohol found it, he couldn't do anything in his current state. Seeing Lin Xian's purple eyes, Zhao Shui screamed in fear. You are from the Purple Demon Palace. She took 2 steps back in fear. Lin Xian's eyes flickered and they regained their clarity. This is Purple Spirit Eyes, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Zhao Shui also calmed down. Lin Xian killed a disciple of the Purple Demon Palace. They couldn't be in cahoots. I'm sorry. I dragged you into this. It's useless to say that now, Lin Xian said in a low voice. I must have been cast with a secret technique. If you follow me now, it will be more dangerous. Since we're going to be captured anyway, why don't we stick together? We can take care of each other that way. Zhao Shui didn't want to act alone. Do you have a way to remove the mark on me? Lin Xian asked. Zhao Shui shook her head. The Purple Demon Palace's pupil technique is very special. Other than them, no one can remove it. Lin Xian fell into deep thought. According to the purple-robed man's words, it wasn't difficult for him to guess that Purple Spirit Eyes was an imitation of the Purple Demon Eyes. However, compared to the real Purple Demon Eyes, it was much weaker. Ignoring the offensive aspect, he couldn't create such a spiritual space. Even the mark that was placed in his body couldn't be detected by Purple Spirit Eyes. Xiao Xuanzi, there are 2 ways to remove the mark in your body, Lord Alcohol said slowly. Which 2? Lin Xian asked telepathically. First, advance to a 2nd-grade inscriber. At that time, with your soul power, you should be able to remove it. Second, perhaps that little girl's ancient inscription can give you some inspiration. Lord Alcohol explained the 2 methods. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Advancing to a 2nd-grade inscriber wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. However, people from the Purple Demon Palace could appear at any time. If a martial artist at the 6th or 7th level of the Spirit C tier came, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui would be in trouble. Miss Zhao, there might be a way to remove the mark on my body. Are you willing to do it? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. What is it? Zhao Shui asked. She naturally hoped that Lin Xian would be fine. I wonder if you can let me take a look at your ancient inscription. It might be useful to me. This? Zhao Shui was stunned. Her eyes flashed and she seemed to be struggling. Wuji, just as Lin Xian was waiting, the snow-white monkey suddenly appeared. It scratched its head with its claws, as if it understood Lin Xian's current situation. The snow-white monkey jumped onto Zhao Shui and blinked its black gem-like eyes. Swish, a white light flashed and something appeared in the monkey's hand. This is? Lin Xian was stunned. The snow-white monkey had sped up again and he couldn't see it clearly. Zhao Shui was even more surprised and almost cried out. The snow-white monkey grinned and carried the item back to Lin Xian's side. Taking the item from the monkey's hand, Lin Xian looked at it carefully. It was a round stone with a rough surface. On the other side of the stone were engraved an eyeball and scara. It's actually an eyeball. Lin Xian was surprised. He looked at Zhao Shui and saw the latter's shocked face. Could this be the ancient inscription you mentioned? Lin Xian's heart suddenly stirred. Zhao Shui nodded sadly, her expression unnatural. Don't worry, I'll return it to you when I'm done, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Zhao Shui raised her head slightly, her eyes filled with surprise. When ordinary inscription masters encountered such ancient inscriptions, most of them would go crazy. How could they be like Lin Xian, who was so calm that it was terrifying? How could she have known that Lin Xian had too many good things on him? The value of the mysterious small sword and the great dragon sword intent were both above that of the ancient inscription. Placing the stone eyeball in his palm, Lin Xian stared at it. With purple light flashing in his eyes, Lin Xian slowly approached with his soul power. Wang, the stone eyeball suddenly glowed, and a strange rune appeared on its surface. Lin Xian had never seen such a complicated inscription before. It was far beyond his knowledge. He wasn't able to comprehend what it contained at the moment, so he could only temporarily copy the diagram into his mind. After ensuring that his copy was accurate, Lin Xian returned the stone eyeball to Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui carefully caught it and said softly, "You're a good person." Lin Xian smiled bitterly and didn't reply. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to study the ancient inscription he had obtained. It didn't matter if he couldn't understand it. With Lord Alcohol as an inscription master, Lin Xian wasn't worried at all. After passing the ancient inscription to Lord Alcohol, Lin Xian began to cultivate. He took out the ice platform and sat cross-legged on it, then activated the longevity art. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the third tier of the spiritual sea realm. After tonight's battle, he had a feeling that he was about to break through. Zhao Shui felt a chill. She looked at Lin Xian in surprise again, then held the stone eyeball and began to comprehend it. Both of them were trying their best to increase their strength, leaving only the little white monkey rolling on the ground. Fortunately, the little monkey didn't leave this time, nor did it attract a group of people. 2 hours later, Lin Xian's aura became stronger and stronger. Around him, there were 3 layers of wave-like ripples, emitting powerful energy. On top of that, the 4th layer of waves was faintly discernible, emitting an even more powerful energy. Zhao Shui was awakened by this aura. Her mouth opened slightly, and she looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. With her cultivation at the 5th tier of the spiritual sea realm, she actually felt powerless in front of Lin Xian. This wasn't pressure from the aura, but from the quality of their spiritual power. She realized that the quality of Lin Xian's spiritual power was very high, almost not inferior to a martial artist at the 5th tier of the spiritual sea realm. This was all thanks to the longevity art. The quality and quantity of Fairy Lin Xian's spiritual power were equivalent to a martial artist at the 5th tier of the spiritual sea realm. And his strength was equivalent to a martial artist at the 6th tier of the spiritual sea realm. Boom, a majestic aura spread out like a wave, blowing away all the snow in the surroundings. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, which shone brightly. He felt that his entire body was filled with power. He could now compete with a martial artist at the 6th tier of the spiritual sea realm. Congratulations to Lin Gongzi for breaking through, Zhao Shui said from the side. Thank you, Lin Xian said lightly. He wasn't too surprised. To him, breaking through was a matter of time. Rest. We'll head to the Fire Province tomorrow. Zhao Shui nodded, and began to comprehend again. The night was silent. On the second day, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui set off early. The two used their lightness techniques, and quickly shuttled through Lin Xian. Half a day later, they left the Snow Province. Not long after they left, a few people in purple came to the small courtyard where Lin Xian used to live. It was already a flat ground, with only some debris left. The aura of these 3 people in purple was very powerful, far from what the previous few people could compare to. You dare to kill people from the Purple Demon Palace. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, we'll catch you and let you taste all the torture in the world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 3 turned into purple shadows, and disappeared from the spot. Green Province, a vast mountain. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui subdued 2 demon tigers and used them as mounts. They quickly traversed through Lin Xian. Lin Xian held a map of China and said, after passing through this forest, we'll reach the Fire Province. This is the fastest path. Then let's speed up. Zhao Shui was a little anxious. The 2 demon tigers transformed into a demonic wind as they constantly advanced. Along the way, the 2 of them were silent as they cultivated separately. Xiao Xuanzi, I've taken a look at the ancient inscriptions. I've roughly divided them into two types. Lord Alcohol said slowly, the first type is soul absorption. It can create an attack like a mental space. The second type is soul fire. It's very powerful, but it's also very dangerous. I think that Stone Eyeball died because it used too much soul fire. Lin Xian communicated with Lord Alcohol through their souls. He realized that Lord Alcohol had divided the ancient inscriptions into several simplified inscriptions. He knew that Lord Alcohol had specially modified it for him. As his realm wasn't high enough, it was too difficult for him to understand. After diverting a wisp of his mind to control the demon tiger, Lin Xian began studying the inscriptions given by Lord Alcohol. Originally, he couldn't understand the ancient inscriptions at all, but now, he could completely understand them. Furthermore, he knew why the Purple Demon Palace wanted to snatch these inscriptions. If he wasn't wrong, the Purple Demon Palace's eye technique should be similar to the one displayed by the Stone Eyeball. He even suspected that there was a connection between the two. It had to be said that Lord Alcohol was too powerful. He could actually evolve so many ocular attacks from an ancient inscription. Lin Xian was very interested in the soul fire. He realized that Lord Alcohol had split the soul fire's attack into two inscriptions. One was an attack on the body, while the other was an attack on the soul. Clearly, the attack on the soul was more dangerous. According to Lord Alcohol, the soul fire would transform into a ball of flames that would burn the opponent to ashes. However, the flames were very domineering and would also damage one's eyes. Soul fire. Lin Xian kept repeating. Can it be transformed into a soul sword? After all, I have the great dragon sword intent. It would be a pity if I didn't use it, Lin Xian asked. In theory, yes, but it seems more dangerous, Lord Alcohol said slowly. Lord Alcohol said slowly, practice the first inscription first. Let me think about this sword of soul. In the following days, Lin Xian began to comprehend the first inscription. Purple light flickered in his eyes and gradually formed an inscription, but it quickly dissipated. Lin Xian wasn't angry. He knew that this ocular technique couldn't be learned in a day. He had to practice diligently. 3 days later, a strange inscription appeared in Lin Xian's right eye, emitting a mysterious aura. In the distance, a goshawk flew past. Lin Xian aimed his right eye at the goshawk and his soul power vibrated. Buzz, he seemed to see the goshawk's soul being pulled into an independent mental space, and he was the master of this space. In an instant, the goshawk in the sky froze and fell straight down. Go. Lin Xian cancelled the mental space and released the goshawk's soul. Whoosh! 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 The 10-meter-long goshawk spread its wings and quickly fled. Lin Xian slowly exhaled. He had just mastered the mental space and could only maintain it for 3 breaths of time. However, as his soul power increased, the duration would increase. Furthermore, his mental space would become more complete. In about 2 days, we will reach the fire state. Zhao Shui quickly said when she saw Lin Xian wake up. When she saw that Lin Xian's eye technique had improved once again, she was greatly shocked. One had to know that she had been comprehending it for such a long time, but she had only scratched the surface. Lin Xian, on the other hand, seemed to know more than she did. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from afar, shaking the surroundings into silence. The demon tiger that Lin Xian was sitting on trembled, as if it had also been frightened. Lin Xian was flabbergasted. These 2 demon tigers were 4th-ranked demonic beasts, and as tigers, they were the kings of all beasts. But now, a single roar had actually caused their bodies to tremble. One could only imagine how powerful the demonic beast in the distance was. Zhao Shui seemed to be aware of the danger too. She said coquettishly, "Let's go around." Lin Xian nodded and was about to agree. Suddenly, the snow-white little monkey rushed out and gestured at Lin Xian. "Are you saying there are treasures?" Lin Xian's face lit up. The last time the snow-white little monkey had such an expression was when he obtained the frost platform and the mysterious ice aura. Woo woo woo. The snow-white little monkey bared its teeth, and its gem-like eyes narrowed into crescents. "Let's go and take a look." Lin Xian called out to Zhao Shui. "Lin Gongzi, let's not go. Let's reach Dragon Cliff City earlier." Zhao Shui's face was filled with worry. "I came out this time to gain experience. Moreover, there are still 2.5 months before the Battle of the Inscription Tower. There is enough time. Lin Xian did not stop. Instead, he controlled the demon tiger and ran in the direction of the roar. Zhao Shui gritted her teeth and could only follow quickly. Although there were many demonic beasts in the forest, some of the weaker ones were all stunned when they saw the two demon tiger. As for the stronger ones, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui could rely on their outstanding soul power to avoid them. Therefore, the two of them had a very smooth journey. Roar, another earth-shattering roar sounded, as if countless bolts of lightning had struck down. Lin Xian seemed to feel the restlessness of the golden electric arcs in his body, and a trace of doubt appeared in his heart. Could it be related to lightning? Lin Xian guessed. Then all the more we can't miss it. The closer they got to the roar, the slower the two demon tigers' speed became. In the end, the two demon tigers simply stopped moving. Their bodies lay on the ground, trembling non-stop. To be able to cause such an effect, it was at least a rank 5 demonic beast. That was equivalent to a martial artist in the 7th layer of the spiritual C tier. Zhao Shui's face was filled with worry. Lin Gongzi, are we still going? Yes, I feel that there is a treasure there. Moreover, that thing seems to be fated with me. Lin Xian said. Zhao Shui looked at Lin Xian in surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. It said it, I'm just translating. Lin Xian pointed at the snow-white monkey with a smile on his face. The snow-white monkey sat on Lin Xian's shoulder, crossed its legs, and supported its chin with its paws, nodding seriously. Zhao Shui's mouth twitched, and her expression was very unnatural. She realized that Lin Xian and the monkey were both freaks. The two of them and the monkey abandoned the demon tiger and quickly ran forward. In the distance, a faint pressure came, causing Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's souls to tremble. What a terrifying demonic aura. This aura far surpasses a rank 5 demonic beast. Zhao Shui's heart was still beating fast. At this point, she also had a trace of curiosity in her heart. Did you notice that the air is filled with the aura of lightning? Lin Xian had golden lightning in his body, and his senses were even sharper. Zhao Shui's soul moved, and after sensing for a while, her face was full of agreement. There is indeed the aura of lightning, and its grade is very high. Could it be a lightning beast in front? The two of them used their soul power to cover their bodies, and not a trace of aura leaked out. They were both rank 1 inscriptionists, and it was easy for them to do this. The snow-white monkey also quietened down, and lay on Lin Xian's shoulder. Let's go. Lin Xian whispered. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them turned into afterimages, and rushed forward like leopards. Crack! After advancing for a distance, Lin Xian found that the surrounding branches had a trace of lightning aura. It must be a lightning beast, but I don't know what kind it is. The two of them confirmed again. Finally, the two of them were getting closer to the lightning beast. Moreover, they also found other people. Lin Xian's soul power spread out, and his eyes flashed as he looked into the distance. Eh? It's them. Suddenly, he exclaimed softly, as if he had found something interesting. The group of people in front was none other than the Tsang family of Qing State. There were about 50 of them scattered in front. Lin Xian thought for a while and understood. The Tsang family's martial arts were related to lightning, so it was not surprising that they would appear here. There is a group of people in the east, about 50 of them. Zhao Shui said. The west side is about the same, and those people are my old enemies. Lin Xian said slowly. What should we do? Zhao Shui asked. Since we are here, of course we can't go back empty-handed. Lin Xian smiled. But there are so many of them, we are no match for them. Zhao Shui's face was full of worry, and I can feel the aura of a harmonious spirit expert. Zhao Shui's worries were reasonable. A harmonious spirit expert was able to control the spirit energy of an area. It was not something a Sea of Soul Realm warrior could handle. Of course, we won't be its match if we fight it head-on. However, it will be chaotic if we hunt it down. Lin Xian said with a smile, if we are careful, we will have a chance. Moreover, we don't have to fight. If there is any danger, we can just leave. That's the only way. Zhao Shui sighed. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, she wouldn't have dared to take such a risk. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui retreated carefully. There was no need for them to show their faces. Only when the two sides started fighting would they have the chance to take action. To the west of Lin Xian's group, a group of warriors gathered together. These warriors were from the Tsang family. Their auras were as strong as the ocean, unfathomable. One of them was the Tsang family's great elder. His aura was restrained and his eyes were closed as if he was asleep. Report. A Tsang family disciple came from afar. Swoosh. The Tsang family's great elder opened his eyes. His gaze was like a divine sword that could pierce through a person. Great elder, the thunder beast is still dormant in the cave and hasn't come out yet. The warrior said quickly. Many people from the Yang family came as well. The leader seems to be the Yang family's patriarch. Yang family? The Tsang family's great elder's eyes flashed. Send someone to keep an eye on them. If there is any movement, report it immediately. Also, we must get the thunder source this time. Yes. Everyone's heart trembled. Their Tsang family had suffered too many setbacks recently. Not only were the younger generation injured, even the great elder was injured. The one who caused all of this was a guy called Lin Xian. Originally, they wanted to catch Lin Xian after the snow-seeking sect's great assembly, but who would have thought that he had already slipped away? Fortunately, the heavens were kind to the Tsang family. They found a thunder python that was shedding its skin. Originally, a 7th-rank monster's strength was equivalent to a spirit-detecting realm expert. However, the thunder python couldn't display its full strength during the shedding. It was only at the harmonious spirit realm. As long as they were well prepared, the opportunity would be theirs. They didn't need to kill the thunder python, they just needed to get the python skin. Although it was old, it contained endless power of thunder and lightning. It was absolutely a top-quality thunder source. While the Tsang family was preparing, the Yang family was also rubbing their fists in anticipation. Monitor the surroundings, don't let the news leak out. The Yang family patriarch issued an order. The Tsang family suffered heavy losses this time. Not only did they lose an elder at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, their head elder was even injured. At this time, they still want to compete with us? What a joke. The Yang family head sneered. As long as we can obtain the thunder source, our Yang family can surpass the Tsang family. Perhaps we can even become the overlord of the Qing province. A day later, the disciples of the Tsang and Yang families began to seal the mountain, not allowing anyone to enter this area. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui did not know that the mountain had been sealed off. They had discovered a strange type of grass in a valley. It was about the size of a palm and shaped like a bolt of lightning. It was completely silver gray in color and contained a dense amount of lightning energy. This is thunder grass. Zhao Shui exclaimed. It only grew in places with abundant lightning. She did not expect to see it here. There were dozens of thunder grass growing in the entire valley. The violent power of thunder and lightning connected together to form a net of electricity. Just as Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were about to collect it, the martial artists of the Tsang family and Yang family also found this place. The martial artists of the two families were wary of each other and looked at the thunder grass in the valley at the same time. Brat, it's you. Immediately, a martial artist of the Tsang family recognized Lin Xian. The heavens have indeed treated our Tsang family well. A few martial artists of the Tsang family walked up with a sinister smile. Brat, accept your death obediently. Can you deal with those few? Lin Xian looked at Zhao Shui. No problem. Zhao Shui nodded in agreement. Her strength had been increasing rapidly these days. Attack together, be careful of his sword intent. The martial artists of the Tsang family were not careless and chose to attack together. Rushing Thunder Fist. Wild Thunder Blade. In an instant, various attacks were launched at Lin Xian, forming a sea of lightning. Swoosh, Lin Xian used Wind Thunder Steps and quickly dodged the attacks. Then, his eyes flashed with a purple light. In particular, an inscription appeared in his right eye. Buzz, the two martial artists of the Tsang family stiffened as if they had lost their souls. Puff puff, sword light flashed and two heads flew, spraying blood in the air. What? The three martial artists of the Tsang family were shocked. They did not know what had happened. However, in the next moment, an invisible soul wave attacked them. The three of them felt their bodies tremble, as if their souls were being sucked away. The light dimmed and the three of them found themselves in a space the size of a house. Their hands and feet were tightly cuffed and they could not move. Countless sharp sword rays surged out from all directions and pierced through them. The three of them screamed in pain and twitched continuously. However, they found that they were not dead. A white light flashed and their bodies recovered. Then, countless blades looked at them. They did not know how many times they had experienced this, but in reality, it was just a blink of an eye. Puff puff puff, the long sword swept across and the crescent-shaped sword light cut the three of them in half. Lin Xian kept his long sword and turned to look at the other side. There, Zhao Shui stood with a smile on her face. The 6 martial artists in front of her had flushed faces and were attacking each other crazily. Soon, all of them fell. What a powerful illusion! Lin Xian praised. Zhao Shui smiled sweetly. Her eyes seemed to be able to steal a man's soul. Compared to Lin Gongzi, I am far behind. Lin Xian was not affected at all. He smiled faintly and turned around. These thundergrass are useful to me. I want 70%. Zhao Shui nodded in agreement. Firstly, she was not a lightning-type martial artist. Secondly, she still needed Lin Xian's protection. Getting 30% was already good enough. Lin Xian's hand flashed with golden electric arcs, forming a small shovel. With a wave of his arm, a stalk of thundergrass was dug out. In a moment, he had already dug out 14 stalks. The remaining 6 stalks were taken by Zhao Shui. Did you get any useful information? Lin Xian asked. He just got some information from the Tsang family's martial artists. There was information about the Tsang family and the Thunder Beast, but there was nothing about the Yang family. Zhao Shui nodded and said softly, that Thunder Beast is a 7th-rank Thunder Python. Because it is shedding, it is in a weak state. Its strength is around the harmonious spirit realm. As for the Yang family, a total of 73 people came. 1 harmonious spirit realm, 5 7th-level spirit sea realm martial artists, 12 6th-level spirit sea realm martial artists, and the rest are below the 6th level. After saying this, she looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Regarding the Thunder Beast, I got the same information as you. The Tsang family's strength is about the same as the Yang family. 1 harmonious spirit realm, 6 7th-level spirit sea realm martial artists, and 10 6th-level spirit sea realm martial artists. However, according to what I know, the Tsang family's harmonious spirit realm martial artist was injured not long ago. He shouldn't be at his peak strength. We only need to wait until they are busy fighting and steal the thunder source. Perhaps only Lin Xian had the guts to snatch food between 2 harmonious spirit experts and 7th-grade demonic beasts. According to the information I received, the Thunder Python has yet to shed its skin. It will probably take a few days. It's best if we can increase our strength to the next level. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui decided to cultivate in the valley while waiting for the Tsang and Yang families to make their move. Holding the thundergrass in his hand, Lin Xian felt a surge of lightning energy. Just a few spiritual grasses already have such power. I wonder how powerful the thunder source will be. Lin Xian was excited. As long as he could obtain the thunder source, his strength would increase once again. This was the only way to reduce the gap between him and Lin Feng. Lightning surged around his body as he started to absorb the lightning energy from the thunder grass. The blue lightning collided with the golden lightning in Lin Xian's body, creating a thunderous sound. The surrounding lightning arcs were like spiritual snakes, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Fine cracks appeared on the stone he was sitting on. Lin Xian's mind moved and the ice platform appeared beneath his feet. Sitting cross-legged on the platform, he closed his eyes and started to absorb the lightning energy. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the thunder grass in Lin Xian's hand started to wither as all the lightning energy was absorbed. He did not stop there. He immediately took out a second thundergrass and continued to refine it. 2 hours later, the 5 thundergrass were completely consumed. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Crackle, following his awakening, a powerful aura gradually filled the air. Lightning snakes danced in the air and flew in all directions. With Lin Xian as the center, the area within a radius of 20 meters was like a sea of lightning. In the distance, Zhao Shui was shocked. In such a short time, Lin Xian's strength had increased again. This guy, his speed of improvement is too fast. Zhao Shui muttered softly. She even suspected that Lin Xian was not a teenager, but was possessed by an old man. Zhao Shui kept the stone eyeball and prepared to stand up. However, Lin Xian sat down again. Eh? Zhao Shui was speechless. Is he going to continue cultivating? What a freak. According to her estimation, Lin Xian must be a special existence in China. Even in the Shadow Country, there were not many people like Lin Xian. There was a reason why Lin Xian sat down again. It was because Lord Alcohol wanted to teach him a body-tempering martial art. Thunder tattoo body, Lin Xian murmured, a trace of movement in his eyes. This thunder mark body is an earth-tier martial skill. After mastering it, one will be invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire. It can be said to be a body-refining precious skill. Lord Alcohol slowly said, there are a total of 3 stages. They are the copper lightning pattern, silver lightning pattern, and gold lightning pattern. With your current strength, being able to cultivate the copper thunder rune is already not bad. Lin Xian suppressed the joy in his heart and began cultivating according to Lord Alcohol's instructions. According to Lord Alcohol, even the copper lightning pattern was equivalent to a high-grade spirit-ranked body-tempering martial art. Streaks of copper lightning appeared on the surface of his body, forming strange lightning patterns. The lightning patterns flickered and quickly disappeared. Lin Xian gave up on his entire body and gathered all the lightning on his right hand. The sea of lightning churned, constantly attacking the meridians in his arm. At the same time, countless lightning patterns formed on the surface of his body. Half a day later, the lightning disappeared. A layer of copper patterns appeared on Lin Xian's right hand, emitting a powerful force. After putting away the frost platform, Lin Xian jumped to the ground and punched the ground. Bam! With a loud bang, lightning spewed out. Lin Xian's entire arm faintly glowed. With a boom, his fist smashed into the ground, instantly creating a huge hole. Terrifying cracks spread out in all directions like a spiderweb. The valley shook incessantly as though an earthquake had occurred. Zhao Shui was jolted awake once again as she stared blankly ahead. With Lin Xian as the center, the ground within a 50-meter radius cracked into countless pieces and sunk in. The power of a single strike was so terrifying, Lin Xian let out a satisfied smile. The copper lightning patterns on his arm disappeared and he became no different from a normal person. Now, even a martial artist at the 4th sky of the spiritual sea realm would not be able to block one of his punches. Lin Xian felt the energy in his body and was in a good mood. With a tap of his feet, he came in front of Zhao Shui. Let's go and check out the situation. Zhao Shui nodded blankly and followed behind Lin Xian. The two of them used their soul power to scan the surrounding terrain and plan out many escape routes. Also, they found that the Tsang and Yang families had set up arrays to control the thunder python. In the following days, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were either cultivating in the valley or checking out the situation. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. On Lin Xian's right arm, the lightning patterns were even more concentrated. Now, with one punch, he could shatter the ground within a 70-meter radius. A martial artist at the 4th sky of the spiritual sea realm was nothing in front of him. Even a martial artist at the 5th sky of the spiritual sea realm might not be able to block one of his punches. Rumble, the sky darkened and countless black clouds floated by and gathered in the sky. In an instant, day turned into night. The black clouds pressed down on the mountain, making people feel depressed. Within the clouds, lightning flashed from time to time. As if a thunder dragon was rolling in the clouds, a terrifying aura spread in all directions. Within a 100-mile radius, all the demonic beasts were lying on the ground, their bodies trembling. Is it starting? Lin Xian looked at the sky and took a deep breath. Let's go. The two of them flashed and quickly left the valley. At the same time, the Tsang and Yang families started to move. Many martial artists stood in the array, waiting nervously. The Tsang family head elder and the Yang family head both looked serious as they stared at the lightning in the sky and the figure in the cave. Boom, a bolt of lightning struck down like a heavenly blade, flattening the entire mountain. A terrifying sound spread in all directions and countless rocks scattered in the air. Everyone's pupils shrank. It was too terrifying. In front of the vast power of heaven and earth, everything seemed so small. A large part of the 1,000-meter-tall mountain was shaved off, revealing the situation in the cave. 100-meter-long thunder python appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was wrapped in blue electric arcs and its body was constantly twisting, as if it was in great pain. Roar, a roar came from the sea of lightning. It sounded like a dragon's roar, but also like thunder. Everyone felt their eardrums tremble and their blood boil. The thunder beast's roar almost injured them. In the distance, 3 people in purple were running quickly behind Lin Xian. Suddenly, they stopped and raised their heads to look at the distant sky. There, dark clouds covered the sky and lightning flashed. The 3 of them were from the Purple Extreme Demon Palace. They looked at each other. According to the data, the target is under the dark clouds. Let's go and take a look. The 3 of them turned into 3 purple lights and rushed toward the dark clouds. Under the dark clouds, the 100-meter-long thunder python roared again. Then, a thin crack appeared on its head. An even thicker demonic aura came out from it. That aura was frightening. It had even surpassed the harmonious spirit realm. Fortunately, the thunder python was in a weakened state throughout the entire molting process and for a long period of time after. Otherwise, no one in the entire Xia kingdom would dare to have any ideas about it. The crack on the thunder python's head grew bigger as if it was being torn apart by an invisible force. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. With his outstanding eye power, he could see that the thunder python's new skin was very strange. Lightning flashed on it, making it look like a lightning lake. As expected of a mutated beast. Every time it metamorphoses, it will become stronger. Lin Xian praised in his heart. Humph, do you think metamorphosis is so easy? Lord Alcohol snorted. If you can't withstand the lightning tribulation, you will die. Demonic beasts were much more dangerous than humans when it came to cultivation. Lin Xian was speechless as he raised his head to look at the lightning clouds in the sky. Rumble, as if responding to Lord Alcohol's words, a lightning bolt as thick as a bucket struck down, splitting the sky in half. The huge lightning bolt struck the thunder python's body as if it was going to destroy the world. The entire mountain peak was blasted apart, turning into a flat land. The 100-meter-long thunder python roared towards the sky as a layer of protective lightning appeared on its body. The Tsang and Yang family's warriors retreated, afraid that they would be affected. The 2 harmonious spirit realm experts also had cold expressions on their faces. They were extremely nervous. Don't be distracted. Focus on comprehending the power of heaven and earth. Lord Alcohol shouted. Lin Xian's body trembled as he stared at the scene in front of him. Compared to the lightning tribulation, his lightning technique was like child's play. Pushing his soul force to the limit, Lin Xian used all his strength to capture the lightning tribulation and the thunder python's movements. Zhao Shue's heart trembled when she saw this scene. While others were worried about their lives, this fellow was actually comprehending martial arts. She wasn't Lin Xian, so she didn't dare to stay too close. She could only find a safe place to hide. The lightning bolts struck faster and faster. In the end, a few bolts would strike together, forming a curtain of lightning. The thunder python's entire head had successfully molted. Its house-sized head emitted a terrifying aura. Roar, it opened its mouth and spat out lightning, forming a net of lightning that covered the sky. The sky full of lightning struck the electric net, forming a terrifying shockwave. Lin Xian stared at the bolts of lightning one after another, feeling the violent aura within them and verifying it with his own martial arts. The speed at which the thunder python shed its skin was extremely slow. Everyone could only wait anxiously. When it had retreated halfway, 3 powerful auras suddenly came from behind the forest. Oh no! Zhao Shue's expression changed as she rushed to Lin Xian's side. They're from the Purple Demon Palace. Zhao Shui had no choice but to interrupt Lin Xian. Spreading out his soul power, Lin Xian sensed it, and then his face sank. Now is not the time to expose ourselves. Come with me. Lin Xian's body swayed as he ran towards the thunder python. You're crazy. Zhao Shue's face turned pale with fright. Seeing that Lin Xian's figure was about to disappear, she could only grit her teeth and follow. When he was 2 kilometers away from the thunder python, Lin Xian stopped and looked for a cave. Here, the pressure from the lightning above them was even greater. Zhao Shui followed behind Lin Xian in fear, not even daring to breathe. Lord Alcohol, can you temporarily weaken the mark on my body? Lin Xian asked with a voice transmission. Perhaps you can try using the mystic ice chi, Lord Alcohol said in a deep voice. Lin Xian turned his head and said to Zhao Shui, stay away from me. What? Zhao Shui didn't understand what Lin Xian meant. However, she quickly retreated in horror. Lin Xian's body instantly turned green as a gust of cold air emanated from his body. Layers of blue ice formed on his body, and the cold air quickly spread, turning the entire cave into a world of ice and snow. It's so cold. Zhao Shui had no choice but to circulate all her spiritual energy. There was only one explanation for Lin Xian's change. He was suppressing the mark in his body so that the people from the Purple Demon Palace couldn't find it. In the forest outside, 3 martial artists in purple suddenly frowned. The target's aura suddenly weakened, and so did the mark in his body. One of the martial artists in purple said. Could he have removed the mark? Another martial artist was puzzled. Impossible. Other than us from the Purple Demon Palace, no one can remove the mark. Stop guessing. Let's go and take a look. The leading young man said in a deep voice. The 3 of them sped up and rushed over. Swoosh, moments later, the 3 martial artists in purple arrived at a mountain peak. Seeing the lightning in the distance fall like a heavenly blade and the terrifying 100-meter-long lightning beast, the 3 martial artists in purple trembled. What a terrifying lightning tribulation! It's actually a thunder python. Its outer skin is a supreme-grade lightning source. The 3 of them were burning with passion and forgot to check Lin Xian's location. Actually, the 3 of them couldn't be blamed. Even a spirit harmonious expert would covet it, let alone them. Let's confirm the target's location first. The leading young man calmed down and said in a deep voice. The eyes of the 2 behind him flashed as they began to sense. After a few breaths, the 2 shook their heads slightly. We can only sense that he's nearby, but we can't confirm his exact location. It seems that he used some method to temporarily hide the mark. Another martial artist said. What should we do now? The 2 asked. Since the target is here, we'll wait here. The leading young man smiled evilly, not to mention there's such a supreme-grade lightning source. If we're lucky, we might be able to get one. At that time, we'll be rich. The other 2 were also excited. The 3 of them stared at the thunder python in the distance closely. The Tsang family and the Yang family naturally noticed the martial artists in purple. The Tsang family's head elder and the Yang family's head sent out a group of people to clear the area. The 2 groups of people, each led by a 6th Sky of Spirit Sea Realm martial artist, quickly rushed to the vicinity of the martial artists in purple and surrounded them. Where did this trash come from? Get lost. The Tsang family's disciple shouted coldly. You 3, since you've discovered the secret, then die. The Yang family's people were also full of killing intent. The 2 groups of people quickly attacked. At such a crucial moment, they didn't want any accidents to happen. Lightning surged and sword chi swept across. Plop! Plop! In the blink of an eye, more than half of the Tsang family and Yang family's disciples fell. Those people's faces were filled with terror, their eyes round as if they saw something terrifying. What? The 2 6th Sky of Spirit Sea Realm martial artists were shocked and stared cautiously at the 3 martial artists in purple. Who the hell are you people? They didn't even notice how the people in purple attacked. It's a technique. The Yang family's martial artist cried out, his expression very grave. The Tsang family's martial artist's body shook. He noticed that a purple light appeared in the eyes of the 3 martial artists in purple, which was abnormally demonic. Humph. Die for me. The Tsang family's 6th Sky of Spirit Sea Realm martial artist punched out. Powerful spirit energy surged, condensing into a lightning tiger that pounced at the 3 people with bared fangs and brandished claws. You 2 deal with the other one. The leading young man said coldly. The 3 people's bodies swayed, narrowly avoiding the attack. The purple light in their eyes turned, and the leading young man looked at the Tsang family's 6th Sky of Spirit Sea Realm martial artist. Purple light flashed, and a vortex appeared in the purple-clothed youth's eyes, extremely demonic. The Tsang family's martial artist at the sixth layer of the spiritual ocean tear stiffened, and confusion appeared in his eyes. His expression was one of struggle, as if he was drowning. Pooh! A purple light lit up, and the purple-clothed youth waved his long saber, splitting the Tsang family's martial artist in half. On the other side, the Yang family's martial artist's eyes also bulged, and he fell down unwillingly. Humph, a bunch of trash. A purple-clothed man sneered. Tsang family's great elder and Yang family's patriarch both saw the scene. Their expressions changed drastically, and they stared at the three purple-robed men, seemingly thinking about something. Could it be Shadow Country's Purple Extreme Demon Palace? Tsang family's great elder's voice was low. Call everyone back, and don't provoke those three. For a moment, both families issued the same order. This action was tacitly acknowledging the existence of the three purple-robed men. It seemed that in their eyes, Purple Extreme Demon Palace was not to be provoked. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, who were hiding in the cave, also sensed this scene. Lin Xian's entire body was covered in ice, and no changes could be seen. But Zhao Shui's expression was very ugly. A martial artist at the sixth layer of the spiritual ocean tier was easily dealt with, so how powerful were those three people? In the sky, lightning kept falling, and it was getting more and more intense. Half of the thunder python's skin had already fallen off, and new leather armor circulated with lightning, shining brightly. He spat out a lightning curtain, blocking the lightning in the sky. Even so, it was still heavily injured. Roar! The lower half of its body was charred black, and there were bloody holes in some places. Lightning jumped on it, crazily tearing open the wounds. Rumble! The lightning in the sky kept striking, and the surroundings became a sea of lightning. The thunder python's body rolled, and its long tail twitched, creating deep pits in the ground. On its head, a protrusion gradually grew, like a horn. It evolved. Everyone was shocked, staring blankly at this scene. That protrusion kept growing, and finally became a silver horn, about half a meter long. Although it looked weak, the aura on it seemed to be able to crush everything. Like a thunder sword, it was going to pierce the heavens. Rumble! The dark clouds in the sky churned and spun continuously, forming a huge black vortex. From the center of the vortex, a silver arc of electricity appeared. As soon as the silver electric arc appeared, the sky seemed to be unable to bear it and was about to split open. Boom! Silver lightning descended, illuminating half of the sky. The surrounding mountain peaks were all shattered, and violent winds blew within 1,000 meters. The momentum was extremely terrifying. The thunder python was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. It let out a miserable cry as it was struck by the silver flash. The whole process lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn before it slowly disappeared. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They were worried. This level of lightning was very likely to cause everything below to cease to exist. He couldn't have been struck to death, right? Everyone from the Tsang family was puzzled. It's even better if he's dead. As long as the thunder source is still here, we won't have come here in vain. The Tsang family's great elder clenched his fists. The huge whirlpool in the sky slowly dissipated. The black clouds drifted away, and the sky returned to normal. Everyone impatiently looked forward and saw the 100-meter-long thunder python weakly raising its head in the midst of the ruins. Its silver horn was shining brightly. Everyone's heart tightened as they looked at the old skin that was peeling off. In the ruins, there was a large piece of shining scales that looked like blue crystals. Great, it's fine. Everyone was relieved when they saw that the thunder source was fine. However, in the next moment, the weak thunder python opened its mouth and bit the outer layer that was peeling off. Attack! The Tsang family and Yang family ordered at the same time. Everyone rushed forward. The three purple-clothed warriors also turned into 3 rays of purple light and rushed toward the thunder python. Zhao Shui was worried. She didn't move but looked at Lin Xian instead. Crack! Crack! The cold air on Lin Xian's body weakened a little. The ice and snow on his head had melted. Let them fight first. It's not that easy to get the thunder source. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Okay. Zhao Shui nodded and carefully probed. The 2 harmonious spirit experts from the Tsang family and the Yang family were at the forefront. Both of them flew in the sky, and their powerful aura swept across the area. Set up the formation. The Tsang family's great elder and the Yang family's patriarch shouted at the same time. Boom! Bang! On the ground, hundreds of warriors quickly set up the formation. A terrifying aura spread out. On the Tsang family's side, the six-star thunder formation flashed. A 50-meter-long thunder bird flew out from the formation and screeched toward the sky. On the other side, the Yang family waved their flags. Countless heat waves surged and the ground trembled. A stone man covered in fire stood up from the ground. Roar! The thunder python roared. Lightning overflowed from its body, shattering everything around it. The three giants looked at each other with hostility and attacked one after another. The thunder python's mountain-like tail whipped at the stone man covered in fire. Its big mouth bit at the thunder bird in the sky. The three collided with each other like a meteor crashing into the ground, creating an earth-shattering sound. The whole forest was trembling. Lightning and fire intertwined, forming three light pillars that shot up to the sky. The warriors who were controlling the formation trembled and vomited blood. At this moment, the two harmonious spirit experts made their move. A gigantic hand with lightning crackling on it grabbed at the thunder crystal beside the thunder python. On the other side, a long spear turned into a fire dragon and stabbed out. Roar! The thunder python felt the danger and stood up. It had just gone through a lightning tribulation and was very weak. However, these despicable humans were not only strong, they could also set up a formation. The silver horn on his head suddenly spun with silver light, forming circle after circle of lightning patterns. A silver-white energy ball appeared on the horn and gradually grew bigger until it was the size of a millstone. A trace of lightning tribulation aura spread out, causing everyone's heart to beat faster. Bang! The thunder python's huge head turned. A beam of light burst out from the energy ball like a lightning blade, sweeping across everything. Boom! Boom! The thunder bird in the sky had one of its wings cut off. The stone man covered in fire was cut in half at the waist. The two harmonious spirit realm warriors ran away as fast as they could. However, the warriors below were not so lucky. All of them were drowned in the lightning. Bastard, you're courting death. The Tsang family's great elder and the Yang family's patriarch were furious. The warriors below were the elites of their families, some of them were very young and some of them had great potential. They were all talents that could be the pillars of their families. But now, they died so tragically. The spiritual energy in their bodies surged as they attacked the thunder python fiercely. Old Yang, let's kill this bastard together. The Tsang family's great elder gritted his teeth. He had decided to join forces with the Yang family. All right. The Yang family's patriarch's body was surrounded by flames. His long spear slashed down like a long blade. A great battle broke out. The two men and the beast fought together, overturning the whole forest. The ice on Lin Xian's body disappeared. His aura surged and his eyes shone brightly. It's time. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. The Tsang family's great elder and Yang family's patriarch were truly enraged this time. They attacked the thunder python crazily. The fiery red spear and the huge lightning palm covered the sky, hitting the thunder python's body with a buzzing sound. The thunder python felt the pain and counterattacked. At the same time, it used its thick tail to attack. With this attack, a large amount of thunder crystals fell to the ground. The Tsang family's great elder and Yang family's patriarch attacked at the same time. Boom! The thunder python's skin was broken and scattered in all directions. Looking at the torn thunder crystal, Lin Xian's eyes were burning with passion. Hide yourselves well. Lin Xian instructed before dashing out at top speed. Behind him, Zhao Shui gritted her teeth and chose to stay in the cave. Although the thunder crystal was a good thing, it was too dangerous outside. Not only were there harmonious spirit realm experts, there were also people from the Purple Demon Palace. Moreover, Zhao Shui was not a lightning-type warrior. Although the thunder crystal was precious, it was not as precious as her life. Lin Xian was not surprised when he sensed that Zhao Shui did not follow him. He transmitted his voice, if there is danger, leave first. After saying that, he spread out his soul force and carefully checked the surroundings. He quickly rushed out. At the same time, there were three other purple-robed warriors. They did not stay together, but ran towards a different thunder crystal. Humph. I will take care of you first. Lin Xian used the wind thunder steps and followed the weakest warrior. Among the ruins, there was a thunder python skin the size of a table. It was crystal clear like a sapphire. A purple-robed warrior carefully avoided the harmonious spirit realm experts in the sky and quietly approached. In the sky, the Tsang family's patriarch and Yang family's patriarch were entangled by the thunder python and could not be distracted. Go get the thunder crystal, they said to the surviving disciples. There were originally more than 100 people in the team, but now there were only 20 people left. They all ran towards the thunder crystal. Die. The purple-robed warrior sneered. Purple light flashed in his eyes and controlled the 3 approaching warriors. Then, he slashed his palm and 3 heads flew out. Swoosh! As soon as he did this, he felt a cold killing intent behind him. Swoosh! Twisting his body, the purple-clothed martial artist forcibly moved 3 meters to the left. He suddenly turned his head with a disdainful smile on his face. Humph, you want to play with me? His expression changed because there was no one behind him. Puff, a sharp blade pierced through his heart. Golden lightning surged and destroyed all the vitality in his body. He tried his best to turn his head around to see who it was. Unfortunately, he only saw a slender hand take away his storage ring. Then, he blacked out and lost consciousness. Lin Xian pulled out the autumn scar sword. Blood flowed down the edge of the sword, but there was not a single trace of blood left on the blade. He took off the purple-robed man's purple robe and put it on himself. Then, he quickly put away the table-sized thunder python skin. This piece of thunder python skin was relatively small and in a remote location, so not many people paid attention to it. Therefore, Lin Xian's first attack went very smoothly. His entire body was hidden in the purple robe. His body floated like a ghost as he rushed toward another purple-robed man. Boom, a huge handprint appeared in front of him, creating a bottomless pit in the ground. Lin Xian's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He looked forward with a pale face. The other purple-robed man killed a few Tsang family disciples and put away a door-sized piece of thunder python skin into his storage ring. This whole process was seen by the head elder of the Tsang family in the sky. He immediately struck out a palm and killed the purple-robed man. The head elder of the Tsang family waved his hand, and the storage ring of the dead purple-robed man quickly flew toward him. Chi, a fiery red spear light flashed past, cutting off the connection between the storage ring and the head elder. Immediately, the storage ring fell to the ground. Yang Tian. The head elder of the Tsang family roared in anger. Hee, we are only temporarily working together. You don't really think that we are on the same side, do you? The leader of the Yan family grabbed the storage ring with a smile on his face. Get lost. 100-meter-long palm swept out, covering the leader of the Yan family. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts fell. Break! The leader of the Yan family's spear was like a rainbow. Countless spear lights pierced through the palm in the sky. Roar! The thunder python demonic beast was not to be outdone. Silver lightning flashed on its tail, forming a long electric saw that slashed at the 2 of them. The battle became more intense. The surviving leader of the purple-robed men kept dodging and quickly arrived in front of a 10-meter-long piece of thunder python skin. An evil smile appeared on his face, and he quickly attacked. Boom, a 100-meter-long spear light flew from the sky at extreme speed. The leader of the purple-robed men's eyes flashed with purple light, and he quickly retreated. Chi! 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 A 1,000-meter-long crack appeared at the place where he was originally standing. The purple-robed youth's face was gloomy. He did not dare to attack again. Instead, he looked gloomily at the sky. It was obvious that this was a warning shot. However, he would not give up. Whoosh, Lin Xian came close in his purple robe. At this time, no one would be suspicious, and no one would pay attention to him. Help me attract their attention. I will go get the thunder crystal. The purple-robed youth said coldly. Lin Xian nodded and quickly rushed forward. In an instant, he arrived near the crack. In the blink of an eye, he went straight for the thunder python skin. Humph, a cold snort sounded in the sky like a thunderclap. Don't think that I won't dare to kill someone from the Purple Demon Palace. The spear light flew out like a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing towards Lin Xian. When the Yang family head took the initiative, Lin Xian began to dodge. After all, he did not really want to take the thunder python skin. Boom! Boom, boom. The spear light roared and pierced into the ground, forming a 10-meter wide crater. As for Lin Xian, he was only 3 meters away from the crater. Cold sweat flowed down his face. If he had been a little slower, he would have died here. When Lin Xian made his move, the purple-robed youth also moved quickly. When the Yang family had attacked Lin Xian, the purple-robed youth rushed towards the thunder python skin. Whoosh, finally, he succeeded this time. Go, he called out to Lin Xian and ran away. You are courting death. In the sky, the Yang family head and Song family head launched terrifying attacks. However, the two of them were restrained by the thunder python and guarded against each other. Their attacks were not strong and their accuracy was not high. On the contrary, Lin Xian and the purple-robed youth were soul force experts and had been paying attention to the movements in the sky. Thus, they managed to avoid the attack by a hair's breadth. Seeing the two of them leave, the Song family head and Yang family head did not chase after them. After all, that was only a small piece. The real head was still beside the thunder python. The thunder python seemed to understand their thoughts. Its silver eyes moved and it suddenly turned its head, biting down on the remaining thunder python skin. Crack, the 80-meter-long thunder python skin was reduced by half. Evil beast, you are courting death. The Song family head and Yang family head's eyes turned red as they attacked crazily. The purple-robed youth snatched a thunder crystal and immediately fled. Lin Xian followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were far away from the battlefield. We didn't come in vain this time. Wait for us. Before he could finish, Lin Xian suddenly attacked. The great dragon sword intent surged and a shocking killing intent surged. A sword ray flashed past like a shooting star, extremely dazzling. Ding! Puff, the purple-robed youth's expression changed and he immediately dodged. The sword ray flashed and slashed across his chest, stabbing his arm. He was wearing an inner armor, which barely blocked Lin Xian's sword. However, the sword pierced his arm. With a puff, his right arm broke and blood gushed out uncontrollably. Lin Xian's palm sucked and removed the broken arm, quickly removing the storage ring on it. The purple-robed youth was heavily injured. He quickly sealed his broken arm and stared at Lin Xian. Purple light flashed in his eyes, as if he had suddenly discovered something. So you're the target we've been looking for. His voice carried a trace of gloom. Good. Very good. The purple-robed youth panted. It's been a long time since anyone dared to offend our Purple Demon Palace, Purple Demon Purgatory. He suddenly shouted and the purple light in his eyes intensified, enveloping Lin Xian. In the next moment, the surrounding scene changed drastically. Mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. There was killing everywhere, just like hell. 5 crimson chains flew towards Lin Xian, wanting to bind him. Humph. Enter my spiritual space. I'll torture you to death. The purple-robed youth's face was hideous, like a demon. Devouring bugs. Countless bugs swarmed towards Lin Xian's body, gnawing at his soul. Slowly enjoy the pain of your soul. I'll kill you bit by bit. The purple-robed youth's soul appeared in the spiritual space. Swish, sword rays surged and the bugs on Lin Xian's body were cut into pieces. Clang, the chains binding Lin Xian broke. What? The purple-robed youth was shocked, his face filled with disbelief. Impossible, this is impossible. This is my spiritual space, how can you escape? He didn't believe that he was the master of this spiritual space. Unless the other party's soul power far exceeded his, they would not be able to break through his spiritual space. However, he had sensed that Lin Xian's soul power was not as strong as his. Nothing is impossible. It's just that you're too inexperienced. Lin Xian sneered. A translucent sword chi surged out from his body and slashed at the purple-robed young man's soul. Soul sword. How do you know the Sword of Souls? The purple-robed youth was completely terrified. This kind of method was too terrifying. Even in the purple extreme devil palace, there weren't many people who knew how to use it. Puff. Puff, the soul sword slashed down and soon destroyed the purple-robed young man's soul. Whoosh, with a thought, Lin Xian returned to his body. All of this happened in an instant. The purple-robed youth's body was still there, but his soul had already been destroyed. With a flick of his finger, a bolt of lightning shot out and circled around the purple-robed youth's body before exploding. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had obtained more than 10 meters of lightning python skin, but he still felt that it wasn't enough. Cultivating the lightning rune body required large amounts of lightning sources. This was a rare opportunity. You still want to go? Lord Alcohol asked with a voice transmission. Let's take a look. Lin Xian nodded. He transformed into a beam of light and returned the way he came. The Tsang family's Grand Elder and the Yang family's Patriarch attacked crazily, causing the lightning python's injuries to worsen. It attacked with its horn once again, and a silver lightning beam struck the duo. The Tsang family's Patriarch and the Yang family's Patriarch vomited blood and were in a sorry state. Let's risk it again. The Tsang family's Grand Elder circulated his spiritual energy to the maximum and flew out like a bolt of lightning. On the other side, the Yang family's Patriarch merged with his spear, leaving a 1,000-meter-long tail of light in the air. Boom! Bam! The duo arrived in front of the lightning python, grabbed the remaining lightning python skin, and tore it apart. Rip! The Tsang family's Grand Elder obtained about 20 meters of lightning python skin, while the Yang family's Patriarch also obtained a piece. With the items in hand, the duo didn't stop and ran into the distance. Roar! The demonic thunder python was clearly enraged. That was its old skin, and even more so, its food. Now, it had been snatched away by the despicable humans and was even heavily injured. Lightning surged on its body as silver lightning arcs intertwined and gathered at the silver horn on its head. So, a lightning beam shot out from the horn, straight into the sky. Clouds surged and churned constantly. The sky darkened instantly as two gigantic vortexes formed in the sky. Rumble, silver light flashed as two thick bolts of lightning shot out from the vortexes, striking the Tsang family's Grand Elder and the Yang family's Patriarch respectively. Boom! Boom, boom! Lightning flashed between heaven and earth as terrifying energy scattered in all directions. Two tragic cries sounded as the air trembled. When the lightning dissipated, the clothes of the two men in the sky were tattered, their hair was disheveled and blood was gushing out from their chests. The Tsang family's Grand Elder quickly flew into the distance. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he quietly followed him. Through his purple spirit eyes, he could clearly see the situation in the sky. The Tsang family's Grand Elder's body was flying up and down, obviously unable to control his speed. Looks like this old man is heavily injured. Lin Xian was delighted. Xiao Xuanzi, a harmonious spirit expert, isn't someone you can deal with right now. Even if he is heavily injured, you can't kill him. Don't worry, Lord Jiu. I don't want to kill him yet. I just want to get the lightning crystal. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. Eh? His whereabouts? Lin Xian's eyes flashed and he couldn't help but speed up. The Tsang family's Grand Elder was indeed heavily injured. He was already injured, and after being struck by lightning, his injuries became even more serious. The loss this time is too great. The Tsang family's Grand Elder's face was gloomy. All the elites he brought were dead, and he only managed to get 20 meters of lightning crystal. I hope these lightning python skins can help me reach the mid-harmonious spirit realm. A trace of expectation appeared in his heart. Asterisk chi asterisk suddenly, a sword chi rushed forward and slashed at his chest. Humph. The Tsang family's Grand Elder snorted coldly. With a light grab of his palm, he extinguished the sharp sword chi. Get out here quickly. He shouted loudly, his voice shaking the surroundings. Lin Xian sighed. A harmonious spirit expert was indeed powerful. Even if he was injured, he was still not someone a Sea of Soul Realm warrior could handle. Asterisk swoosh asterisk Lin Xian's body swayed and stood out. Purple Extreme Devil Palace. The Tsang family's Grand Elder's pupils shrank when he saw the purple-robed man in front of him. I'll give you a chance to get out of here quickly. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for starting a massacre. The Tsang family's grand elder's voice was cold. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't provoke the purple extreme devil palace. Old thing. Lin Xian snorted coldly in his heart. With a flip of his palm, a yellowed talisman treasure appeared in his hand. A yellow sword light slashed out like a rainbow. Wherever it passed, the void trembled as if it was about to split open. This sword light changed the color of the surroundings. Talisman treasure. The Tsang family's grand elder frowned slightly. The power of this attack was close to the peak of the Sea of Soul realm, far surpassing Lin Xian's strength. However, it still wasn't enough to deal with the Tsang family's great elder. Try to use your soul power to deal with him. Lord Alcohol transmitted. Lin Xian nodded. Purple light flashed in his eyes, and a strange inscription appeared in his right eye. His left eye turned into a sword-shaped inscription. Mental cage. Soul sword. Lin Xian used all the soul techniques he knew. At the same time, he took out his bronze gauntlet and attacked again. This series of actions happened in an instant. It could be said that all these attacks landed on the Tsang family's great elder. Normally, the Tsang family's great elder wouldn't care about these attacks, but now that he was injured, his strength was affected. Moreover, there was a strange soul attack, so he had to be careful. He coldly snorted, and a dazzling light quickly appeared on his body, enveloping him. Unlike the spirit armor formed by a Sea of Soul realm warrior, the light screen formed by a harmonious spirit expert far surpassed the former in terms of defensive range and degree. Bang! 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 The sword light and bronze light hit the dazzling light screen, causing ripples. However, the soul attack directly passed through. Humph, the great elder groaned, his mind somewhat absent-minded. However, as a harmonious spirit expert, his soul power wasn't ordinary. Lin Xian's attack only caused him to be absent-minded, but didn't cause any substantial damage. Powerful indeed. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. He had used almost all of his techniques, but he still couldn't injure the great elder. Whoosh, the great elder waved his hand, and a large lightning hand came crashing down. Swoosh, Lin Xian used his extreme speed and dodged. However, the purple robe on his body was shattered. Little bastard, it's you. The Tsang family's grand elder's face twisted when he saw Lin Xian. Old fogey, it's me, yours truly. Lin Xian laughed coldly. Little thief, you can't hurt me. The Tsang family's great elder gritted his teeth and said, Today, I'll use you as a sacrifice to my Tsang family's disciples. Lightning surged from his hand, forming a lightning chain that rattled in the air. Whoosh, 3 lightning chains formed a triangular shape and flew out quickly, binding Lin Xian up. Ha 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 ha. The Tsang family's great elder laughed, Little thing, let me see what secrets you have. With a flick of his wrist, the lightning chain brought Lin Xian back. The Tsang family's grand elder was delighted. Lin Xian had many secrets on him, such as that golden lightning. Even his heart was moved. With the golden lightning, I will definitely be able to enter the mid-harmonious spirit realm. He grabbed Lin Xian with one hand. Humph. A mocking smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. Little thing, you dare to laugh at me? I'll let you have a taste of the harmonious spirit realm. Before he finished speaking, the Tsang family's grand elder's body suddenly trembled as he felt an inexplicable chill. Crack! 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 A trace of blue qi was emitted from Lin Xian's body, emitting a strange cold energy. In a flash, the Tsang family's grand elder's arm was covered in a thick layer of ice, and this cold qi quickly spread to every part of his body. Whoosh, Lin Xian's sword intent surged, forming an invisible sword qi that cut off the lightning chain. His body quickly retreated. The Tsang family's grand elder ignored Lin Xian, as he was in great trouble. This cold qi not only froze his body, but also froze the spirit energy and soul in his body. This little thief, how could he have such a thing? He was irritated, and he kept urging his spirit energy to resist. Seeing that the profound ice qi was not able to freeze the Tsang family's grand elder, Lin Xian frowned. He had underestimated the power of a harmonious spirit realm warrior. He waved his autumn scar sword, and the power of wind and thunder formed a sharp wind thunder spike, hitting the Tsang family's grand elder. Ding, ding. The autumn scar sword emitted sparks, as if it had hit an iron wall. So hard. Lin Xian clenched his teeth. The Tsang family's grand elder was trying his best to resist the cold qi in his body, and had no extra energy to care about Lin Xian. Lin Xian's previous attack could only leave a shallow mark on his body. Although it had no effect on his body, it still made him furious. An ant in the fourth layer of the spiritual sea realm dared to be disrespectful to him. What are you looking at? Lin Xian could not do anything to him, and he was extremely frustrated. F*ck, still looking. Lin Xian raised his leg and kicked the Tsang family's grand elder's face. Instantly, a shoe print appeared on that old face. F*ck, so thick-skinned? Lin Xian had long hated the Tsang family to the bone, and now he could finally get his revenge. Clang! Clang, clang! He kept raising his leg, leaving shoe prints on the Tsang family's grand elder's face. Although it could not cause any harm to him, this feeling was too good. This scene was coincidentally seen by Xiao Shui, who had just arrived. Her small mouth formed an O, and her pair of beautiful eyes were wide open. Heavens, what is Lin Xian doing? He actually dared to kick a harmonious spirit realm expert, and it's a crazy kick. You're here. Lin Xian once again stepped on the Tsang family's grand elder's face, and he even used his strength to stomp on it a few times. The Tsang family's grand elder felt like his lungs were about to explode, and his old face turned purple. How many years had it been? Ever since he became a harmonious spirit realm expert, no one dared to be disrespectful to him. And now, a piece of trash that he regarded as an ant dared to treat him like this. Little bastard, when I catch you, I'll break all the bones in your body and torture you to death bit by bit. Clang, Lin Xian kicked out again. You dare to threaten this young master. Not good, retreat quickly. Lord Alcohol suddenly transmitted his voice. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he immediately pulled Xiao Shui back. Boom, within a 10-meter radius, countless lightning bolts surged and danced wildly, shattering everything. When the lightning bolts disappeared, a terrifying crater appeared on the ground. Everything in the surroundings was scorched, emitting a burnt smell. The Tsang family's grand elder's attack was immediately invaded by the profound ice qi, and half of his body was frozen. Old man, you still dare to fight back at this point? Lin Xian was extremely angry. He was almost injured just now. Thinking about how the Tsang family had tried to assassinate him several times, he felt a burst of anger. You brought this upon yourself. I have no enmity with you, but your Tsang family tried to kill me several times. Humph. In this world, only the strong are respected. You don't deserve those treasures. The Tsang family's grand elder's lips moved slightly. Only the strong are respected? Lin Xian laughed. Slap, he raised his hand and fiercely slapped the Tsang family's grand elder. Go to hell with the strong. Lin Xian growled. Among those of the same generation, no one in your Tsang family can defeat me. You're an old man who has lived for hundreds of years, but you still fell into my hands. In an instant, he slapped the Tsang family's grand elder's face more than 100 times. One day, I will personally go to your Tsang family and uproot you. Lin Xian didn't attack again. Instead, he looked at the storage ring. Unfortunately, the Tsang family's grand elder clenched his fists. He couldn't take it out. If I can't have it, I won't let you have it either. Lin Xian's heart was filled with ruthlessness. He placed the bronze gauntlet on the storage ring and quickly retreated. Boom, with a deafening explosion, the bronze gauntlet exploded. A green energy storm spread in all directions, and everything within a 100-meter radius was reduced to dust. As the green light dissipated, a 100-meter deep pit appeared on the ground. In the center of the pit, the Tsang family's great elder sat with a gloomy expression. Half of his body was filled with blue mysterious ice qi, while the other half was filled with lightning spiritual energy. The two were resisting each other. On his right hand, the storage ring on his index finger cracked. This was a middle-grade storage ring with a space of 100 square meters. It was more expensive than a spirit rank martial art. But now, it was broken. The Tsang family's great elder's eyes burned with anger. He wanted to tear Lin Xian into countless pieces. 2 hours later, the mysterious ice qi on his body disappeared. Ah! Little bastard, get out here. His voice was like a sea of thunder. It rolled out and could be heard clearly within 100 miles. But he could not sense Lin Xian's existence. Whoosh, the Tsang family's great elder turned into a stream of light and flew through the mountains. Any mountain that he found suspicious was smashed to pieces with a palm. In an instant, more than 10 mountains were flattened. However, Lin Xian did not appear. The Tsang family's great elder vented his anger in the sky. The terrifying energy did not dissipate for a long time. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had already escaped from the forest. The two of them rushed towards the fire province. A day later, the two of them arrived at the border of the fire province. Entering the fire province, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. They could feel the Tsang family's great elder's angry roar and terrifying venting. If they were caught, one could imagine what would happen. In the fire province, the air was hot and dry. It was as if there was a huge furnace barbecuing. In fact, it was almost the same. There were many volcanoes in the fire province and there were fire veins underground. This made the climate very hot. Lin Xian was wearing a blue robe. He had the mysterious ice chi in his body, so it was not very hot. Zhao Shui changed into a cool short-sleeved shirt. Her jade-like arms were exposed, causing people to daydream. Lin Xian came to an uninhabited volcano and prepared to go into seclusion. He wanted to refine the thunder crystal and use it to cultivate the copper thunder mark. After digging a human-shaped cave, Lin Xian went in. He released the little white monkey and let it and Zhao Shui stand guard outside. After setting up a defense in the cave, Lin Xian flipped his palm and a table-sized thunder python skin appeared in his hand. It was about a foot thick, like pieces of sapphires pieced together. When Lin Xian touched it with his finger, he could feel the thick power of thunder and lightning. Grabbing the thunder python skin with both hands, Lin Xian began to cultivate the copper thunder pattern. This time, he wanted to cultivate his left hand. Strands of pure lightning energy surged out from the thunder python's skin. Its aura was extremely terrifying. This energy was much stronger than the thunder grass. Ka ka ka, terrifying cracks appeared on the surrounding mountain walls from the overflowing lightning, as if they had been hacked by swords and sabers. The blue lightning covered Lin Xian's left hand, and a violent energy instantly rushed into his body. It was like a mad dragon that was rampaging through his body. Suppress. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Golden electric arcs came out of his body and formed a lightning chain, trapping the violent lightning energy. At the same time, he used the secret technique of the thunder pattern, using the power of thunder and lightning to continuously temper his body. As time passed, the power of thunder and lightning weakened. The thunder python skin gradually dimmed, and cracks appeared in some places. However, Lin Xian's left arm was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if a shocking power was awakening. Feeling the power in his left arm, Lin Xian nodded slightly. He split out some lightning and tempered his right arm again. Ka, a 1-meter-long crack appeared on the table-sized thunder python skin, causing it to break into 2 halves. Lin Xian knew that this was because the power of thunder and lightning had been exhausted. He exerted a little force with both hands, and the thunder python skin in his hand turned into powder. With a thought, the power of thunder and lightning flowed quickly on his arm. It faintly emitted a blue light, as if thousands of thunder were roaring. Continue to cultivate. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He took out the thunder python skin that was more than 10 meters long. Next is my legs. Lin Xian followed the instructions. After 2 hours, his legs also emitted the light of thunder and lightning. At this moment, more than half of the thunder python skin was left. He continued to absorb the power of thunder and lightning. When the last piece of skin on his body was covered by the thunder pattern, a rumbling sound came from his body. An unusually comfortable feeling flowed through Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's face was full of enjoyment, and he almost groaned out loud. At this moment, the thunder python skin in his hand had completely shattered. Lin Xian's body flashed, and he appeared outside the cave. Wooji wooji, when the little white monkey saw Lin Xian, it jumped onto his shoulder. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. This little monkey actually ignored his power of thunder and lightning. However, Zhao Shui was not so lucky. She was oppressed by Lin Xian's aura, and her face turned pale. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and roared, and punched out. The mountain rocks shattered, and the 100-meter-tall mountain was destroyed. Zhao Shui covered her mouth in shock. This kind of strength was probably very close to the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm, and Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm. Not bad. I didn't risk my life to get it in vain. Lin Xian laughed. Let's go. I need a fire attribute spirit fruit. I wonder if the fire province has it. The two of them ran quickly and arrived at a nearby city. Flame City. The entire city wall was built with fiery red stones, and it emitted a shocking heat. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui found an inn and stayed there. They had been running around for the past few days, and their bodies and minds were tired. Lin Xian relaxed his mind and had a good sleep. The next day, he woke up naturally. He felt full of energy, and his body had recovered to its peak state. Opening the door, Lin Xian went downstairs and prepared to eat breakfast. He looked around and found Zhao Shui, but he frowned slightly. Zhao Shui sat quietly in the hall on the first floor. There were a few young men around her, and their eyes were shining. Their expressions were rippling, and he didn't know what they were talking about. Lin Xian sighed and walked over. He had already sensed that Zhao Shui was different. Her ocular skill was more of a charm, and she had a strange attraction. Lin Xian's soul was strong, and he wasn't affected. However, the same couldn't be said for others. Especially those martial artists with weak willpower, they couldn't resist at all. Rubbing the little white monkey's head, Lin Xian walked slowly to Zhao Shui's side, and then slowly sat down. You're awake. Zhao Shui smiled. This smile made the charm on her body even more intense, and the few young men nearby started to drool. So beautiful, so beautiful. The few young men murmured. Kid, who let you sit here? Get lost. One of the young men shouted coldly. That's right. This has nothing to do with you. Get lost. The rest of the young men echoed. Wooji wooji, the little white monkey made faces at them and stuck out its tongue. Damn it, where did this stinky monkey come from? How dare you disrespect us? The few young men were angry, and one of them even grabbed the little white monkey. The young man's face was pale, and his eyes were unfocused. It was obvious that he was addicted to wine and women. Even so, he was still in the 4th sky of the spiritual sea realm. This meant that he was not an ordinary person. His 5 fingers formed into claws, and flames danced on them. He grabbed at the little white monkey. Wooji wooji, the little white monkey looked at him with disdain. With a swoosh, it disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already on the young man's face. It waved its claws and scratched wildly. Chi-chi, in an instant, countless bloody scars appeared on the young man's face. It was a horrible sight. Ah, he retracted his hand and screamed. The little white monkey jumped back onto Lin Xian's shoulder. Wooji wooji, the little monkey pointed at them, as if warning them not to provoke it. So fast. The surrounding martial artists were alarmed. They looked at Lin Xian and the others in shock. How dare he provoke the Xing family? This young man is in for it. Someone shook his head and sighed. Ah, my face, my face. That young man covered his face and screamed. Give me a mirror. The servant beside him took out a silver mirror and said in a trembling voice, that, young master, cut the F***king crap. Hurry up and give it to me. The young man screamed and snatched the mirror. In the mirror, his face was like a field that had been plowed. It was a horrible sight. Ah, how dare you ruin my face? I'll kill you. The young man screamed crazily, but he did not dare to attack. Behind him, his follower was also glaring angrily at him. The others looked at Lin Xian coldly. Young man, how dare you hurt the Xing family's young master Xing Tong? You must be tired of living. Zhao Shui said calmly. Young masters, I'm really sorry. Her voice was like a spring breeze, causing ripples in the hearts of the people. Hee hee, don't worry, beautiful lady. This has nothing to do with you. We can all testify. The other young men patted their chests and said. The young man looked at Zhao Shui and said, as long as you're willing to spend a night with me, I'll let this young man go. Otherwise, just wait for your deaths. Lin Xian smiled and said nothing. Although Xiaoxue looked weak, she was a decisive person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to survive the Purple Demon Palace's pursuit for so long. Sure enough, after hearing this, Xiaoshue's smile widened. Her eyes were like water as she took a deep look at the young man who was caught. Xing Tong's scratched face suddenly glowed red like a ripe apple. Hot, so hot. He tore off his clothes and pounced on the body of the young man beside him. His hands roamed around and his mouth was full of kisses. F***ck, you pervert. That disciple sent Xing Tong flying with a slap and tidied up his clothes. The other youths also felt a chill run down their spines. They didn't expect Xing Tong to actually like this. Damn it, I was wondering why the way he looked at me the other day was weird. As if possessed, Xing Tong pounced on the servant behind him and kissed him repeatedly. The surrounding warriors were all stunned. Looking at the erotic scene on the ground, their expressions were very interesting. When the owner of the inn saw that the situation was not right, he hurriedly ran to recruit people. Not long after, a group of people rushed over angrily. The surrounding crowd dispersed and looked at the group of people with fear. The person in the lead was a burly man. He was almost 2 meters tall and seemed to be burning with fire as he walked. When he saw the situation on the ground, his eyes widened and he slapped Xing Tong unconscious. What happened? The burly man asked in a deep voice. He knew that although Xing Tong was addicted to wine and women, he was still able to differentiate between men and women. Someone must have done something secretly. The surrounding warriors lowered their heads and didn't dare to say anything. The few youths who were with Xing Tong told the burly man what had happened. A woman who knows charm and a young man with a monkey? The burly man frowned. He had never heard of these two people in the underworld. Where are they? The burly man asked in a deep voice. They are. The few of them turned around and found that Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were long gone. A bunch of trash. The burly man's eyes were cold. Search the entire city and capture them. How dare they touch the people of the Xing mansion? It seems like they don't know how to write the word death. Yes. The warrior behind the burly man said respectfully. On the wide street, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui walked quickly. Fire State, Shadow Country and Rain Country are neighbors. The powers here are very complicated. We can go to the Inscription Union and get an Inscription Master rank. As long as we pass, normal powers won't dare to provoke us. Zhao Shui said slowly. Inscription Union? Lin Xian touched his chin. He had heard of this organization before. Everyone in the Union was an Inscription Master. Moreover, this organization didn't belong to Xia country. They were in other nearby countries. It could be said that they had a strong background and no one dared to provoke them. Alright, Lin Xian nodded. But I want to wait for a few days. I feel that my soul power is about to break through. Zhao Shui's mouth twitched. Another breakthrough? Are you kidding me? Are you trying to hurt me? Lin Xian was about to break through. He had been using the mysterious ice qi to refine his soul. His improvement was very fast. He only needed an opportunity to break through to become a second seal inscription master. In the middle of Blazing City, there was a 1,000-meter tall volcano. This volcano had been modified by an inscription master. Not only would it not erupt, but it had also become a sacred place for cultivation. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui came here and decided to cultivate for a few days. At the foot of the volcano, there were many cultivation rooms. Lin Xian took a look. There were a total of 5 floors. The lower they went, the more expensive it was. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui chose 2 cultivation rooms on the 3rd floor. They paid the spiritual stones and received the keys. The cultivation rooms on the 3rd floor cost 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones a day. It could be said that the price was very expensive. However, Lin Xian had nearly 2 million low-grade spiritual stones on him. This amount of money was nothing to him. After paying the fees for 5 days, the two of them walked towards the cultivation rooms. The lower they went, the higher the temperature. The temperature on the 3rd floor reached a few hundred degrees. It was like a huge furnace. Lin Xian had the copper thunder mark and could still withstand it. Zhao Shui had already put up her spiritual armor. It's just right for me to cultivate. Lin Xian opened the door and walked in. The facilities inside were very simple. Lin Xian didn't care about it. After all, the warriors who came here were here to cultivate, not to enjoy. There was a brown stone in the middle. There were 8 bowl-sized holes around it. Lava was boiling inside. This cultivation room made use of the underground fire vein. Lord Alcohol transmitted his voice. Fire vein? Lin Xian was puzzled. Yes. The reason why there are so many volcanoes in the fire state is because there is a fire vein underground, Lord Alcohol said slowly. This is a mutated spirit vein. It contains more than 5 times the spiritual energy of ordinary places. Especially the fire attribute spiritual energy. It's almost materialized. Indeed, Lin Xian could see wisps of fiery red mist floating in the room with his naked eye. They were like tiny red lines. Whoosh, he came to the brownstone platform and sat cross-legged. This time, I must break through to become a second seal inscription master. Just as Lin Xian entered the training room, the people of the Xing mansion also found out about Lin Xian's whereabouts. The 2 of you stay here and watch. If there's any movement, report it immediately. Yes. The 2 warriors replied respectfully. In the training room, the air let out a low roar. The originally hot room actually became somewhat cool. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on the brownstone platform, surrounded by a layer of blue ice crystals. The 8 holes that were spewing lava were also covered by a layer of ice. This process lasted for 3 days. On the 4th day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. As if countless stars had been extinguished, the purple light in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared and became deeper. His eyes flashed, and inscriptions formed in the air, flickering. What was different from before was that this time, 2 inscriptions were formed at once, and the lines on them were incomparably complex. As expected of a second seal inscriber, my soul power is more than twice as strong. Lin Xian showed a trace of joy. He had been using the mysterious ice chi to temper his soul for the past few days, and finally reached the level of a second seal inscriber. I can go to the inscription union to take the test. Lin Xian walked out of the door. After sending a message to Zhao Shui, Lin Xian waited at the side. Not long after, the stone door at the side slowly opened. Zhao Shui walked out with a smile. Not only had her soul power strengthened, but she had also broken through to the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. However, when she saw Lin Xian, she was obviously stunned. You really broke through to become a second seal inscriber? Zhao Shui's voice was trembling. I was lucky, I broke through. Lin Xian said with a smile. Zhao Shui rolled her eyes. This was not a matter of luck. Many inscribers cultivated their entire lives and did not necessarily become second-grade inscribers. Lin Xian's talent was too abnormal. Let's go, the test is too easy for you. Zhao Shui took a deep breath and said sourly. The 2 of them walked out of the 3rd basement floor together and headed outside. Seeing that Lin Xian had come out, the members of the Xing family were elated and wanted to send a message. Lin Xian had long since noticed their movements. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of him. Please note that fighting is not allowed in the volcano cultivation ground. Lin Xian's actions attracted the attention of the martial artists in the cultivation area, and an old man warned him. He's actually a martial artist in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Lin Xian was surprised. Lin Xian glanced at the Xing mansion's cultivators before turning around to leave. Zhao Shui hurriedly followed him and the 2 of them disappeared in a flash. Isn't that the person the Xing mansion is looking for? A well-informed cultivator whispered. The old man in the cultivation ground stroked his beard and said coldly, no matter who it is, you can't make a move here. He looked at the 2 cultivators from Xing mansion and suddenly frowned. Something's wrong. The old man's expression changed. He took a step forward and quickly arrived in front of the 2. The eyes of the 2 cultivators from the Xing mansion were glazed over, their faces contorted in pain. This is mental illusion technique. The old man's knowledge was not ordinary. He could tell at a glance that the 2 cultivators were under an illusion technique and had lost their minds. Wake up! The old man shouted in a low voice. A wave of pressure enveloped the 2 cultivators. Ah, the two cultivators trembled and then looked at the old man in front of them with a blank expression. What's going on? Why are we here? Oh no, that kid ran away. Hurry and report this. The two cultivators hurriedly ran away. Sigh. The old man shook his head and then walked in. The Inscription Union was an organization of inscriptionists. It was very famous in the entire Tiannan region and could be said to be a very large organization. The 9-story tower towered into the clouds and was completely red. It was built with the best firestones. The gate was very wide, 10 meters high and 20 meters long. There were lifelike drawings of real dragons and phoenixes. There were not many people coming and going, but those who came and went were either disciples of aristocratic families or martial artists of large sections. The Inscription Union was actually a place of business. Elixirs, weapons, arrays, everything was available inside. As long as you could afford it, there was nothing you could not buy. Moreover, there were inscriptionists inside. Some martial artists could request for items that were suitable for them. The effects were far better than those bought from other places. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui walked slowly along the stairs. At the entrance, they were blocked. May I know why the two of you are here? The guard at the door asked. He saw that Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were dressed in ordinary clothes and did not look like rich people, so he stopped them to ask. During this time, a few disciples of aristocratic families passed by and looked at Lin Xian with disdain. Humph, country bumpkin, you've come to the wrong place. Someone sneered. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. I heard that there is an inscriptionist assessment here. The two of us want to give it a try. Inscriptionist assessment. The guard at the door changed his expression. Even the disciples of aristocratic families next to him were surprised. They looked at Lin Xian with a different gaze, as if they were much more respectful. I see. Sorry, please follow me. The guard cupped his fist and said. Thank you. Lin Xian's attitude was gentle and his expression was calm. After the two of them followed the guard in, some of the martial artists nearby praised. That kid is so young. He shouldn't be an adult yet, right? TSK, the girl beside him is not bad. My heart is itching to see her. You're courting death. If he becomes an inscriptionist, I'll see if you still dare to talk nonsense. Hee, I'm just joking. But it's rare to see someone this young taking the inscriptionist assessment. The hall was even more spacious. The space on the first floor was more than 30 meters high. There were many stars painted on the roof, as if it was the sky. Elder Su, these two are here to take the inscriptionist assessment. The guard said respectfully. Oh. The old man who was dozing off opened his eyes. There was a flash of light in his eyes. He looked at Lin Xian and Zhao Shui and felt their soul power. He nodded and said, there is an assessment today. Go and fill in your information. As soon as Elder Su finished speaking, someone brought in a pen and paper. Lin Xian looked at it and saw that it was some basic information. Most of it was name, age, and so on. The two of them quickly filled in the information and handed it to Elder Su. Oh, 17 years old? Elder Su looked at Lin Xian's information and suddenly raised his eyebrows. 17 years old taking the inscriptionist assessment was indeed quite young. But when he saw the information below, he sat up straight. You want to take the second-level inscriptionist assessment? Elder Su's voice was full of doubt. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. He couldn't understand why the old man would have such a big reaction. Little guy, are you playing with me? Elder Su asked with uncertainty. Elder, who do you think would dare to play with people here? Lin Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's right. Elder Su nodded. But you have never taken the inscriptionist assessment before. You have to start from the beginning. No problem. Lin Xian gladly agreed. If he couldn't even pass the first-level inscriptionist assessment, then how could he be a second-level inscriptionist? The two of you follow me. Elder Su stood up and led the two of them inside. After bypassing the second floor, Elder Su brought Lin Xian and Zhao Shui to the third floor. After walking for more than 10 meters along the long passageway, a dark red door appeared. There were two bronze lion handles on top of it, making it look extraordinarily mighty. Elder Su placed his hand on one of the lion heads and exerted a little force. A circle of inscription that looked like water ripples quickly spread out, forming a triangular pattern. Buzz, the dark red door trembled slightly before opening slightly. Elder Su smiled and pushed the door open. Lin Xian praised in his heart. He didn't expect the mechanism to be so ingenious. If he rushed in without knowing the situation, he would probably be seriously injured. On top of the dark red door, there was a powerful inscription formation. The aura it emitted wasn't any weaker than a harmonious spirit realm expert. Lin Xian had also noticed the soul force that Elder Su released just now. A second seal inscription master, and a peak one at that. He was very strong. At least, Lin Xian wasn't his match at all. Inside the dark red door was a classical hall. It lacked some extravagance, but it had a sense of history. There were many people standing in the hall. Most of them were young people. In front of the young people stood 3 people in silver robes. On their chests, there were a few golden ripples that looked like crescent moons. Among them, there was an elegant middle-aged man and a young woman on both sides. Both of them had 2 golden runes on their bodies. Standing in the middle was an old man with 3 golden runes on his chest. What a powerful soul force. Lin Xian's pupils shrank when he saw the old man in the middle. His soul force had already surpassed Elder Su's, reaching an unbelievable level. It's a 3rd grade inscription master. Lord Alcohol transmitted. 3rd grade. Lin Xian was surprised. As expected of the Inscription Alliance, he had seen so many inscription masters in such a short time. There was even a 3rd grade inscription master. That was an existence equivalent to a harmonious spirit realm expert. The people in the hall looked at Lin Xian and the others, their eyes filled with curiosity. Elder Su, why are you here? Who are the 2 behind you? The middle-aged woman asked curiously. Haha, these 2 are also here to participate in the Inscription Master assessment. I saw that it was not yet time for the assessment, so I brought them here. After all, there are still a few days until the Battle of the Inscription Tower. We can't miss out on some young geniuses. Young genius? Hearing Elder Su's words, everyone looked at Lin Xian with a trace of unwillingness in their eyes. Even the 3 silver-robed men looked over. Among them, the scholarly middle-aged man was slightly taken aback when he saw Lin Xian. Then, he smiled. Lin Xian, I didn't expect it to be you. Hello, Senior Wang. Lin Xian smiled. This middle-aged man was the elder of the 10,000 Treasure Tower. Moreover, he was the one who escorted Lin Xian and the others to the snow-seeking sect. No one expected him to be here. Lin Xian, you are Lin Xian? The middle-aged woman was astonished. Even the powerful old man was staring at him. The young disciples behind them were discussing. Many of them looked at Lin Xian with unkind expressions. He is the Lin Xian of the 10,000 Treasure Tower. I heard that he occupied a spot to participate in the Inscription Tower without taking the assessment. What, there is such a thing? I want to see what this kid is capable of. What can he do at such a young age? Lin Xian listened to these discussions and smiled bitterly. It turned out that his reputation had already spread among these people. The middle-aged man said to Lin Xian, "This is Deacon Meng of the Inscription Alliance, and this is Elder Song of the Inscription Alliance. He is also the manager of this sub-alliance." "Greetings, seniors," Lin Xian said respectfully. The 2 nodded with a smile. Elder Song said slowly, "Since everyone is here, let's begin." "Yes." Deacon Wang received the order and said loudly, "There are a total of 16 people in this Inscription Master assessment. Those who draw the inscription according to the requirements will become a 1st-grade Inscription Master. Now, everyone find a place to stand. The assessment is about to begin." In front of them, 16 green jade platforms appeared. They were more than 1 meter high and some materials were placed on them. Lin Xian and the others found a place to stand. He roughly looked at them and felt that there should be no difficulty. The others were seriously preparing. Lin Xian raised his head slightly and found that there were 4 young people who did not come to participate in the assessment. Instead, they stood to the side and looked coldly. Among them, there was a woman in a silver robe. Her expression was cold and her appearance was unparalleled. Her graceful figure was hidden in the silver robe. On her chest, there was a golden line drawn. First grade inscription master. Lin Xian was surprised. He found that the others were also first-grade inscriptionists. It seems that these people should be participating in the second-grade inscription master assessment. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, the beautiful woman did not have any change in expression. However, the few young people beside her showed a disdainful expression. The inscription master assessment begins now. You only need to draw the inscriptions according to the requirements. Deacon Wang said in a clear voice. On the green jade platform, there was a layer of light. Lin Xian saw a line of words appear on it. It turns out that I have to draw 9 basic inscriptions and 9 derivative inscriptions. However, I only have 20 breaths of time. Lin Xian quickly read the requirements. With a thought, he began to draw the inscriptions. For him, this was a very simple matter. These inscriptions were the most commonly used inscriptions. Lin Xian practiced every day. And the time limit was even less of a problem for him. He was now a second seal inscription master. His speed was many times faster than before. However, he did not show too much shock. Outside, Deacon Wang and the others saw that Lin Xian used 15 breaths of time to draw 18 inscriptions. They could not help but secretly nod. However, the few young people showed a disdainful look. Humph. That year, I only used 12 breaths of time. These people are really trash. Of course, they can't be compared to Brother Zhou. Another person laughed. However, that lady's strength is not bad. The young man surnamed Zhou looked at the figure and his eyes lit up. They were naturally looking at Zhao Shui. In terms of appearance, Zhao Shui did not belong to the silver-robed lady. Moreover, she had an indescribable aura. Moreover, Zhao Shui's strength had reached the peak of a first seal inscription master. Her strength was comparable to that of the others. The silver-robed lady looked at Zhao Shui. Her eyes gradually brightened and then she carefully sized her up. On the green jade platform, after Lin Xian drew 18 inscriptions, the words on the platform changed again. This time, there were 3 choices. Lin Xian quickly chose to be an inscription master. The time to refine a first-grade elixir is the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Lin Xian looked at the materials on the green jade platform and immediately had an idea. Only 1/3 of the materials on the platform were for inscription masters. From this 1/3, he had to choose the elixirs he needed. If the previous assessment was about basic skills, then this was about actual combat. Only by refining a first-grade elixir within the time limit could one become a first-grade inscription master. Outside, Elder Song and the 2 deacons looked at the platform. I wonder how many people will succeed this time. Deacon Meng said slowly. It should be about half, Attendant Wang said in a low voice as he looked at Lin Xian. When he saw Lin Xian's skillful technique, a smile appeared on Attendant Wang's face. Lin Xian was relatively relaxed. Refining a first-grade elixir was a piece of cake for him. He could even use his soul power to observe the others. Among these people, about half of them were first-grade inscriptionists. However, they were far from Zhao Shui, let alone Lin Xian. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the green jade platform glowed and everyone stopped. Among them, 5 of them did not complete their elixirs and were eliminated. Among the remaining 11 people, 4 of their medicinal pills did not meet the mark. In the end, only 7 of them passed the assessment. This number was similar to what the attendants had guessed. No one was too surprised. The disciples who passed the assessment were excited while those who failed stood aside dejectedly. Elder Song said slowly, inscriptions are vast and profound. Regardless of whether you passed the assessment or not, you cannot slack off. Remember this. Next is the second-grade inscriptionist assessment. Xianxia, prepare yourselves. Yes. The young men in silver robes replied. The 4 of them walked towards the green jade platform. Lin Xian also walked out. Kid, what are you doing? Go back. One of the young men shouted coldly. Everyone looked at Lin Xian, not knowing what he was going to do. The lady in silver robes looked at him and frowned. She said softly, please don't disturb our assessment. Lin Xian touched his chin and said, "Sorry, I'm also part of the assessment." "You?" The young men were stunned and then sneered, "This is the second-grade inscriptionist assessment. Are you sure you can do it?" The disciples who passed the assessment also sneered, "He wants to take the second-grade inscriptionist assessment? Even I can't do it, let alone him." Zhao Shui smiled but did not say anything. She knew that Lin Xian had the ability. Elder Song and the others looked at Elder Su with a questioning gaze. "Haha, that's right. This little guy signed up for the second-grade inscription master examination," Mr. Su said with a smile, "because he has never taken the exam before, so we let him start from the first-grade inscriptionist exam." "What?" Those young disciples looked as if they had eaten duck eggs and were choked speechless. The silver-robed woman glanced at Lin Xian in surprise. A trace of curiosity appeared in her eyes. The three young men behind her had gloomy expressions as they stared unkindly at Lin Xian. Not everyone can become a second-grade inscription master. First, you have to reach the second seal soul force state. The youth named Zhou Yong said in an ambiguous tone. "Prove it. How old is this guy? He definitely can't do it." "That's right. You're still trying to bluff your way out of this." "What a joke." Lin Xian's expression remained the same. Since they wanted to prove it, then he would prove it to them. Two inscriptions appeared in the air at the same time. Ripples appeared in the air as strands of strange energy fluctuated. Those complicated lines dazzled many people. After a moment, the inscriptions in the air dissipated. Everyone woke up from their daze and looked at Lin Xian's figure as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? He's only 17 years old. The group of disciples felt that it was difficult to breathe. They couldn't believe this fact. The silver-robed woman's eyes became fierce and contained a fighting spirit. Her name was Xianxia, and she was Elder Song's disciple. Since she was young, she had been recognized as an abnormal talent. The surrounding disciples simply couldn't compare with her. Even some disciples who were older than her couldn't compare with her. But now, a youth suddenly appeared. He was younger than her, but his strength wasn't weak. This caused her to feel a sense of resistance. Elder Song nodded with a smile and said in a deep voice, "Let's begin." Lin Xian and the others walked to the green jade stage and calmed down to prepare. "Humph, so what if you have a second seal soul force?" Zhou Yong's face was cold. "To become a second-grade inscription master, it's not just about having a strong soul force. You too, show me your true abilities." Zhou Yong shouted in a low voice. He didn't want to be defeated by a youth. Looking at the 5 people preparing, Deacon Meng chuckled and said, "Xianxia, this little girl has been waiting for this for a long time." "Yes, she has been preparing for more than 2 months. There shouldn't be a problem this time." Elder Song laughed. But the others might not be so. After all, the second-grade inscription master examination isn't child's play. "Deacon Wang, do you think that little guy Lin Xian will be able to pass?" "I don't know." Deacon Wang shook his head. "The last time I saw him, he only had a first seal soul force. I didn't expect that after not seeing him for more than 2 months, he would have a breakthrough." "Oh?" Elder Song and the others were interested. "It seems that this child's talent is amazing. I hope he can shine in the battle of the inscription tower." While they were talking, Lin Xian and the others had already begun to move. The disciples held their breaths and carefully watched the 5 people on the stage. They didn't want to miss a single detail. Lin Xian calmed himself down and carefully drew the inscription. He didn't dare to be careless. Compared to the previous examination, the difficulty of this examination was nearly 10 times higher. This was also the reason why there were so few second-grade inscriptionists. It was just too difficult. Lin Xian pushed his soul force to the limit, controlling the inscription. Huang Xianxian also had a dignified expression. Sweat seeped out of her delicate face. Zhou Yong and the other 2 were sweating profusely, their faces pale. The mysterious inscriptions in the air were like a bottomless pit, absorbing their soul force. Time slowly passed. 5 inscriptions appeared in the sky. One could vaguely make out a pattern, but it wasn't complete. Among them, Huang Xianxian had completed about 70%, Lin Xian had completed half, Zhou Yong had completed about 60%, and the remaining 2 had completed about 40%. Ka, like a piece of jade shattering, a crisp sound rang out in the air. One person's inscription cracked and shattered with a bang. The youth closest to him was affected, and his inscription was instantly scattered. Lin Xian and the others were also affected. The inscription in the sky seemed as if it would scatter at any time. This change was unexpected. Originally, the inscription process needed to be absolutely safe and not be disturbed by the outside world. Otherwise, the possibility of failure was very high. Lin Xian's soul force intertwined, constantly stabilizing the inscription while continuing to draw. Huang Shanshan and Zhou Yong were protecting the inscription with all their might, not daring to be distracted. Elder Song and the others looked at the arena with a trace of worry on their faces. Lin Xian's technique is very special. It doesn't seem to be a common technique in the Xia kingdom. Elder Song was surprised to see Lin Xian continue to draw while protecting the inscription. I heard that he has a master who doesn't appear in the world, but I don't know the details. Deacon Wang quickly said, but he is a disciple of the Sword Pool Mansion's Lin family. His identity is very clear, and he can participate in the Battle of the Inscription Tower. Yes, I also heard about this. Deacon Meng said from the side. Just as the 3 of them were talking, the atmosphere in the arena finally calmed down. Huang Shanshan and Zhou Yong heaved a sigh of relief, but their expressions changed again. This was because they saw that Lin Xian's inscription was almost complete. Lin Xian's speed was so fast that Huang Shanshan and Zhou Yong's expressions changed. Damn it, how can this kid be so fast? Zhou Yong's face was gloomy as he started to inscribe. Huang Shanshan also took a deep breath. She no longer paid attention to anything else and focused on drawing. The difference in performance was obvious. At least in terms of mental fortitude, Huang Shanshan was much stronger than Zhou Yong. In the end, Lin Xian was the first to finish inscribing. He continued to refine the second-grade elixir calmly. Huang Shanshan was the second to finish inscribing. She had already regained her composure. Zhou Yong was the last to finish. His face was ferocious as he looked at Lin Xian coldly. After 2 hours, the 3 of them finished inscribing. Elder Song and the rest walked over in anticipation and started to examine the 3 elixirs. They were most concerned about Huang Shanshan, so they were the first to examine her elixir. Not bad. The color is still a little rough, but it is a genuine second-grade elixir. Shanshan, you passed. Hearing this, the silver-robed woman's face finally showed a trace of joy. Then, Elder Song and the rest looked at Zhou Yong. The purity is not enough, and the fire is still lacking. I was a little impatient. Elder Song said in a low voice. Deacon Wang and Deacon Meng sighed and shook their heads slightly. What? Zhou Yong did not pass. The surrounding disciples were also stunned. They had a new understanding of the second-grade inscriptionist examination. Zhou Yong's face was gloomy. He bowed to the 3 elders unwillingly and clenched his fist without saying a word. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian. Humph, he definitely won't pass. Didn't you see that even a genius like Zhou Yong failed? Most people were not optimistic about Lin Xian. Even Zhao Shui was a little worried. After all, a second-grade inscriptionist's sole power did not mean that he could become a second-grade inscriptionist. There were also many factors such as technique, proficiency, experience, and many others. It's a spiritual liquid. Elder Song was surprised. Previously, Shanshan and Zhou Yong were both refining elixirs. They did not expect Lin Xian to know how to refine spiritual liquid. In essence, there was no difference between the 2. He opened the cork, and a mellow fragrance wafted out. Everyone was a little puzzled and subconsciously sniffed a few times. Isn't this wine? Could it be that this brat refined a pot of wine? Humph, I've already said that this brat is unreliable. Zhou Yong smelled the fragrance of the wine, and his heart calmed down slightly. Finally, he wasn't the only one who had failed. Elder Song and the others didn't pay much attention to this. The 3 of them checked carefully. The expressions of the 3 of them gradually turned solemn, and their eyes were filled with shock. In the end, Elder Song took a deep breath and said, a second-grade spirit liquid, and a top-grade one at that. What? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect this result. Second-grade spiritual liquid, and it's of superior quality. Zhou Yong felt his vision darken and nearly fainted. He did not think that the brat that he had always looked down on was actually even stronger than Xianxia. Xianxia's body was also tense, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Xian. At this moment, the others also reacted and looked at Lin Xian in shock. Elder Song's eyes flashed. A 17-year-old second-grade inscriber, you're the first one in Xia country. I was just lucky. Lin Xian smiled and bowed to the three seniors. As a second-grade inscriber of the Inscription Alliance, you'll be protected by the Inscription Alliance. Correspondingly, you'll also have to complete some tasks. Every year, you'll refine 3 elixirs or weapons for the Inscription Alliance for free of charge. Elder Song said loudly. Lin Xian and the others knew about this, so they didn't have much of a reaction. After registering his information, Lin Xian received the silver robe of the Inscription Alliance. Lin Xian, you're very talented. I hope we can exchange our experiences. Huang Shanshan smiled. Senior Huang, you're too polite. Lin Xian said lightly, when there's a chance, I'll definitely have a good exchange with you. After saying that, he left with Zhao Shui. Everyone was stunned. Their goddess, Shanshan, had actually invited Lin Xian. Many disciples were heartbroken. Zhou Yong's face turned black, and his body trembled. However, what surprised them even more was that Lin Xian had actually rejected her. Huang Shanshan's face stiffened. In the past, she had always rejected others. This time, she finally tasted the feeling of being rejected. She stopped smiling and walked towards Elder Song and the others. Outside the Inscription Alliance, the warriors of the Xing family were waiting anxiously. Are you sure that the lad went in? The bald man asked. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. The warrior under him said. Good, this time we can't let them escape, the bald man said darkly. Big brother, that lad has come out. Xing Tong, who was wearing a cloak, stared at the door fiercely. Be careful. Don't fight at the door of the Inscription Alliance. We'll fight him when he comes out. A group of people hid behind the building and waited patiently. Lin Xian noticed the presence of these people. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he slowly walked over. Zhao Shui followed behind him with a smile on her face. She was not worried about Lin Xian at all. In the entire Xing family, no one would dare to attack a second-grade inscriber. The two of them walked at a steady pace. Suddenly, dozens of warriors rushed out from both sides and surrounded them. Everyone's aura was very strong. It formed an invisible pressure that pressed down on the two of them. However, their pressure was like a stone sinking into the sea. It had no effect at all. How dare you attack an inscriber? Lin Xian said slowly. The bald man was stunned. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. He saw a golden pattern on Zhao Shui's chest. A first-grade inscriber. The warriors were shocked. The aura on their bodies disappeared quickly. Big brother! Xing Tong shouted anxiously while wearing a cloak. Big brother Zhou Yong is also participating in the inscriber examination today. Maybe he's already a second-grade inscriber. When the time comes, are we afraid of a first-grade inscriber? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. They could not afford to offend a first-grade inscriber. However, if a second-grade inscriber supported them, it would be different. One had to know that the difference in status between the two was like heaven and earth. Surround them and wait for Zhou Yong to arrive, the bald man said in a low voice. Are you sure? Lin Xian asked. If you anger us, the Xing family will be in big trouble. Kid, you don't have to scare me. The bald man sneered. We still have a few first-grade inscribers. Big brother Zhou Yong is here. Xing Tong shouted happily. You two are dead. I'll make you my slaves and you'll never be able to rise again. Brother Zhou, you're here. The bald man welcomed him with a smile. Zhou Yong did not pass the examination and was in a bad mood. He said a few words calmly and prepared to leave. Big brother Zhou, these two guys hurt me. You have to help me. Xing Tong screamed. Zhou Yong frowned and looked in front of him. In the crowd, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were surrounded. They were looking at him with half smiles. Zhou Yong's face twisted when he saw Lin Xian. However, when he thought of Lin Xian's status as a second-grade inscription master, he sighed. He could not afford to offend Lin Xian unless his master intervened. Big brother Zhou, you must have become a second-grade inscription master. Help me teach them a lesson. Xing Tong was still shouting. However, when they saw the golden pattern on Zhou Yong's chest, they were stunned. Brother Zhou, could it be that you? The bald man said doubtfully. I'm sorry, everyone. I can't do anything about this. Zhou Yong sighed. Lord Lin Xian, this has nothing to do with me. He cupped his fists and said to Lin Xian. Lord Lin? The surrounding martial artists were stunned and looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Someone who could be addressed as Lord by Zhou Yong was definitely not a simple person. Could it be that Lin Xian had an extraordinary background? The bald man suddenly had a bad premonition. He was about to ask when he realized that Zhou Yong had already run away. Lin Xian flipped his palm and put on his silver robe. The two golden patterns on his chest were as dazzling as swords. Second-grade inscription master. The Xing family martial artists' expressions changed, and the bald man almost jumped up. They never would have thought that Lin Xian was a second-grade inscription master. No wonder Lin Xian was not afraid of them. No wonder Zhou Yong called him Lord Lin Xian. Everything was clear now. It's a misunderstanding, Lord Lin. It's a misunderstanding. The bald man immediately smiled. They could not afford to offend a second-grade inscription master. Hurry up and disperse. If you block Lord Lin's path, I'll kill you. Lord Lin, take care. We'll leave now. The bald man nodded and bowed, preparing to leave. Wait. Lin Xian said in a low voice. You want to leave? Everyone stiffened and reluctantly stopped in their tracks. The bald man gritted his teeth and threw Xing Tong in front of Lin Xian. Then, he punched and kicked him. You piece of trash, how dare you offend Lord Lin? You're courting death. Xing Tong twitched, clutching his head and screaming. He wanted to die now. A second-grade inscription master could kill him in the blink of an eye. Lord Lin, I was wrong. I was blind. I deserve to die. Xing Tong began to slap himself. Lord Lin, please let me go. It's done, Lin Xian said calmly. It's not impossible to let you go, but it depends on whether you are sincere. Lord Lin, feel free to instruct us. The Xing family will definitely get it done for you. The bald man hurriedly said. Xing Tong also looked at Lin Xian with hope. Lin Xian took out a piece of paper and wrote down a bunch of spiritual grasses. I'll give you 3 days to gather everything on the list and send it to the volcano cultivation room. The bald man took the paper and glanced at it. Seeing that it was full of precious spirit herbs, he immediately felt distressed. However, he couldn't show it on his face. If I don't see anything in 3 days, I'll have to make a trip to the Xing family. At that time, don't blame me for not giving you a chance, Lin Xian said calmly. Lord Lin, don't worry. We'll definitely deliver it. The bald man quickly said and left with the group. Lin Xian smiled as he watched the group leave. He then walked towards the volcano cultivation room with Zhao Shui. He entered the cultivation room again. This time, he wanted to remove the mark of the purple demon palace. He constantly scanned his body with his soul power. With Lord Alcohol's guidance, he finally found the mark. It was a purple dot of light the size of a needle. It was hidden deep within his body. In the past, Lin Xian wouldn't have been able to discover it. However, now that his soul power had increased, it was easy for him to find it. His soul power transformed into an invisible sword aura and pierced out, shattering the purple dot of light. Golden lightning surged, forming a sphere that wrapped around it and sent it out of his body. After removing the purple dot of light, Lin Xian felt much more comfortable. Even the circulation of his spiritual power was much smoother. He closed his eyes and rested for a while. After adjusting his condition to its peak, he took out a huge block of ice. Cold air surged out, and the entire room seemed to be frozen. Inside the blue block of ice, the azure-haired man was motionless. However, Lin Xian could clearly feel that the azure-haired man's aura was still fluctuating. It's been so long, but he hasn't frozen to death? Lin Xian was surprised. With your current strength, you should be able to use the slave seal, Lord Alcohol said slowly. Do as I say. Lin Xian nodded. His soul power surged out and seeped into the ice block. When it came into contact with the azure-haired man, the latter's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Green flames danced in his eye sockets. Seal. Lin Xian's soul power surged into the azure-haired man's mind, forming a strange seal. Ka ka ka, the green flames in the azure-haired man's eyes danced. A terrifying aura spread out, causing cracks to appear on the ice block. Soul sword. A translucent sword beam surged out of Lin Xian's left eye, penetrating the ice block and entering the azure-haired man's soul. Chi-chi, immediately, the green flames in the azure-haired man's eyes weakened significantly. As for Lin Xian's slave seal, it was successfully imprinted in his mind. It's a success. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Cloud Prefecture, underwater world. In a huge crack, there was a palace. Inside the palace, the bronze coffin suddenly trembled as a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. The waves at the bottom of the sea churned, forming a huge whirlpool that seemed to tear everything apart. Slave seal. A deep voice came from the coffin. In the cultivation room, Lin Xian released the azure-haired man and stared at him cautiously. Master. Inscriptions appeared in the azure-haired man's eyes. Okay. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. From the looks of it, the slave seal was indeed useful. Suddenly, the azure-haired man's body stiffened as the green flames in his eyes burned again. This is his true body summoning you. Quickly use your sword intent to sever this connection, reminded Lord Alcohol. Lin Xian's eyes focused as his sword intent surged. A sharp sword beam slashed out into the void. With the invisible connection severed, the azure-haired man regained his calm. Alright, there won't be any accidents this time. Cloud Prefecture, underwater. The deep voice sounded again, Great Dragon Sword, Cultivation Room. Lin Xian exhaled and asked in a deep voice, Who are you? I'm your servant, said the azure-haired man. I'm asking who you were before. Or should I say, who is your true body? Left Azure Wyrm Envoy, said the azure-haired man. What's your relationship with the Nether Hall? Lin Xian continued asking. The Nether Hall is one of the 8 halls of our sect, said the azure-haired man slowly. One of the 8 halls. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. According to what he knew, the Nether Hall had once controlled several countries and was abnormally powerful. But now, it was only one of the halls. What sect? Tell me everything you know. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The Nether Hall belongs to the Black Dragon sect. It's one of the weaker halls. The Hall Master is Old Man Nether, who has reached the earthly supremacy realm. Our sect's leader, the Black Dragon sect's leader, has boundless magic power. He's like a true god. He has 2 envoys, 4 guardians, and 8 Hall Masters. All of them are powerful. The blue-haired man told him some basic information. He didn't know anything else. However, this was normal. He was just a doppelganger. It was already good enough that he knew so much. After Lin Xian heard this, his heart trembled. He realized that the Black Dragon cult was too powerful. Any random hall master could sweep through several countries. Moreover, he knew that there was a hall called the Purple Demon Hall, which was very similar to the Purple Demon Palace. Recently, the Nether Hall had been very active. Moreover, there was a suspicious sect like the Purple Demon Palace. Could it be that the Black Dragon cult was going to revive? Lin Xian was shocked. If this kind of power revived, it would definitely cause trouble for the entire continent. The Black Dragon cult wasn't a benevolent sect. Once they revived, there would definitely be a great war. It was useless to think about this now. It was better to increase his strength first. Lin Xian sighed. Then, he put away the blue-haired man and started to cultivate. 5 days passed quickly. On this day, the bald man brought a few followers to the volcano cultivation room. They asked Lin Xian about the cultivation time and then waited patiently outside. The martial artists who came and went were puzzled. Many of them secretly guessed that the Xing clan must be waiting for some big shot. However, when they saw the bald man welcome Lin Xian, they almost bit off their tongues. For a moment, many martial artists were very curious about Lin Xian's identity. Fourth sky of the spiritual sea realm. Is that normal? Why is the Xing clan so humble? Many people were puzzled. Lord Lin, everything is here. Please take a look. The bald man handed over a storage ring. Lin Xian scanned it with his soul power and found that it was the spirit herbs he was looking for. He immediately nodded in satisfaction. Oh right, where can I find high-grade fire attribute spirit herbs in the fire province? Lin Xian asked. High-grade fire attribute spirit herbs? The bald man was slightly stunned. Then, he said, there is a piece of news. Is it true? Speak. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. It's like this. Recently, a piece of news has been spreading in the city. It is said that there is a volcano 500 miles north of Flame City. There is a bright glow and a strange fragrance. Many people think that it is a peerless spirit herb. Multicolored light, strange fragrance? Lin Xian rubbed his chin, somewhat convinced. Big Head Xing, your Xing family has really declined, actually speaking so humbly to a piece of trash in the fourth layer of the spiritual ocean tier. A mocking voice rang out. It was extremely ear-piercing. The bald burly man raised his head abruptly and said coldly, Lai Wu, how dare you speak rudely to Lord Lin? You're courting death. Lord Lin, what bullsh*** T Lord? That voice was full of disdain. Lin Xian raised his head and stared coldly ahead. There was a red-robed young man standing there. He held a folding fan in his hand and looked at the bald man and Lin Xian with disdain. The sixth layer of the spiritual ocean tier, is this what gives you the right to be so arrogant? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised slightly. Humph, it's enough to deal with you. I can crush you to death as easily as crushing an ant. The red-robed youth waved his fan and said arrogantly. Lai Wu, you're really courting death. Big Head Xing sneered, our Lord Lin is a second-grade inscription master, quickly kowtow and admit your mistake. Second-grade inscription master. The surrounding martial artists were stunned. That was an existence on the same level as a harmonious spirit realm expert. Really? Isn't he too young? The crowd was in disbelief. Lai Wu froze, then laughed loudly. I say, Big Head Xing, will you die if you don't brag? If he's a second-grade inscription master, then I'm a harmonious spirit realm expert. Lai Wu was extremely arrogant, laughing until tears came out. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore, and his handsome face became extremely ugly. Because he saw Lin Xian slowly put on his silver-white robe. The two golden lines on his chest were like sharp blades, stabbing into his heart. You. Lai Wu opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. The surrounding martial artists were also shocked, looking at Lin Xian with disbelief. This was probably the youngest second-grade inscription master they'd ever seen. Lai Wu, quickly admit your mistake to Lord Lin. The bald man coldly shouted. The red-robed youth's expression was conflicted, and he was stunned for a moment. Humph, a second-grade inscription master, is that so great? A slightly frivolous voice sounded. The crowd was stunned. There was actually someone who dared to challenge a second-grade inscription master, that was too daring. Big Head Xing frowned, and just as he was about to shout, he was stopped by Lin Xian. Under the crowd's attention, a devilish man appeared. He was wearing a purple robe, with a handsome face and fair skin, but his lips were as red as blood. Many people wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads, feeling their hearts palpitate. He's from the Purple Extreme Demon Palace. Zhao Shui transmitted. The third in the younger generation of the Purple Extreme Demon Palace, Ru Shui. Lin Xian was secretly on guard. His intuition told him that the man in front of him was very dangerous. Lord Ru Shui, you've come at the right time. Lai Wu walked to Ru Shui's side as if he saw his savior. Since I'm here, I can guarantee that you'll be fine. Ru Shui's red lips did not move, but a feminine voice came out. Humph, so what if you're a second-grade inscription master, in front of Lord Ru Shui, you're nothing. Lai Wu became arrogant again. Is that so? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at Lai Wu. Wang. Lai Wu's body trembled, and he felt dizzy. The scene around him changed, and countless swords pierced his heart. That kind of pain made him want to die. A hand was placed on his body, pulling him back from the illusion. Lai Wu's whole body was covered in sweat, and his face was abnormally pale. He looked at Lin Xian in fear. Your opponent is me. Ru Shui's mouth curved into an evil smile, and his lips became even more red, as if blood was about to drip out. Ding! Bang! Crack, their gazes met, and sparks flew in the air, causing the void to tremble. The two of you are not allowed to use martial arts in the cultivation area, so please restrain yourselves. A mighty wave of spiritual energy came, as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on everyone's hearts. It's a harmonious spirit expert. Someone shouted in a low voice. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He felt that the energy did not really descend, but it was just a warning. After fighting with the Tsong family's great elder, Lin Xian knew how terrifying a harmonious spirit expert was. He did not want to fight with such a person now, and there was no need for him to offend the volcano cultivation area. Sorry for the disturbance, I'll take my leave now. Lin Xian said loudly, and then left with Zhao Shui. On the other side, Ru Shui looked at Lin Xian, and his eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Let's go, don't delay our business. Ru Shui smiled evilly. Hearing this, Lai Wu nodded, my father is ready, why don't you follow me back? Ru Shui shook his sleeve, and turned into a cloud of blood mist and left. After they left, the surrounding people let out a sigh of relief. That demonic man is so scary. Someone patted his chest and said. That young man called Lord Lin is not simple either. Such a young second-grade inscription master, he is definitely a demonic existence. I heard that a divine medicine has appeared in the north, do you think that these people will appear? That's for sure. Someone was excited, I have to go back and prepare, I can't miss such a good thing. After leaving the cultivation room, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui left the city, and the two of them headed towards the volcano cultivation area in the north. After traveling a few hundred miles, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. In front of him was a group of volcanoes that towered into the clouds. A few of them were still emitting smoke. Feeling the rising temperature in the air, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed and he became cautious. With his purple spirit eyes, he could clearly see that there were many martial artists at the foot of the volcano. Among them, there were a few powerful auras that made his heart palpitate. It seems that the news is most likely true, Zhao Shui said softly. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian's footsteps swayed as he ran forward quickly. At the foot of the volcano, the ground was cracked and the heat was unbearable. It was like a huge furnace that was roasting everything. There were many martial artists nearby. Among them, the most powerful were the Xing and Lai families. The two families each occupied an area and were eyeing covetously. There were also many martial artists who were wandering around, waiting for the right opportunity. With the Xing and Lai families here, we have no chance at all, someone complained softly. What do you know? Another martial artist shouted. This treasure has already alerted the other forces in the fire state. When the time comes, not only the Xing and Lai families, but even the entire blazing city will not be able to compete. How is that possible? Someone asked. If the Earth Fire sect were to come, would you be afraid? Many martial artists shut their mouths. That was a third-rank sect, a giant in Xia country. Who wouldn't be afraid? Someone is coming. Many martial artists woke up from their meditation and looked towards the entrance. Two silhouettes could be seen rushing over. Their speed was so fast that it was frightening. Swoosh, the two of them stopped in their tracks and looked around cautiously. Everyone looked at the silver robes on their bodies, and they were slightly shocked. They are from the Inscription Union. Some martial artists took a deep breath. Then, many people exclaimed and some even stood up. This was because they saw two golden tattoos on the chest of one of the young men. A second-rank inscription master. Many martial artists were shocked. They could not imagine that a young man would have such a terrifying identity. Then, people from the Xing and Lai families walked out and cupped their fists at Lin Xian. This young man was naturally Lin Xian. He returned the greeting and brought Zhao Shui to a clean rock to rest temporarily. Wuji Wuji, the snow-white monkey jumped out and looked around curiously with its big black gem-like eyes. Suddenly, its nose twitched, and an intoxicated expression appeared on its face. After making a bunch of gestures to Lin Xian, the little white monkey disappeared with a whoosh. Lin Xian didn't mind. The little white monkey was far more shrewd than he thought, so he was very relieved. His eyes flickered as he looked at the volcano ahead. As time passed, the bald man from the Xing family arrived. Not long after, Lai Wu and Ru Shui also arrived. The latter stared at Lin Xian, and the coldness in his eyes grew even stronger. Lin Xian ignored the provocative gaze. If the other party really dared to make a move, he wouldn't mind giving them a taste of their own medicine. The people from the Inscription Union are here. Suddenly, someone called out in a low voice. Silhouettes flashed, and more than 10 white-robed warriors appeared in front of everyone. Immediately, a tyrannical pressure emerged in the air. Elder Song didn't come. The leaders were Deacon Wang and Deacon Meng. Behind them were Huang Shanshan and some other young disciples. Deacon Wang saw Lin Xian on the giant rock, and his face lit up with joy. He then led the crowd over. Seniors. Lin Xian smiled and greeted Huang Shanshan. You are already a second-grade inscription master. From now on, we can call each other as equals. Deacon Wang shook his head and smiled. Lin Xian smiled. This was a world where strength was respected, and the age issue could be ignored. In other words, if Lin Xian was a harmonious spirit realm warrior, then these people would respectfully call him senior. Lin Xian didn't dwell on this issue, and quickly asked, "What's the situation here?" "It should be the birth of a spirit herb, but we can't rule out other possibilities." Deacon Wang said in a deep voice, "I don't think there will be a harmonious spirit realm old monster." "Oh?" Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. That kind of expert's destructive power is too great. I think the whole mountain will be destroyed with just one attack. Moreover, almost every force has a harmonious spirit realm expert behind them. If they want to fight, everyone will fight. Rather than that, it's better to not fight and leave it to the younger generation. This way, the younger generation can also be trained. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. The destructive power of a harmonious spirit realm warrior was indeed too great. He had experienced it firsthand. In the following time, more and more forces arrived. A strange fragrance floated in the air, and half of the volcano was shrouded in multicolored light. Wuji wuji, suddenly, a snow-white figure flashed across the sky and ran directly into Lin Xian's arms. Swoosh swoosh, behind it were a few figures with sharp auras. Swoosh, with a flash, a cute girl appeared. Her beautiful big eyes stared at the snow-white little monkey in Lin Xian's arms, and she frowned slightly. "Hey! Is that monkey yours? Are you selling it?" the girl asked in a sweet voice. Wuji wuji, the snow-white little monkey jumped out with a disdainful expression. It kept gesturing something. What is it saying? The crowd was puzzled. I am the one and only in the world. I cannot be measured by money. Lin Xian shrugged and translated for the little monkey. Many people looked at the palm-sized monkey with a strange expression and couldn't help but laugh. Little monkey, I have a spirit fruit for you. The cute girl took out a fist-sized fruit and shook it in front of the little monkey. The fruit was crystal clear. It was obviously not an ordinary fruit. Immediately, many people's eyes flashed and stared at the cute girl with an unfriendly expression. The cute girl didn't seem to feel those gazes. She saw the little monkey take 2 steps forward and take out an agate-like fruit. Whoosh, many people's breathing became rapid. Most of them stared at the spirit fruit in the cute girl's hand with burning eyes. Humph! A cold snort was heard. It exploded in everyone's ears and woke many of the warriors up. Unknowingly, a short old man appeared behind the cute girl. His body emitted a dangerous aura. Everyone's body trembled, and the evil thoughts in their hearts instantly disappeared. The cute girl didn't seem to know anything and continued to call out to the little monkey. Swish, the little monkey couldn't resist the temptation and jumped onto the cute girl's body. It held the spirit fruit and ate it with a smile. Everyone had different expressions. Their eyes were filled with envy. Many people wished they could become monkeys and pounce on it. The cute girl glanced at Lin Xian provocatively and snorted with her delicate little nose. If it wants to go with you, I won't stop it. Lin Xian shrugged. The short old man behind the cute girl looked at Lin Xian in surprise. He didn't expect this young man to be so straightforward. The cute girl hugged the little monkey and sat to the side. Her expression was full of joy. At this time, many people arrived. There were a few fierce auras that made everyone feel a little apprehensive. It's someone from the Earth Fire sect. Everyone panicked and retreated. From this point, one could see how terrifying a 3-star sect was. Just the arrival of a disciple could cause such a huge commotion. There were a total of 6 people from the Earth Fire sect. One of them was tall and had flames dancing on his body like a fire god. Meng Yan. Many warriors secretly swallowed their saliva as they looked at the flame-like man with fear. That was the genius warrior ranked first on the hidden dragon list. Lin Xian stared at the fiery figure and was slightly surprised. He realized that Meng Yan's aura had become even stronger. As expected of the first on the hidden dragon list. His cultivation speed is indeed terrifying. I wonder how strong Lin Feng is now. Lin Xian's heart sank as he felt the pressure once again. I have to get my hands on the spiritual herb this time. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Growing in this volcano was definitely a fire elemental spiritual herb. It was just what he needed. With this fire elemental spiritual herb, he could let Lord Alcohol refine spiritual wine and increase his cultivation. With this in mind, Lin Xian's eyes gradually burned with passion. The Earth Fire sect martial artist found a comfortable place and sat down. Among them, Meng Yan's pupils constricted when he saw the silver-robed Lin Xian. A second-grade inscription master. He whispered as flames seemed to dance in his eyes. Nodding slightly, Meng Yan greeted Lin Xian. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Is he Lin Xian? Isn't he a sword cultivator? How did he become an inscription master? A fair-skinned youth beside Meng Yan was puzzled. It's getting more and more interesting. I'm looking forward to the moment when he duels with Lin Feng. Flames danced on Meng Yan's body as though he had thought of something interesting. Humph. No matter how powerful Sword Pool Manor is, they are still suppressed by us. The youth said disdainfully. One day, I will defeat them all. Meng Yan looked at the youth beside him and warned, You promised the sect master to listen to me. That's why I let you out. Don't cause trouble for me. Don't worry, eldest senior brother. That youth smiled and said, Dad is really too much. I'm not a child. This youth was actually the child of the Earth Fire sect master. This was something that no one could have imagined. Hey, what a smart little monkey. The young man's eyes lit up when he saw the little white monkey in the distance. Beauty, my name is Zhu Hao. How should I address you? Everyone was stunned. They never thought that an Earth Fire sect martial artist would strike up a conversation like this. The short old man behind the cute girl stared at Zhu Hao with an unfriendly expression. His eyes were filled with warning. However, it was obvious that Zhu Hao had overlooked it. As if annoyed by the stare, the cute girl frowned and said, Jiang Ruyue. Good name. Zhu Hao shouted, then laughed strangely, Your monkey is not bad, how about you sell it to me? Black lines appeared on everyone's forehead. Wasn't this target changing too quickly? Jiang Ruyue pouted and snorted, not selling. After saying that, she hugged the little white monkey even tighter. I have something good. Zhu Hao ignored the cute girl and took out 2 bright red fruits, shaking them continuously. Everyone felt dizzy. There was an extremely familiar feeling. Swoosh, the little white monkey's body flashed and jumped onto Zhu Hao's body, making woo-ji-ji noises. Everyone was stunned and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled faintly and did not say anything. Damn monkey, you're ungrateful. Jiang Ruyue said angrily. Woo-ji-ji, the little white monkey ate the spiritual fruit while showing an aggrieved expression. It kept gesturing something. Humph. Speaking of spiritual fruits, I have some too. Jiang Ruyue said angrily. She flipped her hand and took out a few high-grade spiritual fruits. The snow-white little monkey ate happily, and its pair of big eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. Everyone's eyes were burning. They wished that they could be a monkey too. Meng Yan looked at Jiang Ruyue and revealed a surprised expression. He knew that Zhu Hao had a special identity and had many spiritual fruits on him. However, the girl in front of him did not lose to Zhu Hao at all. After thinking for a long time, he still could not guess her identity. At this moment, the little white monkey's belly was bulging and it kept burping. It waved its little paws at Jiang Ruiyue and Zhu Hao. The little white monkey turned into a white light and returned to Lin Xian's side. Wu Ji. The little white monkey sat on Lin Xian's shoulder and took out a few spiritual fruits and handed them to Lin Xian. "You're full. Is this mine?" Lin Xian said with a smile. "You bastard." Zhu Hao and Jiang Ruiyue jumped up and stared at Lin Xian unkindly. "Give me the little monkey. You're a bad guy." Everyone was stunned. When they thought of Lin Xian's indifference, they seemed to have thought of something. Even the people of the Inscription Union looked at Lin Xian in surprise. They did not expect things to turn out this way. "I said that if it's willing to follow you, I won't stop it," Lin Xian said in a low voice. "Now it seems that it's unwilling to go with you." "Nonsense. I'm so handsome. How can it not like me?" Zhu Hao's face turned cold. "That's right. I still have a lot of spiritual fruits," Jiang Ruiyue said angrily. Whoosh, with a flash, the little white monkey directly entered the storage ring and went to sleep. "Humph. Give me the little monkey." Zhu Hao was proud and arrogant. He had never suffered such a loss before. He stomped his feet and the ground bulged slightly. A hot current gushed out quickly. "Retreat." Deacon Wang and Deacon Meng's faces changed. They quickly led the disciples around them to dodge. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed and he floated to a place where there was no one. Boom, the ground cracked and a red light beam rushed out. The place where Lin Xian and the others were standing turned into a sea of fire. The surrounding cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Zhu Hao with fear. Who would have thought that this young man could have such terrifying attack power? This attack has the power of the sixth sky of the spiritual ocean tier? Everyone retreated, afraid of being affected. Swish, after his attack failed, Zhu Hao's body flashed and rushed toward Lin Xian. Great flame steel fist. With a punch, his arm turned into a glazed color. Flame soared into the sky and heat waves swept out in all directions. A terrifying aura rushed toward Lin Xian. Sixth sky of the spiritual ocean tier. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect this young man's cultivation to be so high. He glanced at Meng Yan and saw that the latter was not worried at all. With such strength, he was probably in the top 20 of the hidden dragon roll. No wonder Meng Yan was not worried. Lin Xian smiled. Just nice to test the power of the copper thunder pattern. Without any intention of dodging, Lin Xian stretched out his right hand. His 5 fingers formed a claw as he grabbed at the fiery red fist. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian's aura was only in the 4th sky of the spiritual ocean tier. It was very unwise to fight a martial artist in the 6th sky of the spiritual ocean tier. What is Lin Xian thinking? Deacon Meng and the other martial artists of the Inscription League changed their expressions. On the other side, the martial artists of the Earth Fire sect sneered when they saw this scene. What an idiot. This great flame steel fist is a middle spirit tier martial art, and junior apprentice brother Zhu has practiced it to the small success stage. Normal 6th sky of the spiritual ocean tier martial artists would not dare to take this punch, let alone a 4th sky of the spiritual ocean tier martial artist. The Earth Fire sect warriors looked at Lin Xian with disdain. When Zhu Hao saw Lin Xian's actions, he was also taken aback. However, his fist still shot out quickly. "Get lost," he shouted. "This is not something you can handle." Lin Xian's expression did not change as he quickly reached out with his palm. Boom. Boom, boom. A shockwave exploded, shattering the surrounding mountain rocks. Everyone looked over anxiously, and many of them exclaimed. Among them, the Earth Fire sect had the biggest reaction. A few warriors stood up with looks of disbelief. How can you handle it?" Zhu Hao's face was pale. His fist was tightly gripped and he could not move. In the arena, Lin Xian stood with a smile. One of his palms was blocking the fiery red fist, neutralizing the violent punch. Open! Zhu Hao suddenly exerted his strength. The spiritual energy in his body surged like flames. Stimulated by the flames, Lin Xian's body surface was covered in copper lightning patterns. It was extremely mysterious and emitted a terrifying energy. What move is this? The crowd did not understand as they looked curiously at Lin Xian. When Meng Yan saw the lightning, his eyes narrowed, revealing a grave expression. Zhu Hao did not give up. His left fist quickly struck towards Lin Xian's lower ribs. At such a close distance, there was no time to defend. The fiery red fist was like a small sun, bursting with dazzling light. Boom, a loud sound was heard. Flames danced and lightning overflowed. The ground cracked and the earth trembled. Magma spewed out from the surroundings. Humph, after receiving such a heavy attack, he's definitely dead. Lai Wu said hatefully. Beside him, Ru Shui had a sinister smile on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Ouch. It hurts. An exasperated voice was heard, with a hint of indignation. Hearing this voice, the Earth Fire sect disciples' expressions changed. Even Meng Yan stood up. Whoosh, a figure flew out and landed near the Earth Fire sect. He kept retreating, and every step he took left a terrifying footprint on the ground. Meng Yan reached out and caught the figure. Pain, pain. Zhu Hao's face fell as he kept rubbing his fists. Everyone was stunned and looked at Lin Xian in horror. The scene just now was blocked by the magma, so they didn't know what had happened. Lai Wu looked at Lin Xian with fear in his eyes. His blood-red eyes flashed and a rare solemn expression appeared on his face. The people of the Inscription Alliance were the most horrified. They had sensed the scene with their souls, and a horrified expression appeared on their faces. Just now, Zhu Hao's fist had landed squarely on Lin Xian's body. However, it didn't cause any damage. Not only that, it even injured Zhu Hao. This kind of method was too terrifying. Even a martial artist at the sixth sky of the spiritual ocean tier couldn't injure Lin Xian, which was hard to believe. What a powerful copper thunder pattern. Lin Xian was excited. He had risked his life to snatch the thunder python skin from a harmonious spirit expert and successfully refined the copper thunder mark. Now, it was finally showing its effect. He estimated that ordinary martial artists below the seventh sky of the spiritual ocean tier wouldn't be able to injure him. Lin Xian had a rough guess in his heart. However, this was only limited to ordinary martial arts. For some genius martial artists who had comprehended sword intent or concept, it was very likely to injure them. However, this didn't affect the power of the copper thunder pattern. After all, there were only a small number of such martial artists. How powerful would the silver thunder pattern and gold thunder pattern be? Lin Xian didn't dare to imagine. I'll teach you a lesson. Seeing Lin Xian's smile, Jiang Ruyue was instantly enraged. Her delicate face was covered with coldness. Her graceful body flashed and disappeared from the spot. So fast. Everyone was shocked again. They couldn't see Jiang Ruyue's movement at all. Swoosh, Lin Xian used the wind thunder step and disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he reappeared in another place. Damn it, don't run. Jiang Ruyue shouted angrily as she missed. Lin Xian rubbed his chin helplessly and nodded, all right, I won't run. I'll beat you to death, you big liar. Jiang Ruyue formed a strange seal with her palms and raised it above her head. A simple and unadorned water bottle appeared in her hand. Thousands of rays of light fell from the bottle. A vicissitude aura rushed over, causing everyone's eyelids to twitch. What kind of move is this? It's so terrifying. The surrounding martial artists ran far away. Aquarius seal. Jiang Ruyue shouted. She held the Aquarius in her hand and struck out a powerful attack. A silver waterfall flew towards Lin Xian like an upside-down waterfall. Wherever it passed, the mountain was sliced in half. Clang! Clang! The silver waterfall slashed on Lin Xian's body, creating a string of sparks. The lightning on the surface of Lin Xian's body shone brightly as streaks of mysterious lightning patterns appeared, forming a strong defense that forcefully blocked the silver waterfall. Break! Lin Xian bellowed as he punched out with his fist, bringing along a flash of lightning as it collided with the silver waterfall. Crack! 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 Like a mirror, the silver waterfall shattered into countless pieces. What a perverted defense! Jiang Ruyue cursed softly. What a tortoise shell. If you're done, go back. I don't have time to play with you, Lin Xian said indifferently. You. Jiang Ruyue was furious. Who's done? Let's attack together. Zhu Hao said with a cold face. The two of them turned into two rays of light and rushed towards Lin Xian. At the same time, they struck out a powerful attack. Lin Xian stomped on the ground. The lightning under his feet turned into several dragons. The terrifying force caused the ground to crack. Rumble, within a radius of 50 meters, the ground cracked into countless pieces. Magma gushed out from the ground, emitting a terrifying heat wave. At the same time, the dragons formed by the lightning roared at the sky. Their momentum shook the sky and sent Zhu Hao and Jiang Ruyue flying. Swoosh, swoosh, Meng Yan caught Zhu Hao. The short old man also retreated with Jiang Ruyue. The magma under the ground kept rolling and flowing in all directions. While everyone was avoiding the magma, they looked at Lin Xian in horror and kept swallowing their saliva. Wasn't he an inscription master? How could he have such a strong physique? Everyone was puzzled. After a while, everything calmed down. The magma under the ground flowed out, revealing a hole. It was dark and exuded a terrifying heat. No one knew where it led to. Hey, there's a fragrance. Is the spiritual medicine inside? The martial artists of the Inscription Union were puzzled. They were the most sensitive to the smell of spiritual medicine. Deacon Wang and Deacon Meng looked at each other and did not dare to make a decision. Lin Xian, what do you think? Deacon Wang asked. As long as there's a chance, I'll go down and investigate. Lin Xian's voice was firm. The fire attribute spiritual medicine was very important to him, so he would not give it up. The martial artists of the other forces were also discussing with each other. Wuji Wuji, the little white monkey jumped out and grabbed Lin Xian's clothes, shaking it constantly. Got it. Lin Xian rubbed its head and said to Deacon Wang and the others, Seniors, I'll go in first. After that, he turned into a shadow and went in. After entering the underground tunnel, Lin Xian felt a heat wave that was more than 1,000 degrees Celsius. The lightning patterns on his body glowed, forming a lightning defense that wrapped Lin Xian up. He was like a shooting star, falling down rapidly. Outside, a group of martial artists had uncertain gazes. We can't let that kid reap the benefits. Let's go in quickly. Earthfire Sect, Life Family, and other factions quickly jumped in. On the Inscription Alliance's side, Attendant Wang and Attendant Meng looked at each other and made a decision. The underground is dangerous and unpredictable. Disciples below the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier shouldn't go. A few disciples walked out and stood to the side. Although they were unwilling, they knew it was for their own good. Just the heat wave alone wasn't something they could withstand. The others followed the two attendants and jumped down. Peng, Lin Xian landed on a rock stratum, causing countless cracks to appear. He used his purple spirit eyes to observe the surroundings. Wuji Wuji, the snow-white monkey jumped onto his shoulder and pointed ahead, crying non-stop. Alright, I'll listen to you. Lin Xian smiled and quickly rushed forward. The ground was filled with fiery red magma that made sizzling sounds as he stepped on it. Lin Xian increased his speed and quickly passed through the scorching zone. Gradually, red plants appeared on both sides of the road, with agate-like fruits growing on them. It's a fire Bodhi. Lord Alcohol exclaimed. Xiao Xuanzi, pick more. Lord Alcohol wants to brew wine. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and quickly picked them up. These fruits were extremely hot. If not for Lin Xian's copper thunder pattern, it would have been difficult to pick them. On the other side, the snow-white monkey was also busy. A white light flashed, and a red fruit on a vine was gone. After a while, over 20 fire Bodhi fruits were all picked. Lin Xian set off again. Not long after he left, the large group behind him arrived. There are plants. Lai Family's martial artists exclaimed. This is an obvious sign of being picked. Could it be that the kid picked them? The faces of the martial artists were gloomy, and the Earthfire Sect martial artists were even more furious. They were fire attribute martial artists, so these fruits were like holy fruits to them, but now, they could only watch helplessly. Speed up, Meng Yan said in a low voice. He led the people from the Earth Fire sect and transformed into a beam of light as they quickly left. Let's go quickly. We can't let Lin Xian get hurt. The people of the Inscription Alliance also rushed forward quickly. On the side of the Lai family, Rushui left the group and turned into a bloody mist, disappearing quickly. The last ones to arrive were Jiang Ruyue and the Short Elder. It's actually a fire bodhi. The Short Elder was astonished. Then, he transplanted a few fire vines and put them into his storage ring. Jiang Ruyue blinked her big eyes and waited quietly for the old man. A moment later, the two of them set off again. There were 3 forks in the road ahead. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he used his soul force to probe ahead. In the end, the 3 paths were exactly the same for at least 100 meters. Wuji Wuji, the little white monkey pointed at the path ahead with a confident look. Lin Xian did not hesitate. His body flashed and disappeared into the path. Not long after, the people behind also arrived at the intersection. Damn it, there are 3 paths. The people from the Lai family cursed. Let's split up. They split into 3 groups and entered the 3 paths. The disciples of the Earth Fire sect looked at Meng Yan and waited for his decision. Zhu Hao and I will take one path. The rest of you, don't split up and take the other path. Then, he led Zhu Hao into the path on the right. Let's take the left path, the remaining disciples of the Earth Fire sect said. The few of them also quickly disappeared. Whoosh, a cloud of red blood mist suddenly appeared and transformed into a human figure. Rushui licked her red lips and sensed the aura left in the air. Then, she sneered and entered the path in front. The people of the Inscription Alliance also split into 2 groups and walked into the left and right paths. Finally, the Short Elder and Jiang Ruyue entered the path in front. Lin Xian's path was unimpeded as he sped forward. On the ground, he discovered many red crystals that contained a surge of energy. This is a fire crystal. It's even more precious than a mid-grade spirit stone, Lord Alcohol said. Since it was good stuff, Lin Xian did not hold back. With a wave of his sleeve, all the fire crystals on the ground were taken away. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched as he sensed a faint aura coming from behind him. Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Lin Xian sneered when he sensed the Yin Qi. Qi. Countless red threads flew out like fine sword marks and stabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned around and punched out. Thunder roared and the fierce power of lightning formed a lightning dragon that swept in all directions. The dark red threads were all broken and drowned by the sea of lightning. Swoosh, the moment Lin Xian punched out, a red mist appeared behind him. A pale hand held a demonic dagger and stabbed at his back. Ding, the copper lightning runes on Lin Xian's body flourished and densely packed lightning runes appeared on his body. At the same time, he twisted his body and swept his right leg behind him like a heavenly saber. The dagger was blocked by the copper lightning runes, and Rushui turned into a bloody mist again. Lin Xian's right leg passed through the bloody mist without causing any damage. Whoosh, whoosh. The bloody mist churned as Rushui's body appeared. Her red lips looked as if they were about to drip blood. Fire. She opened her mouth for the first time. As if there was an invisible magic, flames suddenly surged out from both sides of the passage. In an instant, the place turned into a sea of fire. Illusion. Lin Xian was vigilant. He had only seen eye techniques before, but he did not expect to see another soul technique this time. The sea of fire surged as if it wanted to devour Lin Xian. Whoosh, a sword beam rushed up and cut the sea of fire in half. Soul sword. Rushui was shocked for the first time. Fire beast blood devour. A drop of blood seemed to float out of her red lips and fell into the sea of fire. Roar, suddenly, a low roar rang out. Dozens of ferocious and terrifying demonic beasts appeared in the surroundings. Flames danced on their bodies and huge beast claws pounced on Lin Xian. The soul sword waved again and killed all the demonic beasts near him. However, more and more flaming demonic beasts pounced over. Sword spirit space. Lin Xian's right eye emitted light and formed an independent spiritual world, sucking in all the demonic beasts in the sea of fire. The soul sword stabbed out again and quickly slashed at Rushui. Poof, Ru Shui clearly did not expect Lin Xian's soul attack to be so exquisite that it could destroy his flaming demonic beasts in an instant. In his carelessness, he was injured. His body swayed and the fire world retreated. Ru Shui stood in front of him with a pale face. "Let me show you my blood demon technique." Ru Shui stretched out her thumb and wiped her seductive red lips. A drop of blood appeared in the air, carrying with it a boundless murderous aura. Ru Shui's arm swayed as she whispered. The blood spread rapidly, forming a strange pattern. "Blood demon, come out." A low roar reverberated in the air, causing the void to vibrate with a buzzing sound. The pattern in the air shone brightly, emitting a dazzling red light. Then, a blood-red arm stretched out, like a demon returning from hell. Finally, a ferocious blood demon appeared in front of Lin Xian. The blood demon looked like a human, but it had 4 arms and a horn on its head. Blood dripped from its body. Ru Shui stood in the distance, her red lips slightly opened, emitting a strange sound wave. Buzz, the blood demon suddenly charged at Lin Xian. Its 4 arms waved non-stop, forming a sky full of fist shadows. Lin Xian punched out like a bolt of lightning. The terrifying energy hit the blood demon's body, causing ripples. A bowl-sized hole appeared on its body, but most of Lin Xian's fist power was absorbed by the flowing liquid on the blood demon's body. Moreover, the hole was healing quickly. Not only that, but the blood demon's greatest characteristic was that it was not afraid of pain. "It's a killing machine." Roar, the blood demon roared, and its 4 arms formed different shapes, forming a huge attack. Bang! Boom! Clang, Lin Xian attacked with all his might, clashing with the blood demon. Terrifying energy spread in all directions. For a moment, the two were in a deadlock. "Hee hee. I'm going to take your head." Ru Shui laughed evilly. "Humph. Purple Extreme Demon Palace is nothing more than this." Lin Xian sneered. Lightning storm. Golden electric arcs surged, strong winds blew, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The blood demon was hit by the lightning and let out a scream. Sizzle, sizzle. Like ice meeting fire, it kept melting. Under the effect of the golden electric arcs, terrifying wounds appeared on the blood demon's body. Whoosh, the blood demon retreated and stood beside Ru Shui. "Impossible. My blood demon is not afraid of ordinary lightning." Ru Shui's face darkened as she looked at the golden electric arcs with fear. "How dare you hurt my blood demon? I'll kill you. I've already killed quite a few disciples of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace. One more won't make a difference." Lin Xian said disdainfully. "Show me what you've got." "What? How dare you kill a disciple of my Devil Palace?" Ru Shui's pupil shrank. "I want to drink your blood, eat your flesh, and make you fall into hell forever." Fuse. His body flashed and turned into a cloud of blood mist that fused into the blood demon's body. Wang. Wang, in an instant, 2 cold glints appeared in the blood demon's eye sockets. Ka ka ka, the blood demon shook its body, and the wound caused by the golden lightning arc quickly healed. Not only that, the aura on his body was much more powerful, almost reaching the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. "Now, I won't be afraid of your golden lightning anymore. Obediently accept your death." Ru Shui laughed nastily and his body turned into a bloody afterimage. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lin Xian. His 4 arms danced quickly, and a terrifying attack enveloped Lin Xian's entire body. Hung long long, golden lightning surged out and turned into a lightning beast, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. "It's useless." Ru Shui laughed loudly, clenched his fists, and punched the lightning beast, shattering it. Lin Xian frowned, and his eyes gradually became fierce. The next moment, a sword light flashed. Like a graceful swan, it turned into a strange arc in the air. "Ah!" Ru Shui screamed and retreated in horror. "This is sword intent. Damn it, you're a sword cultivator." A terrifying sword mark appeared on his chest, almost splitting him in half. "Let's end this." Lin Xian's sword intent kept rising. The dragon-shaped mark in his body glowed, and a dragon head roared. Chi, a sword slashed out, as if a dragon's roar was heard. The sword light was extremely fast, and instantly enveloped Ru Shui. Pu pu pu, countless sword lights appeared in all directions, sharp to the extreme. 3 of Ru Shue's 4 arms were broken, and his chest was hit again. No, I don't want to die. Blood demon body disintegration technique. Ru Shue shouted in horror. The blood demon exploded, forming thousands of blood lines that rushed in all directions. Many of them drilled into the ground and stone walls, disappearing. Lin Xian did not attack again. That sword strike had severely injured Ru Shue, and he would not be able to fight for at least half a year. He put away his long sword and continued to walk forward. At that moment, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air behind him. Lin Xian stopped and turned around. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures landed. It was Jiang Ruyue and the short old man. The short old man looked at the sword marks around him and felt the remaining aura in the air. He said in a deep voice, "What a sharp sword intent." "Humph, big liar." Jiang Ruyue snorted. "I'm not a liar," Lin Xian touched his chin and said with a smile. "I didn't expect you to be a sword cultivator. The younger generation will surpass us in time." The short old man looked at Lin Xian and praised. "You flatter me." Lin Xian smiled. "It's dangerous ahead. Why don't we go together?" He could see that the short old man had no ill intentions. Lin Xian also felt that Jiang Ruyue's identity was not simple. After all, not everyone could take out a handful of spirit fruits to feed a monkey. "All right." The short old man smiled. On the other hand, Jiang Ruyue pouted angrily with an unhappy look on her face. The 3 of them moved forward quickly and finally reached the end. There was a thick wall in front of them, blocking their way. "It's a dead end?" The short old man was surprised. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He observed carefully and found that the wall was unusually thick. Whoosh, he picked up the little white monkey and pinched its face with his fingers. "There's no way out. What should we do?" The snow-white monkey's face was distorted. It grunted in dissatisfaction and jumped into Jiang Ruyue's arms. "Wooji wooji," the monkey gestured. "What did it say?" Jiang Ruyue asked as she hugged the monkey. "It said it's behind this wall." Lin Xian shrugged. Following that, the 3 of them began to search carefully. The short old man and Lin Xian even began to bombard the wall. However, they didn't dare use too much strength. If the tunnel was destroyed, they would be doomed. Could there be a trap? Lin Xian was puzzled. "There aren't any traps." "Let's go around it," Lord Alcohol said with a voice transmission. "Go around it?" Lin Xian was puzzled. "You know about earth rats, right?" Lord Alcohol didn't elaborate. Lin Xian's mouth twitched as he smiled bitterly. "Guys, why don't we dig a hole?" In the other 2 tunnels, everyone was attacked by underground creatures. The tunnel on the left had countless fire lizards, while the one on the right had fire scorpions. After all the calculations, Lin Xian's tunnel was the safest. However, the warriors on both sides charged out of the tunnel after a bloody battle. A vast underground world appeared in front of them. There were magma ravines and jagged rocks. From time to time, heat waves would surge out. In the middle was a gigantic magma that constantly bubbled and emitted scorching heat. And in the middle of the magma was a boulder with a fiery red plant growing on it. On top of it, there was a fist-sized spirit fruit that was emitting a colorful glow. Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the red fruit on the lava. "Dragon fruit!" A warrior from the Lai family exclaimed as he clenched his fists tightly. Meng Yan's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. His lips curled into a smile. He carefully stared at the red fruit in the distance. The fruit was oval-shaped with 4 protrusions on its skin, like 4 coiled dragons. "It really is the fire dragon fruit." Meng Yan's expression was burning. Zhu Hao was pleasantly surprised. "This is a 6th grade spirit fruit." Dragon fruit, a 6th grade spirit fruit. It was an extremely precious spirit fruit even in Xia country. He did not expect to see it here. "Get ready!" A warrior from the Lai family shouted in a low voice. In an instant, 3 figures rushed out quickly. Whoosh! 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 The 3 figures had powerful auras as they turned into light and flew out quickly. "How dare you!" When the martial artists of the other forces saw this, they also sent out their martial artists. Other than the people from the Earthfire sect and the Inscription Union, a total of 11 people rushed towards the dragon fruit. The bubbles in the magma churned and gradually boiled. A few warriors at the fifth sky of the spiritual sea realm had their spirit energy defense pierced by the splashing lava. Horrifying wounds appeared on their bodies. After struggling for a while, 3 warriors fell into the lava and screamed. But soon, his heart sank. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the fiery red lava with fear. No one below the harmonious spirit realm would be able to escape from such heat. Hopefully, they would succeed this time. Many warriors from different forces prayed. Idiot, how is that possible? Zhu Hao said disdainfully, this kind of spirit fruit can't be picked so easily. As if in response to his words, a 5-meter-tall wave suddenly surged from the lava. Like a small waterfall, the fiery red lava exploded in the air. Ah! A few more screams sounded as a few warriors fell into the lava. The remaining warriors' faces changed as they activated their spirit energy to the extreme. Roar, a low roar sounded and echoed in the air. A tall figure emerged from the lava, emitting a terrifying demonic aura. A crimson light lit up as if it wanted to tear the air apart. The entire lava formed a dark red energy. Pung pung pung, the remaining martial artists were unable to change their direction in the air and were hit by these energies, falling into the lava one after another. Whoosh, the fiery red figure landed on the rock and looked at everyone with a ferocious expression. The expressions of the warriors on the shore changed again and again. Especially the Lai family and the other families that had sent out warriors, they were heartbroken. Those were the elites of the family, yet they lost their lives just like that. What a heavy demonic aura. Meng Yan took a deep breath. Everyone looked at that figure with fear and subconsciously took 2 steps back. It was a 3-meter-tall demonic ape. Its entire body was fiery red, and its skin was like a crystal armor, emitting a dark glow. This aura is probably at the peak of the 5th rank. Deacon Wang sighed. A 5th-rank demonic beast was equivalent to a warrior at the 7th sky of Spirit Sea Realm. A peak 5th-rank demonic beast was close to the harmonious spirit realm. In addition, monstrous beasts were originally stronger than martial artists of the same level. Almost no one here was a match for the monstrous ape. As for the human wave tactic, it was even worse. Ordinary martial artists would not even be able to withstand a single blow from the monster ape. The scene just now was enough to explain this problem. 7 or 8 warriors, half of them were at the 6th sky of Spirit Sea Realm, yet they could not withstand a single blow from the monster ape. Are we going to give up just like that? Everyone was unwilling. That was a 6th-rank spirit fruit. Since ancient times, the harmonious spirit realm was a hurdle that blocked most of the warriors outside the door. Only a very small number of people were able to surpass it and become a true expert. However, with this kind of 6th-rank spirit fruit, there was a high chance that a warrior could enter the harmonious spirit realm. This was also the reason why everyone went crazy. Moreover, even if they could not enter the harmonious spirit realm, they could still advance by a small realm. No one would give up on such a spirit fruit. For a moment, everyone looked at the Earthfire sect. It was a 3rd-rank sect, and the leader was the first in the Hidden Dragon ranking, Meng Yan. He should have a way. Feeling everyone's gaze, Meng Yan smiled. Everyone, if we want to get this spirit fruit, we will need everyone to work together. Oh? Young Master Meng has a way? Many warriors were delighted. Although this monster ape is ferocious, its intelligence is ordinary and not comparable to humans. We can use a trick to lure it away. Meng Yan said. Just as Meng Yan and the others were discussing, Lin Xian and the other 2 went around the stone door and came in. Be careful, there's lava ahead. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he reminded them in a low voice. Let's get out of here quickly. Jiang Ruyue felt uncomfortable underground. Wait, let's check the situation first. Lin Xian was very cautious. Purple light flashed in his eyes as if it was going to pierce through the soil. Using his soul force, he sensed everything outside and transmitted it to Jiang Ruyue and the short old man. It's a dragon fruit. The short old man exclaimed, this is a 6th-rank spirit fruit. Lin Xian's pupils shrunk after hearing this. He naturally knew the magical effect of a 6th-rank spirit fruit. We must get it. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with excitement. You? Jiang Ruyue curled her lips, that demonic beast can kill you with one slap. Plus, there are so many warriors outside. So, we can't go out. We have to hide in the dark. Lin Xian said with a smile, the two of you, don't tell me you're thinking about the dragon fruit too? Nonsense. Jiang Ruyue snorted. No way, you're so rich. You can take out a spirit fruit so casually. Why don't you give it to me? Lin Xian said with a smile. Go to hell. Jiang Ruyue was furious. It's not too late to say these words after we get it. The short old man said. The three of them hid carefully underground. Outside, Meng Yan and the others had already thought of a countermeasure. The group of people used a secret technique to lure the demonic ape away while their real bodies rushed toward the dragon fruit. Old man, help me stop Meng Yan and I can give you 1/3 of the dragon fruit. Lin Xian said with a smile. The short old man looked at Lin Xian in surprise and said in a low voice, okay. Find me at the Inscription Alliance. Lin Xian released the little white monkey and was ready to retreat at any time. Meng Yan, the Lai family, and the other forces rushed toward the dragon fruit. Behind them, Hu Yuan's angry voice and the screams of the warriors could be heard. Oh no, that beast has noticed it. The warriors of the Lai family were shocked. Humph. The corners of Meng Yan's mouth curled into a smile. His hand was about to touch the dragon fruit. However, in the next moment, the dragon fruit was gone. Meng Yan's pupils shrank as he stared intently at his surroundings. The other warriors also exclaimed in surprise. Swish, a white figure flashed past at an extremely fast speed. The little white monkey hugged the dragon fruit and made a face at the crowd. Then, it disappeared with a whoosh. It's that monkey. Damn it, chase it. Lin Xian. Meng Yan said in a low voice with a murderous aura. Meng Yan's eyes revealed a sinister killing intent. As the first on the hidden dragon roll, no one had ever dared to toy with him like this. Moreover, he would not allow this 6th-grade spirit fruit to fall into the hands of others because it was his guarantee to enter the harmonious spirit realm. Bang! A powerful aura exploded from Meng Yan's body, blowing away all the martial artists around him. How terrifying. This is the aura of the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm. The martial artists from various factions were frightened and involuntarily took a few steps back. At this moment, the fire ape in the distance charged over. Demonic chi filled the sky, pressing down on everyone like a mountain. Lava exploded, forming a pillar of flame that sprayed towards the martial artists nearby. Whoosh, for a moment, everyone dodged quickly. Flames flickered on Meng Yan's body. He punched the rising lava wave and flew towards the bulging ground in the distance. There, he felt the aura of the dragon fruit. Deliver the goods first. Looking at Meng Yan who was getting closer, the short old man said in a deep voice. All right. Lin Xian was very decisive. With a chop of his hand, he threw 1/3 of the dragon fruit to the short old man. Grabbing the snow-white little monkey, Lin Xian ran out of the passage. The short old man sighed in admiration and put away the dragon fruit. This child is exceptionally talented and decisive. He'll definitely become someone great in the future. Lin Xian's actions surprised the short old man. It was very rare to be able to keep calm in front of such a treasure. His body flashed and appeared on the ground, blocking Meng Yan. Get lost. Meng Yan was exceptionally furious when he saw Lin Xian running away. Great flame steel fist. Meng Yan's fists turned into a glazed color like red agate, glowing with light. That power could shatter an ordinary martial artist at the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm. However, the short old man was not afraid. He cupped his fists and drew a circle. A green light lit up, and a bright moon appeared in his hand. The gentle light contained a terrifying power. Chi. The great flame steel fist hit the bright moon. It was as if it hit water, causing ripples. The short old man's palm turned, and the bright moon in his hand shone even brighter. A majestic power surged out and repelled Meng Yan's fist. Humph. Meng Yan snorted coldly and didn't continue fighting. His body transformed into countless flaming lights that flew out in all directions. The short old man smiled and raised his hand. The bright moon in his hand expanded infinitely, filling up the surrounding space. Ding ding ding, all the flames were blocked. Meng Yan's body was revealed and he staggered back a few steps. "Don't force me to kill you." Meng Yan's voice was filled with killing intent. "Little fellow, be good and stay here with this old man," the short old man said with a smile. At the side, Jiang Ruyue blinked her big bright eyes and muttered softly. Boom, another fiery red figure flashed past, quickly heading in the direction Lin Xian had fled. "It's a fire ape!" Jiang Ruyue exclaimed. The short old man sighed. He can only depend on himself. Even though he was strong, he wasn't a harmonious spirit realm warrior, and he didn't have the cloning technique, so he couldn't stop the fire ape. Boom boom boom, the ground was blasted apart, and scorching lava gushed out. A figure rushed out from the ground and kept changing positions in the air. "It's Lin Xian, he's the one who stole the dragon fruit." Swoosh, a group of warriors rushed forward and stared at Lin Xian with fiery eyes. However, no one dared to step forward. The fire ape's eyes were burning with fire, and its flaming big hand mercilessly covered Lin Xian. Swoosh, Lin Xian used the wind thunder step, creating hundreds of shadows to confuse the crowd. "Block the passage, don't let him escape." The Lai family's people shouted. Humph, Deacon Wang snorted, and his aura burst out, blocking the crowd. At the same time, all the warriors of the Inscription Union stood beside Deacon Wang, staring at the Lai family's people with unfriendly eyes. "How dare you touch the people of the Inscription Union?" Deacon Wang said coldly. "Why wouldn't we dare?" "Zhu Hao, bring some people to stop Lin Xian." Meng Yan shouted. "Eldest senior brother, don't worry, we won't let that kid escape." Zhu Hao and the others said quickly. For a moment, Meng Yan was held back by the short old man, and the Lai family's people were shocked by the Inscription Union. However, Lin Xian's crisis did not lessen, and the fire ape alone was enough to put him in danger. Fortunately, he did not need to kill the fire ape, he only needed to escape. Sword Soul Space. The runes in Lin Xian's right eye filled the air, forming a strong suction force, as if to suck the fire ape's soul away. Roar, the fire ape was stunned for a moment, and its body stopped. Lin Xian took the opportunity to escape quickly. When the fire ape came back to its senses, Lin Xian had already escaped into the passage. After a few angry roars, the fire ape fell into madness, but it did not enter the passage. Instead, it attacked the people in the cave. "Retreat, it's gone crazy." Countless warriors fled, and the scene was extremely chaotic. After Lin Xian entered the passage, he increased his speed to the extreme, turning into a wind thunder shadow, and moved forward quickly. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, there was the sound of air breaking behind him, and three powerful auras approached quickly. Swoosh! The flame was like a long snake, shooting toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian flicked his hand, shooting out a few sword chi, which broke through the air. Chin, the sharp sword chi destroyed everything, and dissolved the attack behind him. "Lin Xian, you can't escape." Zhu Hao yelled from behind. Lin Xian suddenly stopped, and the autumn scar sword appeared in his hand. Sword Soul Space. A strange soul attack rushed toward the three behind him, causing their minds to go blank for a moment. Wind Thunder Sword Wave. He stabbed out, and the sword chi was like a wave, rushing out quickly. Puff! Puff! The three screamed, and horrifying sword wounds appeared on their bodies. Shoo! Lin Xian put away his long sword, turned around, and left. Zhu Hao and the other two did not dare to attack again. At that moment, they felt the danger of death. Obviously, Lin Xian could easily kill them. Looking at Lin Xian's back, the three sighed, and started to treat the wounds on their bodies. Shoo! Lin Xian escaped from the underground tunnel, and came up to the surface. Without stopping, Lin Xian ran toward the mountain in the distance. Half a day later, he came to an uninhabited mountain range, and opened up a cave. Wooji wooji, the snow-white monkey jumped out, and kept gesturing. "Okay, I got it," Lin Xian said. He took out the dragon fruit, split it in half, and gave one half to the snow-white monkey. This was what they had discussed beforehand. The Snow-White Monkey would steal it, and Lin Xian would be in charge of escaping. When it was done, the two would split it equally. The Snow-White Monkey ate happily, while Lin Xian took out the 1,000-year snow lotus, put it together with the dragon fruit, and gave it to Lord Alcohol. "Don't worry, I'll definitely make a pot of ice fire raging flames wine for you." Lord Alcohol laughed. A day later, Lord Alcohol finished refining. The ice fire raging flames wine was half ice and half fire. It was a mixture of ice and fire, containing a powerful energy. Lin Xian drank a cup, and his face immediately changed. It was as if there was a ball of fire burning in his body, and it was extremely hot. It was as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and it was abnormally cold. Two colors, green and red, appeared on his body. The effect of ice and fire was perfectly reflected on his body. Two completely opposite forces collided in his body. Lin Xian carefully guided this force, constantly changing it. 3 days later, the boulder that blocked the cave suddenly cracked open, and a terrifying wave of spiritual power surged out from inside. The surrounding wind and clouds surged, forming a fierce wind. The momentum was shocking. Lin Xian slowly walked out with a smile on his face. He didn't expect the power of the ice fire blaze wine to be so great, allowing his cultivation to rise from the 4th sky of the spiritual sea realm to the 6th. And his strength had increased by at least 5 times. Now, even if he met Meng Yan, he didn't have to run away. With a powerful sword intent and a strange soul attack, he had the power to fight. It's time to leave. Lin Xian counted the days and realized that the battle of the inscription tower was getting closer. "Let's go get Zhao Shui first." His body flashed, and he ran towards Flame City. In Flame City, Lin Xian's appearance caused an invisible storm. Everyone knew that he had a 6th-rank spirit fruit. That was something that all spiritual Sea Realm warriors would go crazy for. Countless pairs of eyes stared at him, and many people were ready to make a move. Lin Xian found Zhao Shui and quickly left Flame City. When the two left the city, they realized that someone was secretly following them. "Do you want me to deal with them?" Zhao Shui asked. She had been comprehending the stone eyeball for the past few days, and her soul power had reached the 2nd seal level. It could be said that her strength had increased by a large margin. "They're just clowns. Don't worry about them." Lin Xian shook his head. Half a day later, the people behind them caught up. There were a total of 3 people, all dressed in black and wearing masks. One of them had a powerful aura, reaching the 7th sky of the spiritual sea realm. Zhao Shui's expression was solemn. With such a lineup, even with her 2nd seal soul power, it was difficult to deal with. Who knew that Lin Xian didn't have any intention of letting her fight? He slowly walked out, and said in a deep voice, "I'll give you a chance. Get lost. Or die. Kid, don't think that just because you're from the Inscription League, we won't dare to touch you. In this wilderness, even if you die, no one will suspect us brothers. Of all things you shouldn't have possessed a sacred item like the dragon fruit." The 3 masked martial artists laughed sinisterly. "Noisy." Lin Xian's face turned cold, and his right fist suddenly blasted out. "You're courting death." A black-clothed martial artist at the 6th sky of the spiritual ocean realm sneered, and the long saber in his hand suddenly slashed out. The saber light soared into the sky like a waterfall, bringing with it a gust of wind. Lin Xian's face was expressionless. Red copper lightning patterns appeared on his arm, and complex runes covered his entire fist. Crack, when the fist collided with the saber light, the ferocious fist directly shattered the resplendent saber light. Furthermore, the fist continued to charge towards the black-cloaked cultivator. Crack! Bang! Under everyone's gaze, the black-cloaked martial artist's long saber broke into 2 halves, followed by his protective shield, and then his ribs. Puff! Thunder and lightning surged with terrifying force. The body of the black-cloaked martial artist at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm turned into a pile of rotten meat, falling onto the ground. Hiss! The remaining 2 black-cloaked martial artists gasped, and looked at Lin Xian with a terrified expression. That was a martial artist at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. He was actually killed by a single punch. Zhao Shui covered her mouth, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. At the same time, she felt a deep sense of defeat in her heart. She originally thought that with the increase of her soul power, the gap between her and Lin Xian would shrink a lot. Who knew that the gap between the two was getting bigger and bigger? Lin Xian's cultivation not only reached the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm, but his strength was even more horrifying. To be able to shatter a martial artist at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm with a single punch, even a martial artist at the beginning stage of the 7th layer might not be able to do so. Let's go together. He must have used some secret technique to increase his strength. The martial artist at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm roared. The two quickly charged towards Lin Xian, and simultaneously launched a resplendent attack. Dang, Lin Xian pulled out the autumn scar sword, and with a sword-drawing technique, he killed the martial artist at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Wind Emperor's sword. Sword intent surged, and Lin Xian stabbed out. Puff, the martial artist at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm's pupils dilated, and his face was still filled with disbelief. A sword hole appeared in between his eyebrows, and blood and brain matter kept gushing out. Boom, the martial artist fell to the ground. Zhao Shui stared blankly at Lin Xian, and felt like she was dreaming. That was a martial artist at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. How could he be as weak as a chicken? Lin Xian sheathed his long sword, and the sword intent on his body disappeared, and even his spiritual power disappeared. The Wind Emperor's sword was already at 50%. He was very satisfied with the sword just now. Let's go. Lin Xian turned around, and revealed a harmless smile. Oh. Zhao Shui nodded subconsciously, and followed with a numb body. In the following days, martial artists kept coming to find them, and Lin Xian easily dealt with them. At night, the moon shone brightly. Lin Xian started a fire, and roasted 2 wild boars. Zhao Shui rested her chin on her hands, and looked at the fire in a daze. Suddenly, she frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Just sit. Lin Xian's voice was calm. He added some charcoal to the fire, and looked into the distance. There, a tyrannical aura was rapidly approaching. Lin Xian stood up, and waited quietly. Whoosh, a figure landed, and the ground was smashed. Terrifying cracks spread in all directions, and it was accompanied by a scorching heat. It's not Meng Yan. Lin Xian's voice had a hint of disappointment. Who do you think you are to make Senior Meng attack? The person was disdainful. I'm Han Zhen, and I'm here to take your life. With that, the young man pulled out the long spear on his back, and then put it together. Suddenly, a fierce aura rose from his body. Spear force. Zhao Shui was shocked. At least you have a good eye. Han Zhen smiled proudly. This is great success spear force, and it's not weak even in terms of artistic conception. Lin Xian was slightly interested. It seemed that 3-star sects were indeed extraordinary. Any random person from them was a peak existence in the younger generation. Interesting, I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Xian pulled out his long sword. Like a divine sword being unsheathed, a fierce aura spread from his body. Ding ding. Clang, the great dragon sword intent went against the great success spear force. The two invisible forces collided in the void, and it was like thunder, creating terrifying ripples. Zhao Shui was a little worried. It was the first time she saw someone who could resist Lin Xian's sword intent. Moreover, the other party's cultivation was in the 7th sky of the spiritual sea realm, and he firmly suppressed Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian did not seem to be afraid. Whoosh, Han Zhen took the initiative to attack. The long spear shook, and like a dragon emerging from the sea, it stabbed out fiercely. The air seemed to be torn apart, and the ground shattered, and a terrifying crack appeared. This spear was extremely fierce. Wind Thunder Pierce. Lin Xian also stabbed out with his sword. Sword intent surged, and a sword chi that was dozens of meters long crashed down, hitting on the long spear. The two forces collided, and the air shook. The energy surged in all directions like water ripples. Crack! Crack! Zhao Shui's body floated away like duckweed. Fire kill. Han Zhen twisted his spear and a ball of dark red flame appeared on the tip of the spear. Although the flame was small, the energy it contained was shocking. Once it appeared, the entire space trembled. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. As a rune master, his soul power was outstanding. Naturally, he could feel the terror of that ball of flame. Break, his spear surged and formed a terrifying flame attack. Using the wind thunder step, Lin Xian's body disappeared. He did not choose to take it head-on. It was not that he was afraid. Sometimes, retreating was a better way to attack. The sword light flashed and a dragon's roar was heard. The sharp blade pierced through the dark red flame and created a shocking amount of sparks. Wind Emperor's sword. As the sword pierced out, Lin Xian's sword technique changed greatly and became erratic. Like an antelope hanging its horn or a meteor falling from the sky, this sword completely blended into the wind and disappeared without a trace. What? Han Zhen's face changed. Other than when he fought with Meng Yan, this was the first time he felt danger from someone of the same generation. He could not even see Lin Xian's sword clearly, let alone block it. This guy is so young, but his sword technique is so good. Han Zhen's face darkened. He withdrew his spear and waved it around, forming a fiery wind as he carefully defended. Swoosh, there was a slight fluctuation in the air. A dazzling sword chi flew out and went straight for Han Zhen's vitals. The sword chi went through his defense and was about to hit his body. How is this possible? Han Zhen's face changed again. He did not believe that Lin Xian could go through his defense. However, the truth was right in front of him. Fire spirit armor. Han Zhen roared. His body glowed red, as if flames were flying out. On the surface of his body, a fiery red spiritual armor quickly formed, making him look like a fire god. Clank, the autumn scar sword hit the flame armor and a metallic sound rang out. The great dragon sword was extremely sharp. The sword light imprinted on Han Zhen's face and made his body tremble. The flame armor shone brightly, but a small crack was still cut open. For Lin Xian, this was enough. The great dragon sword surged and quickly seeped into the armor. The fierce aura began to destroy the flaming spirit armor. Get lost. Han Zhen's heart trembled. The spiritual energy in his body surged, forming a binding force. He wanted to trap Lin Xian's long sword. At the same time, he swung his fist and punched out. His fists, which were as big as sandbags, had a magma-like color. They were like red-hot iron blocks that carried a terrifying temperature. This punch came from the bottom, heading straight for Lin Xian's head. If he was hit, he would die immediately. However, Lin Xian obviously wouldn't sit still and wait for death. When Han Zhen moved, he had already made his move. The copper lightning mark appeared on Xiaochen's arm. Berserk lightning energy leaped about like thunder from the 9 heavens, exploding loudly. Lightning flashed and struck the fiery fist, creating a sound like a flash flood. In the distance, Zhao Shui frowned and retreated again. A moment later, the ground where she was originally standing exploded with a loud bang, and everything was charred black. After the explosion, Han Zhen's blood boiled. The pain caused his face to turn pale. His arm was numb and he had lost all feeling. Impossible. You're a swordsman. How can your body be so strong? Han Zhen screamed. He was really stunned. From what he knew, a swordsman's attack power was strong, far surpassing that of his peers. But correspondingly, their defensive system was very weak. Many swordsmen wore high-grade armor to make up for this weakness. Han Zhen knew this, so he didn't attack Lin Xian's heart or other parts of his body. However, Lin Xian directly competed with him in terms of physical strength, and far surpassed him. After a successful attack, Lin Xian's long sword stabbed again. The great dragon sword attacked again. Lin Xian seemed to have a dragon head behind him. Poof, a thumb-sized hole was cut open on the flaming spirit armor, and blood spurted out. Whoosh, Han Zhen endured the pain in his body and quickly retreated. He didn't dare to get close to Lin Xian and could only stay far away. You dare to hurt me? I'll kill you. Han Zhen's eyes burned with anger. Even when he fought with Meng Yan, he had never suffered such an injury. The spiritual energy in his body circulated wildly, and the flames on his body emitted a 3-foot-long light. Humph. Lin Xian snorted. Bang. Poof, a low rumble came from Han Zhen's body, like beans being fried. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper, and fine beads of sweat covered his body. Han half knelt on the ground, panting. Just now, the remaining golden arc in his body exploded, causing him internal injuries. Now, the spiritual energy in his body was chaotic, and he couldn't even use half of his strength. You're strong, but it won't be so easy next time. Han swallowed a few life-saving pills and said fiercely. You think I'll let you go? Lin Xian laughed in anger. This guy wanted to kill him first, and now he dared to say such words after losing. You dare to kill me? I'm a core disciple of the Earth Fire sect. Han screamed. He never thought that someone would dare to touch someone from the Earth Fire sect. I won't kill you, but I'll teach you a lesson. Lin Xian said coldly. This isn't a free dojo, and I'm not your sparring partner. I'll give you a choice. Leave behind your storage ring, or your hand. Feeling Lin Xian's cold gaze, Han was really afraid. He didn't doubt that Lin Xian would dare to kill him. However, he was unwilling to hand over his storage ring. All of his belongings were in there. 3, 2, 1. Lin Xian counted in a low voice as he slowly raised the long sword in his hand. Storage ring. Han screamed. He took off the dark red ring, threw it on the ground, and quickly ran away. Sucking the storage ring into his hand, Lin Xian probed it with his soul power, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. As expected of a 3-star sect, their wealth was abundant. There were nearly 1 million low-grade spirit stones, several top-grade mystic class martial arts, and a low-grade spiritual class martial arts. Among them, there were 3 high-grade human class artifacts and 1 low-grade mystic class artifact. This was almost all of Lin Xian's wealth before he entered the underground world. I really hope that people like this come a few more times. Lin Xian said lightly. Zhao Shui walked over and rolled her eyes at him. For you. Lin Xian threw a short sword to Zhao Shui. Low-grade mystic class artifact. Zhao Shui exclaimed, her face full of surprise. Everyone has a share. Lin Xian shrugged. He was now very rich, so he didn't care about a low-grade mystic class artifact. The foot-long short sword was dark red in color. Under the moonlight, it glowed like a bloodthirsty eye. Thank you. Zhao Shui suddenly approached and kissed Lin Xian on the cheek. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, she retreated quickly. Lin Xian was stunned. He touched his cheek, then laughed bitterly. Inexplicably, a beautiful face suddenly appeared in his heart, like a fairy. Sky Martial Region. Lin Xian said in a low voice. The night was silent. The next day, the two set off again, advancing at top speed. 3 days later, they finally arrived at Dragon Cliff City. Dragon Cliff City was more prosperous than Flame City. Those who came and went were powerhouses. Where are you going? Lin Xian asked. Zhao Shui looked at Lin Xian and smiled sweetly. Lin Gongzi, thank you for escorting me all the way. This little girl can't thank you enough. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. Finished speaking, Zhao Shui's eyes revealed a trace of determination and left quickly. Watching Zhao Shui leave, Lin Xian walked towards the center of the city. There was a 1,000 treasure tower branch there. Finding the 1,000 treasure tower, he walked in and stated his purpose. Lin Xian, you're here. Vivian ran out with a smile. The competition is about to start. I thought you weren't coming. Vivian complained. Why would I? Lin Xian smiled. Something happened on the way and delayed some time. Ah, you became a second-grade inscriber? Vivian looked at the 2 golden patterns on Lin Xian's chest, her expression full of surprise. Even Elder Gu, who sensed it, had a look of shock. He knew the difficulty of the second-grade inscriber examination. It was good to have 20%. Young friend Lin's talent is exceptional. Looks like we have hope this time. Elder Gu said with a smile. Come in quickly. Vivian pulled Lin Xian in. On this day, the 1,000 treasure tower was incomparably lively. Many elders had smiles on their faces. Some disciples who did not know the situation asked one after another, only then did they know that a youth called Lin Xian had arrived. Lin Xian? What's so great about him? Immediately, many disciples were disdainful in their hearts. Before long, the entire Thousand Treasure Tower knew that a genius youth had arrived today. "Everyone, Elder Gu invites you in." An attendant came to report. "Perfect, I want to see what kind of monster this Lin Xian is." "Humph. He definitely can't compare to Senior Marshal Brother Liu. Not to mention Senior Brother Liu, I think even Senior Brother Ding can't compare with him." After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, everyone arrived at the backyard. "Look, it's Senior Brother Ding. It is said that Senior Brother Ding has reached the peak of 1 soul power. I wonder if it is true." "It must be true. Look at that aura, that pressure, it's definitely not fake." "Look, Senior Brother Liu is here." Another group of people exclaimed. Even Senior Brother Ding looked at the entrance with a solemn face. "Humph, Senior Brother Liu is already here. Why isn't that Lin Xian here yet?" "That's right. How arrogant." Many of Senior Brother Liu's supporters said coldly. "Elder Gu is here." It was unknown who shouted. Suddenly, the entire courtyard quieted down. Everyone looked at the entrance. They saw an old man in a white robe walk in with a smile. Behind him was a beautiful woman and a handsome young man. Everyone's gaze turned to the delicate and pretty young man. They had never seen this young man before. He must be that Lin Xian. Many people had a cold expression and were ready to mock him. However, when they saw the 2 golden lines on Lin Xian's chest, they suddenly froze in place. Even Senior Brother Ding looked surprised, and Senior Brother Liu frowned slightly. "Second grade inscription master." Many people's voices were trembling. Almost no one dared to look at Lin Xian with dissatisfaction. That was a second-grade inscription master. In their hearts, only Senior Brother Liu could compare to him. "Haha, everyone is here." Elder Gu smiled and said, "This is our young friend Lin Xian. With his participation, our chances of winning this time will increase by quite a bit." Lin Xian smiled and greeted the others. Then, he stood behind Elder Gu and said no more. Next, Elder Gu explained the situation of the Battle of Inscriptions. Everyone listened carefully. Lin Xian also pricked up his ears. He found out that these people were only disciples of the Thousand Treasures Tower. Moreover, not everyone could participate. Including Lin Xian, there were only 5 people in total. Other than that, there were several other forces in Xia country that would send disciples. One of them was the Inscription Alliance. Although the Inscription Alliance was a large regional organization, there was competition between the sub-leagues of various countries. Therefore, they were indispensable in this battle. Other than the Inscription Alliance, there was also the Ouyang family. This was an ancient family that was somewhat famous in Xia country's inscription world. 3 days later, the 3 forces of Xia country would gather in Dragon Cliff City and head to Green Water Valley together. There, they would compete with the inscription masters of Shadow Country and Rain Country to determine the quota to enter the inscription tower. After an hour, everyone dispersed and began to prepare carefully. 3 days later, the Thousand Treasures Tower attracted the other 2 forces. Lin Xian recognized the people of the Inscription Alliance. The leaders were Elder Song and Deacon Meng. Among the disciples, Lin Xian saw Huang Shanshan and Zhou Yong. On the other side was the Ouyang family. The leader was an old man with a dragon-headed walking stick. Behind him stood 6 or 7 young men. One of them had an unusually strong soul power. The aura that occasionally leaked out was frightening. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. Judging from the strength of the soul power, the young man's soul power seemed to be stronger than his. There are indeed many experts. Lin Xian had a hint of excitement in his heart. The people of the Ouyang family and the Inscription Alliance were also secretly observing Lin Xian and the others. After many people saw Lin Xian, they were surprised. This was because such a young second-grade inscription master had never appeared before. There were a total of 15 inscription masters in Xia country. They could be said to be elites. Among the 15, Lin Xian, Huang Shanshan, Lu Qing, and Ouyang Changming were all second-grade inscription masters with strong soul power. The other 11 were first-grade inscription masters. Among them, Zhou Yong and Ding Zhou were at the peak of the first-grade inscription masters. At this point, all the inscription masters of Xia country were present. Elder Song, Elder Gu, and Elder Ouyang would be leading the team for the competition this time around. Everyone reorganized themselves and headed towards the Green Water Valley. 3 huge blue-striped birds landed in the courtyard. Each of them was more than 10 meters long. When they flapped their wings, they formed a small gust of wind. Lin Xian and the others sat on them and quickly left. The 3 old men sat on 3 sides. They were all harmonious spirit experts and could easily create a strong protective shield. Without the interference of the gust of wind, Lin Xian closed his eyes and began to comprehend the inscription copied from the stone eyeball. The competition this time would definitely be a gathering of experts. He didn't want to make a fool of himself in the competition. After Elder Gu's explanation, Lin Xian knew that the competition this time was very simple. It was a martial arts competition. Compared to ordinary martial arts competitions, the competition between inscription masters was more dangerous because one could be injured at any time. And this kind of injury had a huge impact on the cultivator. As for the reward, it was naturally to enter the inscription tower. The top 3 of the competition would enter the inscription tower to comprehend the inscription. A day later, a dark green valley appeared below. "We're here." Elder Gu's voice had a hint of seriousness. Many disciples on the blue-striped birds opened their eyes and looked down at the valley below. Lin Xian also lowered his head and looked down. The valley was surrounded by green trees, green mountains, and clear water, just like a paradise on earth. "Is the inscription tower here?" Many disciples were excited. Elder Song's eyes flashed. It said that this inscription tower was left behind by a Grandmaster of Inscription. "You must seize this opportunity." Grandmaster of Inscription. Lin Xian was surprised. To be able to be called a Grandmaster, he must be a great figure. The 3 blue-striped birds slowly descended and landed in the valley. Everyone jumped off the birds and looked around. In the middle of the valley, there was a huge array platform, exuding a vicissitude aura. On the other 3 sides of the array platform, there were some stone stands for people to rest and watch. The Battle of the Inscription Tower has a history of over 100 years, so the facilities here are more complete, Elder Gu explained. Once every 10 years, this should be the 10th time. "Let's go and rest first." The group walked towards the stands on the east side. Half a day later, the people of Rain Country arrived. The 2 sides greeted each other and then took their seats. It said that a genius of inscription has appeared in Rain Country. "You must be careful when the time comes," Elder Gu said. Genius of inscription. Everyone was slightly stunned. To be valued so highly by the elder, he must not be an ordinary person. For some reason, many people looked at Lin Xian. In their eyes, Lin Xian was also a genius of inscription. After all, such a young second-grade inscription master was rare. Just as they were discussing, a group of people arrived. "It's Shadow Country." Elder Gu's voice was serious. Rain Country's strength was about the same as theirs, but this Shadow Country far surpassed them. And the champion of the competition was always Shadow Country. A group of people slowly descended from the huge flying ship. Lin Xian looked over with interest. Most of the people of Shadow Country had arrogant looks, not taking Summer Country and Shadow Country seriously at all. However, they did have the qualifications to be arrogant. Lin Xian could sense that their soul force was extremely powerful, and among them, there were 2 whose auras made him feel apprehensive. One of them was dressed in purple, and even his hair was purple. The presence on his body had reached the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and his eyes even made Lin Xian apprehensive. Purple light flashed, as if there was a formless suction force that wanted to suck away everyone's minds. Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Lin Xian's heart sank. The other person was dressed in a black robe, and his entire body was hidden in the darkness. Although the aura on his body was ordinary, the occasional fluctuations that leaked out made Lin Xian frown. The 2 countries came quite early. The leader of the Shadow Country was a purple-robed old man. "Since everyone is here, let's begin." The disciples of the Shadow Country all walked towards the north side of the stands, while the purple-robed old man swept to the center of the platform. This old man will first explain the rules. The competition will be divided into 3 groups for an elimination round. The top 3 of each group will enter the finals. The purple-robed old man slowly said, "The top 3 of the finals will obtain the qualifications to enter the inscription tower, and the first place will obtain a spirit-gathering pill. This spirit-gathering pill is refined by the Inscription Alliance. It can condense a warrior's soul and increase the degree of soul condensation. It can also increase the chances of breaking through to the 3rd seal of soul force." Elder Song took a deep breath. There's actually a spirit-gathering pill. It looks like this competition will be much more intense. The Inscription Alliance was a colossus in the entire Tiannan region, and the 3 countries of Xia country were only a few countries in the Tiannan region. To a certain extent, they all belonged to the Inscription Alliance. When the young inscription masters heard about the spirit-gathering pill, they immediately exclaimed. Everyone looked excited, wishing that they could immediately begin the competition. "Xiaoxuanzi, this is good stuff," Lord Alcohol said with a voice transmission. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Originally, he only wanted to enter the inscription tower, but now, it looked like he had to get first place. He really needed to increase his strength now. The spirit-gathering pill was too tempting for him. With the spirit-gathering pill, his soul force would increase again. At that time, his chances of defeating Lin Feng would be much higher. On Xia country's side, Ouyang Changming had a confident smile on his face, but his hands were clenched tightly in his sleeves. In the distance, the purple-haired youth from the Purple Extreme Demon Palace had an evil smile on his face, as if the spirit-gathering pill had become his private property. On Rain country's side, an ethereal young girl sat with a smile, her beautiful eyes shining. The center of the arena glowed, forming 3 independent arenas. Each arena was 100 meters wide, enough for Sea of Soul Realm warriors to compete. Lin Xian and Vivian were assigned to the first group. The 2 of them walked near the first arena, waiting for the competition. Dozens of people gathered near the first arena. All of them had powerful auras and powerful souls. Their strength was equivalent to warriors in the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Among them, Lin Xian was most afraid of the black-robed warrior from the Shadow Country. Through his understanding, he knew that the black-robed man belonged to the Dark Shadow Palace, a very mysterious sect. Aside from the black-robed man, there were several second-tier inscribers near the first arena, and their cultivation level was above the 6th layer of spiritual ocean tier. The other 2 arenas were also full of people. The most eye-catching one in the second arena was the purple-haired youth from the Purple Extreme Demon Palace, while the third arena was occupied by the ethereal young girl. The center of the arena glowed brightly, and the multicolored light soared into the sky. This meant that the competition was about to begin. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and returned it to the first arena. The 2 youths called by the referee walked onto the arena. The black arena emitted 2 rays of light that fell on the 2 youths. Lin Xian knew that this was to test whether the 2 youths were inscribers. If they weren't, then they would be rejected by the black arena. And the corresponding result would be elimination. However, the 3 countries and 9 forces obviously knew this rule, so the disciples who came to compete this time were all inscribers. One of the youths on the arena was actually the black-robed youth from the Dark Shadow Palace, and his opponent was a youth from the Rain country. As soon as the match began, the black-robed youth drew a black rune with both hands. Like a black scythe, it sent his opponent flying with one strike. The surrounding martial artists instantly cried out in surprise. They didn't even see what the black rune was before the match ended. Several second-tier inscribers looked at the black-robed martial artist with serious expressions. Before this, they didn't take this person seriously. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he was surprised. He sensed a dangerous soul fluctuation from the black rune. The match progressed quickly and was very exciting. Many of the moves opened Lin Xian's eyes. At this moment, the referee called out Lin Xian's name. "Lin Xian, you can do it." Vivian waved her small fists at the side. With a faint smile, Lin Xian's body flashed and he arrived on the arena. Opposite him, a white-robed youth stood proudly with 2 golden patterns embroidered on his chest. Second-tier inscriber. Lin Xian's eyes became serious. The moment the arrogant young man stepped onto the stage, a group of people cheered. Even the martial artists from the other 2 arenas looked over. After all, second-grade inscriptionists were already the top existences here. Sigh, encountering a second-grade inscriptionist, that kid is really unlucky. That's our eldest senior brother, Xianxia. Not only is his soul power outstanding, his strength has reached the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Dealing with a kid at the 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm is a piece of cake. At this time, Lin Xian had already taken off his 2nd-grade inscriptionist silver robe, so these people did not know of Lin Xian's strength. There was also a trace of worry in Vivian's eyes. The other party's cultivation was only stronger than Lin Xian's. Xianxia, the outstanding youth of Shadow Country's inscription palace. His soul power and cultivation were top existences. Lin Xian's first opponent was actually so terrifying. The inscriptionists of Xia country did not look too good. Elder Gu and Elder Song also frowned. Although Lin Xian was valiant, his opponent was even more valiant. Comparing the two, Lin Xian seemed to be at a disadvantage. Elder Song, I'm afraid you're going to lose this round. A loud laugh came from the side. Everyone turned their heads, their faces abnormally ugly. Not far from them were the inscriptionists of Shadow Country. One of the old men had a smug look on his face. He was Xianxia's master. Old man, the competition hasn't started yet. It's too early to say who will win. Elder Song said with a sullen face. Too early? It's not early. Such an obvious gap, even a blind person can see it. Elder He laughed loudly. The inscription palace where old man he was at was actually a branch of the Inscription Alliance. However, he and Elder Song were from 2 different countries and were naturally in a competitive relationship. Now that he could get rid of his old rival, he naturally felt comfortable. Is that so? Elder Song said in a deep voice. Lin Xian is also a 2nd-grade inscriptionist. It's not certain who will win. Elder He was slightly surprised. The people of Shadow Country's inscription palace were also surprised. Impossible. He's obviously a youth, how can he be a 2nd-grade inscriptionist? The people of Inscription Palace obviously did not believe it. Old Song, a loss is a loss. Why must you make such a joke? Elder He sneered. Everyone from Xia Country felt aggrieved. These guys from Shadow Country were too arrogant. Their tails were raised to the sky. I believe that Lin Xian will definitely win. Huang Shanshan said softly. Everyone looked at arena number 1 with a glimmer of hope in their hearts. On the first arena, Lin Xian and Xianxia were already fighting. The two of them were moving quickly in the arena. After images flashed on the black arena, accompanied by wind, thunder, lightning, and surging spiritual energy. So fast. Many martial artists could not keep up with the speed of their eyes and could only use their soul power. They feared Xianxia from the bottom of their hearts, but Lin Xian's performance had exceeded their expectations. His speed was not at all inferior to Xianxia's. Xianxia's expression was cold and arrogant as he attacked mercilessly. He was the number 1 disciple of the Inscription Palace. Naturally, he did not place Lin Xian in his eyes. His soul power spread out and he clearly captured the trajectory of Lin Xian's movements. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xianxia waved his palm at the back left like lightning. The surging spiritual energy surged and the air whistled. This palm was like a tsunami, powerful to the extreme. Within a 10-meter radius, everything was shrouded by the wind from his palm. Whoosh, a figure appeared. It was Lin Xian. He appeared. Haha, he finally appeared. Senior brother, he is mighty. Finish him in one move. The disciples of the Inscription Palace shouted. In their view, Lin Xian who appeared was a human target. He would definitely not be able to escape from Xianxia's palm. Haha, old Song, you've lost. Elder He laughed arrogantly. Elder Song and the others' faces were gloomy. The inscriptionists of Xia country were silent. Not good. Near arena number 1, Vivian's face also changed. Lose for me. Xianxia sneered and his palm struck out like a tsunami. The violent spiritual energy hit Lin Xian. Boom, an earth-shattering tremor spread in all directions from arena number 1. At this moment, all the cultivators in the valley were looking at ring number 1 with shock on their faces. Elder Song and the others' hearts sank. They didn't think that Lin Xian would be able to withstand such a blow. Prepare the elixir to rescue him. Lin Xian has unlimited potential. We can't leave any hidden injuries. Elder Song began to deploy. Crack, in the huge spiritual energy vortex, the power of lightning suddenly flashed and brandished its claws in the air. Everyone looked over in shock, waiting for the moment the result would be revealed. The spiritual energy vortex dissipated and arena number 1 regained its clarity. 2 figures appeared in the arena. Xianxia's palm was firmly imprinted on Lin Xian's chest. On the other hand, Lin Xian's entire body was suffused with the glow of lightning. Numerous complicated lightning runes appeared on the surface of his body, and they were filled with a violent energy. "This is your attack?" Lin Xian said lightly. "Too weak." Xianxia's pupils constricted and fear welled up in his heart. Impossible. How could he block senior brother He's attack? The Inscription Palace's warriors cried out loudly while the others were in an uproar. Too shocking. Too unexpected. A martial artist at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm actually took a blow from a martial artist at the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm head-on and was completely fine. This, on the grandstand, Elder He's face was solemn and his eyes were filled with shock. Not only him, but even Elder Song and Elder Gu were shocked. Those inscriptionists of Great Xia were even more stunned. They did not dare to believe such means. "Old man He, things seem to be different from what you predicted." Elder Song struck a blow. Elder He's face darkened as he cursed in his heart. He actually misjudged. How many years had it been since something like this happened? You're actually fine?" On the stage, Xianxia's voice trembled. "You should worry about yourself." Lin Xian's eyes turned cold and his right hand was like an iron clamp, firmly grabbing onto Xianxia's arm. With a slight force, Lin Xian lifted Xianxia up and smashed him onto the ground. "Not good. You dare." The martial artists of the Inscription Palace exclaimed and were abnormally worried. "Let go." Xianxia was enraged. His entire body's spiritual power surged, forming a terrifying spiritual power storm. However, in front of Lin Xian's copper thunder pattern, everything was useless. Soul interference. At the last moment, Xianxia used his soul power. His rich soul power surged towards Lin Xian. As long as Lin Xian's soul was attacked, he could immediately counterattack. Peng, Lin Xian was not afraid. His soul power surged out and clashed with Xianxia's soul power. In the next moment, Lin Xian successfully blocked Xianxia's soul power, while Xianxia crashed heavily onto the ground. Hong, the black ground was abnormally hard and did not shatter. However, his huge impact caused the entire stage to shake as if an earthquake happened. Pu, the protective spiritual power armor on Xianxia's body shattered. His face was abnormally pale and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Lin Xian's attack caused Xianxia to suffer internal injuries. Falling to the ground, Xianxia's mind was in a daze. The spiritual sea in his body was in chaos. He was puzzled by the scene just now. He had clearly used a soul attack, but the other party was not affected at all. Furthermore, he could feel a strong soul power resisting him. Is he also a second-grade inscription master? Xianxia suddenly had such a thought in his mind. However, he quickly ruled it out. Such a young second-grade inscription master had never appeared in the history of the Shadow Country, let alone the backward Xia country. He rolled and quickly fled to the back. However, Lin Xian did not give him a chance to escape. His palm shot out like lightning and he once again grabbed Xianxia. What? Everyone was stunned. Shameless, let go of the eldest senior brother. Despicable. The people of the Inscription Palace cursed loudly, their eyes were burning with anger. However, the martial artists of Xia country were extremely excited. Many of them could not help but shout. Before the start of the competition, they had been ridiculed by the people of the Shadow Country. Now that they had the chance, they naturally wanted to return the favor. "Kid, you've angered me." Xianxia was an elite of the Inscription Palace. He had never suffered such humiliation before. Moreover, his opponent was a youth who was inferior to him in all aspects. His soul force violently tumbled and a terrifying aura filled the air. Soul shock. A sharp voice rang out, followed by a terrifying soul force. At this moment, the martial artists near the first arena trembled. They felt a tremor from their souls. It felt as if their souls would be extinguished at any time. Great, it's senior brother He's soul secret skill. That kid is dead for sure. No one can escape senior brother He's soul shock. The disciples of the inscription palace revealed a victorious expression. In the stands, Elder He also breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect him to use his ultimate move so quickly. To be defeated by this move, you people of Xia country should be proud. Elder He's words shocked Elder Song and the others. They naturally knew the power of the soul shock secret skill. Anyone who was hit by it would have their soul severely damaged. In serious cases, it could lead to immediate death. Damn it. Nothing can happen to Lin Xian. Elder Gu clenched his fists. Die. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a vicious light. Lin Xian's actions made him want to kill him. Slash. Feeling the pressure on his soul, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Runes flashed in his left eye, and the soul sword quickly slashed out. Chi, Xianxia's soul attack was cut into two like a piece of cloth. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out. Xianxia clutched his head and screamed as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Bang! Lin Xian kicked him out of the field. Silence, absolute silence. The cultivators near stage 1 were all stunned, not daring to believe the reality in front of them. That was soul shock. How could it be broken so easily? Senior apprentice brother He. The people of Inscription Palace regained their senses and quickly ran towards Xianxia. Whoosh, a figure quickly appeared beside Xianxia. This was an old man, Elder He of the Inscription Palace. His soul reached out and circled around Xianxia's body. His face immediately turned gloomy. Humph, this old man has misjudged you. Elder He looked at Lin Xian coldly. Feeling the pressure of a harmonious spirit expert, Lin Xian's face turned slightly pale. The dragon pattern in his body shone brightly, and the great dragon sword intent roared in his body. Suddenly, Lin Xian felt a surge of energy filling his body, and the pressure of a harmonious spirit expert gradually disappeared. Elder He, please mind the rules. The judge of stage 1 walked over with a warning tone. Elder He glared at Lin Xian with hatred, and then quickly brought Xianxia back to the spectator stand to treat his injuries. Elder Song, very good, very good. Elder He looked at the great Xia's side and said coldly. Thank you for letting me win. Elder Song and the others were not afraid of Elder He. However, they were shocked from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Xian's attack was too shocking. The winner is Lin Xian. The judge said loudly. Hua, the disciples of Great Xia cheered and shouted, while the disciples of the other 2 countries were stunned. Especially the disciples of the Shadow Country, their faces were gloomy. They could not accept this result. Lin Xian, hee hee. The black-robed youth from the Dark Shadow Palace let out a low laugh. I hope you won't disappoint me. This voice made some of the nearby disciples feel a chill in their hearts. Many of them quietly moved away from the black-robed youth. They had seen the black-robed youth's strength, and the disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace knew how powerful he was. Many of the Shadow Country's disciples looked at Lin Xian with hatred. As long as the black-robed youth attacked, Lin Xian would lose without a doubt. Lin Xian, be careful. Vivian said with a worried face. Obviously, she felt the unusual atmosphere nearby. I'm fine. Be careful. If you can't do it, you can give up. Lin Xian whispered. The wound on the soul is hard to heal. You must think carefully. Vivian nodded. She knew how powerful it was. As expected, in the later rounds of the competition, the people of the Inscription Palace began to specifically target Vivian. However, Vivian's strength had reached the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and her soul power had reached the peak of a first-grade inscription master. In the vicinity of the first stage, aside from a few second-grade inscriptionists, there were really not many who were her match. The competition continued. A few second-grade inscriptionists stepped onto the stage one by one and easily defeated their opponents. Gradually, the division of strength between each side appeared. The first tier was Lin Xian, the black-robed youth, and a few other second-grade inscriptionists. These people all subdued their opponents within a few moves. However, the following matches refreshed everyone's understanding of the black-robed youth. In the second round, the black-robed youth, Wu Ying, stepped onto the stage again. His opponent was the second great inscription master of Rain Country, Xianxia. The black-robed youth's hands moved, forming a black symbol in front of him that contained a terrifying energy. His opponent, Xianxia, was holding a circular weapon that was covered with sharp gears. With a wave of his hand, the circular metal gear flew out like lightning. On top of it, there were dozens of tiny blades flying out. Xianxia's soul power surged, controlling the flying blades that filled the sky, forming an all-around attack. The black-robed youth, Wu Ying, shook his body and disappeared from where he stood. Ding, 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 all the flying blades hit the ground, forming a string of sparks. Xianxia's attack failed. He spread out his soul power and instantly sensed the black-robed youth's location. Behind me. He suddenly turned around, but what welcomed him was a black flash. Chi, chi. Pong, like a black flash of lightning, it quickly hit the circular gear. A thumb-sized hole appeared. The black flash passed through the metal and heavily hit Xianxia's body. His spiritual power armor was penetrated, and a bloody hole appeared on his body. Admit defeat, Xianxia covered his wound and walked down the stage with a terrified expression. He had a feeling that if he did not admit defeat, he would very likely die on the stage. Everyone was stunned. Even a second-grade inscription master like Xianxia couldn't last more than 2 moves in the hands of the black-robed youth. If anyone else went up, they would be killed in seconds. Lin Xian looked at the black-robed youth with a dignified look in his eyes. Very strong. That was his feeling. Swish, the black-robed youth looked at Lin Xian, his gaze was like a pillar of fire, unbearable. Lin Xian's expression didn't change. The sword light in his eyes flashed as if a peerless sword had been unsheathed, incomparably sharp. Ding ding ding, sparks appeared in the air, like metal intersecting, and a wave of energy quickly spread out. Hee, the black-robed youth sneered and quickly walked down the stage. Soon after, Lin Xian went up on stage again. Many people were shocked and looked at Lin Xian with a dignified look. Until now, no one would underestimate Lin Xian. However, when they saw Lin Xian's opponent, they all exclaimed. Haha, that Lin kid is dead. Many disciples of the Inscription Palace sneered. The disciples of the state of Great Xia frowned and looked cautiously at the figure on the stage. She wore a purple short skirt that just reached her thighs. Her upper body was even more revealing, and most of her snow-white chest was exposed, making people want to vomit blood. With a delicate face and a devilish figure, she was simply a seductress. So beautiful. TSK, her thighs are so white. You want to die? Don't talk nonsense. She is the second disciple of the Purple Demon Palace. Someone warned. Purple Demon Palace. Suddenly, many martial artists' faces regained their clarity, and even their eyes were restrained. This Purple Demon Palace was not only a third-grade sect of the Shadow Country, but it was also powerful and cruel, otherwise, it wouldn't be known as the Demon Palace. The disciples of the state of Great Xia looked dignified, and many people were worried about Lin Xian. The second disciple of the Purple Demon Palace, Huayan, was several times stronger than Ying Kai. This time Lin Xian is dead. The disciples of the Shadow Country all sneered. Many of the martial artists in the other arenas also looked in this direction. Even the black-robed young man was staring at the arena. Hee, young man, why don't you surrender when you see me? Huayan's voice was extremely sweet. There was a hint of seduction in her voice, causing one's blood to surge. Immediately, some of the disciples who were closer to the arena turned red, as if their skin was about to bleed. As soon as Huayan's voice rang out, Lin Xian felt an invisible soul force interfering with his perception. At the same time, the aura in his body seemed to be boiling. Humph! With a cold snort, the great dragon sword will in his body formed an invisible sword chi that cut through the void. Purple Extreme Devil Palace? The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. That's useless against me. Lin Xian's gaze was sharp. Wherever it passed, it was as if a sword had swept past, turning everything into nothingness. Eh? Huayan was a little surprised when she saw that her charm illusion technique did not work. Huayan smiled faintly like a blooming lily. Her expression was extremely beautiful at this moment, and many people saw a strange scene. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Lin Xian sneered. He had been studying the inscriptions that Lord Alcohol had given him over the past few days, and he had a new understanding of the use of souls. There seemed to be thousands of inscriptions rotating in his right eye, and a strange soul wave was transmitted. Trap. The surroundings changed drastically, and Huaiyan seemed to be in a dark cage. Clang, the sound of iron chains rang out, and she was quickly bound. Chi, chi. The cold iron chains exerted some force, and her clothes were shredded into pieces. Her jade-like body was exposed to the air, followed by all kinds of torture. In the outside world, Huaiyan stood motionless. Suddenly, she frowned. She bit the tip of her tongue lightly, and the purple light in her eyes intensified. In the spiritual space, her jade-like body suddenly changed and fell to the ground like petals. Where Lin Xian stood, countless tentacles grew out and wrapped around him. Hee, you're still far from being able to use eye techniques on me. Huaiyan smiled charmingly, and her eyes seemed to be dripping with tears. Release your most primitive desires. Pink gas gushed out from the tentacles and drilled into Lin Xian's body. Chi, the sword of soul slashed and destroyed everything. Is Rushue still alive? Lin Xian suddenly asked. What? How did you know? Huaiyan was stunned. Then, she seemed to have thought of something, and her face changed drastically. Did you injure him? Impossible. Sword of soul. Lin Xian smirked, and a translucent sword chi suddenly pierced out, cutting off the tentacles around him. The sword chi surged and quickly slashed at Huaiyan. This is impossible. How did you know this move? Huaiyan's face finally changed. Her soul shook, and she wanted to escape from this space. However, the speed of the sword of soul was unimaginable, and it slashed Huaiyan's soul in an instant. In the outside world, Lin Xian and Huaiyan stood quietly, without any movement. However, the surrounding disciples only knew that they must be engaged in a special soul battle. This kind of battle was the most dangerous, and the slightest mistake could cost one's life. Is this real? Is this Lin Xian so strong that he can compete with Huaiyan? Impossible. Huaiyan is the second disciple of the Purple Demon Palace. How can Lin Xian be her opponent? It's only been 5 breaths. Let's wait a little longer. These people were nervous and did not know what was going on. Suddenly, Huaiyan's body trembled and she regained her mobility. It's over. Everyone was excited. They knew that the soul battle was over. Puff, however, to their surprise, Huaiyan's face turned pale and she spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Huaiyan spat out blood. Did she lose? Everyone could not believe it and hurriedly looked at Lin Xian. They saw that Lin Xian had a smile on his face, and his expression was the same, without any discomfort. No, I must be under an illusion. Wake up. Yes, it must be Lin Xian's illusion. Many disciples of the Shadow Kingdom shouted, unwilling to believe this fact. The disciples of the Purple Demon Palace could not accept it. They would rather believe that they were under an illusion. Do you still want to continue? Lin Xian said lightly. Huaiyan covered her undulating chest, and there was a trace of struggle in her eyes. Thinking of his abnormal physical skills, Huaiyan finally sighed. Good brother, you won. What? Huaiyan actually admitted defeat. The group of people was stunned. Winner, Lin Xian. The referee's voice echoed in the valley, shocking everyone. At this moment, almost everyone looked at Lin Xian. In the stands, the elders of the Purple Demon Palace frowned. Even Huaiyan lost. This kid seems to be not simple. I've never heard of him before. I don't know where this kid came from. Although Huaiyan lost, there's still Ziyi. As long as he's here, the first place will be ours. Several elders of the Purple Demon Palace whispered to each other. Near the second arena, the purple-haired Ziyi looked at Lin Xian with a cold expression. Huaiyan, don't worry, I'll avenge you. In the next round, Ziyi vs. Li Guang. In the second arena, the purple-haired Ziyi walked up to the stage and faced his opponent. He only glanced at him. Ah, a miserable scream sounded in the second arena, making people's scalp tingle. Ziyi only glanced at him, and his opponent screamed crazily, bleeding from all 7 orifices. This kind of method was simply unimaginable. After easily defeating his opponent, Ziyi turned his gaze to the first arena. A murderous intent soared to the sky, as if there was an invisible blade hanging over everyone's head. Lin Xian felt a sharp soul force piercing towards him, and that force was several times stronger than Huayan's. He focused and prepared to defend with all his strength. At this time, the soul force suddenly disappeared. I hope you can hold on a little longer. In the arena, I will kill you in one move. Ziyi's words echoed around. F***ck. Ziyi is angry, this guy is dead. No one has ever been able to resist Ziyi's gaze, even if that guy is strong. The disciples of Shadow Country were excited, and couldn't wait to see Ziyi fight. Anytime. Lin Xian's face was calm as he slowly walked down the arena. The crowd around him separated, automatically making a path. Now, only Ziyi, this kind of peerless genius, could contend with Lin Xian, and ordinary people couldn't stop him at all. At this moment, no matter what these people thought, their actions had already acknowledged Lin Xian's strength. The competition continued, and all kinds of genius powerhouses displayed their powerful combat power in front of everyone. In the first arena, other than Lin Xian, there was also a strange and unpredictable black-robed youth, Wu Ying. In the second arena, Ziyi defeated his opponent in one move, and no one could resist him. Other than him, there was also Ouyang Chongming, a disciple of Xia Country's Ouyang family. He also displayed his powerful strength, defeating many second-grade inscriptionists. On the third arena, an ethereal young girl's movements were gentle like a celestial fairy. She was Rain Country's genius girl, Yu Fei. The strength displayed by this girl was not inferior to Ziyi, and many people were looking forward to the battle between the two. Other than that, there were also some outstanding geniuses. At this time, the second arena welcomed a battle. Ziyi vs Ouyang Chongming. One was a recognized powerhouse, and the other was a rising star. The battle between the two attracted everyone's attention. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he was also carefully watching the battle. Judging from Ouyang Changming's performance, he was stronger than Huayan. But how would he compare to Ziyi? In the stands, the people from the Xia country looked nervous, especially Elder Ouyang. He clenched his fists secretly. Chongming, don't force yourself. Elder Ouyang sighed in his heart. On the second arena, Ziyi was dressed in a long gown. His purple hair fluttered in the air, making him look incomparably demonic. A disciple of the great Xia country? I'll take some interest from you first. After saying this, his eyes emitted a demonic purple glow, like two purple stars. An aura that made one's soul tremble suddenly appeared, and the entire space fell into a state of oppression. Purple demon eyes. Purple light flashed, instantly enveloping Ouyang Changming. Ouyang Changming's body shook, and then he stood still. The nearby disciples looked nervous. Many of them had frightened looks on their faces. It's the purple demon eyes. This is the purple extreme devil palace's most powerful eye technique. That brat is done for. I heard that no one below the harmonious spirit realm can resist the purple demon eyes. Not only the young disciples, but even some of the elders were also looking at the arena with serious expressions. They were more familiar with this kind of eye technique. It was an extremely powerful eye technique that could suck a person's soul into a special spiritual space. Once they entered, they would be at the mercy of others. Chongming. Elder Ouyang's face was filled with worry. Humph. The elder of the inscription palace sneered. They were eager to see something happen in the great Xia country. 1 breath, 2 breaths, after 10 breaths of time, Ouyang Changming still hadn't fallen. Although his face was pale and his body was drenched in sweat, he was still standing. He can actually last for 10 breaths of time. This kid is not simple. I'm afraid that even a second-grade inscriptionist at the peak might not be able to withstand it for 10 breaths. At the 11th breath, Ouyang Changming's body moved. Bang, he knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Tick-tock, drops of blood flowed down continuously, splashing into the air. To be able to last for 10 breaths of time, you should be proud. Zai's voice was cold, as if he was a high and mighty king. Ouyang Changming's body trembled, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He was powerful and thought that he was the #1 person in the great Xia country, but he didn't expect to be defeated here. The gap was too big. In Zai's spiritual space, he didn't have the strength to fight back. He could only bitterly resist. I only used half of my strength, Zai said with an evil smile. What? Ouyang Changming's body trembled, and the people around him cried out in alarm. Half of his strength defeated Ouyang Changming? Just how powerful was Ziyi? This Ouyang Changming should be the #1 person in the Great Xia country. It seems that the Great Xia country has no hope this time. There were sighs and sneers nearby. 2 disciples of the Ouyang family went up to help Ouyang Changming off the stage. Their backs were filled with loneliness. The disciples of the Great Xia country had a worried look. Were they going to be last again? You forgot one person. Huang Shanshan stood in the crowd and said in a low voice. The disciples of the Great Xia country raised their heads with a puzzled expression on their faces. Lin Xian, we still have Lin Xian. He defeated Hua Yan. The eyes of the disciples of the Great Xia country suddenly burst with light, as if they had caught the last life-saving straw. Yes, Lin Xian is also a second-grade inscription master. Maybe he can create a miracle. Although the one surnamed Lin is strong, he is almost on par with Ouyang Changming. Compared to Zai, he is too weak. Your Great Xia country actually put your hopes on a little brat. How sad. The disciples of the Shadow country said ruthlessly. At this time, Zai laughed and said, within 10 breaths, I can get rid of Lin Xian. His voice was unusually cold, as if the space was frozen. Senior brother Zai is mighty. The Purple Extreme Demon Palace will win. For a time, there was a burst of cheers in the valley. In the stands, the elders of the Purple Extreme Demon Palace had a calm smile on their faces. Zai's Purple Extreme Demon Eyes has been cultivated to the 3rd level. I'm afraid that none of the young disciples in the entire valley is his opponent. The inscription tower is nothing. When the time comes, the entire Shadow country will be ours. The people of the Nether Hall have already moved out. Our Purple Extreme Hall can't fall behind. Several elders of the Purple Extreme Demon Palace communicated with each other, their expressions full of pride. On the side of the Great Xia country, there were sighs. Elder Ouyang had already gone to treat Ouyang Changming. Elder Song and Elder Gu looked at each other and shook their heads. Can Lin Xian contend with Zai? Elder Song's voice had a hint of disappointment. It will be difficult. Elder Gu said in a low voice, but I have confidence in him. Oh? Elder Song looked at him in surprise. When I first met Lin Xian, he was only a martial artist at the 2nd level of the spiritual sea realm. But at that time, he could continuously create miracles. Challenging geniuses above his level, killing the older generation of martial artists, and even challenging the harmonious spirit realm. And in a short 3 months, his cultivation actually reached the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. I have never seen this kind of speed. Every one of Lin Xian's deeds could shock a group of people. And when these deeds were concentrated on one person, it was even more shocking. Elder Song's eyes lit up again. He was also the one who witnessed Lin Xian obtain the title of a 2nd-grade inscription master. He was also full of hope for Lin Xian. The competition went on quickly. During this time, Lu Qing, Dingjia, and the others from Thousand Treasures Tower were all defeated. Lu Qing was defeated by Ziyi with a glance, and Dingjia was defeated by the ethereal girl from Rain Country. For a moment, Xia Country's momentum fell to the bottom. At this time, on the first arena, the referee's voice sounded again. Next match, Lin Xian vs. Shadowless. Shadowless, the black-robed young man, was listed as a terrifying martial artist like Ziyi, Hua. Some of the disciples who were not participating in the competition all ran towards the first arena, surrounding it so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Most of them were disciples from Xia Country and Shadow Country. After all, this battle would determine whether Xia Country could rise. If Lin Xian couldn't even defeat the black-robed man, then it was even more impossible for him to defeat Ziyi. That also proved that Xia Country would be completely defeated in this competition. For a moment, Wei Wei, Shan Shan, Lu Qing, and the others were all watching nervously. In the stands, Elder Song and Elder Gu also took a deep breath and looked over with rapt attention. The black-robed young man stood on the stage like a ghost, emitting a terrifying aura. Kid, your luck has come to an end to meet me. The black-robed young man's voice was a little hoarse. Xia country is destined to have no fate with the inscription tower. Cut the crap. Lin Xian frowned. He sensed some black runes quietly forming under his feet. Boom, the copper thunder pattern shone brightly. Lin Xian's whole body was surrounded by thunder and lightning, like a thunder god descending to the world. Xiao. Xiao, the black gas was like a worm attached to a bone, quickly crawling onto Lin Xian's body. At the same time, the black-robed young man's finger shone with a black light, and a dangerous aura spread out. Qi, a black light rushed out from his fingertip and attacked Lin Xian like black lightning. Disperse. Lin Xian's body shook as the lightning patterns on his body flickered, dispersing the black aura around him. At the same time, his feet flashed, and his figure disappeared. Whoosh, when he reappeared, he was already behind the black-robed young man. So fast. The surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm. They simply couldn't see Lin Xian's footwork clearly. Their exclamation was reasonable because none of the black-robed youth's opponents had ever been able to dodge the black finger light, even the second-grade inscriptionists were no exception. But now, Lin Xian had easily dodged it. The black-robed young man sneered. With a shake of his black robe, he disappeared. What? Everyone was stunned for a moment, then they used their soul power to search. Soon, a shocked expression appeared on their faces. No. They couldn't sense the black-robed young man at all. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He released his soul force and carefully sensed. A moment later, he frowned. Just like the others, he didn't sense anything. Hee, that kid is dead for sure. How dare he show off his speed in front of Shadowless? Does he really think he's called Shadowless for nothing? The disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace sneered, their words full of mockery. Using Shadowless as his name was enough to show the black-robed young man's speed. The disciples of the state of Great Xia were shocked. They thought the black-robed young man's strength was his soul power, but they didn't expect it to be his speed. With such speed, the opponent can't even sense it. How can he attack? Don't be discouraged. Lin Xian's defense is very strong. Shadowless might not be able to break it, Vivian said in a low voice. The disciples of the state of Great Xia were stunned, then overjoyed. Indeed, Lin Xian's defense was very strong. Even a martial artist at the seventh sky of the spiritual sea realm couldn't break it. Just as everyone was filled with hope, a sharp black light appeared in the air. Its appearance was so sudden that there was no sign at all. Whoosh, the black light was like a crescent moon, as if it had split the void in half. Dang, Lin Xian threw a punch at the half-moon black light, creating a burst of sparks. Chi. Crack, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled incessantly. Lin Xian shattered the crescent-shaped black light, but his arm was still numb. This was the first time he felt numb since he had mastered the copper thunder mark. After shattering the crescent moon, Lin Xian spread out his soul power, searching for the black-robed young man's figure. However, he caught a trace of his aura, then he lost track of it again. After a few breaths, the sharp chi slashed the void again, coming from behind him. This time, it was a black sickle. The sharp edge of the sickle was cold, making people's souls tremble. Puchi, the saber landed on Lin Xian's body, leaving a half-foot-long gash on his body. The copper thunder mark was cut open a little. Although it didn't hurt Lin Xian, the impact was shocking. Below the stage, the disciples of the state of Great Shadow were all boiling and shouting. The disciples of the state of Great Xia were worried. They thought that the black-robed young man couldn't hurt Lin Xian. Now it seemed that they were too naive. A black sickle was enough to cut open Lin Xian's defense. Lin Xian was also shocked. He twisted his body and quickly dodged the sharp edge. It can actually cut open the copper thunder mark. His face was gloomy. He was very clear about the power of the copper thunder mark. Although his copper thunder mark was only at the lower level, a normal martial artist at the 7th layer of the spiritual sea realm couldn't break his defense. It must be that black sickle. Lin Xian didn't believe that the black-robed young man could break his defense, because the first attack didn't hurt him at all. What kind of weapon could actually cut open the lower-level copper thunder mark? Could it be a high-level mystic artifact? He was shocked, but at the same time, he was on full alert. This was a difficult opponent to deal with. His movement technique was strange to the extreme. In the following time, Lin Xian was in a passive defense, almost getting hurt a few times. However, he also noticed something. This method of attack was very similar to my wind melting style, but it was much more advanced than my wind melting style. The principle should be the same. He blended into the wind. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. With a flip of his palm, the autumn scar sword appeared in his hand. Weapon? Lin Xian actually took out a weapon. The nearby disciples were shocked. They had never seen Lin Xian use a weapon. Long sword, could he be a sword cultivator? Even some of the Xia Kingdom's disciples were stunned, and many of them looked at Vivian. Yes, Lin Xian is indeed a sword cultivator. Vivian nodded. Lin Xian, could he be the one ranked 20 on the hidden dragon rank, Lin Xian? Someone exclaimed. Instantly, a group of people was shocked. A powerful sword cultivator was actually a second-grade rune master. This kind of news was undoubtedly explosive. Humph, you think you can fight against Shadowless with a long sword? Too naive. Yeah, a backward country indeed. The disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace sneered. They were very clear about Shadowless's strength. He was a genius who had comprehended a trace of the wind mentality. Although it was only a trace, it wasn't something that Lin Xian could fight against. It's useless. No one can find me. The black-robed young man's voice rang out in the surroundings. It was so ethereal that no one could find his real body. You can try. Lin Xian sneered. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The black-robed young man said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the air on Lin Xian's left was torn apart. The black sickle slashed down mercilessly. Shoo, a sword light flashed and accurately pierced the blade. The horrifying force caused the blade to deviate. Boom, the black sickle slashed the ground, creating a crack. Countless rocks rolled to the sides. The solid black ground was finally broken open at this moment. After succeeding, Lin Xian's eyes turned sharp. The autumn scar sword in his hand pierced out again. It was as fast as lightning. At this moment, the black-robed young man had already disappeared. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian unleashed the full potential of the Wind Emperor's sword. The sword became transparent, as if it had disappeared. Only the sword hilt was exposed. This scene was extremely strange. It was as if the long sword was broken in half. However, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Puff. Dang, a low sound rang out in the air. Then, a human figure appeared. What? He actually hit it. The surrounding people looked at the black-robed young man who was in a sorry state. Their faces were filled with shock. Impossible. How did he find out? The disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace screamed. Even some of the elders were frowning. Guessing. He must have guessed. The shock on the black-robed young man's face did not recede. Like the other disciples, he believed that Lin Xian's sword strike was a wild guess. He had comprehended a trace of the wind mentality. He could merge with the wind. Normal people would not be able to find him, let alone hit him. Thinking of this, the black-robed young man calmed down. His body shook and he disappeared again. Shoo, a black blade light that was dozens of meters long slashed through the air. However, the black-robed young man did not appear. Shoo, the dazzling sword light lit up. It was like a cold light that lit up half of the arena. Boom, the black-robed young man's body was blasted out again. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps before stopping. This is impossible. He finally lost his composure. Lin Xian did not respond. Instead, he quickly attacked. With the power of wind and lightning surging, Lin Xian's speed reached the extreme. Those who were observant would notice that Lin Xian's body was beginning to fade in and out of existence. Sometimes, they couldn't even sense him. Thunder and lightning surged, and the wind howled. Wind and thunder blended together, and the terrifying sword energy tore through the sky. With a thrust of the sword, all the air within 10 meters was sucked away. Clang, the black-robed youth held a 2-meter-long black sickle in his hand and formed a semicircle in the air, blocking Lin Xian's sword light. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian had already arrived beside him. His left fist was like a dragon as he suddenly punched out. Thunder and lightning intertwined and instantly smashed onto the black sickle. The terrifying force caused the black-robed man to retreat more than 10 meters. Wind Emperor's sword. The sword light disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of the black-robed man. Whoosh, the black robe was torn apart, and a half-meter-long sword mark appeared on Shadowless's body. Luckily, he had the black chi protecting his body, so this sword did not hurt him. However, his sorry state made him even more furious. "You dare to embarrass me? You deserve to die." Shadowless tore apart the black robe on his body, revealing a black armor. As if he was a martial artist that walked out of hell, Shadowless's body was filled with black chi, bringing with it a sinister aura. "Death Sickle!" Shadowless roared. The black sickle formed a terrifying attack, and the sharp blade caused terrifying cracks to appear on the ground. The black wind blade wrapped around Lin Xian. As long as it touched him, it would tear him apart. Even a martial artist in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier would not be able to block this kind of attack. Lightning Storm. Lin Xian activated his spirit power, and a terrifying scene formed within 10 meters. Wind and thunder intertwined, and the wind roared like a lightning tribulation. The two forces collided, sending out a violent energy wave. Violent air waves swept out in all directions. The overflowing energy quickly spread to the edge of the stage. Everyone felt their chests tighten, unable to block it at all. Wang, wang. The black stage emitted light, forming a translucent light screen at the edge, blocking the storm on the stage. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, and looked at the stage again. The 2-meter-long black sickle formed a terrifying wind blade attack in front of Shadowless. At the same time, he drew a black rune with one hand, forming a black rain of light, attacking Lin Xian. Lin Xian slowly raised the autumn scar sword above his head, and the aura on his body gradually sharpened. Like a divine sword being unsheathed, a monstrous sword intent poured out, accompanied by a dragon's roar. Behind him, a ferocious dragon head was faintly discernible. Sword chi roared, tearing the air above, and the terrifying sword intent swept out in all directions. At this moment, everyone in the valley looked over, their eyes filled with shock. Sword intent! This is sword intent! Everyone was stunned, and the elder of the Shadow Country's face was extremely gloomy. Sword intent is one of the most terrifying attacks. Lin Xian's aura at this moment had reached an indescribable height. Perhaps no one below the harmonious spirit realm could resist him. Sword intent, what a terrifying sword intent! Lu Qing, Dingjia, and the other disciples who were originally unconvinced all fell into a daze. In the distance, Zai, Yufei, and the other peerless geniuses also showed a serious expression. Dance of Death. Shadowless looked at the figure in front of him, and his body trembled slightly. He gripped the black sickle tightly, and the spirit energy in his body crazily circulated. Dozens of black lights appeared on the surface of his body, and together with the black sickle, they formed a sharp blade light. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sickle spun, bringing with it the aura of death, like a dead person dancing in the night. As the most outstanding disciple of the Dark Shadow Palace, Shadowless used all of his strength at this moment. Lin Xian stood still like a rock, and he felt the danger of death. However, this did not shake his confidence. Wind Thunder Cut. The autumn scar sword fell down, bringing with it the sword intent of a dragon, like a heavenly blade cutting down. The air on both sides was blown back, and a 50-meter-wide vacuum was formed in the center. The terrifying sword light instantly drowned the area in front of it. Shadowless also danced with the black sickle, turning into a giant sickle shadow, and slashed up. More than half of the arena was flickering, and no one could see clearly, and no one dared to use their soul power. Sword intent was abnormally sharp, and was said to be able to cut through the void, let alone soul power. At the edge of the arena, the translucent light rippled like a bubble, as if it could burst at any time. Everyone subconsciously backed off 3 meters, and looked at the arena nervously. After a long while, the sword light disappeared, and the arena became clear again. Everyone looked over impatiently, and all of a sudden, they sucked in a breath of cold air. A terrifying sword mark appeared on the hard ground, and it was more than 30 meters long. Within the crack, there was a figure on the verge of collapse. There were several sword wounds on Shadowless' body, and one of them even tore his chest apart. On the other hand, Lin Xian stood with his sword in hand, unharmed. With this comparison, it was obvious who was better. When the referee saw this, he immediately announced Lin Xian's victory. This voice echoed in the valley, lingering for a long time. Lin Xian also became the center of attention, becoming the biggest dark horse in this competition. Who would have thought that such a genius would appear in Xia country? Not only was he the youngest second-grade inscriber, but he was also an expert in the way of the sword. Lin Xian's name rang out in the crowd. It was the cheers of Xia country's disciples. At this moment, everyone's hostility towards Lin Xian disappeared. Lin Xian also became their spiritual pillar. Damn it, who said that Xia country doesn't have any geniuses? I'll fight him. Xia country's disciples all straightened their backs. He won, he really won. On the spectators' stand, Elder Song and Elder Gu were excited. As for the Dark Shadow Palace's elders, their faces were extremely gloomy. Bring Shadowless back and treat him, an elder ordered. On the first arena, the heavily injured Shadowless was taken away. Lin Xian also slowly walked down from the arena. In the distance, Ziya's eyes flashed with purple light, carrying a murderous aura. The ethereal young girl, Yufei, also had a look of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. At this point, Lin Xian was undoubtedly the first in the first arena, and no one dared to challenge him. Half a day later, the final results were out. The top 3 of the 3 arenas would participate in the finals. On the first arena, the top 3 were Lin Xian, Shadowless, and Duan Fei. Among them, Lin Xian was the biggest dark horse, and Duan Fei was a second-grade inscriber from Rain Country. His strength was stable, and he was a veteran. On the second arena, Ziyi, Jiang Feng, and Ouyang Changming. Although Ouyang Changming lost to Ziyi, it didn't mean that he wasn't strong. On the contrary, his purple demon eyes that lasted for 10 breaths was enough to prove his strength. In the end, he won 3rd place in Group 2. This was the result of his injury. He believed that with some adjustments, he would be able to perform even better in the finals. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, was a disciple of Shadow Palace in Shadow Country. His strength was second only to Shadowless. On the number 3 tournament stage, the first place was the ethereal girl Yufei, and the second and third place were Yan Bing and Bai Jing Shan. The 2 of them were from Rain Country and Shadow Country respectively. After the group matches ended, 2 people from Xia Country entered the finals. Although they were still at a disadvantage in the 3 kingdoms, it was much better than before. Everyone returned to the stands to rest and prepare for tomorrow's finals. Your performance was very good, but tomorrow's competition will be even more dangerous. You must not let your guard down. Elder Song said. Although several disciples of Shadow Country were injured, their overall strength was still formidable. This could be seen from the number of people in the finals. Of the 9 spots, Shadow Country took up 4, which was a full half, and Rain Country could not be underestimated either. That ethereal young girl's performance was extremely stunning, and was not inferior to that of Lin Xian. Lin Xian and Ouyang Changming nodded solemnly. Then, the 2 of them began to meditate and rest. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was recalling the battle with Shadowless during the day. That battle gave him new insights, especially in the aspect of the concept of wind, which gave him a deep understanding. This allowed the power of his Wind Emperor's sword to increase again, and even his movement technique had improved. Although he could not completely merge with the wind like Shadowless, his speed was much faster than before. The night was silent. On the second day, the sun rose and illuminated the entire valley. The black platform emitted a faint glow, and the 3 stages merged to form a huge stage. As for the scars on the black ground yesterday, they had completely disappeared. Everyone was amazed, and Lin Xian was also sizing them up curiously. It should be that the formation has an automatic recovery effect, Lord Alcohol said. Lin Xian understood and stopped paying attention. At this moment, the purple-robed elder went on stage again and said loudly. Now, the finals of the Inscription Tower battle begin. The first match, Duan Fei vs. Ziyi. Everyone was slightly stunned. They did not expect to see Ziyi fight in the first match. Instantly, the disciples of Shadow Country cheered. On the other hand, the disciples of Rain Country looked worried. I admit defeat. Duanfei smiled bitterly. With his strength, he could not resist the purple demon eyes at all. Moreover, the finals were a competition to accumulate points, and the 9 people would fight each other, so preserving his strength was the most important. You know your place. Ziyi sneered. Duanfei is very wise. The elders of Rain Country breathed a sigh of relief. The referee elder smiled and directly announced Ziya's victory, and then he spoke in a deep voice. Next, the second match, Yufei vs Ouyang Chongming. It was another heavyweight match. After entering the finals, it could be said that every match was exciting. Elder Ouyang and Elder Song's eyes flashed. They knew that Ouyang Chongming's chances of winning were not high. After all, Yufei was a martial artist with the same strength as Ziyi. Let's see what he chooses. Elder Ouyang's heart was heavy. Without any hesitation, Ouyang Chongming chose to fight. Elder Ouyang was gratified, but then he became nervous. Although he was satisfied with Ouyang Chongming's decision, the battle situation was not optimistic. The ethereal girl in a blue dress was like a fairy descending to the mortal world, without a trace of worldly aura. On the opposite side, Ouyang Chongming's face was a little pale, but his eyes were unusually firm. Traceless spring rain. Yufei's lotus-like arms waved, forming ripples in the air. An inexplicable power gushed out, spreading out like water ripples. Chi-chi, a trace of ripples touched the ground, and suddenly a small hole appeared. There was soul power contained in it. An elder exclaimed in a low voice. Lin Xian felt the killing intent in the ripples and frowned slightly. It was obvious that the ethereal girl's inscription technique had reached a terrifying level, and she could fuse her inscription into her attacks. Soul Rampart. Ouyang Chongming shouted in a low voice, and his soul power fused into his spiritual armor, forming a double defense. At the same time, his body moved, and he quickly rushed towards the ethereal girl. Eagle soars the sky. Ouyang Chongming slashed out with his saber, and the saber light surged like a waterfall, slashing towards the ethereal girl. So, the ethereal girl's palm moved, and a blue ribbon flew out, carrying a weak feeling, like a cloud floating out. Like a spirit snake, the blue ribbon wrapped around the long saber. Stormy waves hitting the shore. The ethereal girl waved out a move, and her aura changed greatly. From the original spring rain, it turned into a raging storm in an instant, with the momentum of rocks piercing through the sky. A vast amount of energy gushed out like a wave, crashing onto Ouyang Chongming's body. Pung pung pung, there were a total of 3 waves, crazily roaring, rushing forward, and forming a superimposed power. Puff, Ouyang Chongming's long saber loosened, and his body flew out. What a terrifying power! He was shocked in his heart. The surrounding disciples were also shocked. The 3 waves were like real waves, dozens of meters high, surging in the air. This scene made the group of disciples feel powerless. End of chapter 234. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.